Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 16 of What If Naruto Was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto was in his bed snoring. He suddenly sneezed himself awake, a very odd way to start the day, and got up to start the day. He sat up, yawned as he stretched his arms and back, before getting out of bed and doing his normal training regime. Granted, throughout his daily morning regime he hasn't had a single bead of sweat come from his body, but it was still important to work your body to keep it in tip-top shape. After coming back home from running 100 laps around the village, Naruto made himself a classic breakfast of pancakes topped with syrup and boysenberries, with a side of sunny-side eggs and bacon. He didn't feel like making an extravagant or unique meal for breakfast today. He just ate his breakfast, chewing on the pancakes, eggs and bacon. He looked around his apartment just to see its usual one-person environment. At least the sun was rising with its light shining through the window. Naruto looked to the only other chairs at the small dining table. They were empty as always. This was Naruto's fear. The problem he despised. The problem he knew he'd have to face for the next 27 days after today. He was alone. Despite living alone for almost the entirety of his life, those past few months where whenever he woke up, he was greeted by the sight of his lovely roommates, girlfriends to say good morning to him, eat with him, talk to him, love him. He had gotten so used to always being with people that he pretty much forgot what it was like to be alone, until a few days beforehand. Naruto sighed, placing his fork on the table and stared at his partially eaten meal. Surprisingly, he ate so little, and it wasn't because the breakfast was too big. It was just that Naruto isn't truly hungry. Being a demigod, Naruto's body is chock full of energy. He doesn't really need to sleep, he doesn't really need to eat, all of it has just become a habit, and only on rare occurrences does he need those factors that makes him feel human. Naruto looked to his hand. Human? Damn, it's been so long since I felt like that. At least in a physical sense. Mentally I feel like I normally am, but damn can it be a pain to not sleep and eat like everyone else. Who knew necessity is something to be desired, when I bet everyone would say fuck it, I want to feel invincible. Immortal, Naruto thought to himself. After a few moments of silence, Naruto screamed as he scratched the sides of his head. Damn it. Now I'm thinking like one of those dumb philosophical characters in those damn books I had to read for class. This is bullshit. I'm taking a shower, Naruto shouted as he got out of his seat and headed for the bathroom. Entering, he stopped and left right back out the bathroom door and returned to his dining table. But first I'll put this away, Naruto said, taking his unfinished breakfast. Later on at the Hokage Tower, we see Shizune supporting a drowsy Tsunade over to her office. You stink, Shizune, Tsunade said. That's everyone's thoughts on their alarm clocks, Shizune said. Why did you have to be my own personal alarm clock again? Because Kami knows that your actual one isn't loud enough to make you twitch, Shizune said. I don't like working in the morning, Tsunade complained. How do you think I feel? Shizune exclaimed. Not so loud. I'm trying to rest my eyes here, Tsunade said. HMPH, Shizune said with a pout. When they got to the doors leading to the Hokage office, Shizune opened it up only to reveal someone waiting right in front of them, causing her to scream. Ahi, waking up Tsunade, who looked with wide eyes. I'm bored. Give me a mission, Naruto said with a stoic expression and arms crossed. Why are you in my office? Tsunade asked. Waiting for you, Naruto said. For how long? Tsunade asked. Since a few minutes after the break of dawn, Naruto said. Kami, not even Shizune gets up that early, Tsunade said. How long have you been up? Shizune asked. From what I remembered from my alarm clock, I've been up since 4:18 in the morning, Naruto answered. Why were you up so early? Shizune asked with surprise. Because I'm so filled with energy that a few hours of sleep is literally a few hours of sleep to me. I'm so filled with energy that sleeping has to become a habit for me, Naruto complained. Kami, I wish I had that amount of energy, Shizune said. Why? So you can go at it non-stop with people like Kaka-sensei, Naruto teased with a smirk. That earned him a slap across the face from Shizune. I deserved that. And I deserve an ice pack. What are you made of? Iron, Shizune exclaimed as she waved her hand from the stinging pain. Shizune tilde, not so loud tilde, Tsunade complained with a moan. Allowing them in, Naruto watched as Shizune dragged Tsunade over to her seat. Once Tsunade sat in her chair, she rested her head on the desk, but when she noticed that Naruto was in front of her, staring down at her with his arms crossed, she got a little crabby. What? Tsunade spoke with some attitude and an annoyed expression. I'm bored. Thanks for sharing. I want a mission, Naruto said. Look, Naruto, missions are scarce as of lately, especially for someone who chose to remain a genin like you, so I'll take even D-rank missions to occupy my time, Naruto said, shocking Tsunade and Shizune. I'm bored. Give me one, Naruto said with a stoic expression. Tsunade and Shizune stared at him for a while longer. How much have you changed over the months? Tsunade asked out of disbelief that Naruto, of all people, is willing to do D ranks. Sakura slept on her bed for some time after the sun came out. Her eyes fluttered open. She awoken with a delight smile as she rose up, now sitting on her bed and stretching her muscles, moaning. Sakura sighed as she scratched her lower back. She looked to her bed to see Naruto's jacket that she used as a pillow. Taking hold of it, she snuggled the side of her head against it with a small blush on her cheeks. She sighed with delight thinking about her blonde knucklehead. She walked over to her balcony glass door and opened it, inviting the warm morning sun to shine its rays down upon her and let the small breeze hit her face. She took in a deep inhale through her nose and exhaled. She looked to the jacket in her hands and traced her thumb across the symbol on the back of the jacket. Boy, this is sounding a lot like a commercial for clothing, isn't it? I wonder what this symbol means. Sakura thought with a calm smile. She leaned her back against the railing, continuing to stare at the jacket's symbol. She suddenly heard barking making her look down, only to look surprised as she saw Naruto walking a large German shepherd, a bulldog, a boxer, and a few other small dogs. Or is it just shepherd in their world? Again, no real-life existing countries in their world, so what the hell? Naruto had the leash for the German shepherd in the one hand, half of the leashes for the small dogs, and had the leashes for the boxer and bulldog in Golden Asura's hands which came out of Naruto's back. The German shepherd went to a row of potted plants in front of a store and raised its leg to pee. Oi, Naruto spoke, causing the German shepherd to freeze. Not there. People buy that stuff, Naruto said. The German shepherd put its leg down and walked forward and raised its leg to pee on the wall of the store. That's better, Naruto said, basically giving the dog the go-ahead as it released the floodgates. Naruto. Walking dogs, Sakura thought with surprise. I feel like a freaking Boy Scout now that I think about it. Naruto said with his bottom lip out. TFS reference. As a young man walked by, the boxer charged at the person, ready to bite them. Yamate, quit it, Naruto spoke, causing the boxer to freeze right before the person, who flinched with fear. What did I say before? Behave yourself. Or do you want to deal with me? Naruto said with a stern, stoic expression. The boxer slowly turned its head to look at Naruto's stern, stoic expression, and for a moment it saw his eyes flash red, daring him to disobey and see where it gets him. Fearing the almighty power of the alpha male at the moment, the boxer sat down and behaved like a good dog. Better, Naruto said with a nod. The young man, seeing the whole thing, decided to leave in a hurry. If a man can intimidate a boxer so severely to cause the dog to freeze after one word was uttered, then you know you should get the hell out of there before anything bad might happen. In case something bad does happen, that is, if the man gets pissed or annoyed. Sakura giggled at the sight. Guess he's so tough that even animals know that he's in charge whenever he gets involved in things. Sakura thought with a smile and eye smiles. Hey Naruto, Sakura called out, making Naruto look up to her. Why are you walking those dogs? Don't tell me you've taken up a boring D-rank mission. A few actually. It's better than staying home bored all morning. Plus I got no place to be. Naruto said. You should have called me. I would have hung out with you. Sakura said. Nah, that's fine. Can't occupy all your time. Naruto said. I got to go. Kiba's big sister Hana expects these pups back in half an hour. Naruto said as he started walking away. Yane, Sakura-chan. Naruto bid the Pinkett farewell as he walked the dogs away. Sakura smiled as she rested her cheek against the palm of her hand. That baka, Sakura said with a smile. About an hour later, Tsunade groaned as she wrote on more paperwork. Shizune kept a watchful eye on her, making sure she did not put in any errors. Tsunade was getting annoyed with her assistant, who kept leaning over to make sure she didn't make an error and was actually doing her job instead of doodling or writing stuff like her bucket list or list of the boozes she has not tried yet. Shouldn't you be with your boyfriend, Kakashi? Tsunade said with annoyance. You too. What the hell is with you blonde Uzumakis and acting like Kakashi and I are a thing? Shizune complained. Oh come now, like you're really so angry about that. Kakashi is a good-looking man. Plus as much as I dislike those perverted books that Baka Jiraiya makes, I'm sure it gives that Cyclops some ideas. Tsunade said with a smirk and eyes closed. Lady Tsunade. Shizune screamed with embarrassment as her entire face was red. I don't know. Tsunade and Shizune looked to see Naruto was back, rubbing his chin. Granted those books must have his personal history, but that doesn't guarantee he has real experience. For all we know, Shizune could be the only woman he can have since a decade. Good luck with those nights, Nei-chan. Naruto said with a grin and thumbs up. Yakamashi. What is with you jerks? Shizune screamed with an annoyed anime expression. Anyway, I'm back for more. Naruto said with a smile and his arms crossed. No, you're not. In just 2 hours, you went through over half of the D rank missions listing. If we give you any more, there won't be enough for the genin teams. So no more D ranks for a while. Tsunade said. Damn. Well, at least I got some Ryo out of it. I just might hit a bar then. Naruto said with a shrug. I'm coming with you, Tsunade said with a smile as she got up out of her chair. No, you're not, Shizune shouted as she grabbed Tsunade by the shoulder and put her down back into her seat. Naruto, even though I can't say anything about your new drinking habits since being a shinobi means you're seen as an adult and no one will dare confront you without fear of bruises, you really shouldn't drink in the morning. Especially since drunk you is a walking retarded migraine of a hazard for people. Kurama put in his 2 cents. What if your liver gives out at the rate you're drinking? Impossible now. I can literally heal from anything. I don't think my organs can fail anymore without being physically damaged. Naruto said with a shrug. Don't get overconfident, Shizune said with her hands on her hips. No, I'm serious. Look. Naruto took off his jacket and did what he did in front of Sakura yesterday, taking his curved knife and sliced his arm off in front of Tsunade and Shizune, causing them to scream in horror, before he picked his arm back up and reattached it in an instant. See, Naruto said. Tsunade and Shizune continued to stare at him with wide eyes. Shizune's lips were quivering. Oh, okay. Maybe you weren't being overconfident, Shizune said. Oink. Taunton agreed. Kami, I keep forgetting she exists sometimes, Naruto thought, glancing to the pig. Yar yar. So I can't get any missions, I can't drink, I don't want to bang a woman without getting the, it's fine, from my girlfriends. What's an Uzumaki to do? Naruto said with his eyes closed and arms crossed. I didn't say that you can't have any missions. Honestly, after that little tournament I scheduled 2 days ago, I don't have much to worry about with you being outside the village. I think a good A rank mission could be good for you, Tsunade said. An A rank? This quick? You sure you don't want me to do a little C or B rank? Seeing as I'm just a little genin, Naruto said with a smirk. You're not little, especially not with that growth, Tsunade said with a smirk and air quotes. Naruto scowled at her. Lame dick joke, Naruto said. I've got something lined up for you, so just go find something to occupy your time as I get everything ready, Tsunade said, waving Naruto away. Naruto sighed as he put his jacket back on and vanished in a flash of golden light. What exactly do you have lined up for him? Shizune asked. It's an urgent one I had just recently received that I feel he will be perfect for, Tsunade said. Any A rank should be perfect for Naruto. It's like he's supernatural, Shizune said. Naruto walked down the road, picking the inside of his ear with his pinky. What to do to occupy my time now? Naruto thought to himself. He just kept walking, until he remembered something. Bring a hand up. A spark of golden flame appeared in between the tips of his thumb and index fingers and vanished to reveal a small golden box. The same one that contained his new armor weight. Naruto blinked his eyes. Would today be the day? Naruto ni-chan. No, it will not. Naruto pocketed the box as Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon hurried over to him. Yo tilde. Naruto greeted the three with a stoic expression and hand up. Train us, Konohamaru shouted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You promised, remember, Konohamaru said. Yeah, I did. All right, Naruto said. Really? Konohamaru said as he and his friend's eyes shined. I made a promise, right? Let's get you set up for the first thing on our regime, Naruto said with a calm expression and hands in pockets. Ino hummed as she was arranging the flowers in just the right way. As she hummed her song, she was subconsciously moving her rear in rhythm to her song. Wow, you should really pay attention to your actions. Ino turned to see Sakura had walked in. Keep that up and you'll be giving people a free show, Sakura said with a teasing smile. Keep your eyes somewhere else. My shows are for the opposite sex only, Ino said standing up straight, turning to Sakura with her hands on her hips. I'm sure Naruto would like one of my shows, Ino joked with a cocky smirk and finger to the side of her lip. Sakura growled with a heated glare. Kidding, just kidding. So, why'd you stop by? Can't a friend stop by? Sakura said with a shrug. True. However, it's pretty early to see me. Well, I got bored. That sure does make me feel better. I'm proud that I'm the first person you think of on your down days, Ino said sarcastically with a dull look. No need to get hostile, Sakura said with a small smile. Ino noticed something behind Sakura that made her have wide eyes, blinking them. What's wrong? Sakura asked. Ino pointed behind Sakura, making her turn around to see Naruto outside the store jogging in place with a boulder 5 times his size tied to his back. Why is he doing that in public? Ino wondered. Hurry it up, Dadbeo. I know you're just kids but running is important. Build up those lower muscles, Naruto called out. Give us a break, Moegi cried. You haven't even made it past the second lap. Now hurry. Naruto called out, before he turned and lightly jogged off, as if the boulder was non-existent on his back. Sakura and Ino continued to watch, until their jaws dropped as they saw Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon trying to pick up the pace to keep up with Naruto. The three were pretty tired from running and it didn't help that they all had boulders tied to their backs. I hate running tilde, Konohamaru cried. Real men don't complain, Naruto called out as the Konohamaru Corps ran past the Yamanaka flower shop. Sakura and Ino watched the poor genin run off with wide eyes. He's going to kill those kids, Ino said. Naruto certainly doesn't hold anything back on anyone he's training, Sakura said. Does he now? And how do you know? Obviously because he was training me yesterday, Sakura said with her head held up high and her arms crossed. Oh tilde, a little one-on-one training, Ino teased with a smirk. Actually, he brought out his clones to assist, Sakura said. Oh tilde, lucky you. Having so much attention, Ino teased with a grin. Not as lucky as you think. I still feel the force behind that punch right here, Sakura said, rubbing her cheek. Wait a minute. He actually punched you during training yesterday. In the face, Ino questioned with a clearly shocked expression. It was my fault. Like he said, I needed to focus. If I was in an actual battlefield, then that would have been it, Sakura said as she stopped rubbing her cheek. Yeah, that's true, but did he hesitate at least right before punching you? Ino asked, getting closer to Sakura, until she was right in her face. Sakura took a step back and shook her head with a serious expression. Like I said, Naruto holds nothing back on anyone he's training, Sakura said with her arms crossed. Damn, where did the time go? I still can't believe he went from a sweet little annoying baka into a cold hard badass who holds nothing back, even to his friends, Ino said, but then got an aroused expression. Not going to lie, I think I like him better this way. You're not his type, Sakura said with a dull look. You'd never know that for sure, Ino shouted. Even though Naruto admitted that he has no interest in Ino currently, she still felt the need to defend herself. I've known him for a good chunk of time. I know he's not interested, Sakura said. Bull crap, he's changed his mood completely, remember, Ino shouted. Still have known him longer than you, Sakura retorted. Naruto was picking his ear with his pinky finger as he bounced the boulder he had tied to his back before off of his hand. He was now in a training ground with a wide riverbank and an open area. You're all still behind me, right? Naruto asked, pulling his finger from his ear as he turned around to see Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon panting as they crawled to Naruto. Maybe my concept of training has been warped since I turned into a freak of nature, Naruto said to himself as he tapped his bottom lip with his index finger. No, this is great, Konohamaru said as he panted heavily. Naruto stared at the trio. They were done. He pushed them pretty hard today. However, maybe they can keep going. Yar yar. Naruto tossed the boulder away, before he suddenly took off the ones on the genins' backs in an instant. That's so much better, Moegi cried with relief. Suddenly their eyes widened as they felt a warm aura surround us. They were reinvigorated as they now hopped to their feet. That's even better, Udon said with a huge smile. Okay, you three did well, Naruto said with his hands on his hips. Damn Ni-san, you don't hold back. 5 laps around the village with boulders tied to our backs. I can only imagine what you think intensive training is like, Konohamaru exclaimed with a smile. Definitely suicidal for even a cage here, Naruto said, remembering the harsh training he's gone through. Like his time pulling a truck that weighed 14,000 pounds, with an added 5 tons on it, chained to him as he wore his weighted armor that was around 25 times Earth's gravity while he fought robots as he kept moving forward with all that crap tied to him. The continuous motion training. Good times. Good times, Naruto thought with a smile as he gripped his chin. Continuous motion. Oh, cool, I want to try it, Konohamaru shouted with new excitement. You wouldn't survive, Naruto shouted with a serious, stoic expression, pointing at Konohamaru, causing him to shake with momentary fear at Naruto's intimidating nature. Anyway, I have a different form of training for you lot. First off, before I explain what I'll be teaching you each individually, I want you to make what we've done a part of your new training regime. 5 laps around the village, only if you're carrying any sort of heavy weight. If you have none, 20. Hi, the 3 exclaimed with a nod and serious expressions. Good, Kono, Naruto spoke, earning Konohamaru's full attention. From our spare the other day, I can tell that you're quick and you tend to use your fists. You got good agility, and you use your clones in a smart manner. However, the force behind your punches is lacking, and the combat you have isn't as good as some others have seen. So, I'm going to teach you some good fighting styles and techniques. Like what? Konohamaru asked, getting excited with his pupils turning to stars. I think I'll go ahead and teach you some boxing. Although, I think it will be a while before you can learn the solar plexus blow. Naruto said, rubbing his chin with his index finger. Solar plexus blow. Holy shit. That's so badass. Konohamaru cheered, hopping with barely contained excitement. Now from the looks of things to me I'd say you're a swarmer. Naruto said. A what? Konohamaru questioned, feeling very confused. A swarmer. It's one of the 4 accepted fighting styles of boxing. Naruto said. There's 4. Konohamaru asked. Naruto nodded. Swarmer, slugger, outboxer and boxer puncher. Cool tilde. Do you know all of them, Ni-chan? Konohamaru asked with a smile. Of course, I do. The reason I kick so much ass is because I learned multiple fighting styles and martial arts, mixing them together to make what I, or shall I say my sweetheart, Furin-chan likes to call the new Uzumaki fighting art. Naruto proclaimed with a proud grin and blush as he remembered Furin. Currently, Furin was doing paperwork in the security committee room. Luckily this time she had some help from the others who decided to help her with the work. She suddenly felt a warmth in her heart as her eyes widened and a tinge of pink appeared on her cheeks. He's thinking about me, Furin exclaimed, standing up. Everyone looked to her with surprise and confusion. Not like the attention. Furin's cheeks turned red as she then sat down and continued working, feeling embarrassed about making a scene. Cool, the Konohamaru Corps exclaimed with amazement and starry eyes. Ni-san, can we please see more about the boxing styles? Udon asked. A demonstration does sound important. Naruto said, rubbing his chin with a smirk. 3 tiny scrolls appear in between his fingers. And the best way is to show you the triangle theory of boxing, or better known as the Jaken of boxing, rock paper scissors of boxing in US. Janken? Moegi questioned. Naruto tossed the 3 tiny scrolls a bit away. They burst into smoke with 3 Naruto clones appearing. They each took a different fighting stance. One Naruto had the normal boxing stance. Another was in a peek-a-boo boxing stance. The final one had a confident stance when no guard up, but instead an arm bent and the other hanging to the side, and he had a smirk on his face as if inviting anyone to come at him. Naruto smirked at the sight of seeing the 3 genin staring at the clones with wonder, excited to see where this goes. The clone in a normal boxing stance rushed forward at the peek-a-boo clone. The peek-a-boo clone was surprised by the assertive attack, which meant one thing. This is the slugger clone. But that was kind of obvious. The slugger clone sent a few hard, but admittedly slow to Naruto, punches, but picked up a lot of force which caused the grass below to move from the winds behind the attacks. The peek-a-boo clone managed to dodge the attacks. He rushed in and sent a combo of punches. After a few more punches, the slugger clone went for a hard left hook. The peek-a-boo clone managed to swerve under, but the slugger clone anticipated it and landed a hard right blow to the side of its opponent. The peek-a-boo's clone's eyes were wide with pain. The slugger sent a left hook to the side of the peek-a-boo clone's head, then he slammed a haymaker punch straight into the peek-a-boo clone's face, send him flying off his feet and hitting the ground hard. Any of you notice anything there? Naruto asked with a smirk and his arms crossed. Yeah, that one got beat bad, Konohamaru said. Naruto looked over between the 3 and could see that Udon was the one who noticed a few things just from the look on his face. Naruto smirked at this. The slugger Naruto turned to the other Naruto, who still had a cocky smirk. Charging over with a roar, slugger Naruto sent a punch, but the cocky clone closed his eyes and moved his head to the side, easily dodging the attack. Slugger Naruto sent punches at the clone, but the clone just kept dodging them easy while keeping a good distance away from the slugger clone. Taking the chance, the cocky clone sent a 1-2 strike to the slugger clone's face, nailing him. The slugger clone growled as he continued his barrage of punches, but the cocky clone was easily dodging them and sending punches here and there. The one dodging uses the outboxer style, while the one attacking is the slugger style, in case you all like to know. Naruto said with a smirk. I see, Udon said, rubbing his chin. Naruto's smirk widened at seeing how calculating Udon was when it came to fighting styles. The slugger clone panted a bit, right before another 1-2 was delivered to his face, then followed by a strong liver blow. The slugger clone's eyes widened with pain. The clone growled and sent a hard left jab, but his knees buckled a bit from the liver blow. The outboxer clone grinned at the chance to jump at, dodging to the side from the strike and sent a hard right punch straight to the slugger clone's face. The slugger clone, disoriented, lost its footing a bit. Its knees bent a bit, before the clone fell onto its behind. Udon tapped his chin, thinking over what he saw. Outboxer outdoes slugger, which means, Udon turned his head to see the swarmer clone was back up. The swarmer clone sprinted forward at the outboxer clone. The outboxer clone noticed and quickly jumped back, but the swarmer clone still managed to get close in and sent a left jab to the face of the outboxer clone. The swarmer clone quickly sent a combo of punches. The outboxer tried to fight back. It managed to dodge and send back its own punches, but the swarmer remained strong and managed to strike a right hook across the outboxer's face, stunning it enough for the swarmer to send a combo of punches into and across the outboxer clone's face, then delivered a left uppercut, and finished with a strong power punch with its right fist, sending the outboxer clone flying back a good meter. I get it, Udon exclaimed as he bopped the bottom of his fist against the palm of his hand. Really? Mind telling me what you've learned, Udon? Naruto asked with a smirk. The slugger obviously has the strength advantage. The power behind its strikes is intense, however from what it looks like it requires much stamina. Even if it can take a hit without going down, losing stamina is still a dangerous factor. Plus, the strikes seem predictable, and it seems the style sacrifices mobility and finesse. It's obviously the most straightforward. The outboxer is the opposite apparently. The outboxer keeps its distance, preferring to retain its stamina and rely on quick-timed attacks, counters and combinations of punches. It also looks to have really good jabs. A perfect antithesis against a slugger's more slower and predictable attack pattern. The outboxer rather relies on speed and well-timed strikes more than power. However, as we saw with the swarmer, if it deals with a quick enough opponent who specializes in close combat, then their style will be challenged. The swarmer relies on getting in close to their opponent, but unlike the slugger they are faster on their feet, able to match the outboxer's speed. Constantly getting close into range, the swarmer is able to land more hits on an outboxer who prefers to be away from their opponent's attack range. Also, from what it looks like, despite landing hits from the outboxer, the swarmer was able to fight through the pain behind the attacks and continue strong with its speed and combo of punches. They tend to be the most aggressive of the three, surprisingly. I can see how this is considered a perfect Janken for a theory. Udon explained. Well done, Udon. You got a real eye for fighting styles and techniques. Naruto said, feeling proud of the spectacled genin, patting him on the head. Udon chuckled with slight embarrassment and had a blush as he scratched the back of his head, but he had a happy smile for the fact that he impressed Naruto. Konohamaru pouted with his arms crossed, wishing that he was the one to impress Naruto. Kono. Ha ha. Konohamaru responded, straightening up. I'm going to teach you the swarmer boxer style. From what I've seen, that's the best style for you. You're quick on your feet and know how to take a hit, but we'll have to increase your power a bit. Either way, this seems like the perfect style to start with first. Naruto said. Ah tilde, but I like the slugger. They have more ass-kicking power. Konohamaru whined. True, but trust me, swarmer is more your niche. Naruto said with a smirk and fist to hips. Naruto ni-chan, you said there were 4 styles of boxing though. Why isn't boxer-puncher a part of the theory? Moegi asked. Well, that should be obvious. Boxer-puncher is more of a wild card. It kind of has qualities from the other 3. It's mainly similar to outboxers with hand speed, outstanding jabs, combination and or counter-punching skills, good defense and accuracy, but also possess slugger-type power. They also can get as aggressive as a swarmer. Naruto explained. Is that your style, Ni-san? Udon asked. Tilde, I guess so. I pretty much like getting up close and personal though. Then again, I don't see myself as a complete swarmer, so, yeah. I guess I am. Naruto said with a shrug. Enough talking, Tilde. Let's train. Konohamaru whined. Patience. Naruto said with a dull look. Moegi. Hi. Moegi responded. I'm going to warn you, out of you all, you're going to be running the most. Naruto said, pointing to the Soul Kunoichi. Moegi had an exaggerated worried expression. Since the fighting style that you'll be learning is all about kicking with quick jabs here and there, you'll have to build up leg strength. Naruto patted his own legs. Leg strength is extremely important to all fighters, even ones who only resort to using their fists. Even to boxers? Konohamaru asked. Naruto nodded. Boxers who run a lot actually build up great strength for body blows. You want to perform a perfect solar plexus blow, you'll need to run to Kono. Ah man tilde. Konohamaru pouted. He then felt a hand on his shoulder making him look to see it was Moegi. Let's do it together. Moegi exclaimed with an encouraging smile and fist pump. Konohamaru blinked his eyes, but then smiled back. Right. Konohamaru exclaimed with a grin and fist pump. Naruto smiled at the two. It was good to see that they had a strong bond. Moegi. Naruto spoke, gaining the Kunoichi's attention. There's a reason I chose this training ground. Your training will be running from one side of the ground. Naruto pointed to a certain spot behind himself. And all the way to the other side. Naruto pointed to behind the genin, making them turn to see the very wide riverbank. But there's a river there. Moegi said. Didn't I say there was a reason? Naruto rhetorically asked with his arms crossed. Moegi nodded with a discouraged expression. Through this training, not only will it build up leg strength, but also work on your chakra control and growth. Also, with timing. In this training you will only use your chakra right when you're about to meet the water. No building up beforehand. You'll waste chakra that way, and we won't reach the results better than anticipated. Understand? Moegi still felt a little discouraged. She suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder making her look to see Konohamaru giving her an encouraging smile. She couldn't help but smile at him as she felt new courage and determination in her. She even felt her cheeks heated up. Hi, Moegi cheered with a smile and eye smiles. Geez. Get a room. Naruto joked with a grinning smirk, making the two genin turn red. Ni-chan. Don't be a jerk saying weird stuff like that. Konohamaru screamed with an annoyed anime expression still possessing a blush while Moegi looked to the ground with her face all red and steaming. Naruto laughed with Udon at the sight of the two being embarrassed. Naruto cleared his throat as he got serious again. Now Moegi, your goal is 50 laps. If you can't do that today, then we'll focus on something else, but when you do make it to 50, we'll advance that by making you do 20. Huh, the three genin looked to him in confusion. How is doing 20 laps more advanced than 50? With this tied to your back, Naruto said as he showed off an adequately sized boulder tied to a rope. Oh, that's how. Ni-san, isn't that a bit much? Konohamaru asked. You guys want to make it to Chunin strength, don't ya? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes sir. The genin nodded. Then listen to my instructions. Naruto said as he swung the boulder away via the rope. Udon. Hi, Udon responded with a new determined look. Like I said before, I will teach you how to build traps and to think quick on your feet, but combat-wise, I will teach you how to use weaponry. In fact, I think I'll involve a colleague to help with that. So, I'll be a weapons expert? Udon asked. Hopefully, but you'll still need to learn hand-to-hand combat. I'll teach you some moves from various martial arts. Two of them I believe you might be well skilled with might be Aikido and Judo. The martial arts of using your own opponent's strength against them. So, I guess I stink with hitting hard, huh? Udon said with somber eyes looking to the ground. I won't lie, you don't have the best power, but your combat speed is better and that's a good advantage. Naruto said with a smile, making Udon look up to him with new hope. We're going to train on building that speed, and also your timing. Plus, there'll be some techniques you'll be learning. Naruto said crouching down in front of Udon with a smirk, making the spectacled genin smile. Oi Ni-chan. So far it sounds like you'll be teaching us taijutsu. When will we learn ninjutsu? Konohamaru asked. When I say so. Ninjutsu is good, but trust me, taijutsu is an important thing to learn. Not all battles are just about ninjutsu. Makes things end too fast with the required chakra amount and control. I'm teaching you three to not only kick ass, but to be hard to take down through this rigorous regime. Naruto stood up. Besides, this is only part 1 of your training. Part 1. Moegi questioned. Part 1. Physical training. Part 2. Growing mentality. Part 3. New energy-based attacks. Naruto said, bring up a finger for every part. First, I'll be making you 3 grow in the physical aspect, then I'll be helping you increase your knowledge. Once those 2 are done, no doubt your chakra reserves will be plentiful, and you'll have better control over them. After that, I'll be teaching you some of my jutsu. Naruto said with smirk as he rubbed the bottom of his nose with his finger. Like what? Konohamaru asked. Well, maybe I'll teach you some of the moves I used the other day in my tournament. Naruto said with a smirk and his hands on his hips. Really? They all shouted with new excitement. Naruto nodded. Moegi, I plan on teaching you. Naruto hopped away, landing on his hands as he then spun around, swinging his legs around a bit as he built up momentum, with red energy surrounding his left leg. Akauni ha Kiku. Naruto screamed as he then balanced on his right leg and sent a red blade of energy from his left leg which went flying, cutting through numerous trees before exploding with energy that would no doubt burn and send someone flying. Sugoi. Moegi cheered with stars for eyes and her fists pressed against her bottom chin. Udon, I plan on teaching you. Naruto extended his arms straight out with right arm up and left arm down, took in a deep breath through his mouth as he fluidly moved his right arm in a semicircle fashion right, while his left moved in semicircle fashion left, leaving afterimages as the hands switched positions. Hakai no K's. Naruto said as he slammed both bottoms of his hands together, sending a concentrated current of pure wind energy to shoot from his hands, going breakneck speed, breaking through trees and cutting them apart into pieces of shredded wood. So cool. Udon cheered with a huge grin. But I don't think I'm a wind style user. Well then, either I'll have to help you use that element or we'll convert it into a different element. So long as it's not earth, because I don't see how I can convert a technique originally made as a wind technique to use earth style instead. Naruto said. That reminds me, do any of you know your elemental affinities yet? Naruto asked. Moegi and Udon shook their heads. I do. Konohamaru exclaimed with a raised hand. Well yeah, I kind of figured. The Sarutobi clan usually has fire jutsu users but seem to also have wind users here and there like Asuma. So that's to be expect. Naruto said. Uncle Asuma. Konohamaru muttered his late uncle's name with a somber expression, but then it was replaced with a new determination. Ni-chan, what jutsu will I learn? Konohamaru asked. Naruto smirked, happy to see the determination on Konohamaru's expression. My favorite one, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto stabbed his hand into the ground and pulled out a large chunk of earth. Tossing up above himself, Naruto cocked his fist back, absorbing wind energy into it and then thrust it up, slamming it into the giant chunk of earth. Suso Bakuden no Ken, Naruto shouted as a powerful force of wind exploded from fist, creating a giant current from it. Whoa tilde. Konohamaru cheered with stars for eyes as he felt himself shake with excitement. Now something I need to tell you all. These techniques I originally made using my Koite energy, which is the combined power of chakra and element. It's not easy to use them with one, but it's not impossible. In fact, I can use each technique with one of each. I tend to use the Akauni Ha Kiku with chakra, and the Hakai no Kais and Suso Bakuden no Ken with element. Naruto explained. Naruto Ni-chan, what is element exactly? Udon asked. I'll explain that on another day. Naruto said with a smile. However, the reason he chose not to tell them is because he knew they were being watched, and by someone with unfavorable intent. I know that has to be a root member. If it was Sasuke I would know because he has a different feel. Besides, this person feels like a husk, yet only knows darkness. No doubt that has to be one of Danzo's puppets. Naruto thought. Anyway, now that I have explained things, let's start. Naruto said. Yosh. The three cheered with grins and fists thrust into the air. Naruto tossed a pair of tiny scrolls that burst into smoke revealing clones. Kono, you're with me. The original Naruto said. Hi. Konohamaru cheered as he ran over to Naruto. Udon, follow me. We'll be doing our training in the forest. One of the clones said. Understood. Udon said with a nod as he hurried over to follow the clone into the forest. I guess that leaves the other one with me. Moegi said as she made her way over to the last clone. Today would be a long day for the genin. 1-2. Naruto shouted, crouched forward a bit to meet Konohamaru's height level with his hands up, acting as training mitts. Konohamaru sent a 1-2 to each palm. 1-2. Naruto ordered, with Konohamaru repeating his previous action. 1-2. Konohamaru repeated his action. Avoid. Naruto shouted as he sent a quick left hook, that Konohamaru swerved under. 1-2. Naruto ordered as Konohamaru returned to punching Naruto's palms. Away from them Moegi was running across the grounds, panting. Once she met the river, she ran a few steps, before falling into the water. Moegi swam back out, now on hands and knees panting as she looked up to see the clone. That's 12 laps since your previous dip. Not bad. The clone Naruto said with a smirk. How many laps did I do in total? Moegi asked, panting. Well, you failed and went for a swim a total of 32 times, so those don't count as laps since you had to redo them. So, in total of official completed laps, 24. Clone Naruto said. Aw man. Moegi whined. Hey, don't worry, you're doing great. Trust me, the clone said with a smile as it extended a hand to the young Kunoichi. Moegi smiled a bit and nodded before taking the clone's hand, being helped up to her feet. In the forest, Udon was on a tree branch pulling some rope to tighten a log swing trap. The clone observed Udon's progress while leaning against a tree trunk with arms crossed. Once Udon was done, he placed his hands on his knees and panted. Well, it took some time, but you managed to do it. The clone said with a smirk. Ni-san, why am I the only one learning about traps? Shouldn't Konohamaru and Moegi do the same? Udon asked. They will in time, but I feel you'd benefit from it more, since you plan things out so well that you'd be an excellent trap expert. Clone Naruto said with a smirk. That does sound logical, Udon said, standing up straight. Who taught you these traps by the way? Udon asked. No one. As the prank master from hell, as Konoha loves to, affectionately, dub me, I had to learn to be one step ahead by fooling others with misleads, memorize perfect escape routes and even create some of my own, and of course, make traps. In short, you got no one better with experience in this other than yours truly. Clone Naruto said with pride as he pointed his thumb at himself. Wow, so, no one ever caught you? Udon asked as he was amazed by how cool Naruto was. Actually, only one, Iruka-sensei. Somehow, he always found me. It's like he put a microchip in my head while I slept and had a device to always find me with it. Naruto said, looking to the side as he rubbed the back of his head. What's a microchip? Udon asked. It's this tiny flat piece that people usually put in technology, but the one I'm talking about is used to find targets by insert. Suddenly the two heard a wolf's cry followed by impact onto a ground. What in the world? Udon questioned with surprise. Sounds like a wolf fell into your pit trap. Good thing I didn't teach you how to make spikes at the bottom yet. Clone Naruto said with a smirk. He suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. Is something wrong? Udon asked. I just felt a new signature with the others. I don't sense any danger or ill intent from the target though. Clone Naruto said. Come on, let's help that wolf out of your pit. Clone Naruto said as he pushed off the tree bark. Help a wolf? But that will be dangerous. Udon said, feeling a sense of fear of encountering an angered wolf. Show no fear, Udon. It is good to be cautious, but showing a sense of fear, especially to an animal, will make things more complicated. Now let's go. Clone Naruto said. Udon looked to him to see him gesturing for him to go ahead. Udon moaned with a frown, but decided to go ahead, despite being hesitant to approach a wolf. Either way, you got nothing to worry about. I'm the scariest thing you'll be seeing around here and I'm your Ni-chan. Clone Naruto thought with a smirk, following Udon, staying close at all times. Yameru. The original Naruto said, but he had to grab Konohamaru's fist since he didn't catch what he said in time. We'll need to teach you some restraint and control, Naruto said before releasing Konohamaru's hand and standing up straight. An Anbu member landed in the center of the training ground. Naruto knew who it was the moment she showed herself. It was none other than the Neko herself, Yugao Azuki. Naruto-san, the Hokage has requested your presence. Yugao informed. Yugao-san. Please, address me by my Anbu name. Yugao said. I actually wanted to talk to you. Have you any experience with long sword style combat? Naruto asked. Well, yes I do, but why do you ask? Yugao asked. I have this sword that I want to use properly, but I feel I need proper techniques to use it to its fullest. So far, I am no expert in swordplay, so I am asking. Naruto suddenly bowed to her, surprising everyone. Please be my sensei in swordsmanship. Naruto asked with the utmost respect. Behind her mask, Yugao was blush at the sudden plead. Well, I'm not sure. It would be an honor to train you, but my Anbu duties. I'm sure I can arrange something with Ba-chan. She loves me. Plus, I'm an excellent persuader. Naruto said with a smile, standing up straight. That I don't doubt, Yugao said with her arms crossed. If you're serious about it, then I shall train you, but I need your utmost dedication to it. No worries there. Trust me, Naruto said with a smile. Yugao nodded. Sorry to disturb your work as a sensei, but you should come. You have a mission now, Yugao said. No worries, I'll just leave another clone for Kono. Pretty damn tough to get rid of them now when you're pretty monstrous yourself, Datbeo. Naruto said as he tossed a tiny scroll, creating a new clone. Train Kono. I don't know Ni-chan. I'm already feeling pretty strong, so I don't think your clone will survive one hit as usual. Konohamaru said with his eyes closed and arms crossed. Really? Then how about a straight to my stomach? The clone suggested with a smirk, gesturing to his stomach. Konohamaru grinned as he cracked his knuckles. Here I go, Konohamaru shouted as he cocked his fist back. Or a tilde, Konohamaru shouted as he jumped forward and sent a straight to the clone's stomach, only to meet pain. Ow, Konohamaru cried as he held his now pained hand. Abs of steel, Clone Naruto said with a grin and hands on his hips. No fair. You used jutsu, Konohamaru complained. Real men don't complain in brawls. They continue on and endure pain. Besides, just because I said, abs of steel, doesn't mean I used a jutsu. The clone said. It then lifted its shirt up to show its tight, powerful abs. This is the result of physical training, Kono. The clone said with a grin. Holy crap, they're defined. Konohamaru said with amazement at how strong Naruto had gotten. Not bad, Yugao said with a hidden smirk and her arms crossed. She was impressed by Naruto's dedication for physical fitness. Guess she didn't have to worry about lack of interest. Well, let's go, Naruto said to Yugao. You can go. I feel I might be too slow compared to you, Yugao said. If you say so, Naruto said with a shrug, before he flashed away. Konohamaru noticed Moegi drooling at the sight of Naruto's abs. Moegi, quit drooling, would you? And Ni-chan, pull your shirt down, Konohamaru shouted. Whoa, yes sir tilde, the clone said sarcastically with his eyes rolled. Sounds like someone's jealous, huh? Clone Naruto said to Yugao with a grin. Yugao giggled. Guess someone doesn't like someone else's attention not being on his own progress. Yugao teased with a hidden smile. Shish, shut up, Konohamaru shouted with an embarrassed blush. Naruto appeared in the center of the Hokage's office, only to hear a scream. Naruto looked to the right to see a teenage girl, probably a year younger than him, standing in the room. She had long black silk-like hair with side bangs framing the sides of her head, but cut halfway past to the ear, making it like a Harem bang. She had golden honey eyes and alabaster skin. Her wardrobe of choice was a long open red kimono with golden flame design at the end of the sleeves and the bottom of the kimono, along with golden lines a bit below the shoulders and the symbol of the land of fire on her back being a golden flame, a white yukata on underneath the open kimono with black flower designs scattered around the white kimono and a golden obi wrapped around the waist with the black kanji for steady on the front of the belt. She also had a crown that was in the design of golden fire, kind of like Amaterasu's. Naruto blinked, his eyes staring at her. Who's the Onna? Naruto asked, turning his head to Tsunade. He was suddenly delivered a smack to his right cheek from the girl, who then cried as she held her now pained hand. Well, she's rude, at least I know that part of her personality. Naruto said, looking to the girl with half-lidded eyes. Suddenly Naruto was punched in the back of his head, only to hear a yelp of pain, making him turn to see his team, Team 7 with Sai and Yamato. Sakura obviously had to be the one who punched him since she is now holding her pained hand and blowing on it to ease the pain. I'm guessing she's important, Naruto said. I am Mitsu Hanagaku. I am a princess and niece of the daimyo. The young lady now known as Mitsu introduced herself with annoyance at Naruto's rudeness. I based Mitsu Hanagaku, which is a name translated into Honey Daisy, on Tokugawa Soyo from Ginatama. Appearance-wise, that is. So this is an escort mission, Naruto said. For a while now, Mitsu has been staying by Konoha in hiding to protect her from assassins or any forces from her native village, Hagenegakure, land hidden by steel. It's a village that has a unique lava reserve that are used by the blacksmiths to make weapons for the land of fire. However, a coup was initiated by one of the councilmen of the village leaders some time ago. Tsunade explained. Sasuke flinched at the word coup. She is next in line to take the throne, but the traitor needs to be taken out of power. That's your mission. I don't see why you have not given me an army. These few alone cannot defeat an entire army with chakra armor. Mitsu complained. Chakra armor. Haven't heard that in years. Naruto commented. I'm aware. This actually came as a mystery to us. This mission has been on the table for a while now and I couldn't find the right people for the job. I would have sent Anbu, but since not only have most of you come across chakra armor before, but are also the strongest team Konoha has. Tsunade said. Them. Really? Mitsu questioned with a raised eyebrow. Well, yes. Plus they have the greatest taijutsu expert in all the 5 nations. Tsunade said. The handsome dark-haired one? Mitsu asked. Which one? There's 2 of them, Naruto said. Sorry Naruto, but I am interested in girls. Sai said with a smile and eye smiles. Well done, Sai, you're learning, Naruto said to the artist with a smirk. PFF'd. Buffoon, Mitsu said with a pout and arms crossed. She didn't really like the blonde. So let me see if I got this straight. You not only want us to guide this young lady back to her home village, reclaim it from an army of chakra-armored thugs led by a traitorous bastard, but also find out anything on where they got the chakra armor. Any notes on suppliers, any villages that are connected with this or use chakra armor as well, hidden bases, spots where they get the material and trace it all back to the source. Yada, yada, yada. Naruto said in a bored tone. Essentially, Tsunade said. Well, there's one more thing. On your travel there is someone you must pick up as well. Someone you might remember. A young girl named Naho. 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 Naruto tapped his chin with his finger as he tried to remember. Oh tilde, I remember now. That little squirt who's somehow related to the daimyo as well and had an infatuation with the Tem over there. Naruto said, pointing his thumb to Sasuke. I'm surprised that you remembered it so easily. Tsunade said. Well, when on a certain mission you're disguised as your rival screaming, Sasuke punch, Sasuke kick and Sasuke chop. When in battle, it doesn't take long to remember the brat who went head over heels excited at the sight. Naruto said, rubbing his chin. Sasuke punch. Sasuke questioned with dull eyes. Sakura couldn't help but giggle as she remembered that day. I do owe her a reintroduction to the Tem after he cooled off a bit. Naruto said. He looked to Sasuke, who stared at him with stoic, annoyed eyes. Cool enough, Naruto said with a shrug, looking back at the Hokage. On the route in this map, you'll meet Naho at a designated area and then drop her off in another location on the way to Hagenegakure. Kakashi, you're obviously in charge, Tsunade said as she tossed the map scroll to Kakashi. Lady Hokage, this isn't enough. I need a battalion of highly trained Anbu. 4 kids and 2 high-ranking shinobi aren't enough. Who are you calling kids? We're a year older than you brat. Sakura thought with annoyance. None of them seem to be a true force against an army of such a scale with such an advantage over shinobi. I need an army, Mitsu complained. I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and I have come to a partnership with the Kyuubi, now being able to use his power to its fullest potential. Naruto said to Mitsu, which caused her pause. A few moments of silence consumed the situation, until Mitsu spoke again. That's still not good enough. You're overconfident. Don't assume just because you hold the strongest of the Biju that you can defeat a nation. People who think they have such an overwhelming advantage without seeing the situation beforehand are foolish. You really don't know anything. They're filled with cutthroats and the journey there is treacherous. No one as cocky as you should tag along. Mitsu complained, pointing at Naruto while she ranted. Naruto was starting to get annoyed with his eyes shadowed and eyebrow twitching. I request an actual threat. An army of highly trained shinobi who can intimidate and kill with efficiency. I don't want this battalion of lesser. I refuse to believe that they. Yakamashi. We're all you have now. That's that. Quit questioning the Hokage and accept the situation, Gaki. Naruto screamed with a pissed expression. Sakura and Shizune gasped as everyone in the room stared at Naruto with shock. Mitsu was shocked and appalled by this blonde's gall to actually yell at her in such a disrespectful manner. Naruto just stared down at her with a stoic yet stern expression. As Mitsu stared at Naruto's imposing stare, she felt her heart beat a little with fear as she felt the power just coming from his look. She suddenly blushed as she looked away with a pout. Fine. You better do your job well then. Mitsu said with a pout looking to the side. Not a problem. So long as you stay out of my crosshairs. Naruto said with his eyes closed. HMPH. The princess held her head high. I will wait for you all at the front gate. Please do not be late. Mitsu said as she turned and left out the door. Tsunade got out of her seat and slammed her hands onto her desk. Are you mental? You should never yell at a princess like that. Tsunade yelled, reprimanding Naruto. It's not like I'll get any real backlash. Technically she has no real power at the moment since her village is still under different management, and the fact she's related to the daimyo won't help much, unless I fail, which won't happen. Besides, with these types of people you've got to show backbone. That you won't take any crap from them with an authoritative disposition. That way they won't try and walk all over you and show any real disrespect. At least lessen it anyway. Naruto said with a calm, cool manner. That isn't a satisfying answer. I don't know how things go back at Tenbi, but here you are a soldier to your village. Any action you take affects the village itself. Mouthing off like that will give our village a bad name and lose people's favors. You will show respect to her as you complete your mission, understand? Tsunade said in a stern tone, pointing at Naruto. Naruto stayed silent staring at Tsunade. She has to earn my respect, but I see where you're coming from so I won't yell at her anymore. If she gets on my nerves, then I'll stay silent. That's not acceptable either. You speak when spoken to. Be responsive, refrain from yelling and rude words, and show at least patience when it comes to her. Tsunade ordered. Naruto sighed and rubbed the top of his head. I forgot how much of a pain being a shinobi can be, especially when it came to these missions. Careful, Naruto. You're starting to sound like a Nara. Yamato said with a tired smirk. Zip it, Naruto said. Are you really now disrespecting your superior? Yamato questioned as he got close, putting on his scare face. Naruto just stared at him with a stoic expression. After a few long moments, Naruto showed no signs of falter from being under the gaze of Yamato's creep face. It used to work so well back in the day. Yamato said with his head hanging out of sadness that his best technique against getting Naruto in line is now useless. Yamato has a point, Naruto. You should show respect to your superiors. Especially on missions, Shizune said. Naruto looked to her. Alright, that's fair, Naruto said with closed eyes. See you guys in a few. Naruto said before he vanished away. Tsunade sighed as she sat back onto her seat and rubbed her temples. Despite being more mature and collected, he's come back an even bigger disrespect of a brat. I knew things were too good to be true. Tsunade said, feeling tired in just the few minutes Naruto was here. All of you are dismissed. And please hurry to the gate. Mitsu-sama doesn't like to be kept waiting too long. Tsunade said. Hi, Hokage-sama. They all said with a bow before leaving. Well, that was something. Jiraiya said as he head popped in through the window of the office. I don't need your window barging right now, Jiraiya. Tsunade said. Fine. I just had a little tidbit that you might have been interested in, but okay. I'll leave. Jiraiya said. What tidbit? It's about this chakra armor thing. I learned that perhaps one of the sources has some other type of power than chakra, and soon plans on putting that power into a new version of the armor. Jiraiya informed. Element. Tsunade said, now feeling pressured that Element was now put into the picture of this chakra armor fiasco. Most likely, though it begs the question how. So far this was all I could find. Any people who knew too much were silenced. Right now we're going to have to pray Naruto and the others find something when they take back Hagenegger. Jiraiya said sitting on the windowsill with his arms crossed. I'm sure he will. I chose this mission for an obvious reason. Tsunade said, interlocking her fingers. Speaking of which, I'm surprised that you're so permissible on this. When this mission is over, word will spread. Stories of a god among men taking back a village from chakra-armored thugs and shinobi will be heard throughout the 5 nations after a time. Not worried about curious enemies or people who connect the dots or even foes trying to uncover the secret behind the power he possesses. Jiraiya questioned. No, not really. If anything, it should suffice as a warning to others. Either way, I got a lucky feeling that we have nothing to worry about now. Tsunade said with a smirk. Oh, that's reassuring, Jiraiya said sarcastically and half-lidded eyes looking to the side. Want a bop that will send you to the moon? Tsunade questioned with a tick mark on her forehead and twitching eyebrow. No thanks. From what I've heard, I don't want to pay a certain someone up there a visit. Later at the village gates, Mitsu was waiting patiently for the rest to arrive. Sadly for her, there was one already there before she arrived, and it was the blonde who had the gall to yell at her. He didn't even acknowledge her existence. All he's doing is reading a book with a picture of a young, strangely dressed young man looking to the side with a bizarre hairstyle on his head. It wasn't weird in a sense, just large and unnecessary. It looked like no book she was used to. It seemed so colorful and well drawn. Granted, she never read any books like whatever he is reading. Mainly books that were about politics, history, calligraphy, basically the works when it came to being a ruler of a land, but she also read some books just for entertainment purposes as well. Hell, she even read a naughty one that she saw her father read once before. However, her father was bored by it since it was a suggestion to him from someone else. She found it very stimulating. However, this one just seemed odd. I mean, she has seen a similar hairstyle before, which was laughable, but there was just something about this book that seemed odd to her. What are you reading? Mitsu asked. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4. Diamond is Unbreakable. Naruto answered. There's 4 parts. More actually. How many? Do you really care? Naruto asked, glancing at her for a moment. HMPH. Mitsu turned her head to the side with arms crossed and her bottom lip out. What's it about? Midas asked with her eyes looking to Naruto. Each part is different, but share the same premise. Each part, there is a character with the nickname JoJo, which is a culmination of the separate Jo in their names, put together. For example, Kujo Jotaro, Higashikata Josuke, Kujo Jolin, stuff like that. Each part, there is something different. It started off as a horror story, but then evolved into stories of growth and a sense of a spiritual journey. Naruto explained. Sounds interesting. Mitsu commented. So, are they all blood related to one another? All until part 7, where we take a turn into a new universe. Why a new universe? The creator, Hirohiko Araki, wanted a fresh start with the series since he felt after part 6, Stone Ocean, there would be nowhere else to go for the storyline, so he straight up restarted the whole thing with a new universe. Not a bad idea, but I think the ending to part 6 really pissed off a lot of people off. Naruto said. So, you have a favorite character so far? Mitsu asked. Naruto smirked. Kujo Jotaro. Started off as a 17-year-old badass who beat the crap out of people more than necessary, called his mom a bitch and yelled at girls who annoyed him, yet somehow made them swoon for him more. He was a delinquent, yet a manly bastard. Naruto said with a smirk. Well, I believe it's safe to say where you gained your abrasive side from. Mitsu said. True, but you don't know the full story behind him. I liked him as I saw him grow. He seemed rather relatable in a sense, but at the same time, someone I wanted to be more like. He was like a hero from a mythical tale. Sasuke is similar to him, but Jotaro is more if Sasuke became more good and admirable than fucked up. Naruto said with a smile. I heard that. Naruto and Mitsu turned to see Sasuke and Sakura making their way over. Well then, don't get your hopes up. Just because I said you were similar, doesn't mean I see you as admirable or a hero. You're an immature pain in the ass to me. Naruto said with his eyes closed. And you're a moronic loser who worships a man on paper. Sasuke said. Still more admirable than you. Naruto countered. My, even after all this time you two won't stop butting heads. Kakashi said as he, reading his book as always, walked over with Yamato beside him. Well, it is kind of fun. Kind of, Naruto said. Now all we need is Sai. Sakura said. Sai's been here. He's up at the top of the gate painting the view he sees of the village in his art pad. Naruto said, pointing upward with his thumb. Sai then landed onto the ground to join the group. Finished a good one? Naruto asked with a smirk. Sai smiled and nodded in response. All right then, let's move out, Naruto said. That's my line, Kakashi said. Then respond faster, Naruto said, still smirking, causing Kakashi to look at him with dull eyes, or eye as it is. Hime-sama, please allow Kakashi and I to take point in front of you. Naruto said to the princess with a charming smile, making her blush a bit. Seems the best route, I suppose. Mitsu said, looking ahead with her lips out. Sai, Sasuke, you both take the rear. Sakura, Yamato, since you're both supportive class type of nin, you'll cover the princess at the sides. Naruto said. The 4 in question blinked for a moment, before looking to Kakashi, the team leader. What he said. Kakashi simply said. I'm guessing this means Naruto is second in command, despite being a genin. Sasuke said with his eyes closed and a twitching eyebrow. Genin. Is he the only one? Mitsu exclaimed with shock. As a matter of fact, yes he is. Sai said with his usual fake smile. Then why is he here if he isn't of higher rank? Because ranks are bullshit, Naruto simply answered. Not really. To be honest, there are some benefits to higher rankings. Azumo, one of the Chunin doing gate duty, said at his post. Like bragging rights. Katetsu, Azumo's forever best friend and partner, said being at his post as well. Dear Kami, we're still at the gates. Better get a move on. Naruto said as Kakashi got in position next to him, both being in front of Mitsu. To tell you the truth, Mitsu-sama, the other day, Naruto was offered the rank of Jonin, after he faced off and defeated 4 very powerful and skilled shinobi. 2 of them from very prestigious clans, with one of them being Sasuke here. Sakura spoke up once getting into position. Sasuke said, sort of, as he turned his head with his eyes closed and arms crossed. However, Naruto declined the rank for personal reasons. Sakura said. What could be more important than attaining such status? Mitsu questioned, looking ahead at Naruto, who had his back facing her. Something. A little more fulfilling. Prestigious placement isn't as important to me anymore. Naruto said. Your call, Kaka-sensei. Let's go. Kakashi gave the order as they all now went off on their mission. End of chapter 17. Nah, like I'd be that much of a dick. I promised Kenshiro action and I will deliver. Our group of heroes continued on their path. Naruto and Kakashi were up in front reading their books, while staying alert. Sakura and Yamato were at the sides, and Sai and Sasuke were at the rear. In the center was Princess Mitsu, who was annoyed by the long trek. Explain to me why I can't just be carried by one of you to make the travel faster. Mitsu said with a pout and her arms crossed. Because we don't think you'd be able to handle it. Naruto answered without turning back. Especially if Dickless here was your ride. Sai joked with a smile. How disturbing. Don't speak that again. Mitsu shouted with disgust by not the words, but the phrasing. Sai, enough with that. That stupid nickname you gave him doesn't do justice anymore. Sakura said, turning her head to Sai. How would you know? You've never seen it, have you? Sai joked again, but that just caused Sakura to turn away quickly with a large red blush and embarrassed look. Yamato, Sai and Sasuke looked to Sakura with shocked eyes. You didn't, Sasuke said. Kakashi giggled a bit with an eye smile. Well, did 2 of my cute little students. We didn't get it on. She just snuck a peek yesterday when I was having my physical. Naruto said with closed eyes and an annoyed expression, but his cheeks were red, remembering the embarrassment. Kakashi couldn't help, but giggle perversely with a hand over his mouth. Well, not going to lie, Sakura, but I always expected better from you. Yamato said with a long frown and sweat drop expression. No tilde. Sakura cried with embarrassment. Quit your whining. It's your fault for taking a peek yesterday. Naruto thought with annoyed half-lidded eyes. Mitsu had a dull eyes and her mouth gaped a bit. These people are weirdos, Mitsu thought. They all continued, but after a few steps, Naruto stopped, alerting the others. Yar days. What a weak first wave. Naruto said. Suddenly smoke bombs were sent to the area, clouding it in smoke. Enemies just ran into the cloud of smoke to attack, but our heroes took them down easy. Naruto remained doing nothing, except back-fisting an idiot enemy into a tree. Naruto sensed a skilled enemy land in the center and took Mitsu. Once the smoke clear, our heroes finally got to see their enemies. Bandits. What a waste of time. Sasuke said. Mitsu-sama is gone. Sakura shouted with shock and fear. So is Naruto. Kakashi said in a calm manner. Obviously he let her be taken so he can face this person alone. Kakashi said. And we're allowing it? Yamato questioned. Naruto's been known to do some pretty impressive things. He wouldn't let our client be taken so easily unless he has something up his sleeve. Let's just wait and trust our blonde hero. Kakashi said, calmly reading his book. Sakura and Yamato sighed at Kakashi's calm nature, but then again, when they have a man who can easily face off against the Biju King, should there really be anything to worry about? On a large tree branch, Mitsu was trying to get out of the grasp of a bandaged masked bandit with Tiko Kage claws. One of the bandits hands over Mitsu's mouth. Got my mark, the bandit said in a raspy voice. No, I thought they would at least defend me from this. Why did they fail me? Mitsu thought with fear. Jiro will pay me handsomely. The bandit said, tracing his fingers against Mitsu's cheek. Yar. So you let your friends take the beating to take the reward all for yourself. Naruto spoke, leaning against the tree they were all on, causing the bandit's heart to stop for the moment out of fear. Have you no heart? Naruto playfully asked as he continued reading his JoJo manga. The bandit jumped away with Mitsu, now standing across from Naruto with the end of his Tiko Kage near Mitsu's face. Don't move or else I'll give the princess a makeover. The bandit said, causing Mitsu to scream with terror. Naruto remained still. You ignoring danger? The bandit questioned. Naruto brought a finger up, telling him to wait. After a moment, with Mitsu glaring at Naruto for not trying anything to help her, Naruto suddenly closed his book, then pocketed it. Try it, Naruto said with a stoic expression. What? The bandit questioned with surprise as Mitsu screamed with terror and rage. I'll warn you though, the moment you try it, I will break the bones in your body. Naruto said, pointing at the bandit with a calm expression, causing him to sweat a bit. I like to see that. The bandit shouted with annoyance as he went to deliver a cut to Mitsu's cheek to prove a point. Mitsu screamed as the weapon came at her. However, she noticed that she could hear her scream loud and clear. When she opened her eyes, she noticed she was free. Suddenly she heard multiple sounds of impact, before the sound of something being smashed apart was heard behind herself. When she turned around, her eyes widened with pure shock to see that the bandit was indented into a tree with his whole body pounding in, but also in front of him was another tree, or what was once a tree that now had most of it fallen to the floor. I warned you, didn't I? Naruto questioned rhetorically as he walked past Mitsu. Suddenly with a hand up, the bandit appeared in front of Naruto with the blonde grasping the bandit by the collar. Mitsu stared at Naruto with awe. Suddenly a buff golden arm came out of Naruto's arm and then inserted the fingers into the side of the bandit's head. Naruto stayed silent for a moment. I see. Thanks for the info, Naruto said as the golden arm vanished, revealing no holes in the side of the bandit, but Naruto released him, letting him fall to the ground in a broken mess. Mitsu stared at the defeated bandit with shock. Suddenly Naruto wrapped his arm around Mitsu, causing her to blush at the sudden closeness. Hold on, Naruto said, before he and Mitsu flashed away with the Harem. The team had tied up all the bandits in the meantime. Once done, Naruto and Mitsu appeared in a golden flash. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about, Kakashi said. Actually there is something to worry about, Naruto said, earning everyone's attention. Naho has already been captured, Naruto informed, shocking everyone. Nani? All except Kakashi exclaimed with shock. That bandit I beat. I used my new ability to connect to his soul, reading his mind to find out they already have Naho. There's a total of 20 more bandits in a certain location. 5 of them pyrotechnics specialists and 5 high Chunin class shinobi. They used a careful thought-up plan to eliminate the escorts and capture Naho. Naruto explained. We just defeated 6. The one you took down being 7th. Sai said. Guess they considered Naho more important. Mitsu here seems to already have a bounty on her head, so they must have took Naho to keep her and demand a large ransom from the daimyo himself for Naho. Smart idea, but stupid at the same time, Naruto said with his eyes closed. We better hurry. Lord knows what those bandits are planning, Yamato said. Harem-sama, Naruto spoke, making Mitsu look up to him. Looks like you will have to be carried, Naruto said, before he picked Mitsu up, bridal style. Follow close, Naruto said to the others, before leaping away, with Mitsu screaming at the speed and height they are traveling at. Naruto wait, Sakura screamed out. Later in a different location, Naruto had landed on a large tree branch, and placed Mitsu onto her feet. Her eyes swirled a bit. She felt dizzy that she almost lost balance, but Naruto was there to keep her steady with an arm wrapped around her. Mitsu blushed at the sudden contact, but she covered up her embarrassment with annoyance. Don't go doing something so sudden, bah, she was silenced with a finger to her mouth from Naruto. Hey, did you hear that? A voice asked in the distance. Hear what? Nothing I guess, although I guess we should make sure. Naruto and Mitsu waited until they saw a pair of bandits walking by under them. Naruto mouthed the name, Golden Asura, as his spirit was summoned, causing Mitsu to scream at the sight of the being. Thank goodness Naruto covered her mouth with his entire hand. Golden Asura went down to ground level, getting behind the pair of bandits and put its hands on their heads, alerting them, but they suddenly felt their minds warped. After a moment or two, Golden Asura released them and disappeared. The pair of bandits turned and walked back to their camp. The rest of the team arrived. Naruto turned to Kakashi, tapped the side of his nose and pointed in the direction where the bandits headed off to, earning a nod. Naruto then pointed to Sakura, then to Mitsu. Sakura nodded, getting the point. You'll stay here with me, Sakura whispered to Mitsu. Naruto handed Sakura a 3-pronged kunai. Sakura stared at it in shock, then looked to Naruto, who smiled at her. Before him, Kakashi, Yamato, Sai and Sasuke moved out. Sai, leave behind some Shouju Giga, Super Beast imitating drawing, traps behind to protect Sakura and the princess. Naruto ordered. Hi, Sai said with a nod as he quickly got to work. Do I even really need to be here? Kakashi thought with a sweat drop expression. So far it was Naruto calling the shots on this mission. Sai successfully left behind ink snakes that surround the area around Sakura and Mitsu, along with a pair of ink lions hiding at higher vantage points. The five continued on, but Naruto suddenly stopped on a branch and raised a hand, causing the rest to stop. Naruto brought a pair of fingers up and cut a near-invisible string, which caused a large swinging log trap to come right at Naruto. Naruto brought up a hand, grabbed the end of the log, but noticed the bomb tags attached to the tree. Quickly, Naruto used Golden Asura to snip the rope attached to the log, and with so much might, he threw the log so far into the air, it traveled faster than the speed of sound, most likely making it to the troposphere. Trek lightly and stay behind me, Naruto said. How did you notice the trap? Yamato asked. I have good eyesight, Naruto said before continuing on ahead. That sounds like something Kakashi would say. Yamato thought with a dull look, before he and the others followed. Making it near a clearing, they all saw a total of 14 bandits in the area. There's supposed to be 20. Naruto thought. The side of Golden Asura's face appeared out of the left side of Naruto's face. With his spirit's superior eyesight, he determined there was a bandit wearing a black mask with red goggles over the eyes staring at them with a telescope about a click and a half away, with a trap set up behind the bandit that had a bell with a seal writing on it. No doubt a special alarm that will alert the whole area. I'll give them this. They sure are slick, Naruto thought as a tiny scroll appeared between the tips of Naruto's index and thumb, then he flicked it, causing it to rocket to the masked bandit a click and a half away. Before the bandit could use the alarm, the scroll that made it to a top of the bandit's hand dispelled to have a clone stomp hard onto the bandit, then quickly shot a spark of flame at the bell, instantly melting it. Golden Asura, Naruto whispered as his spirit appeared in full and then flashed up to the sky. Naruto put his hands in a ram seal, sensing the area for any other scouts. He sensed 4. Taking down their positions, he had Golden Asura, who had tiny scrolls in hand, shoot the scrolls toward where the scouts were. Like before, the clone stomped on the scouts. They all melted the bells like the first, except one, who only had time to crush the bell in hand, but it made a tiny instantaneous chime. Did anyone hear that? One of the 15 bandits in the area asked. I dunno, another said with a shrug. 5 scouts eliminated, Naruto said, shocking his comrades. Naruto scanned the area once more. 5 down, 15 more to go. I sense more than 15 here. 2 are in that tent over there. Naruto thought, looking at the tent. Naho must be there. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep scent. I smell no adrenaline, sweat of that specific kind, and no smell of vaginal juices and pre-cum. So she's not getting violated. Good, Naruto thought. Your mind has not been the same since getting introduced to all that anime and hentai crap from your 2 vixens and that baka, Yusui. Kurama said within Naruto's mind. She's in the tent with a guard watching her, Naruto said. Then we'll need to come up with a quick and quiet plan of action. Yamato said. I got an idea, Naruto said looking up into the air to see Golden Asura with new tiny scrolls in hand. Inside the tent, Naho was tied up with a big bulky guard watching her. Naho had grown a bit more at the span of 3 years. She was now taller, of course. She lost some baby fat from her face, making it leaner. She now let her hair loose, no longer keeping it in buns, and had her side bangs longer now. She now wore a Haori kimono jacket that stopped above her knees and was green with white floral design, a red-violet obi around it, black long-sleeve shirt underneath, and white pants that stopped halfway at her calves, and had strapped shinobi sandals, similar to the ones Tsunade and Shizune wear, but with the heels being flat. The bulky guard had his arms crossed with his finger tapping his bicep. What's happening? The sound of a bandit shouted. The bulky bandit got curious and went outside, only to be grabbed by the collar and earn a devastating uppercut that instantly knocked him out. Naruto released the bulky guard and went into the tent, alerting Naho. Well, you've certainly grown, Naruto said. You, Naho exclaimed with shock and wide eyes. Ito tilde, what was your name again? Yar yar. Guess I didn't leave a good impression back then, Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. The ropes tied to her were suddenly cut apart, shocking Naho. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Naruto said, causing Naho to look up to him. I am Uzumaki Naruto, shinobi of Konoha, child of the sun and proud carrier of the will of fire, Naruto said with a smile. Naho blinked with a blush appearing on her cheeks. Child of the sun. You gonna sit there or what? Naruto said as he offered Naho his hand. Naho blushed as she looked to Naruto with shimmering eyes. She remembered him as a shorty who was too loud and too obnoxious to be considered cute, but now with that stoic expression, angular face with no trace of baby fat, she could finally see how handsome he was. She reached her hand over and held it. Naruto gently brought her up to her feet. Naho noticed that she was about 2 inches short from meeting the bottom of his pectorals. Dear Lord, was he tall? Naho-san. Yes, Naho responded. Sasuke is here, Naruto said, causing her to gasp with wide eyes. I promised to reintroduce you once he cooled off. He's cooled off enough, but be prepared for anything, okay Haim. Naruto said. When he called her Harem, she couldn't help but blush when he called her Harem. Ready to go? Naruto asked. Naho just continued to stare at him. Oi, Naruto spoke up. Yes. Let's go, Naruto said, pointing his thumb to the exit of the tent. Naruto opened up the entrance of the tent and waited for her to leave with him. Naho finally responded properly and followed Naruto out, only to gasp as she saw all the bandits defeated. Did you do all this? Naho asked. Yes, he did. Naho turned to see Naruto's team. All with shadow clones raining from the sky. Rather broad though, Sai said with a fake smile. Worked, didn't it? Naruto said. Naho looked the team over. She remembered the man with the mask from the last time she encountered Team 7, but the man with the happy and the pale teen whose smile creeped her out were new. Then her eyes landed on none other than Sasuke. He definitely looked different, taller, more handsome and had a new fashion sense. She's grown, Sasuke thought, staring at her. He's looking at me, Naho thought with a red blush now hiding behind Naruto. Oi, do shimashita ka? Hey, what's wrong? Naruto asked, looking down at Naho with a stoic face. Naho mentally squealed with closed eyes as her cheeks were burning red. What are the chances that I'd be saved by hot guys? Naho thought with glee. Better return back to Sakura and Princess Mitsu. Yamato said. Huh, Mitsune-chan is here? Naho asked. She noticed Naruto kneel down, getting on one knee. Pointing his thumb to his back, she got the message. Once she got onto his back, he stood right up, making her give a noise of surprise to be so high up off the ground, and then started walking away. Naruto, if you were able to handle all this by yourself, why did you suggest we'd come along? Sai asked. Because you were going to bitch and come anyway. Naruto said, continuing to walk. The four looked to one another for a moment. He's not wrong, Yamato said with a shrug. Sakura and Mitsu were alone together, but silent, looking in different directions. Ever since the males left, they both just stayed silent, finding nothing to talk about. Sakura never liked silence, at least not dead silence. This was annoying. Thankfully, Mitsu decided to speak up. You and the blonde, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Mitsu asked. No, although, I wish, Sakura said. What's so great about him? He's rude. Yeah, well, despite that quality, never really leaving, he's actually a good guy. At least he's more reserved and mature now. Back then he was obnoxious, loud, headstrong. He's still that one a bit. True. Trust me though, the old him was an immature child that would make you want to tear out your brainstem. Sakura said with her arms crossed. Did you have feelings for him back then? Mitsu asked. No, I was actually infatuated with Sasuke back then and thought Naruto was a bane in my existence. It was wrong of me to think that way. Sakura said with soft, sad eyes. If he never changed, would you still love him? Mitsu asked, looking to Sakura. Sakura gently smiled with a blush as she lightly touched her forehead. Be it the Naruto of the old or the Naruto of the now, I will love him no matter what. Sakura said with genuine love and care. Mitsu blinked her eyes, still looking to Sakura. You know, he wasn't all bad. He had a charm to change your opinion on things. It was like a hidden jutsu he had. Sakura said. Suddenly Naruto, with Naho still on his back, landed on the branch they were on. Talk no jutsu, Naruto said, looking to the surprised women. That's what people like to call that. Naruto said. Have you been listening this whole time? Mitsu asked. Pretty easy when you have advanced senses. Naruto said. Mitsune-sama. Naho spoke up as she hopped off of Naruto's back and hurried over to Mitsu. It's so great to see you again. Naho said with a huge smile as she took Mitsu's hands. It's nice to see you as well, Naho-chan. Mitsu said with a smile. Sasuke, Kakashi, Sai and Yamato appeared. Now that that's settled, we'll take Naho-sama to the registered destination. Yamato said. I don't think that's a good idea. Naruto spoke up, alerting everyone. Her escorts, highly skilled fighters no doubt, were taken down by these bandits, who I have to admit were pretty skilled. They aren't your run-of-the-mill bandits. If they were able to capture her easily without losing any men, I feel like they have a contingency plan in case things turn south. For all we know, the destination must have already been compromised. Naruto said, shocking everyone. You really believe that? Yamato questioned. These guys aren't dumb. They were skilled. If it weren't for me, one of those 5 scouts would have given away our position with a special bell alarm with seals on them. No doubt to increase the vibrations of the bells to alert everyone in a 2-mile radius. Since they were intelligent enough to use such advanced traps, and take down escorts assigned to a relative of the fire daimyo, then I don't want to take the chance. For all we know, the escorts we meet might actually be bandits in disguise. I don't want to take that chance. Naho-chan should stay with us. Naruto said. Everyone stared at Naruto. What do you think, Kakashi-senpai? Yamato asked, looking to Kakashi. Kakashi closed his eyes and crossed his arms. That logic seems sound enough. Kakashi said. I agree with Naruto-kun. Naho said. I'd rather be safe than sorry and stay with you all. But it won't exactly be safe. We will be attacked by shinobi wearing chakra armor. Yamato said. Not really much to worry about then. Chakra armor is built to absorb chakra and ninjutsu, but against taijutsu and other physical attacks it's useless, depending if the attack is powerful enough. Naruto elaborated. You and I can handle it pretty well, Yamato Taiko. Me as well. Why? Yamato questioned in surprise. Mokuden would release. It's not a ninjutsu made up of chakra, but a Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, that manipulates water and earth into a new element through using chakra. It'll be more physical to them, which can be needed against the armored fools. Plus it'll work in restraining them. Naruto said with a finger up. Sounds sound enough. Kakashi said. So what's your call? Sasuke asked Kakashi. We take Naho with us. Normally I would be against the idea, but I honestly don't see her being in actual danger with us around. And even if trouble shows, it's not like it will be trouble we won't be able to handle. Kakashi said. Pretty easy to say since we basically got the closest thing we got to a god right with us. Yamato thought with half-lidded eyes and a deep frown. So sensei, where to? You're the one with the map. Naruto said. Allow me to take point this time. Kakashi said with an eye smile. The group made it to the small fishing town that they would catch a boat from. They walked right into town, but the odd thing was that there seemed to be no one in the town. This was starting to really worry Naho and Mitsu. Team 7 was worried as well, but not of an obvious trap, but of the town's people. Where were they? Are they being held captive or have they already been killed? Yar. I don't like people this cocky. Naruto said. He suddenly vanished, followed by the sound of a man in pain. They all looked. See, Naruto had slammed his fist into the wall of a cabin. Blood dripped down the wall. Naruto, how can you get hurt like that? Sakura exclaimed. How is he hurt? Is it that he can give damage, but his body can't take it? Mitsu thought with wide eyes. Naruto, let me see your fist. Sakura said as she hurried over. Calm down, Sakura-chan. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not the one bleeding. Naruto said as the cabin wall transformed into a shinobi with special armor. Naruto's fist was caved right into the face of the shinobi. Pulling his fist back, he let the shinobi fall. You may think you're hot shit, but don't you think this is rather contradictory? No citizens, yet you camouflage yourselves. How pathetic. Naruto said with shadowed eyes. Suddenly arms started to come out of the ground, like something coming out of liquid, about to grab Mitsu by the legs, but Naruto's foot suddenly slammed into the ground, causing whoever below to go limp with his arms being perfect indications of the person's current status. How annoying. Sasuke said. Just come out now. You're not fooling anyone. The sounds of laughter was heard echoing throughout the area. Suddenly coming out of the walls and ground of the village were hundreds of men, wearing white armor with sky blue lining. The armor covered their chests, their forearms and hands, which made them gauntlets, shoulder guards, covered their legs and hapuris. They also had large blue wire tubes connected to their shoulder and their backs. On the stomach area was a yin-yang symbol-shaped piece and they all had different colored jewels on the chest. Not bad. A very large individual with long sky blue said. 100. Naruto said. I count 150. Sai said. There were at least. Naruto jabbed his thumb behind himself, making everyone look to see 50 defeat men stockpile behind them, unconscious. I love Golden Asura, Naruto thought with a smirk. Don't let him intimidate you men. The large leader said. Naruto took a few steps forward, but Sasuke extended his arm, stopping him. I can handle this, Sasuke said. Naho looked to him with a blush. She had seen him fight once, and despite it ending pretty scarily at the end, Sasuke has now grown and now she can't help but feel curious upon what he is now capable of. I could handle this myself in a snap. This armor doesn't work well with taijutsu, and nowadays that's my forte. Naruto said. With the jutsu I have, not even this armor can take a fraction of it. Sasuke said with a confident smirk. Naruto stared at him for a few moments. He sighed. Fine. Go right ahead. Just keep one conscious so we can get some info on the villagers. Naruto said. Sasuke smirked. He suddenly appeared before one of the armored shinobi and slammed his palm into his chest so hard, he broke right through the armor and sent him flying away. You were right, Naruto. Chakra and element are amazing together. Sasuke said with a smirk. An armored shinobi dashed and managed to punch Sasuke's in the face, causing a cracking sound. Sasuke. Sakura shouted. Sasuke-kun. Naho cried out with worry. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's new. Pieces of the chakra gauntlet fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Sasuke slowly turned his head to reveal half of his face was covered by purple skeletal chakra acting as his own armor. Sasuke slammed his right elbow into the shinobi's stomach, causing him to cough up blood, before falling over. Sasuke extended his right arm out to the side as purple armor surrounded it with sharp nails at the end. Conjured from the end of the hand came a purple sword of chakra, gripped tightly. Sasuke smirked, staring at the blade. Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of a shinobi and slashed him, sending him flying. He turned and sent a slash that sent a purple blade of chakra, striking 7 shinobi. Attack! The leader shouted. Sasuke smirked as he suddenly started running around at a high speed, slashing at the enemy shinobi. They're pretty damn weak, all things considered. Naruto said with his arms crossed. What technique is that? Mitsu asked. Susanoo. Naruto answered. Wait, but I thought the Susanoo was originally a giant skeletal being that could match the Kyuubi in size. Sakura said with confusion. It is, but like Sasuke said, chakra and element together are amazing. Now that he has element, which he got by kissing my sister. Let it go, Sasuke retorted before resuming his assault. No, I will not let it go. Naruto shouted with annoyance. Kakashi cleared his throat and gave a hand gesture for Naruto to continue. Right. Well, the point is, Sasuke is using the element to have better control of his abilities, and unlocking new ways to utilize them, unlike any have done before. In this case, he is now able to use the Susanoo as actual armor and can now wield handheld versions of the weapons his own possesses. Naruto explained. I see, Sakura said with amazement. So, element can be this effective. I wonder. Sakura looked to her own hands. How strong I'd be if I'd gain element. Half of the remaining men charged at Sasuke, trying to beat him with numbers. Sasuke just grinned. The Uchiha suddenly appeared in the sky, aimed his left hand down at the ground toward the shinobi as his left hand burst with lightning. Raiden. Suin Shiryo yo no Ryu. Lightning release. Twin hunting dragons, Sasuke shouted as lightning exploded from his hand as then 2 giant roaring twin dragons charged down and consumed the area, defeating the shinobi, and destroying their armor to pieces. Sasuke grinned as he landed onto the ground facing the rest. Suddenly a purple chakra crossbow manifested onto the Susanoo armored arm. Sasuke aimed it at the shinobi as an arrow was ready, but he suddenly upped the ante as the arrow burst with black flames. Drop dead, Sasuke shouted as he shot the Amaterasu arrow at the group, nailing the large one, causing the arrow to ignite, consuming them all. Oi! I said leave one of them. Naruto called out. Why? You and Karen are from the same clan. I know that you must have chakra sensory abilities as well. Sasuke said. I do, but I at least wanted to know if they prepared any traps, like a special seal that can ignite the place they're stuck in if we just rush in. Naruto said. Suddenly the sounds of what sounded like bullets to Naruto were heard as an explosion from within the Amaterasu flames ignited, causing them all to see the large, armored man walk right out of the now parted flames, holding what looked like a special naginata with a long Arabian scimitar-like blade at the end of it. The man walked out spinning the naginata. Well, you seem special, Sasuke said with narrowed eyes. Despite his composure, on the inside he was shocked as hell as to how he split the Amaterasu flames in half. My weapon is the greatest of all, the large shinobi said as he sent slash at the air, but the sounds of bullets were heard as a whole row of sparks ignited in a diagonal line across Sasuke's torso, which led to small explosions. Sasuke! Sakura screamed as Sasuke yelled in pain, falling on his behind. Naruto's eyes widened. You will not defeat me. The large, armored shinobi as he sent another slash. Sasuke tried to get up, but suddenly he felt something smack against the palm of his hand. Tag in, Naruto shouted as he spun Baransu in hand as the ends ignited with sparks, along with his fingertips, and then an explosion followed. Naruto ignored the pain on his fingertips and swung Baransu down for the tip to face the floor. Your stick. It should explode too. It is special, like mine. The large shinobi said. Maken, where did you get yours? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. Handed to me from Lord Jiro. The large man answered. Where did he get it from? Naruto asked. I will not answer that. The large shinobi said. That's fine. Then I'll just get my answers another way. Naruto said. That's a Maken. Sai questioned. Sakura gulped. My weapon is more powerful. You do not know what you are facing. The large shinobi boasted, spin his weapon and slamming the end of it down onto the ground, causing the earth to shake a bit. Water. Naruto said, confusing everyone. That's your nature, right? Your Maken is special, but I saw it all with my eyes. Tiny droplets of liquid at the end of the blade with the core atom ignited by the blade's energy. You swing them at your opponent, it goes at the speed of sound, nails your opponent as the rest of the atoms ignite, causing a little atomic explosion. Am I right? Naruto said. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. The large shinobi suddenly laughed heartedly. You're good. Tell me, how you found out. I have incredible eyesight and precision. I managed to see the droplets. Even if I couldn't, I did sense the sparks on the atomic level. I heard the tiny droplets strike something, before igniting. Maken can be known to affect things on an atomic level, so my mind worked. Also, from the looks of the Thames wounds, they seem to have severely burned him enough to leave dark red, ripping off skin in a moment. Seems more like it attacked on the atomic level of the skin anyway. Good thing I have experience with these weapons, Naruto said. His senses are inhuman, Sakura thought with wide anime eyes and an exaggerated dropped jaw. So you know these weapons. That will not save you in the long run, the large shinobi said, pointing at Naruto. Actually, it just might, Naruto said. He suddenly dashed forward. I know what your Maken can do, but you don't know what mine can, Naruto said. The large shinobi took in a deep breath. Sweden. Tsunami no Funshutsu. Water release. Tsunami spurt, the large shinobi shouted as he shot a large body of water at Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The large shinobi slammed the blade of his naginata into the water. Suddenly the sounds of bullet impacts were heard as the entire water ignited, causing a giant explosion. Naruto. Sakura screamed as the large shinobi laughed heartedly. Nice trick, Naruto said as his hand slammed atop of the large shinobi's head. But extremely predictable for an expert like myself, Naruto said with dull eyes. The large shinobi roared as he sent chakra to his armor, causing a fiery explosion from it. Naruto luckily hopped off in time to avoid the attack. Could you predict that? The large shinobi shouted, turning to Naruto. Nope. Didn't need to though, Naruto said as he revealed that he had taken the Happuri. The large shinobi's eyes widened as he put his hands on his face. Feel his Happuri was gone. Will not do you much. Yes it will, Naruto said as he swung Baransu. Suddenly bullet sounds were heard as the large shinobi's face exploded, causing him to scream and hold his face from pain. Naruto dashed forward, crushed the Happuri in hand, making it into a fist and slammed it straight into the yin-yang seal in the large shinobi's stomach, breaking it apart as his fist was slammed into the shinobi's stomach. The large shinobi's eyes widened with pain as blood came out the sides of his mouth. Baransu has the ability to absorb any attack, allowing me to use it as my own. Getting a clear view of your face was all I need. However, I knew that Happuri would get in the way for the required damage, whether it was a regular one or a chakra-armored one, it didn't matter, it still covered your face, Naruto said with a smirk. Now let's see what's in that head of yours, Naruto said as Golden Asura appeared and put its fingers into the large shinobi's head. Naruto closed his eyes and took in the info straight from the brain. Thanks for the info, Naruto said with smirk as Golden Asura vanished. Wait. Let's make a deal. Let me live, and I will guide you to Lord Jiro. Bad move. If you really wanted to make a deal, you wouldn't have called this Jiro douche, Lord, Naruto said, causing the large shinobi to shake with fear. Now in this moment, what everyone would consider the cool and manliest thing to do is take out my fist, and say in a low, manly deep voice, tell your leader I'm coming for him, but I'm not that type of man, Naruto said with a smirk. Aura. Suddenly force exploded from Naruto's fist, sending the large shinobi flying. Naruto spun Baransu and placed it on his shoulder as the large shinobi impacted onto the ground. Plus, I wasn't going to kill you. I gave you at least a little healing chakra to weaken the blow enough to keep you from fatal damage, Naruto said. Sugoi tilde, Naho said with amazement as her eyes twinkled. Mitsu stared with pure shock. Well, it's over, Sai said with a fake smile. Not really. There's still that wall of black fire, Yamato said. Sasuke, you baka, Sakura shouted with annoyance. Did Naruto and I switch places or something? Sasuke thought with annoyance. Back in the day, Sasuke did the cool stuff and beat the strong enemies, while Naruto got his ass handed to him by strong enemies, and any attack he did could result in complications for the group. Naruto turned to the black flames. Naruto rubbed his chin as he thought of something. Naruto sealed Baransu back via golden flames. Naruto gave an exhale, then with great power he took an extremely deep inhale through his nose as the black flames started to get sucked in, vacuum style, through his nose. Everyone stared with dropped jaws at the feat Naruto was performing. The flames left the now injured shinobi as they all went into Naruto's nose. Once done, Naruto stared ahead at the downed shinobi. However, his cheeks turned purple. Naruto shot his head up and opened his mouth as a giant geyser of black fire shot out his mouth, causing everyone's eyes to bulge at the sight. Once Naruto was done, he coughed and pounded his chest with a fist. Holy crap. They're hot, but they taste bad. Like drinking in perfume, Naruto said with disgust and a deep frown. Naruto turned and walked over to Sasuke. What the hell, Tem? Why do your flames taste so bad? Naruto asked as he extended his hand down at Sasuke. Well, sorry. I never expected them to be inhaled by a gluttonous fool, who happened to be a food critic, Sasuke said, taking Naruto's hand and be helped up by the blonde. Just saying. If they're going to share the name of my goddess, they should at least taste good, Naruto said as he walked towards the others. HN. Sasuke closed his eyes, but then he opened them again, noticing something. What do you mean, your goddess? Sasuke asked. The villagers are over at that cliff side. It's a secret bunker that they use. It's turned into a trap. They put a seal that will erupt with vibrations that will cause a cave-in if opened on either side. They made two on both sides of the entrance. Naruto explained to Kakashi. Not bad. Too bad we have no seal expert. Kakashi said. Don't need one. Golden Asura can break seals with its fists. I can also see through his eyes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. Naruto said. Of course you can. Yamato said with dull eyes. I'll bring them back, Naruto said as he left. Mitsu and Naho stared at Naruto's retreating form. What is he? Mitsu asked with disbelief at Naruto's skills. It's a good question. He definitely can't be human anymore. Sai said. Quit it. Of course he's human. He's just changed, Sakura said, defending Naruto. Yes and no, Naruto thought with a smirk. Naruto found the cliff side. He made his way over to a special rock. Tapping one of the joints of his finger against the rock, Naruto summoned Golden Asura to punch it, causing a large seal to appear and shatter. Golden Asura phased right into the wall, causing scream from the other side to be heard, before the spirit punched the seal on the other side, shattering it apart, before vanishing. Naruto grabbed the rock and ripped it out of the wall and tossed it away to reveal villagers inside. The shinobi are gone. Come back to your home if you want, Naruto said. The villagers all looked to him in shock. In the meantime, Team 7 had tied up all the shinobi, after stripping them of their armor. After waiting a while, Naruto had returned with happy villagers, returning back home. They became even happier to see all the shinobi who captured them were all messed up. Everyone cheered with joy. Thank you so much, a bald man with prayer beads said. You should really thank Naruto and Sasuke. They did all the work, Sakura said. Say, any of you wouldn't have to be a top-notch boat driver. We need to get to a certain place. Naruto spoke up. Yes, actually, Mizuno, the bald man called out. A young man with mopped purplish black hair perked his head up and made it over. These people would like to make a trip across the river. The bald man said. Aw man, free already, only get pushed back into work immediately, Mizuno said with a pout. However, he noticed the beautiful girl with long dark hair, and he knew exactly who it is. Oh, Princess Mitsu, Mizuno exclaimed, catching everyone's attention. I don't believe it. It's an honor, Mizuno said with a bow. Mitsu sighed. I don't feel I should present you with honor. I'm the reason these horrid beasts of men were all here. For that I apologize, Mitsu said with a somber look as she bowed to everyone, shocking them. Naruto looked to her with wide eyes, before he smiled. Looks like she's a keeper, Naruto thought with a smile and eyes closed. Oi, Mizuno, right. We need to get the princess back to Hagenegakure. What's the quickest route? Naruto asked. Well, the quickest route, which will take a day at best, is actually rather dangerous, so it's best to go for the 3-day route, which despite being longer is safer, Mizuno said. Why is it so dangerous? Yamato asked. Well, for one, there are Wokuo, Japanese pirates, who made that their territory, then there is a giant shark beast which treads the waters looking for victims, and finally somewhere there is said to be a man who wields a ghost who can manipulate the waters themselves, Mizuno explained. Team 7, Mitsu and Naho stared at him with wide eyes, minus Naruto and Sasuke. We can handle it, Naruto said, causing the others to look at him as if he is crazy. Doesn't seem too bad, Sasuke said. Don't get overconfident. Maybe you guys can handle it, but we're traveling with two very important figureheads. The safest route is the better route, Yamato said. Yamato is right. We have to think of Princess Mitsu and Naho, Kakashi said. Naruto didn't really think about that. Although now that he did, it does sound like the best route. Naruto-san. Naruto turned to see Mitsu walk up to him. I was wrong about your skills. So far you have proved me wrong, and although I am a bit worried, I wish to ask, do you really believe you can handle things and protect myself and Naho-chan if the need arises? Mitsu asked. Pirates, megalodons and a guy who knows how to use the water to his own benefit. Strangely enough, I've still faced worse, Naruto said with a shrug. Then that means you can handle it, right? Mitsu asked. Naruto smiled and nodded. Have a little faith in me. All right. The quick route it is then, Mitsu said. But your highness, Mizuno tried to protest, but was interrupted. I trust Naruto Uzumaki. Please believe in me by supporting him as well, Mitsu said. Nobody dared to go against her word out of respect. Hi, Mizuno said with a bow. What do we do with them? Sai asked, gesturing over to the defeated armored shinobi. Call Ba-chan, get some Anbu to take these guys away. Simple as that. I'll just leave some clones here to keep watch over them, Naruto said as he tossed tiny scrolls into the air as clones appeared in place and landed next to the captured enemies. Sounds like the best option. Kakashi said. I'll just get the boat ready. Mizuno said as he walked off. Say, does anyone know the details on this guy with the ghost? Naruto asked. Not really. Only one of our men was sent back here, carried by the sea with the info on the back of him. It was rather frightening, the bald man said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What are you thinking? Kurama asked. You know what I am thinking. Naruto responded. Right now, our heroes were now on a very large boat. Naruto was currently lounging on a lawn chair. There were a few on the boat. Naruto had his eyes closed with his hands on the back of his head, enjoying the sun rays hitting his skin. Sadly, that was interrupted with someone's shadow hovering over him. Yes, Sakura-chan. Naruto spoke. Aren't you a little too hot in that get-up? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow and her hands on her hips. Nope, Naruto said. Well, you'd get a better tan if you take them off. Sakura said. Not looking for a tan. Just enjoying the sun is all. Naruto said. Sakura sighed. You know, if you want to see him naked again, you could just ask. Sai said with a fake smile. You're a Sai. Sakura shouted with an annoyed anime expression. Naruto sniffed something that caught his attention. It smelled like dry water in the air. Oh damn it, Naruto said with annoyed eyes. He got off of the lawn chair and went to the railing, where Naho was at. What is it? Naho asked. Mist. We're about to enter a cloud of it. Naruto said with a frown. How can you tell? I smelled it. Naruto simply answered. Naho blinked her eyes. That just sounded weird. A mist surrounded the boat. Mizuno gulped. Maybe we should turn back. Mizuno said. Keep going. Naruto said with his eyes closed. Mizuno got worried. This is how I'm going to die. Mizuno said with a frown. Everyone was on their guard as the mist surrounded them. Getting thick. Everyone was on guard. Naruto was calm, yet still ready. Naho was feeling uneasy, but when she felt a hand on her shoulder, she looked over to see Naruto with his eyes closed. After a while, a low howl was heard. Naruto shot open his eyes. He suddenly brought a hand up and grabbed a harpoon that was an inch from hitting his face, causing Naho to scream. Golden Asura, Naruto said as his spirit appeared. Suddenly a whole legion of harpoons came down onto the boat. I'll need some clones, Naruto thought as he tossed up tiny scrolls, resulting in new Naruto clones. Go. Golden Asura and the Naruto clones shouted as they punched away harpoons from the boat. Mizuno screamed. Oh number. I wonder if I could make clones of Golden Asura. Naruto thought. Naruto sensed people landing on the boat. Naruto's eyes gleamed as he suddenly teleported to all enemies and beat the crap out of them, via Golden Flash. Just like his father. We're being attacked, Yamato shouted as everyone got ready. Suddenly a chain came out of nowhere and wrapped around Naho's arm. Naho screamed as she got pulled, but Naruto immediately cut the chain with a chop and held Naho in his arm. There's got to be a way to get this mist away, Sakura said. I think I got the jutsu, Kakashi said as he was about to make some hand signs, but a howl was heard as a light shined at the center of the boat. A bomb, Sakura shouted. No, Sasuke said. Naruto was about to confront the enemy, but his eyes bulged at the sight of a ghostly Shinigami-looking apparition. Naruto screamed like a girl as he fell on his butt. My hero, Naho thought with dull anime eyes. Golden Asura, Naruto screamed with fright. Golden Asura came to the rescue and flew straight at the Shinigami. Aura, Golden Asura yelled as it punched the Shinigami right in the face, shocking everyone. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura roared as it delivered a barrage to the Shinigami. Get the fuck out of here. Naruto screamed as he charged forward with a Rasengan in hand, and slammed it into the Shinigami's stomach. The sound of screeching was heard, right before the Shinigami was sent flying off the boat and then exploded into a sphere of screeching wind, which cleared a good chunk of the mist. Everyone stared with shocked eyes. Sugoi, Mitsu subconsciously whispered. Naruto panted out of habit. Despite how badass he can be, ghost and yokai from ghost stories still scare the crap out of him. What can I say? Fear isn't really something easy to face. Suddenly a chain wrapped around Mitsu and pulling her flying into the mist, with her screaming all the way. Nei-sama, Naho screamed as she tried to grab her, only to end up falling forward. Naruto turned to reveal a now serious expression. Naruto turned his body, took in a deep breath through his nose, then shouted with his arms shot out to the sides as a force dissipated the mist and forced the others to cover their faces. When the mist was cleared, he glared to find a large pirate sailing next to their boat, completely dwarfing its size. The unconscious men on their boat were revealed to be pirates. On the pirate's ship, They laughed with delight at their catch. Most were shirtless, and those who wore clothes mostly wore open vests, some closed vests, and some with fur collars. Some had boots, sandals, and had tattered clothed shoes, and some were just barefoot. Some had bandanas, wore long or short pants, hell there were even a few that wore samurai armor and others who wore kimonos. Imagine these guys wearing either the usual pirate shit mixed with Japanese-style clothes. The Princess of Hagenegger. I can't believe they were so dumb to come here. Guess we should be thankful. One of them said. He had long orange hair and silver armored shoulder guards, a white vest with white fur collar, long green pants, brown boots that stopped at his knees, and a fingerless black long glove on his right arm. So now do we go and collect the bounty on her head? One with samurai armor asked. Let's focus on killing those bastards on that other boat. Then let's have a celebration tonight. We'll drop her off tomorrow morning when she's good and ready. The orange-haired one said, most likely being the captain or first mate, said, as the others laughed with enjoyment. Mitsu shivered with fear. She had a feeling she knew what that word, celebration, meant. You're all a bunch of assholes. They all stopped laughing and turned to see Naruto standing on the railing of their boat. You should first ask a lady if she wants to celebrate. Forcing is something that pisses me off. Naruto said with a stoic expression, yet had annoyed eyes. Naruto. Mitsu shouted with relief. Oi, get off out boat. One of the Wokuo shouted. Why? You guys didn't find trouble in jumping on our boat without permission. Naruto said with a calm tone. Shut it. One of the men holding Mitsu brought out a sword and pressed the tip of the blade against Mitsu's cheek, frightening her to death, with her expression reflecting her feeling. Get off or she gets a new beauty mark. The pirate shouted, making the others grin. Go ahead, Naruto said, shocking everyone. What? Try it. I like to see if there is any truth in your words. Naruto said. Are you trying to annoy me? I'll do it. The pirate shouted, trying to press further into Mitsu's skin, which thankfully didn't get pierced as she pulled her head back. Then do it. I will. Do it. You asshole. Mitsu screamed with tears in her eyes. You want her to get injured? No, of course not. I just want to see if you'll go along with it. Or are you just a dog who barks, yet has no bite? Naruto said, pissing off the pirate. Fair warning though. The moment you try it, I will bend your arm the other way. Naruto said with a stoic expression, pointing to the pirate. Mitsu stared in surprise, while the pirate gulped. He didn't like the look in Naruto's eyes. Daring him, but at the same time calling him a coward. Now he was really pissed. Fine. Watch me. The pirate screamed as he went for the attack. Mitsu screamed and closed her eyes upon instinct. However, she felt nothing. After a few moments, a male's scream was heard. She looked, only to look with shock and a gaped mouth as she saw the pirate who had the sword held to her face a moment ago, was screaming as his arm was bent, the other was around. My arm. He screamed as he released Mitsu and fell onto his knees. Kami, help me. No god will listen to you at this moment. Naruto said as he hopped off the railing and onto the ship. A pirate charged with a battle cry, but Naruto slammed his fist into his face, causing blood to fly. The pirate fell to the floor with a bloody nose and blank eyes. The pirates looked worried. The long orange-haired one was pissed. Don't be pussies. Attack. The long orange-haired Wokuo shouted. The rest of the pirates charged in with their weapons revved back. Naruto's eyes shined a moment as suddenly an invisible force attacked a number of pirates and sent them flying, and rendering them unconscious. The rest flinched out of fear. One gave a war cry and charged with his sword back, but Naruto spun a leg clockwise up, kicking the side of the pirate's face, sending him flying away. Naruto ran forward and did a jump kick, sending another away. He disappeared and reappeared in the center of a circle of a group of pirates, causing them to give sounds of shock, before Naruto jumped, doing a 360 roundhouse kick, sending them all flying unconscious. Sakura, Sai and Yamato hopped onto the pirate boat, landing on the railing, only to see Naruto going around faster than the eye could see, kicking the crap out of the pirates. Guess this is why Kakashi and Sasuke-kun were okay with staying on the boat. Sai said. Sakura and Mitsu stared in amazement at Naruto's progress. He kicked a pirate right in the chin, then palmed one in the face, sending him overboard, punched another in the face, breaking his nose as he was sent flying, then disappeared, sending a rising combo of punches, then disappeared onto to gut punch another pirate in the gut, sending him flying back a bit, before he skidded against the ground, face first. Doesn't mean we shouldn't help. Sakura, on me. Yamato said as he clasped his hands together, as then large wooden hands came out of the ship's deck and attacked some of the Wokuo, whether by smack or slamming them or even throwing them overboard. Hell yeah, Sakura shouted as she jumped on deck and started going in swinging, while Sai made Choju Giga, super beast imitation drawings, to fight the pirates. Above deck at the wheel, a pirate shook with fear as he watched one young brat kick the crap out of his fellow mates. He suddenly heard creaking of an iron door behind him. He then heard booming footsteps, scaring the crap out of him. What the hell is going on here? A deep voice questioned. We captured the princess, but, the pirate at the wheel pointed down at deck, where Naruto had just back-fist another pirated while 3 other were holding onto Naruto's arm that was raised. When all pirates tried to dogpile him, Naruto gave a roar that sent a force that sent all the pirates flying, whether hitting into parts of the ship or falling off the boat. The pirate at the wheel shook with fear. HMPH. Booming steps made their way over to the stairs and walked down the steps to be on the same deck. Naruto was surrounded again, but suddenly put his hands in his pockets and stood up straight, confusing the Wokuo. Bastard! A pirate shouted as he charged in with his sword and swung it down at Naruto, but he caught the blade between his middle and index finger, shocking everyone. I don't like being called that, Naruto said with narrowed eyes, before with a slight motion of his hand, snapped the blade apart, causing the pirates to flinch and shake with fear. Naruto looked over as booming steps were heard. So I guess you're the captain, Naruto said, as everyone turned and made way for the man walking over to Naruto. Pretty big man, Naruto commented. The man was hulking with a gray beard. He had a red captain's coat with gold lining, captain's hat, black boots, gray pants and white obi belt around his belly. His right hand was that of a giant sharp axe. I don't like dirty feet on my ship, the captain said in an intimidating tone. Then your crew should get the hell off then. The bottom of my boots are much nicer than anything these guys stepped in, Naruto said with a stoic expression. I don't like smartasses, the captain said as he raised his axe hand. Naruto. Sakura screamed as she, Sai and Yamato prepared to intervene. Yumeru. Nakama. Naruto simply said. Sakura quickly ran over, but she was stopped by a sudden Naruto clone. The same happened to Sai and Yamato, the clones stopping their hands and arms to use jutsu. The captain roared as he sent his axe down onto Naruto. Mitsu screamed and closed her eyes out of fear, but when the axe hit Naruto right on the head, it shattered upon contact. Everyone stared in pure shock. The pieces fell to the floor, as everyone was silent. Sakura, Sai, Yamato and Mitsu stared in shock. No normal human was this durable. The feats Naruto could do make no sense at all to the limitations of human beings. Naruto took in an inhale through his nose, then sighed with his eyes closed. Yar days. I expected more, Naruto said with disappointment. The Wokuo captain growled with rage. I hate cocky brats, the captain shouted as he cocked a fist back, as it burst with orange energy. However, when he sent his fist over, Naruto simply punched him in the stomach, causing him to vomit up some blood. The captain's body shook with pain, his glowing fist still. Tasuke tilde. Help me tilde. You're really pissing me off. I hate people who act tough, but then cry like a scared dog when they realize they're in the presence of someone stronger. Naruto said. Oi, Nukusaku, answer me this. How the hell did you pull off that mist and Shinigami trick earlier? The captain continued to shake with pain and fear. I hate repeating myself, Naruto said. A mask. We took a mask from this place that was destroyed long ago. A village. The captain quickly answered. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Keep talking, Naruto ordered as he twisted his fist, causing the pirate captain more pain. It was a wrecked village, but there was stuff there. A lot was locked away with seals, but after ransacking a house, we found a Shinigami mask buried under the basement floor. It had instructions, so we had one of our members learn it and we used it for our benefit. The captain explained. Wrecked village, surrounded by whirlpools, Naruto asked with shadowed eyes. Why yeah. Then tell me, while raiding the ruins, did you happen to come across this symbol? Naruto pulled the left collar of his jacket to the side to reveal a red whirlpool tattoo. Yeah, that's it, the captain exclaimed with shock. Those ruins were once Uzushiogakure, home to my clan, the Uzumaki clan. Seeing as it's an Uzumaki clan tool, I'll take it, seeing as it's my birthright as the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto said, with eyes still shadowed. Mitsu gasped with shocked, wide eyes. No way, Mitsu thought as she stared at Naruto breathlessly. I've been traveling with the clan head of a legendary clan this whole time. I've told you everything, now let me go, the pirate captain said. Who said I'd let you go? Naruto questioned, causing the captain to shake and sweat. I never said I would. I asked a question and it's now answered. If I let you go, you might try something. That's a risk I can't afford. Not when someone like Mitsu Haim is needed, Naruto said, making Mitsu blush. Naruto took in a deep breath, before shouting. Aura. Naruto slammed his other fist up into the pirate captain's gut, sending him up into the air. Naruto roared as golden energy surrounded him. Sunlight yellow overdrive. Naruto screamed as he sent a barrage of flaming punches all over the pirate captain's body. Aura. Naruto gave a final roar as he punched the pirate captain into the sky. All the pirates stared up at their airborne captain with bulged eyes. Naruto turned around with his hands in his pockets and walked over to Mitsu and the pirate still holding her. You. Naruto spoke, spooking the pirate with fear. Let the princess go. Naruto ordered right as the captain crashed into the deck. His upper body indented into the floorboards. Not wanting to suffer any punishment like the captain, the pirate complied and quickly released Mitsu. Naruto-kun. Mitsu spoke with true joy and relief as she hurried over to Naruto. The long-haired orange pirate from earlier growled with rage as he went through a series of hand signs. Sweden. Bakusui. Naruto suddenly turned his head towards the pirate as then an invisible force struck the long-haired pirate, sending him slamming into the railing, indenting into it. Mitsu-sama. Naruto spoke, getting Mitsu's attention. Naruto suddenly got on one knee. Hop on. Naruto said, pointing his thumb to his back. Okay. Mitsu nodded as she then got onto Naruto's back. You three, get them back onto the boat. Naruto said, speaking to clones. Hi. The clones said in unison, before they hopped off the boat. You know, I once thought pirates were cool, because of a kid with a scar under his left eye, but you guys made a mistake. Naruto knelt down with his hand hovering over the deck. You pissed me off. Naruto said as he then tapped the boat with his finger. There were fissures forming from the spot Naruto tapped onto. Cracks started to expand and grow, going all throughout the ship. The pirates looked around with shock and fear as they made terrified noises. Cracks were literally all over the ship. On the decks, the wheel, even the posts. Suddenly the boat broke apart into many pieces as the Wokuo screamed, falling into the water. Mitsu closed her eyes and held on tight to Naruto as they were falling. Naruto easily jumped from piece to piece of the now destroyed ship and landed on their original boat, joining the others. Nei-sama. Naho cheered with joy. You can let go now. Naruto said. Mitsu slowly opened her eyes to see she was back on the boat. Mitsu-chan. Naruto said, causing the princess to blush. Please let go. I'm not done yet. Naruto said. Mitsu blinked her eyes in confusion, but she obeyed the Uzumaki head's words and got off his back. Naruto turned back to the railing and jumped off. Everyone hurried to the railing to see that he was now standing at the center of the destroyed site that the giant pirate boat once floated upon. The pirates were crying out, trying to swim away. Naruto had his eyes closed, but the moment he opened them, he started to spin in place. He built up so much speed that green element was surrounding him that he became a miniature tornado. Sugoi. Naho exclaimed as she and the others stared in amazement. Suddenly the water beneath reacted. It was going into the green tornado. It suddenly started expanding as a vacuum effect started to occur, sucking in the pirates and the broken pieces of what was once their ship. Those on the traveling boat braced themselves, but couldn't help but watch in amazement as the water tornado grew to gargantuan size, with the pirates screaming as they were being consumed into it along with their destroyed ship. Once he sensed he collected all the pirates, Naruto gave one last spin as wind surrounded his fist. Mizu Tatsumaki. Aura. Naruto roared as he thrust his fist into the sky, causing a new tornado from within shooting out of his fist, going into the sky, that causing the water tornado to fly upwards with the pirates and broken boat inside. Reaching the sky, the tornado within exploded with wind, causing the water tornado to explode, sending all the pirates flying in random directions along with boat debris. Everyone stared up with pure shock and dropped jaws. Mitsu's eyes have never been wider. Sugoi. Mitsu thought. She slowly looked down to see Naruto, standing on the water with his back facing them all. Is this the power of the clan head of one of the strongest clans to ever exist? Naruto turned his head slightly to the side, showing he had a bit of a smirk. After about 2 hours after the whole pirate fiasco, Naruto was back to lying on the lawn chair with the Shinigami mask, one of the Wokuo, against them. As Naruto stared at the mask, which was pretty creepy, he couldn't help but think of the Shiki Fujin Kai Dead Demon Consuming Seal release, which can release the first 4 Hokages from the belly of the Shinigami. After the fights he has been through, he does wonder that with his amazing regenerative abilities, is he the only one who can do the jutsu and still live? The needed requirements for the seal is to wear the proper mask to summon the Shinigami used for the Shiki Fujin Dead Demon Consuming Seal, then cut open your stomach to release whatever souls reside in its belly. Obviously it requires a sacrifice, but in the manga, Orochimaru found a way to do it without the fear of death, and that was executing the jutsu, then possessing a Zetsu body, making it his newest one. Naruto flipped the mask over and looked within it. Maybe I could do it. Naruto said. Do what? Naruto turned his head to see Mitsu. Use the jutsu. Not this one though. I may be a shinobi, but I'm not a big fan of sneak attacks. At least not the ones where I hide and ambush as my starting move. Not unless it's absolutely necessary, like when saving Naho-chan. I'd prefer a proper confrontation, but any tricks I pull during the fight is fair game. Got to think a few steps ahead in this lifestyle. Naruto said. I see. Then which jutsu? Mitsu asked. Maybe it's best I keep the logistics to myself. Naruto said, before the mask was consumed in golden flames, vanishing. Mitsu looked to the ground with somber eyes. So what is it you want to say? Naruto asked, making Mitsu look to him. I sense something on your mind. You can spill it to me if you want. Naruto said. I didn't thank you properly before, for saving me. Arigato. Mitsu said as she gave a polite bow. Naruto smiled, but suddenly Mitsu smacked him across the face. Ouch. Mitsu blew on her now stinging hand. What the heck was that for? Naruto asked, rubbing his cheek. That was for earlier when you told the pirate to go ahead and scar me. I don't care if you had the whole situation under control. That was extremely rude and deserved a slap to the face. Mitsu shouted with annoyance. Duly noted. Naruto said, continuing rubbing his cheek. Sakura and Naho, looking from afar, giggled at the sight. Same old Naruto. Even when he is cool, he still is an idiot. Sakura said with a smile. Naho said with a nod. So what happened to him? Last I remember, he was a shorty for his age and liked using clones to fight. Plus he was too loud, annoying and dumb. Now he, pretty much seems like the opposite. Don't let his cool scenes fool you, he's still a reckless idiot who knows how to annoy you sometimes. He just matured a bit over time. Sakura said. But what happened to make him this way? Naho asked. Sakura's eyes became somber. Truth be told, Naruto was kidnapped some time ago. About a few months. He managed to escape his captors, but for those few months, he's been with people who don't really act or fight like us. They're not shinobi, but they proved to be very strong. I fought one of them and ended up in a draw. We both looked horrible, until Naruto healed us. Sakura stared at her crush, who was currently listening to Mitsu. Even if the time was short, he really changed a lot. I kind of miss the idiot I remembered a few months back. Granted he was dumb and wasn't as strong, but nonetheless, he always had this charm. A charm I took for granted. I really wish I could have seen that light I see now back then. Then maybe things would have turned out different. Sakura said softly as she had a light tint of pink on her cheeks. Naho blinked her eyes as she stared at Sakura. Do you love him? Naho asked. Sakura flinched as her cheeks turned full on pink, like her hair. You do, don't you? Wow, I never expected that. How did it all happen? Naho asked with new excitement and an excited smile. Well, it just did. Sakura said, feeling meek. That doesn't sound juicy. Give me details. Naho exclaimed. Can't we talk about something else? Sakura practically begged. Sasuke, leaning back against the railing, looked to them with stoic eyes. Girls. Despite all his time being bugged by them, he still never understood them. Then again, he always turned them down, and whenever they were around him, they flirted with him and fought with one another for the right to get close to him. That's odd, Sai said. Sasuke turned his head to see Sai looking over the railing. I think we have trouble. I just saw a small shadow in the water. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. Sai spotted something over. Suddenly the boat moved a bit. Bored. Oh no. No. Not that. Anything but that. Mizuno shouted with fear. Suddenly the boat was struck hard, causing everyone to lose their footing, except Naruto, who stayed on the lawn chair. Naho suddenly fell overboard, screaming. Naho. Sakura screamed as she tried to grab her, but she was too late. Naho hit the water. Sakura was about to climb the railing, but the boat was hit again. Suddenly it was swimming away. What are you doing? Sakura screamed as she turned her head to Mizuno, who was at the wheel. I'm doing nothing. I think something has a hold of the anchor and is dragging us away. Mizuno called out. The boat suddenly stopped and waters calm. Everyone quickly looked overboard to see Naho far away from them, trying to swim her way to them. She's too far out, Mizuno shouted. Naho tried desperately to swim back to the boat, but she was too far out. The shadow. Sai shouted and pointed overboard. Everyone looked to see the shadow from earlier, but it was getting bigger. Way bigger. Too big. What the hell is that? Sakura screamed. I don't know, but it's heading for Naho. Kakashi shouted. Naho-chan. Mitsu screamed. Sasuke quickly bit his thumb and made a series of hand seals. Kuchio's no jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he slammed his hand onto the deck of the boat. A cloud of smoke appeared, causing everyone to look over, only for a large hawk to fly into the sky with Sasuke on his back. Over to the girl Garuda, and fast. Sasuke ordered. The hawk gave a cry and quickly flew to save the girl. Since when could he summon hawks? Sai questioned. Naho panted a bit, as she tried to swim, only for salt water to go in her mouth, which she promptly spit out. Out in the distance she saw Sasuke on Giant Hawk, hurrying over to her. Naho tried waving to him, but she did not notice the beast in the water, until it was too late. Finally in front of its prey, a giant monster of a shark burst from the water with its ginormous jaw open, ready to eat Naho. Naho stared with wide, fearful eyes. She screamed and tried swimming the other way, but it was futile. Or was it? Aura. Aura. Naruto suddenly appeared under the behemoth with a grin, punching it right in the bottom of its mouth, sending it flying in the air. Naho gasped, turning to see Naruto in the water. She then heard sounds of impact, making her look up to see a golden being, delivering combos of punches to the Megalodon, before sending it flying away. Naruto gently grabbed her hand, making her blush as she looked up to his calm face that had a gentle smile. Sasuke. Naruto called out. Suddenly Naho felt like she was floating. Only because she was. Golden Asura was summoned to fly her into the sky. Take Naho. I'm getting myself some dinner. Naruto said as Golden Asura handed the now arriving Uchiha, Naho. The Megalodon hit the water with a large splash. Suddenly the water it landed in turned red, but not from blood. The Megalodon broke its head out of the water and roared as its skin was red. Sasuke, not wanting to take the chance of that creature making a high jump and eating them, ordered Garuda to quickly fly back to the boat. Wait, what about Naruto-kun? Naho asked with concern. Trust me, he'll be fine, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at the giant shark with a calm, stoic expression. It charged at a high, rocketing speed with its entire jaw open. Naruto brought up his right hand as it burst with golden fire. The Megalodon increased speed as it was now faster than sound. Suro. Slow, Naruto said, tightening his fist. As the Megalodon was right in front of him, he jumped up high over its open mouth and then slammed his fist into the creature's nose. Fire exploded from his fist, consuming the gargantuan shark for a few moments, and when it dissipated, it revealed a now dead, yet perfectly cooked Megalodon. Mizuno and Mitsu stared with shocked wide eyes and dropped jaws, while Naruto's friends were actually not surprised by the feat. Instead they smiled at the sight. I told you he could handle it, Sasuke said with a small smile. Naho stared down at the water with wide, shimmering eyes. Naruto was amazing. Naruto landed on the water, now standing on it, staring at the now cooked Megalodon. A nice cooked shark sashimi sounds nice for today, Naruto said with a smirk, pointing at the cooked creature a bit. Naruto placed a hand on it to feel the texture. Damn, I do good work. Trying to drag it, even by the tail fin or dorsal, this sucker will just tear apart easy. Naruto said with a smile, before putting his hands together in a prayer gesture. I give thanks, Naruto said, before he swam underneath and then came up under the Megalodon, lifting it over his head and walking over to the boat, causing Mitsu and Mizuno's eyes to bulge. Sugoi tilde. Naho cheered with a red blush and fists pressed together and against her chin. Your friend, he's not normal, even for shinobi, correct? Mizuno asked. What was your first clue? Yamato asked rhetorically with a dull look. Naruto suddenly threw the shark into the sky, rocketing into the sky as his left hand glowed green. Everyone stared at his hand as green flames appeared and extended out of Naruto's grip, expanding in with his now a new Maken, a sword with appendages on the sides of the blades, but what caught everyone's eye the most was the strong green aura surrounding it. Despite being a different energy, they could feel the power coming out of it. Sasuke stared at the blade with wonder. The element within him tingled, as if responding to the sword itself. Naruto kicked off the air, appearing above the cooked Megalodon and sliced it to perfect pieces, sashimi pieces. Naruto summoned an overly large red plate from golden flames and summoned Golden Asura to put the large sashimi on the plate in a whirlpool pattern, but Naruto had to consume the rest in the air via golden flames, effectively putting them into his seal. Naruto landed onto the boat with the oversized plate on his right hand and his Maken in his left hand. Got dinner, Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Mizuno's jaw dropped with Mitsu laughed at Naruto's spectacle and clapped for him. Garuda flew down back to the boat. Hey, careful not to get feathers on the meal, Naruto said with narrowed eyes, trying to keep the plate of Megalodon sashimi from getting dirtied by any feathers or anything else the Bird King could bring about. Sasuke, with Naho in his arms, jumped down, releasing the young relative to the daimyo and nodded to Garuda. Arigato. Garuda nodded before flying into the sky and dissipating in a cloud of smoke. Well, at least he had common courtesy, Naruto said, placing the plate down. What is this? Naho asked as she reached her finger over to touch one of the tips of the appendages sticking from the side of the blade. Naruto's eyes widened as he quickly retracted Habakiri and lifted it up high from her reach. This got everyone curious upon Naruto's action. What's it do? Naho asked with a knowing smirk and arms crossed. Stuff that's really powerful, yet very dangerous. Let's leave it at that, Naruto said with a stoic expression. No fair, Naho said with a pout. There's a cool story behind it, isn't there? Naruto stayed silent. Tell me. Number, Naruto said. Tell me now. You're not the boss of me, Naruto said. Naho growled with annoyance and narrowed eyes. She took in a deep breath and held it. You better not be doing what I think you're doing, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Oh, she is. This happens, Mitsu said with her arms crossed. Naruto leaned down to be at eye level with her. It's not going to work on me, Naruto said with his stoic expression. Naruto, please tell her. Naho is not like most girls. She actually did this to me twice, and on both occasions she was so stubborn to get her way, she held her breath so long that her heart stopped. Mitsu quickly said with fear. Naruto stood up straight and looked to her with a stoic expression. After a few moments that changed. Oh shit, you're not joking. Naruto said with wide eyes. Yes. Please just tell her. She's turning purple. Not even smacking the air out will force her to breathe. Mitsu said with rising fear. Alright, you win. Naruto quickly said, causing Naho to breathe again. Yake Nagaki. Annoying brat, Naruto said with a frown. All the while Naho stared up at him with shining eyes and an excited smile, along with her hands clasped together. Naruto sighed. The story behind Habakiri is an annoying one, but still important nonetheless. Naruto said. Habakiri. That's the weapon's name, Mitsu asked. That's right, Naruto said with a nod, closing his eyes. It all started centuries ago. After the defeat of the infamous eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, from the hands of the greatest warrior of all time, Susanoo, one of its own heads were cut off, and it soon morphed into a being of its own. Its own consciousness, its own power. Why Susanoo let it live, I do not know, but perhaps seeing as it is a part of the monster it came from, it did not have the seemingly vast pool of energy as its parent form. Its mind wasn't warped like it, giving it a calm consciousness, yet could still be fierce when it wanted to. It was docile enough to the humans that it could live among them, but still be considered a powerful deity, yet it was really a piece of one, in a way making it a demigod. Over time, when its life had ran its course, it was reincarnated into a different form, a different consciousness, but still had a piece of its former self within. Surprisingly, just as with new life coming from a piece of the original that had happened before with the previous incarnation, what was left behind from the energy of the first being was a weapon. This was considered the first Maken, but was most likely the first the human race had ever seen themselves, since Maken is used by the gods themselves. Wow tilde. Naho said with amazement as her eyes twinkled from wonder at the story so far. With every cycle's course taken, a new Maken was born. In fact, this went on 8 times, which created what the humans dubbed, the 8 original Maken. Somewhere down the line, despite not being considered one of the 8, Habakiri was born. Yeah, they never explain the logistics behind Habakiri. We're not sure if it was made via process of reincarnation, or if one of the incarnations of Yamada no Orochi was a Makensmith and made it. All that is known so far is that it's not one of the 8 original, so I'm just putting in my own thing here, sort of. The origin of the weapon is still unclear to humans, but what is known to a selected few is that the weapon itself, despite not as dangerous as Murakumo, one of the original 8 and considered the strongest, it is deadly in its own right. It has the potential of changing the future, by affecting one or a certain number of people. How so? Naho asked. Naruto looked around to see everyone staring at him with intrigue. Okay. What I'm going to tell you, does not leave this boat. I expect you all to die with this secret. Naruto said with a serious expression, shocking everyone. Seeing that everyone acknowledged his words, he decided to continue. The truth of Habakiri is that, one injury, no matter how big or small, can either seal your fate or bring about a new opportunity that many would kill for. Naruto said. Everyone was now on the edge of their seats. If one is to be harmed by the Maken, they either die after, or become a demigod. Naruto said, shocking everyone. Naho gasped with pure shock and amazement. Originally, it was thought to be believed you'd become a god, but the previous incarnation told me it discovered that a true god's power is on a whole level we cannot begin to fathom. You met the last incarnation? Naho asked with amazement. Naruto smiled and nodded. Really now? Where? Yamato asked with a tired look. Within a Manohara. She was sealed in there apparently. During my fight with Wabisuke I was sucked inside for a few moments and she entrusted me with it. Naruto said. So you're close to her now. In a way. I mean after all, she is Haimgame's mother. Naruto said, shocking his friends. Haimgame? Sasuke questioned. The short blonde you call your sister. Oh yeah. Is the descendant of the infamous Yamada no Orochi. Yeah, pretty crazy, but I can confirm it. Naruto said. Why did she give it to you? Why was it sealed? What happened to her? Naho asked. Well, she gave it to me, because she trusted me. Even though Haimgame Imouto was transformed into an 8-headed snake thanks to my mortal enemies at Mayonaka Moon Shikai, I refused to hurt her. I connected with her and brought her consciousness back to her, bringing her back to her original form. Seeing how much I loved her and the right people, she trusted me with the most desired of all Maken, to keep it safe from her family's own mortal enemy. Who was that? Naho asked. Naruto furrowed his brows and tightened his fists. The deck beneath him cracked up with fissures from the pressure of Naruto's anger and blood came down his fingers from his nails piercing the skin of his palms. Her brother-in-law, Kusu no Makoto. Naruto said with a look of pure hatred, shocking his friends. They've never seen such a look on his face, and in all honesty, never expected to ever in their lives. A selfish, disgusting, despicable stain of a creature, parading in human skin. He had the mindset of a ruthless conqueror who had no regard for life and decency. He killed anyone either when they talk out of tone, or when he felt like it. He was okay with murdering families and showing off the heads of his victims to their family members. Regarding the age, he even delights himself with taking innocents, mainly those of women, with no shame whatsoever. Even saying fuck you to age. There is no one I have met that is more vomit-inducing and more patronizing than him. I hate him with every cell of my being. Naruto said with a growl and his eyes turning red as more fissures appeared around the deck. Naho shook with fear, along with Mitsu, but they did not know of which they fear. An angered Naruto, or Kusu no Makoto himself. Sakura, Sasuke, Yamato, Sai and Kakashi felt disgusted to know a man like that existed. Give Orochimaru some credit, even he was not so despicable to show off the heads to relatives and take away young women's innocence for the hell of it. Hey Naruto, could you please calm down? You're wrecking my boat. Mizuno said. Calm down Kit, he's gone remember. Kurama tried to calm Naruto down. No he's not. He may have earned a horrid fate, but it's not hell. He's still in the realm of the living. I can't help but feel my blood boil at just the thought. Naruto thought with narrowed eyes. Naruto-kun, what happened to him? Naho asked, shaking like a leaf. Naruto closed his eyes as his rage started to lessen. He's gone. Sort of, Naruto said. Sort of, Mitsu questioned. A long time ago, Kusu had murdered both his brother and Yatsuno, beheading them. Yabako, their son, took the Maken entrusted to him, along with his sister, Himegami, to get away from Kusu and seal them within a mountain that soon had come to be known as Mount Amanohara. Despite catching up to them, Himegami Imouto managed to inherit her mother's own power. The Maken known as Yasukani, that allowed her to summon the previous reincarnations, one of them now being her mother. While Kusu was kept busy, Yabako managed to seal the Maken, along with Himegami, into the seal, to protect them from Kusu. However he got cut by Habakiri, which granted him the power of a demigod, strong enough to oppose Kusu and defeat him. Because of Yabako mental strength, he was able to handle the deification, but Kusu was not done yet. His ability was known as Soul Collector. Transferring his soul into a new individual, he mated with various women to create descendants, so in time, later into the future, he could come back by possessing one of them to continue his search of Habakiri. The Maken that he believed could make him into a god. How was he able to live so long then? Sai asked. The truth is that Kusu sealed himself in an urn and when a descendant of his found it, he possessed him. That descendant came after Himegami, but I kicked the crap out of him. Although that bastard Kusu was stubborn as hell, because he cloned himself after being released. He hopped from clone to clone until I had enough. So what did you do? Naho asked. Easy. I punched his soul out of the body he was possessing and beat the shit out of him. Simple as that, Naruto said with a fist up. Cool, Naho exclaimed with amazement and shimmering eyes. Is that even possible? Mizuno asked Yamato. I highly doubt it, Yamato responded. I don't think so. We don't know the full extent of chakra and element put together. In fact we don't even know the full extent of chakra alone, so anything can be possible and we just don't know it. Kakashi said. So what happened to him then? Is he in hell? Naho asked. No, actually. His soul was devoured by a dangerous Maken, owned by one of Mayanaka Moon Shikai's subordinates. He's still in the realm of the living, but is kept in a sort of purgatory, if that makes sense. Naruto said. Well, at least he got what he deserved. Mitsu said with her arms crossed and head held high. So now that he's gone, there is no worries to use this weapon, yes. Well, there's still worries. If I'm not careful, I can cut someone and with the right mentality, turn them into a force of nature that would seem supernatural to people. That's why I keep it sealed inside myself and barely use it. Naruto said. Speaking of using it, isn't it a little disrespectful to use it as a cooking utensil? Kurama put in his 2 cents. I'm sure Yatsuno Oba-chan doesn't mind, so long as I keep it safe. Naruto thought. Can you say the same for Kodama? Oh hell no, she'd skin me alive and lecture me about using one of the most sacred weapons ever just to prepare a meal. Naruto responded with slight fear. Well at least he's smart to know how others like that midget would feel. Kurama thought with a smirk. So it's rather useless in battle? Sai asked. Not really. I can use Kyuubi's chakra to surround the blade so none of the deification effects will happen when one has been struck with it, but that also means the one-hit kill effect is cancelled out too. Still, with it I get to leave a boiling scar that resembles lava now. Naruto said as he twirled the sword above his head then rested it onto his shoulder. All the while Sasuke was staring at the sword with wide eyes. This was his solution. To gain not only more element, but to have a vast pool that could combine with his chakra leaving him unmatched in this world. Without even realizing it, his hand reached over to the blade resting on Naruto's shoulder. Just one prick on the finger and he can become a demigod. Well, that's enough of that. Naruto said as Habakiri vanished via golden flames. Sasuke quickly brought his hand back and recrossed his arms. Sakura had noticed his motion. She looked at Sasuke to see him staring off to the side with shadowed eyes. Was Sasuke trying to injure himself with it? Sakura thought with wide eyes. You guys can eat. I'm going to rest, Naruto said, walking back over to the lawn chair, but first with the snap of his fingers, he summoned plates, utensils, sauces and spices surrounded the extremely larger plate so the others can eat. Wait, have you ever used that on yourself to be a demigod? Is that why you're so powerful? Mizuno asked. Nah, either way, I don't need to, Naruto said. Why? Like I said, I don't need to. He's sounding pretty overconfident. Makes it sound like he thinks he is a demigod. Yamato thought with tired eyes and bottom lips out. They suddenly widened. Wait, could he? No, that's crazy. Naruto being a demigod. Maybe a mad one with all those pranks and his head first into danger attitude, but I still don't see it. Yamato thought. Well, at least we won't have to worry about dinner tonight. Kakashi said as he walked over to get a plate. Damn it, clothes got wet, Naruto said with annoyance as he stopped next to the lawn chair. Naruto, you going to join? Yamato asked as they all sat down and grabbed a plate, minus Sasuke who remained standing with his arms crossed. No thanks, I'm good for now, Naruto said as he took off his jacket. They all started taking pieces of the megalodon and adding sauces and spices to them. They all started eating, but the females of the group looked to Naruto to see him taking off his shirt to reveal his muscular torso, making them blush red, and it only got worse when he took off his boots and pants. Naruto sighed as he laid down on the lawn chair in only his underwear. Naruto had his eyes closed with his hands behind his head. Sakura, Mitsu and Naho stared at Naruto with their faces glowing red. He looked to have a body of a god. They couldn't keep their eyes off of him. Well, I've lost my appetite, Sasuke said, closing his eyes. Well, at least the Uchiha could keep his eyes off his teammate. Unknown to them all, the water nearby rose a bit and glowed light blue for a moment, before things became calm again. It was the middle of the night. Mizuno anchored the boat for the night and brought out futons for the group to sleep in. Naruto was the only one awake, so he decided to take watch. Kakashi said he would take the next watch, even if Naruto said he could take the whole night, he still needed sleep. Or at least as far as Kakashi knew, he believed Naruto needed sleep, which is true, but he's kind of not as normal as he is anymore. Naruto was leaning against the railing, his right cheek resting on his hand. He turned his head to look at everyone sleeping in their futons. He sighed and turned back to stare at the ocean. He rubbed his left trapezius muscle. His fingers traced over the tattoo his girlfriend Kimi made with her spirit, Violet Haze. Naruto smiled as he remembered his petite girlfriend. He was now remembering the rest of his girlfriends. Kimi, Azuki, Cha-Cha, Furin, Minori, Aki, Yan, Demetra. Okay, so Demetra and him aren't considered official, but there is definitely something going on between them that they both want to explore. He liked their attributes, their personalities, their likes, dislikes. He really loved the way they are, especially on the inside. Although, the outsides aren't half bad either. Far from it. Naruto gave a perverted giggle as his nose bled from the thought of them all in their underwear. After he let out a giggle, he covered his mouth and turned his head to see only Sakura moving a bit. He considered himself lucky. He doesn't care if someone bitches to him, so long as it's not about his pervertism. He does have the right to think perverted thoughts of his girls. No way does he want to deal with being lectured about something that he does have the right to. Naruto turned back to the sea. The thought of Demetra and Yan in their underwear made blood gush out his nose. Damn it. Naruto cursed as he rubbed the blood from his nostrils. Naruto tapped his left cheek with his finger as he thought of what to do. He shrugged his shoulders as the thought of just singing a tune came to mind. So he then did so. Naruto whistled a tune he liked from one of his favorite fighting anime. Hekareki. Naruto hummed to himself. What are you singing? Naruto turned to see Mitsu now up and standing behind him. Hekareki. It's a song from a band called Last Alliance. Naruto answered. I never heard of them. Mitsu said, walking over to his side. Obviously. For the past few months, I've been to a place no other person from this world has been to. What? Another planet? Mitsu questioned. No, more like a mirrored dimension. Naruto said. Mitsu raised an eyebrow and tilting her head to the side. Trust me, it's confusing, but simple. Although it's of no concern to anyone, at least not now anyway. Hopefully in the close future. Give it a few years. Naruto said, leaning forward against the railing. You're very odd. You seem like something in myths, yet approaching you feels like doing it with any other human. Mitsu said. What? Are you exactly? Are you human or more? Mitsu asked. Naruto turned to stare at the others who seemed to be asleep, but you must never underestimate a shinobi. Naruto gestured for Mitsu to lean over. She did so, as Naruto met her halfway by leaning in and then whispering something into her ear. Sakura was awake, hearing the whispering and now trying to listen in on the conversation Naruto and Mitsu were having, but she couldn't hear their whispers. All she heard was Mitsu gasping. Mitsu looked to Naruto with shock eyes and a hand over her mouth as Naruto nodded with a smile. He brought a hand up as light particles started to appear, forming a sphere hovering over Naruto's hand. Mitsu watched with pure intent as she saw that the light particles formed into a golden ball that gave of a strong heat. Is that a? Naruto nodded. It's a sun, Naruto said with a smile. Tiny compared to others, but still important all the same. Especially to myself and my goddess. Naruto said as he let the miniature sun go free as it floated into the sky. Where is it going? Mitsu asked. All the way to space. Not sure where it will go in the universe and what will become of it. Maybe it'll find the heavens themselves are just a space to occupy. It might stay the way it is for eons or grow and become like our own star. Who's to say? You never know what might become of what you create. Naruto said in a soft voice, staring up at the floating star, watching it go to leave Earth's atmosphere. Mitsu stared at Naruto. She felt calm around him, and not because he did an excellent job protecting her, but because he seemed to be a genuinely good person who wanted nothing more than to do good, because he felt like it. She never really got the chance to meet someone like him. The hero type. Naruto started to hum again, catching her attention. I got sunshine tilde, on a cloudy day. And when it's cold out, well I've got the month of May. Naruto sang, causing Mitsu to look at him. I guess you could say, what could make me feel this way? My girl tilde. Talking about my girl tilde, my girl. What are you singing? Mitsu asked. My Girl, a song by the Temptations. The one they're known for the most. Their signature song and their first #1 hit. Naruto answered. And what language were you speaking? I never heard it before. It's English. Gurish, Mitsu questioned, tilting her head to the side. One of the many languages I've learned back at Tenbi. Naruto said. Mitsu stared at Naruto with amazement at his intellect. He reached into his pocket and took out a device. I got the original song right here. Wanna hear it? Naruto asked. What is that strange-looking device? Mitsu asked with shock and wonder. It's my phone. It doubles as a music player. I can also use the internet on this, but I really can't use it since there's no satellite in space to get a Wi-Fi connection. Naruto said looking to his phone. Mitsu blinked her eyes. The things this person knows. Mitsu thought. Naruto extended what looked to be a headphone, but it had this loop attached to it in the shape of an ear. She took it and put it on. Naruto scanned through his music and chose a song as he put on the other headphone. The song started. It was the song Naruto was just singing. Mitsu didn't understand the lyrics, but she did enjoy the music and the voices themselves. They made her feel emotional. A variety of them. Me with Japanese songs. What are they saying? Mitsu asked. Well, let me sing it for you in our native language. Naruto said. Clearing his throat, he started singing from where he left off on the song, but this time, in Japanese. Watashi wa so tilde in nani hachimitsu o matiru. Anata wa hachi ga watashi o arayamu koto o shidiru. Watashi wa yori amai uta o matiru. He no tori yori moa. I've got so tilde much honey. You know the bees envy me. I've got a sweeter song. Oh than the birds in trees. Naruto was trying his best to keep up with the beat. Pretty difficult to do when you're singing a song in a different language than it originally was sang with. Watashi wa shidiru. Watashi wa shidiru. Watashi wa tilde anata ga iu koto o kita. Watashi ni ko no yo ni kanji seizaru mano. Watashi no onananoko tilde, onananoko. Talkin' bout G-bun no onananoko tilde, onananoko. Oh and I know. Well, I tilde hear you say. What can make me feel this way? My girl tilde, my girl. Talkin' about my girl tilde, my girl. Mitsu smiled with a blush as she stared at Naruto with shimmering eyes. He had a beautiful singing voice. Definitely a contrast from his normal deep yet had a hint of a shrill-sounding voice. That's the best way to describe Naruto's voice, right? Naruto closed his eyes and enjoyed the music of the song. Its cool yet upbeat tune was so refreshing to him. His smile was widening from the sound. He gave a small howl with the music. Watashi wa o tilde kane ga hitsuyo nai. Maise tilde no tame no chansu. Watashi wa subite no tomi o mat tilde iru. Ichi ri no shucho ga kano. Watashi wa tilde anata ga iu koto o kita. Watashi ni ko no yo ni kanji seizaru mano. Watashi no onananoko tilde, onananoko. Talkin' bout G-bun no onananoko tilde, onananoko. I don't need no mo tilde ne. Our chance for fame. And I've got all tilde the richest baby. One man can claim. Well, I tilde hear you say. What can make me feel this way? My girl tilde. My girl, my girl. Talkin' 'bout my girl tilde, my girl. Naruto gave a deep yet soothing whistle. Kumo tilde tta hai ni hazashi ga aramasu, jibun no onananoko tilde. Watashi mo me tasuki ni onananoko to isho ni iru. Talkin' 'bout watashi no onanko tilde. Ooh, watashi wa onanko. Watashi ga hanasu kodo ga dekiru no wa, watashi no onananoko dezu. I've got sunshine on a clue tilde die day, my girl tilde. I've even got the month of May with my girl. Talkin' 'bout my girl tilde. Ooh, my girl. It's all I can talk about, it's my girl. Naruto finished the song as it started to fade out. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mitsu staring at him with shimmering eyes and a blush. She suddenly started laughing. That sounded bad. Your voice was great, but you had a bit of trouble keeping tempo. Mitsu said with a smile. Well, what do you expect? I've never sang that song in Japanese before. Give me an A for effort in translating a song while trying to keep the beat. Naruto said with a pout and his arms crossed. Well, I don't think you'd have to worry too much with that. After all, you have a lovely singing voice. Mitsu said with a soft smile. Thanks. You know, people say I sing like this guy named Isaac from Hemingway. Although they have also said that I sound like Shinyoji Takaki from Baradio. They also said I sound like. Naruto stopped speaking when he noticed the confused expression on Mitsu's face. Never mind. I guess you have to listen to their voices to know what I'm talking about. Luckily, I have them on my phone. Naruto said with a grin and scratching the back of his head. How do you know so much? Where have you been? Mitsu asked. Like I said, a mirrored dimension. So different yet so alike from us. One in the same, believe it or not. Naruto said. You seem to have traveled more than anyone else in our world. At least that I know of. Mitsu said. Trust me, I think no one will fight with you on that. Naruto said with a smile. So is there any more you might know of? Mitsu asked. Sakura sighed, deciding to just sleep. Not like any of this was her business to begin with. Unknown to everyone, from afar, part of the water glowed light blue. Everyone started to wake up. Pleasantly enough, they woke up to some soft music. It was in a foreign language, but it sounded nice. They all sat up to see such a sight. Naruto and Mitsu were dancing, waltz style, while Kakashi leaned his back against the railing watching them with a glass of lemonade in his hand. Well, this is a pleasant sight. Sai said with an actual genuine smile. He knows how to dance. Naho questioned as she saw Naruto spin Mitsu away, causing her to giggle, as he then brought her back. Yes, Sasuke said as he got to his feet. Have they even slept at all? Yamato asked as he got to his feet. Not Naruto. He's been up all night. Kakashi said as it seemed he took a sip of his lemonade faster than the eye could see. Naruto, that's unhealthy. Sakura shouted as she got to her feet. Maybe to you people, but I'm completely fine. Naruto exclaimed with a grin as he spun Mitsu in place. Maybe for now, but you'll crash later. I honestly don't think he will. Kakashi said as he finished off his lemonade. How can you say that? Sakura exclaimed. Well, look at him. He's full of more energy than he was yesterday. Kakashi said as Naruto spun Mitsu in place. The sun's out and it gives me a lust for life. And a bit of a high. Naruto said as he then brought Mitsu close and dipped her, making her laugh with glee. Well, he does have a Kekkei Genkai that connects him to the sun itself, utilizing the solar power itself. Yamato said. And create little suns too. He showed me last night. Mitsu said with a smile as she was brought back up. Wait, you can create stars too. Yamato exclaimed with shock. Oh, show them, show them. Mitsu chanted with excitement as she hopped in place. Yeah, show us, show us. Naho exclaimed, joining in as she ran up and hopped next to Mitsu. Well, I guess there wouldn't be any real harm to it if I show it one more time. Naruto said as he took a few steps back. Bringing up his hand, Naruto took a deep breath in through his nose as suddenly his skin glowed a bit, surprising everyone. A tiny sphere of light appeared hovering over Naruto's hand, but then light fragments were clustering together towards the tiny sphere, growing. Everyone stared with awe and shining eyes as the sphere became a small star. Yamato, Sasuke and Sakura had their jaws dropped anime style with the sound of metal impact when fully dropped. Sugoi tilde. Naho cheered as she and Mitsu stared at the star with shimmering eyes. Go on, little one, Naruto said with a smile as he lighting brought his hand up, causing the mini-sun to float into the air and head over to the stratosphere and beyond. Cute. Still wonder what'll become of him though. Naruto said with a smile and his hands on his hips. Yamato walked over to Kakashi. Senpai. This is concerning. Have you ever heard of any jutsu, let alone a Kekkei Genkai that could create stars like that? Is such a thing even possible with chakra? Yamato whispered to Kakashi. Who knows? No one knows the true power of chakra. Perhaps it's possible. It could also be an effective element, and no one in this world, except Naruto of course, knows much about element. Kakashi whispered back. But even so, to create stars would require so much power and concentration. Something that I don't think even the Hokages could do, even together. They were powerful in the past and mentally focused, but Naruto created this with ease. Where did he even gain this Kekkei Genkai? From which side of the family? Don't know, Naruto said, confusing everyone, but surprising Yamato and Kakashi. My senses are powerful. I heard everything you said, and truth be told, I'm not sure which parent I gained this from. Be it my father or my mother, at this time I'm not sure who I earned the power to be one with the aspects and powers of the sun from. Naruto said, turning to his sensei and captain. All I know is that it originated from one of the strongest beings in existence. And I am proud to be her descendant. Her? Yamato questioned. You mean Kagaya, right? Sasuke asked. Everyone looked to Sasuke, confused expressions. Naruto stared at him with a stoic, yet stern expression. The progenitor of chakra. That's who you're talking about, right? Sasuke questioned. Naruto stared at him for a moment, but then turned his head with a smirk and went, HN. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Is he talking about someone else then? Who? Sasuke thought. However, he noticed a tentacle made of water was slowly wrapping around Naho's leg. Naho, look out! Sasuke shouted. Naho turned to him with confusion, but she was suddenly swooped away, causing everyone to turn. What the hell? Naruto thought with gritting teeth. Everyone turned as Naho was hanging over the railing. A webbed claw came up and grabbed onto the railing. Climbing onto the railing was a slim, muscular blue being. It had the body of an athletic swimmer. It had webbed claw hands and webbed claw feet, spiky fins on its forearms and calves along with the side of its thighs, a blue belt around its waist, purple tribal markings on the chest, and a long spiked dorsal fin down its back. The terrifying thing of this creature was its face. It had a wide mouth with sharp, short shark-like teeth mixed with long ones, 12 beady eyes, spiked back protrusions coming out the back of its head, and it had numerous tentacles made of water coming out its back. What the hell is that thing? Sakura questioned with pure fear. The ghost of Mizuno was too scared to finish his sentence. Suddenly something shot out of the water below, followed by a laugh as a tall, slim muscular man landed on the railing. Definitely possessed a swimmer's build like the blue monstrous being. The only article of clothing he had were a pair of dark army green pants, other than that he was barefoot and shirtless. He had shoulder-length light brunette hair and hazel eyes. He grinned at the group. So I'm guessing that this is the guy with the ghost that the village talked about. Naruto said. Let the princess go, Yamato ordered. Or what? You see this thing here? I control it and I have a hostage with it. What makes you think I'd listen to you? The ghost summoner questioned rhetorically. Well, he's got you there, Naruto said, taking a few steps forward, causing the enemy to look at him. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself. Uzumaki. I thought you all had red hair. My mom did, but I got my father's looks, minus the face shape. Naruto said. Well, seeing as you were so kind to give me your name, I'll give you mine. I am Roka. The man now known as Roka introduced himself with a hand on his chest. I'd say pleasant to meet you, but you've clearly proven to be a threat. Let the kid go. Nope, Roka said with a smirk. Naruto continued to stare at him with a stoic expression. I don't like to repeat myself, but I'll give you one last chance. Let the kid go, Naruto said. And once again, I refuse. However, I am willing to trade the girl for the princess, Roka said with a smirk. Hell no, Sakura shouted. Do you normally leave the water? Naruto asked. That's an odd question, but no, I don't. What spurred this? Roka asked. Do you ever leave the water? Naruto asked. No, I don't, unless you count this little island I found out in the middle of the river. Roka answered with a smirk. So that means there are men waiting for us at the other side of the river. Naruto said with his eyes closed. Oh Tilda, you're pretty smart. Guess I should have guessed that with such a random answer out of the blue. Roka said. Roka, right, I'm not trading Mitsuhime for Naho, and if you don't let her go then I'll beat you down. Naruto said. HMPH. Confident, aren't you? Then why not come over here and take her? Roka invited with a grin. Naruto started walking over towards Roka. Naruto, wait, he's just baiting you, Yamato shouted. Roka chuckled as Naruto was about to be in front of the railing he was standing on. Bakayaro, Roka shouted with a toothy grin as he suddenly jumped back off the railing with his ghost and started falling towards the water with Naho screaming. Naho-chan, Mitsu screamed. Naruto stopped in front of the railing as suddenly Golden Asura was summoned and dived down at the water ghost at high speed. Aura. Golden Asura slammed a hook punch to the water ghost's left cheek, causing Roka to scream as an indent of a fist was left on his cheek. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura chanted as it punched the water ghost's face with a barrage of fists, sending it rocketing into the water with its last punch, but luckily with the ghost weakened, the golden spirit was able to grab Naho from the tentacle. Roka and the water ghost hit the water, submerged into it. No way. This guy can summon a ghost too. Roka thought with gritting teeth as he felt his whole body was numb, but then he suddenly felt intense pain, more intense than any pain before, causing him to scream underwater. Just as I had thought. Naruto said looking down at the water below with his hands in his pockets. That ghost of his was actually a spirit like my own. Everyone stared in shock. Naho's eyes were wide as she looked to the water below, then up to Golden Asura, gazing at the spirit in awe, then to Naruto with the same awe. Sugoi. Naho thought with amazement. Riden. Return, Naruto ordered. Golden Asura was about to fly back up, but suddenly a tentacle of water came out from the body of water below and wrapped around Golden Asura's muscular neck. Nani? Naruto exclaimed as he felt his neck get constricted. Naruto coughed as his hands hover over his neck. Damn it, he's got me. Naruto. Mitsu cried. The water tentacle tried pulling Golden Asura into the water, but the golden spirit managed to overpower it and keep its distance. Suddenly more water tentacles came out, wrapping around Golden Asura's right arm, legs and waist. Naruto groaned at the constriction reflected onto his body. The water tentacles managed to pull Golden Asura down some, causing Naruto to be pulled forward, hitting the railing. Naruto. Get away. Yamato shouted. If I could, don't you think I would? Naruto thought with gritting teeth. Golden Asura was being pulled in more, causing Naruto to press more into the railing of the boat. Naruto. I said get away. What if he can't? Sakura shouted, shocking everyone. The distance between Golden Asura and I. Our bodies are tethered. I can't extend the distance or bring it closer, not when it's locked like this by that bastard spirit. If he gets pulled in, I'll fall in, and what's worse is that Naho is in danger. Naruto thought as he stared down at Naho, who was being held in Golden Asura's left hand. I need to think fast. Wait. Another water tentacle came out and wrapped around Golden Asura's left arm. It succeeded, but Golden Asura had grown an extra pair of arms that grabbed Naho. Rearing its arms back, Golden Asura managed to then throw Naho into the air, causing her to scream. Naho. Yamato shouted. Naho-chan. Mitsu screamed. Kurama, help her. Naruto shouted as golden flames shot from his back and rocketed into the air towards Naho. The flames changed into a bear-sized Kyuubi that grabbed Naho with one of his tails. Naho gasped, staring down at the fox. However, she then noticed Naruto being pulled in. More water tentacles wrapped around Golden Asura and managed to overpower him, bring him into the water. Naruto's body broke right through the railing, causing him to fall overboard. Naruto. Sakura screamed as she and the others ran over to try and help. Naruto-kun. Naho screamed with a hand out as Naruto fell into the water. Naruto gritted his teeth as he traveled deeper into the water. He suddenly heard laughter as he stared at the grinning maniac from earlier. Now you're in my element. Roka's spirited said with an open-mouth grin, while its host grinned maniacally. Yaro. Golden Asura said with annoyance. Naruto suddenly growled, before letting out a roar as his and Golden Asura's bodies burst with golden flames, destroying the water tentacles constricting Golden Asura. Bakana. Impossible. Flames don't work in water. That's a law of nature. Roka's spirit shouted. Well then, let me extend a secret to you. Golden Asura said with its back to Roka's spirit. It suddenly flashed away and appeared next to Naruto, who stared at Roka and his spirit with a stoic expression. These aren't flames. It's plasma, and it's an element that can exist in the waters and space itself. Golden Asura said. Plasma. Roka and his spirit looked with 6 wide right eyes and right eyebrow raised. I have a Kekkei Genkei that allows me to utilize the same properties as the sun itself. It may be called a giant fireball, but it being made of flames itself isn't really accurate. Golden Asura said. Oka growled. Guess what else I can do? Naruto and Golden Asura suddenly started to give a rising war cry as their plasma extended. Suddenly the water itself started to boil. From on the ship, everyone stared down to the water. One of us has to jump in. Sakura exclaimed. With that blue beast in there? I don't think so, Sasuke said. We can't just abandon Naruto. Sakura shouted. Look, the water is producing steam. Sai pointed out. Everyone looked to see steam coming from the water. Suddenly Roka and his spirit shot out of the water, rising into the air as his skin was now red and his spirit's out skin was producing steam. They both screamed bloody murder as their skin steamed and bodies were racked with pain. Naruto's head suddenly shot out from the water, taking in a deep gulp of air. Naruto-kun, you're all right, Mitsu exclaimed with joy and relief. Not really. My clothes are drenched, Naruto said. Would you stop worrying about your clothes and get out of the water? Sakura screamed. Yaro tilde. Roka yelled with anger. He and his spirit dived back into the water. Naruto turned towards where they dived. He summoned Golden Asura once again, appearing next to him. Naruto blinked his eyes as he suddenly felt a change of current inside the water. Suddenly he yelped and brought a hand up to reveal scales made of solid water were stabbed into his hand and fingers. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the scales, while Golden Asura used its incredible eyesight to get a better look into the scales and see that the water was more dense than usual. Naruto took a sniff of them. Mineral water? Naruto questioned. Suddenly the water started to spin around. Whirlpool. Naruto shouted as he started moving a bit. Suddenly more water scales stabbed into his legs. Naruto groaned with pain. Yaro. My pants. Suddenly the current intensified as a large whirlpool was created and expanding, with Naruto being sucked into its current. I hope you have waterproof money to pay for the tailorship. Naruto screamed as he was sucked into the whirlpool. Everyone on the ship started to scream as the boat was going to be sucked in. We're all going to die. Mizuno screamed as he held onto the railing. Hold the brat, Uchiha. Kurama shouted as he gave Naho to Sasuke. Kurama ran off to the edge away from the whirlpool and hopped off to a great distance. Golden flames surrounded him and grew as he was now back to his original size. Kurama landed on the surface of the water, turned around and grabbed the boat into his hands and hopped away from the whirlpool. This is too much excitement for me. Mizuno screamed with anime tears as he held onto the railing even tighter out of desperation for his life. Wait, what about Naruto? Sakura screamed as Kurama landed away. He'll live. It takes more than this to put the kid down. Kurama said. Naruto was now underwater again, being dragged around by the current of the whirlpool. Naruto stared at the center to see Roka's spirit moving its arms around. Surprise tilde. One of my greatest techniques. You're helpless against it. Roka's spirit shouted as Roka laughed maniacally. This whirlpool is special. It clocks in at 50 miles per hour and within it are my solid water scales. Sharper than razors. You'll get vertigo and get cut into a bloody mess. Naruto and Golden Asura just stared with stoic expression. Quit acting so tough. Don't you know the position you are in? Naruto and Golden Asura just stared at him with their mirroring stoic expressions. All they responded with were mirroring middle fingers. Their middle fingers were suddenly cut. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Roka. I hate you, Roka said with a glare. You act tough even when you are being cut up and spun at a speed that would render a normal man helpless. I am no regular man. That's why you've lost, Naruto said with a stern tone and stoic expression. Roka's eyes widened a bit. What are you thinking? Are you planning on trying to do something? No, you're thinking, how the hell am I going to get out of this? Aren't you? Come on brain. Think. Am I right? Roka's spirit shouted. No, I was thinking, wow. This is eerily familiar to a fight from my most favorite series. That's why I know you have lost. So I will end it the same way. Golden Asura said. Oh yeah, try it, bitch, Roka screamed. Gladly, Naruto said. Golden Asura brought up its fist. Roka narrowed his eyes at the golden spirit, ready for anything. Aura. Golden Asura yelled as he flicked something at Roka. Roka's eyes widened as he quickly moved his head away in time. He managed to notice through his spirit that it was a 100 Ryo coin. Ha, a coin. You are one real baka. Roka shouted with a grin, but when he turned back, his eyes widened with shock as suddenly elongated fingers stabbed right through his spirit's head. Gold finger. Naruto shouted as Golden Asura swiped his hand to the side, causing his two long fingers to swipe right through the side of Roka's spirit's head. Roka screamed as he felt his head get cut, leaving a scar as blood came out and mixed with the water. I'd turn you into sashimi, but I think that would make stomach churn. Naruto said. Sending chakra to his feet, Naruto shot forward straight at Roka. Roka's eyes widened with fear. Aura. Golden Asura yelled as it punched Roka's spirit in the left cheek. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura delivered a barrage of punches at Roka's spirit, then finished with an uppercut, sending Roka and his spirit straight out of the whirlpool, sending him rocketing into the sky. That, however, was my own personal touch. Naruto said as he and Golden Asura stared up at their flying enemy. Look, someone came out, Mitsu shouted, pointing at the body and spirit in the air. It's the wet bastard. Naho screamed with anger. Mitsu looked to her with wide eyes. What? I'm 11. I can curse if I want to. Where's Naruto? Sakura asked with worry. Suddenly Naruto and Golden Asura shot up out of the whirlpool. Naruto kicked off the side of the air, getting away from the whirlpool, then landed onto the water. Naruto stared up at Roka. I wonder if shooting a Bijudama at him would be too much. Naruto thought. Roka started to fall back into the water with his spirit. The whirlpool slowly receded until the water was still. Naruto stared at where Roka sank into for a moment, before sighing. He grabbed his jacket and looked at the damages. Damn it. This is fine as leather, and his stupid mineral water scales tore it up. Soon enough this jacket will stop being made at Tenbi. I got to stock up or something. Maybe a diamond would give me a good number of leather clothes. Naruto said. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura called out. No, my clothes got fucked up. Naruto called out back. Forget about your clothes and care about your health. Never. Naruto, do you plan on marrying Sakura in the future? Sai called out, making Sakura turn red with a squeal. What? Why the fuck would you ask that? Naruto screamed. Because you argue like a married couple. Sai called out. Agreed, Sasuke said with his arms crossed. Screw you both, Naruto shouted. He actually heard Sasuke-kun. Naho questioned. He has extremely excellent hearing. Mitsu said. C-C, can someone ask the giant fox to let go of my boat? Mizuno asked. Naruto rubbed his neck, but then sensed something. The way away from him bubbled, making him narrow his eyes. Damn it. A giant plume of water shot into the air and started shifting into a new form. Suddenly it took the form of a giant monster with the body that was slug-like, had numerous tentacles and had a large bulky and bulgy head with multiple golden glowing eyes and short sharp and long sharp teeth mixed together. Naruto stared at the monster with dull eyes. Now we've hit Sonic Adventure levels. Rip off, Naruto said with a frown. Urusarenai. Urus Aranai. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Roka screamed within his now giant spirit that roared, causing a shockwave that stirred the water around it. Everyone on the boat covered their ears. Kurama's ears rang, but he stayed strong. Naruto just stared at the giant spirit with an annoyed stoic expression. Roka's giant spirit charged at Naruto at top speed. It traveled at a rocketing speed, faster than sound. Naruto just scoffed as golden energy surrounded him and golden Asura. Roka's monster spirit opened its jaws with a roar and was ready to bring it down upon Naruto, to devour him, but suddenly a giant golden arm came out and took the hit as Roka's spirit bit down onto the arm. Roka and his spirit's eyes widened. Yar yar. That hurt like hell, but I guess it's better than being eaten whole. Even if it does hurt like a mother. Naruto said as golden Asura now grew to gargantuan size with Naruto within the center of the golden spirit's chest. So far golden Asura was in its legless giant form. You possess the same as me. The exact same. Not really. Golden Asura said with a finger up. What you and I possess are called spirits. An extension of ourselves that are a collaboration of our souls and minds bonding together, projecting them from out of our bodies with our own physical forms acting as tethers to the spirits. Kind of simple, but also complex. I'd explain it to you in greater detail, but I don't like you. Golden Asura said with narrowed eyes. Aura. Golden Asura sent a left hook to the side of Roka's spirit's face, free his right arm from its jaws. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura delivered a barrage of blinding punches at Roka's spirit, causing it to break apart. However, that didn't mean it was over. The water suddenly wrapped around Golden Asura's neck and torso. Nani? This is pure water. You can't punch it. Roka's spirit shouted as a water snake head with a pair of glowing yellow eyes appeared out of the water around Golden Asura's neck. Aura. Golden Asura screamed, causing a shockwave that sent the water flying away. However, after hitting the body of water below, it reformed back to its original state. Don't you learn? Yeah, I do. Golden Asura suddenly dashed forward, and then brought Roka's spirit into a bear hug. Nani tilde, I thought you said you did. Roka's spirit said as the water of its body started to consume Golden Asura. Trust me, I have. What also puts me ahead of you is that I know a lot more about spirits than you do. Especially the biggest drawback about using them in battle. Golden Asura said. Drawback. You bluff. Roka's spirit shouted as it then bit into Golden Asura's trapezius muscles, causing Naruto's body to flinch a bit and his eyes to narrow and twitch a bit. You won't be saying that for long. Golden Asura said. Naruto took in a deep breath in through his nose as he built up energy. Naruto then got a serious look on his face, ready to attack. Hammon. Body heat burst overdrive. Golden Asura screamed as suddenly the golden spirit's body burst with golden flames. Roka's spirit started to bubble, and then the bubbles increased exponentially while steam came searing out of Roka's spirit's body. Roka screamed bloody murder as he felt his skin exploded with heated pain as it turned lobster red and suddenly parts of his skin started to deteriorate. You feel that right? That's the downside. Golden Asura shouted as he pushed Roka's spirit away, suddenly grew a pair of legs and hopped up a bit raising his fist back as it was completely consumed with golden fire. Aura. Golden Asura roared as he slammed his fist down upon Roka's spirit and nailing Roka, sending him into the water below. Golden Asura landed onto the water in a kneeling position before slowly vanishing. Everyone on the boat stared in amazement. Sugoi. Mitsu said with amazement. The water stirred from the force of the giant spirit battle. Rising to the water was Roka, all red with some of his skin looking burnt and melted. He was floating on his back. Eyes were all white. Suddenly he gasped as he got up into a regular position. Yaro tilde. I'll kill that bastard. I'll boil him alive from the inside so he can feel even worse pain. Then I'll take those girls and hand them to those guys across the river. I don't care what they do to them, so long as I kill that blonde bastard tilde. Roka screamed, seeing all red. Ma, you're rather tenacious. Roka's rage suddenly turned to fear as he turned his head to see Naruto staring down at him. Naruto grabbed Roka by his hair and slowly brought him up as Roka squealed with fear. I was just kidding, Naruto-san tilde. I didn't mean anything by it. Come on now, you didn't take it personally, did you? Did ya? Roka said with a nervous chuckle. Naruto just stared at him with a stoic expression. Why, you're not thinking of hitting me again, are you? I'm all burnt red and my skin is so tilde sensitive. Another hit might kill me, you know. You're too pathetic. I have nothing more to say to you. Nothing except. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura sent a barrage of left punches straight into the side of Roka's head and across his face. Stop it tilde. Roka screamed with agony and bloody murder. Nothing I hate more. Naruto tossed Roka up as his left arm pumped with stronger muscle as wind and fire surrounded his fist. Then someone who barks so loud and gets too scared to bite. Naruto screamed as he slammed a rising left uppercut into the side of Roka's head, followed by an explosive torrent of fire and wind, sending him rocketing straight into the air. Especially when the going gets tough. Show a little balls next time, Konohiro. Naruto said, staring up with a sneer and his hands in his pockets. Kurama stared at Roka's flying body. Yep, no way will he be standing after that. Kurama thought. I wonder if the kid went too far. Maybe. The asshole had it coming anyway. Still though, with injuries like that, the kid possibly murdered the guy. If not, he's definitely scarred for life. Excuse me. Kurama looked down, only to see Mizuno cower. Perhaps, could you let it out, pipsqueak? Kurama said. He wants you to put down his boat. Sakura said with her fists pressed against her hips. Figured as much, Kurama said as he placed the boat back into the water. How can you talk to him so casually like that? Mizuno asked with wide eyes. I don't know. Guess when he protects your friend from getting killed, despite hatred towards his bloodline, you just get a little more comfortable with the giant fox spirit. Plus I met him officially as a small little fox, so that kind of disregards any nervous feelings and anxiety. Sakura said with a calm smile. You used the same description twice, stupid. You know, just because small and little are both different words, they both still mean the same thing, baka. Kurama said with dull eyes. What was that? Sakura screamed with anger and a shaking fist. She even has the guts to yell at it. Mizuno said with incredibility and wide exaggerated eyes at Sakura's bravery to yell at a giant nine-tailed fox spirit. The Kyuubi no Kitsune. Mitsu walked over and stared up at the Biju King. I never thought I'd live long enough to be in your presence. I've heard unsavory stories, so I'm surprised by how considerate you are to us humans. Mitsu said. HMPH. Don't get it twisted. I still don't like the humans of this world, your highness, but after spending time with the kid somewhere where my hatred is unneeded and would be pointlessly tossed around if given, I've calmed down a bit to at least tolerate you lot. I'm only trying to get used to you all for the future sake and the kit's goals. Kurama said as he scratched his chin. The future sake. What do you mean? Mitsu asked. And what do you mean Naruto's goals? Sakura asked. TCH. Like I'd ruin the fun for you, ninjan. In life, it's better to have a few more surprises. Kurama said with a cheeky grin and gave a deep chuckle, before being surrounded in golden flames and shrank into a stream that flew by them and went into Naruto's chest, who was now on the boat. Okay, that was creepy. Mizuno said. Mizuno-san. Naruto spoke. Hi. Grab the helm and take us to our destination. Naruto said as he was making his way over to the lawn chair while taking his jacket off. Got it. Mizuno exclaimed with a salute, then ran to the helm of his boat. That was nice work out there, by the way, Naruto. Yamato said as he turned to the blonde, only to see the Uzumaki lying on the lawn chair in only his underwear again and his hands behind his head. Oh, for the love of, think of the kid. What kid? Naho is almost a teenager, right? Naruto retorted with his eyes closed. She's 11. Kakashi said. Whatever. She's going to have to learn anyway. Naruto said. Plus she looks pretty mature for an 11-year-old. Naho blushed hearing this, as if staring at Naruto's body wasn't bad enough for her heart and blood pressure. The boat was coming close to land. I can't believe we survived. Mizuno said with a wide relieved smile on his face as he steered the boat. Naruto got off of the lawn chair and snapped his fingers as golden flames surrounded his body, and once they disappeared, new clothes of his new trademark wardrobe appeared. How did you do that? Naho asked. Nowadays I use the seal on my stomach that once held Kurama to store numerous other stuff for myself. Naruto said as he lifted up his shirt, making Naho blush, and then concentrated to show the open seal. We're about to port. Mizuno called out. Mizuno, keep it steady. Naruto ordered. Everyone, when we get to land, let me get a head start. Roka revealed that there are enemies about to show up, so let me be the first out. Think of me as the front lines. Naruto said. Maybe one of us should assist you. Sai said. Trust me, it's better you all stay on the ship and protect Mitsuhime and Naho-chan. It's better that way in case they try something underhanded. Naruto said. He does make a point. After all, Naruto-kun does appear to take better initiative and knows how to give a wallop just as much as he can take one. Mitsu said. Yeah, Naruto-kun is super powerful. Naho cheered with a smile and fist thrust up. We're about to meet land. Mizuno said. Naruto put on a serious expression. Walking over to the railing, he got onto it and then took a leap off the railing and landed on land. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets as he stared ahead to the open road. You guys don't hide very well. Either that or I'm just too good at noticing people. Naruto said as he picked up a rock from the ground and flicked it at a tree, nailing something, causing a grunt. Suddenly the wood from the tree came out in the shape of a human being and fell face first as it showed to be a chakra-armored shinobi. Quit wasting time and show yourselves. Naruto said with closed eyes. Suddenly spiked end cables shot at Naruto, but with movement faster than the human eye could see, Naruto grabbed the 5 speared cables and held them in hand. Yar days. Naruto took a deep breath in through his nose and sent his chakra through the cables that connected to the person using the weapons. Ha, Kanoiro. A voice spoke as 5 shinobi wearing chakra armor. We're wearing chakra armor. What makes you think your chakra will work? A cocky shinobi shouted. Naruto just stared at them with half-lidded eyes. You're right, Naruto said with his eyes closed and a smirk. Suddenly the cables were sliced apart, causing the 5 shinobi to stumble back. Using my chakra on you would be a waste. I should save my actually strength for some real challenges, Dadbeo. Naruto said with a smile, eye smiles and his fists pressed against his hips. The 5 growled with anger. Suddenly out from the ground and trees were more shinobi in chakra armor. They all came together, being a small battalion. On the boat, Naho gulped as she and Mizuno looked in fear. Naruto's shinobi allies remained calm, as they knew he will be fine. Mitsu stared at Naruto's back with concerned eyes. Naruto-kun. A shinobi in particular started coming out from the ground slowly. He was very large and tall, like something out of an enemy from Fist of the North Star, with large shoulder plates, shogun pants and shoes, a shogun helmet with all but the eyes covered by a steel mask, eyes shadowed and heavily armored torso. All being chakra armor, evident with the yin-yang symbol on the abdomen. His right arm in particular looked unique. It had a gauntlet with 6 silver rings around the forearm, an orange orb on the back of the hand and a hole in the palm of the hand with orange decal inside. You the leader of this faction, or just the muscle? Naruto asked. I am the leader. Hand over Mitsu Hanagaku or die. The leader said. Straight to the point I see, but do you think I was born yesterday? Even if I was a coward, I wouldn't be dumb enough to think you'd let us live. As if you'd leave witnesses. For shame on some crappy lie like that. Naruto said wagging his finger. Headstrong, yet smart. That's the kind of personality that can get a man killed. The leader said as he extended his gauntlet out to the side. A Maken I see, Naruto said. So, you've heard of this weapon. Buddy, I've seen those weapons in action. Not something to fuck with, unless you know how to handle situations with them. Naruto said, pointing at the guy. The large man stayed silent as his chakra leaked from the hole out the palm of his Maken, then it started to take shape. Naruto raised an eyebrow with intrigue as the energy then took the shape of an orange warhammer made of pure chakra. Naruto gave an impressed whistle as the large leader gripped the chakra warhammer in hand. Now that's a Maken, Naruto commented. So, you see the difficulty in this fight. The leader said with his warhammer ready. I think the first guy was more dangerous. This Maken seems good, but it looks like you need excellent control and a good knowledge of weapons to use it properly. Also, your stance suggests overconfidence. Even a novice can tell that. Naruto said rubbing his chin. Are you really so cocky that you believe you will survive? The leader questioned with growing annoyance. I wouldn't say cockiness. More assurance in one's own victory. Naruto said. He then gave a serious expression. You all wouldn't even be able to stand against the force behind my punch, let alone contact in general. Naruto said, rightfully pissing all the enemy shinobi off. Bastard. You're dead. One of the enemy shinobi shouted as they all started shouting with anger, while the large one spun his chakra warhammer in hand. The leader stomped his foot hard, causing pebbles from the ground to rise and then fall. Your fate is sealed, the large one said with pure authority in his voice. I'll just use my left. Naruto said bring up his left fist. The area was dead silent with the wind blowing. The moment one shift their feet forward, Naruto sent a punch faster than the eye could see as the pressurized force behind the punch rocketed to the group and slammed into them, causing all their eyes to bulge and turn blank as their armor immediately shattered to thousands of pieces to reveal their either clothed or half-naked form. They just stood there, frozen and defeated. No one is conscious. Even the leader, whose weapon remained, was unconscious, but after a moment his weapon dispersed as a result. Taketsuna. Boring. Naruto said with a frown as his fist produced some steam. Everyone on the ship was purely shocked by the move. Naho's mouth gaped drastically with her eyes bulging, with Mizuno having the same expression, but with his hands pressed against the sides of his head with his fingers spread over his face. For Naruto's friends, they all had shocked expressions at just how easy it was for Naruto to take down a small battalion of chakra-armored shinobi, and with one pure taijutsu move no less. Sasuke's lip quivered as she started showing a bit of grinding teeth. He knew Naruto was extremely powerful, after all he saw his pure strength up close and personal, but to see that his strength alone reached this degree and without any real effort, it just boiled his blood almost as bad as the waters of hell. If there is any water there, nonetheless it would no doubt be boiling. Kakashi, after having a shocked expression, or lack thereof thanks to his mask and slanted headband, couldn't help but chuckle a moment later. Such power behind his attacks, and no chakra used whatsoever. Guy, you would have loved to have seen such prowess. Kakashi thought with eye smiles and possessing a wide smile underneath his mask. Mitsu stared with not only pure shock, but also awe. She was left breathless. Sugoi, Mitsu whispered, as she felt her heart flutter. Well, let's get a move on. Naruto said as he dusted his hands. Naruto tossed 6 tiny purple scrolls behind himself. Once they landed on the boat, they were consumed in smoke, then dissipated to reveal 6 Narutos. Mizuno-san. Huh. Mizuno looked to the real Naruto. Naruto looked to him and smiled. Arigato. Those clones will be with you as to make sure you'll have a safe trip. Even if they are shadow clones, the moment one is defeated, I'll get the info and flash my way over to help, Datbeo. Naruto said with a smile and thumbs up. Mizuno looked to him with wide eyes. He then gained a smile. Hi, have a safe trip. Arigato yo, Mizuno said with a grin. Naruto grinned right back. Sakura, Sasuke and Sai jumped right off the boat. Mitsu-sama, allow me to take you off, Yamato said. However, they all noticed a giant golden hand in front of the railing, coming from Naruto. I believe this will assist easier. Arigato, Yamato-san, Mitsu said as she and Naho went over the railing and landed on Golden Hand and was gently brought down to the ground. Yamato and Kakashi hopped off the boat just as the Golden Hand vanished. With a final wave and goodbye, Mizuno rode off back home. Naruto rolled his neck out of habit. He walked over to the defeated standing leader. He grabbed the gauntlet and pulled it out. He stared at it in hand. Like any power, a true strong ability can become extremely fearsome, but in the hands of a less than adequate user, it can be much underused. Naruto said before golden flames consumed the gauntlet and vanished. Sakura pulled out the map and checked the path. It looks like if we continue down our path, we'll come across an inn in a few hours of traveling. Sakura said. It does feel like a long day, despite everyone waking up some time ago. Naruto said. You didn't sleep at all, Kakashi said. True, Naruto admitted with a shrug. Naruto, that's not healthy. You could crash, Yamato said. I wouldn't say that. All I need is 40 minutes of sleep and I'm good, so no worries there. Naruto said. Naruto, I want a piggyback ride. Naho said. Why? We'll just be walking. No tree hops, Naruto said. But I want one. Naho whined. Geez kid, show a little maturity. Naruto said with a tired smirk and rubbing the back of his head. Nonetheless, Naruto walked over, knelt down and allowed Naho to get onto his back. Standing up, Naruto nodded to Kakashi, who nodded back, as they all continued on. Shouldn't we tie the shinobi up? Yamato asked. Perhaps, but I don't see them waking up for a long time, if ever. Kakashi said. I didn't kill them, Naruto said. Granted, but with the force behind that punch, their bodies might fail sooner or later. Kakashi said. Don't remind me, Naruto said with a frown. Naruto, why are you so unaffected by this? You might have killed them, so why are you so unaffected? Sakura asked. Naruto's eyes softened. I have killed before, Naruto confessed, shocking everyone. A few times. I try not to think about it. You killed people before? Naho asked with surprise. I never thought it would be possible, Yamato said. Who was it? It's obviously people from Tenbi, Sasuke asked. I don't kill people at Tenbi. The only people in that world I've ended were just 2 soldiers and some other pains in the asses. 2 of them were descendants of Kusu who he possessed. I thought it would finish him at the time, but in truth I think I got too consumed by anger and rage from the bastard to think about the consequences. Naruto said with closed eyes. And you're so calm by this? Sai asked. Naruto opened his eyes and looked to the sunny sky. I've learned from some good stories, with heroes considered legendary despite being just from stories, that so long as it protects lives that matter, then it's alright to finish a life. Don't let the idea of taking a life, whether out of pleasure or regret, consume you though, or you truly might be useless. Naruto said. Naho and Mitsu stared at Naruto with awe and admiration. He sounds like a wise man, yet was still young. It made him rather endearing. Naruto comrades were surprised by Naruto's philosophy, but nonetheless, they had peace at mind now knowing Naruto was still stable. Hell, he's probably more stable than Sai and Sasuke, who despite being calm all the time and have killed before, they weren't as stable as Naruto was when thinking the idea. They have had regret and a bit of satisfaction with certain kills, more Sai than Sasuke. Sakura had mixed feelings. On one hand, she was happy Naruto was still a great man, but on the other to know he has killed and now considers it fine so long as it protects good people and even a good number of them. It was hard to know what emotion to feel right now, other than accepting of what is now true. So, your first kill were of mean people? Naho asked. Naruto's mouth thinned a bit. I killed someone else from Konoha, when I was really young. Naruto confessed, shocking everyone, except Kakashi. She was in pain. That was all Naruto said. Everyone, but Kakashi, continued to stare in shock. Naruto closed his eyes as his lip quivered and his brow twitched. Tears came down his eyes, but then after a moment he opened them and looked ahead with a determined gaze matched with the same expression. All were speechless. Naho looked to the ground with sadness, for Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke, Sai and Yamato stared ahead and remained silent out of respect for Naruto. Yamato had actually noticed Kakashi was not shocked at all by the statement. All he had was a somber look, as if remembering something. Did he already know of this? The thought of Kakashi knowing actually unnerved him. Mitsu was still looking at Naruto, with a solemn look. She saw Naruto in a grand new light. Her first impression of him completely changed into something new that she could undoubtedly respect. Naruto Uzumaki, you're a very strong man. I am happy you are here. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. Naho-chan, want to see something neat? Naruto asked with a soft smile. Naho looked to Naruto, surprised by his new attitude, but nodded nevertheless. Naruto extended his hands out to the side to reveal his clackers were wrapped around his fingers with a net formed from them between the spaces of Naruto's hands. With hand movements faster than the eye could see, Naruto now created a makeshift white Eiffel Tower-looking structure from his clacker, with one hand at the top and the other at the bottom, and with the 4 clacker balls hanging in the center. Naruto took in a small breath of air and gave a small blow of air that caused the clackers to spin around at a fast speed. Naho laughed with joy. Subarashi. Naho cheered with a joyous smile. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Even after remembering a harsh memory, Naruto still thinks of others, and to make them happy. After hours of walking, they all finally came to the inn. The inn was rather large and wide. It was made of black-colored marble with red shingles for the tops of the structure, and had a golden gecko insignia high above. Well, this looks expensive, Yamato commented. Fit for a highness, Sai added. Naruto sniffed a bit. They got a pretty good hot spring, Naruto commented. How do you know they have a hot spring? Mitsu asked with shock. Kuma. Bear, Naruto said with his eyes closed. Kuma. Mitsu asked with confusion. Suddenly they all heard the sound of a bear, making them all look to the side to see a grizzly bear with a little black hat on its head with a golden gecko on it. It looked rather fierce, growling at them with a vicious face. The shinobi readied themselves, while Mitsu and Naho were frightened. However, Naruto remained still. As the bear took a step closer, it suddenly froze as its eyes widened anime style. Naruto opened his eyes. His eyes slowly looked to the bear, making it shiver with fear. Kanai. Get lost, Naruto said. The grizzly bear whined as it sat up, then fell back. I see you're now submissive, Naruto said with closed eyes. He even scares bears with a look. How badass is he? Mitsu thought with a dropped jaw and anime eyes. Sugoi tilde. Naho said with stars for eyes as she stared at Naruto. Mochi. A woman's voice spoke. They all looked to see a woman, looking to be in her 40s with dark blue hair and amber pupil-less eyes, run out of the inn and head over to the bear. Poor Mochi. The woman said with a sad pout as she rubbed the bear's stomach. She then gave a miffed look to the group. You didn't have to be so mean to him. He shouldn't try scaring people for fun, Naruto said. Yeah, I guess that's a bad habit of him. He likes to scare people to feel like a big shot, but really he's a cowardly sweetheart. The woman said as the bear sat up. I'm guessing he's been here since he was a cub. He's got that domestic smell, Naruto said. You got a good nose there, kid. The woman said with a smile as she stood up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto introduced himself with a smile. I'm Naho, second cousin of the fire daimyo. Naho introduced herself with a fist thrust into the air. Mitsu Hanagaku. Nice to meet you. Mitsu introduced herself with a bow and smile. The woman gave a squeal of excitement. 3 grand figureheads at my inn. What an honor. The woman cheered with a huge smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ajisai Kokura, keeper of this inn. I run this with my family. The woman named Ajisai introduced herself with a bow. Ajisai was a woman in her mid-40s. She had dark blue hair tied in a shoulder-length ponytail, had amber eyes, and wore a kimono that was black with white lining and white shoulder patches with black floral design, white obi, and had a golden gecko on the left breast of her kimono. This is my family's inn, the Glimmering Gecko. How did it get the name? Naruto asked. That's actually a short, yet interesting story. My great-great-grandfather had found a unique race of geckos here. In the right light their backs glimmered a gorgeous light. They actually are very rare. No other like it. Collecting a few, they sold high for their rarity and uniqueness. You know how fickle people can be. When something is so pretty and rare, they must have it for any price. Using the money he earned, he built this inn, where there was also a natural spring here. For many years, many big-named people have come and stayed here. In fact, Mitsu-sama, I believe your mother, Amai Hanagaku, liked to stay here from time to time. Ka-san stayed here. No wonder it was on the map. Mitsu exclaimed with a bright smile. Please, allow me to show you all in. Ajisai said as she gestured for the others to follow. Oi, Naruto spoke looking over to the bear, Mochi, causing it to freeze. Naruto gestured for the bear to come over to him. The bear complied, feeling too scared to even think of defying Naruto. Once getting in front of Naruto, the blonde knelt down and scratched the bear at the side of the underjaw. Mochi gave a small happy roar. You're pretty sweet after all, Naruto said with a smile. Good bear, Naho said with a smile as she patted Mochi atop the head. Try kicking that bad habit, all right. The next people might not be so nice like me, Naruto said with a smile as he stood up. Ah Tilda, you have such a way with animals, Ajisai said with a smile and eyes smiles as Naruto and the others followed Ajisai inside with Mochi following as well. You know, I never was the best with animals when I was younger, Naruto said with a pleasant smile. Walking in they all saw the inside had red-white tiled floor, 4 red marbled pillars, expensive red cushioned furniture and a golden ceiling with a design on it that made Naruto's eyes widen. As that, Amaterasu-sama? Naruto asked, seeing what looked to be his goddess with her arms out and a sun design behind herself. Yes, it was the sun itself that had shown our ancestor the unique glimmering gecko, so we greatly take pride in Amaterasu-sama for guiding our ancestor. If it wasn't for her gift of the sun, this inn wouldn't exist. Ajisai explained with a smile. She is the best, isn't she? Naruto said with a smile. Yes, she is, Ajisai said with a smile. Oh, I bet Tsukuyomi-sama really likes this place, Naruto said sarcastically with a smirk. A giggle was heard, making everyone look to see a young beautiful blonde woman. Pretty bold of you to actually make fun of the god of the moon, the woman said with a smile and a sultry voice to boot. Well, he's not my favorite, Naruto said with closed eyes. How so? Well, let's see. He killed the goddess of food out of disgust from her way of creating culinary delights. I think that's enough to justify it. Although I have other complaints, but one is all I'll speak of out of respect for the deities, Naruto said. Oh, a religious man. I like that, the young woman said with a smile. Everyone, this is my niece Jasmine. She's one of the workers here. Ajisai introduced her niece. Jasmine was a beautiful, curvaceous young lady with long blonde hair that was parted to have long side bangs that went past her voluptuous breasts. She wore a long red yukata with pale pink lining, a pink obi wrapped around her curvy waist, and her sleeves were extended a bit to stop halfway at her hands. She had her eyes closed. From the looks of it, she must keep them closed a lot like Yuka and Tomiko. 89, 62, 91. Not bad. E-cups that are 2 centimeters bigger than Azuki-chan, a waist 2 centimeters thinner than Minori-chan, yet her hips aren't as good. Minori-chan still has the best hip action, Naruto thought, making a quick check of Jasmine's stats on her beauty. So far, damn nice. Are you looking at me? Jasmine asked. Gomen, Naruto said with closed eyes. Naruto-kun, can I get down now? Naho asked. Sure, Naho-chan, Naruto said, kneeling down, letting Naho hop off his back. Well, he's sweet with kids from the looks of it, Jasmine thought. Oh, Uzumaki-san, may I please take your picture? Ajisai asked. I don't mind, but why? Naruto asked. Here, we like to never forget a popular guest, so we take pictures of our most known guests. With permission, of course, Ajisai explained. Sure. I'm going to be one of the most important people in the world anyway, so why not have myself known in such a nice place like this? Naruto said with a smile. Arigato. Mitsu-chan. Naho-chan, do you mind if I take your pictures as well? I'm all right with it, Mitsu said with a smile. Flash away. Naho cheered. Arigato yo, Ajisai said with a smile as she prepared an old camera. Naruto stood up straight and grinned with a pair of eye smiles as he brought up a hand that had clackers hanging from his fingers with the steel balls at the end glowing with golden fire, just for added awesomeness. Mitsu went to Naruto's right side with her hands together and a smile on her face. Naho went to Naruto's left side and had a grin and eye smiles on her face as she brought up a peace sign. Ajisai took the picture, which then printed out of the picture. Perfect. You know, Naruto-san, you look a lot like one of my previous guests, Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Ajisai said. My dad was here, Naruto questioned with surprise. He's the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Mitsu and Naho thought with pure shock and gaped mouths. Well, that explains the handsome looks. Jasmine thought with a smile. My, I didn't know the Yondaime married an Uzumaki. Just like the Shadaime. Ajisai said with a smile. Here, let me show you where we put the pictures. Ajisai said as she took the picture and waved the new picture in hand a bit to get it dry. The group followed her to the front desk to see a wall filled with pictures of various guests from the past. The daimyo of Hino Kuni was once here. Yamato questioned with shock as he saw a picture of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ajisai nodded with a proud smile. Mei Terumi, Naruto said, catching everyone's attention. Naruto pointed to a picture of a beautiful, slender and well-endowed woman with green eyes, and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wears a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zipper, and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath, she wears a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears a skirt in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left along with high-heeled sandals, shin guards reaching up over her knees, dark blue nail polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with purple lipstick. You know her? Yamato asked. I know of her. She is the Godime Mizukage now. Naruto pointed out, surprising the rest of his group. Not bad for a woman in her 30s. Naruto said rubbing his chin. You're getting a bit too bold in noticing women. Sakura said with a dull, annoyed look. Well, 2 of my best friends are perverts. You tend to pick up some habits, but at least I don't go looking into changing rooms like they used to. Naruto said. Kakashi giggled with an eye smile, while Yamato sighed. Those 2, Takaru-san and Kengo-san, I guess I am lucky Naruto didn't turn as bad as they are. They're like Jiraiya-sama's perverseness incarnated. Sakura thought with a deep frown. Oh, Ero Gigi was here too. Naruto said pointing a picture of Jiraiya doing his, great sage of MT. Myoboku, pose and a grin on his face. Ah, so you know Jiraiya-sama, Ajisai asked with a smile. He was my father's sensei, and he is one of my mentors. Naruto said. In fact, he's my godfather. I got my name from his first published book, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. It was his first published book, and even though it didn't do as good as his more famous series, my father loved it so he asked permission to name me after the main character of the story. Naruto explained. Ah, I see. Very interesting. I didn't even know Jiraiya-sama had a book before his Ika Ika series. Ajisai said with intrigue. I don't like to stop a nice conversation, but may we please check in? Mitsu asked. Yeah, my feet are killing me. Naho whined with a pout. Of course. Ajisai bowed a few times apologetically, before making her way over to the check-in desk. They all wrote their names down. If that's all, I'm heading to the hot spring. Naruto said with his eyes closed and hands in pockets. Hold on a moment. Jasmine spoke walking over. There is a simple matter of a body check. Jasmine said with a smile and hands up. Nani? Naruto questioned. Jasmine. Ajisai said her niece's name with narrowed eyes. You can never be too careful, especially if someone is a secret assassin. Remember last time? Jasmine spoke. Oh, well, with something like that, it's understandable. Kakashi said. There was no last time. Stupid perverted niece. Well, I can't say anything now or else it'll damage the glimmering gecko's reputation. Ajisai thought with dull eyes and a frown. Allow me, Jasmine said as she walked over. She did a quick check on Sakura, Mitsu and Naho, then she went on to the men. Her favorite part. Jasmine secretly smiles as she first started with Sasuke, since to her he seemed like the kind who would avoid her if she did not do him first. Jasmine started roaming her hands all around Sasuke to find anything, so far none, but then she moved to her favorite part. Going down to Sasuke's lower half, she roamed her hands on his hips, then with a quick smirking grin, she checked the frontal region, making Sasuke blush red with wide eyes. Not a bad size, Jasmine thought as she then moved to finish off the legs to avoid suspicion. This damn woman. She was getting handsy. Sasuke lamented with annoyance. Jasmine moved on to Sai, who did not look interested whatsoever, so she placed a bet that he would have no problem with what she would do, and she was right. I guess he's fine. Not as big as the first one, but still fine. Jasmine thought. Now to move on to the adults. From what she could guess so far, the silver-haired one was calm and cool, so he wouldn't speak up. When she body-checked Kakashi, he was calm, but when she went for the front region, his eyes widened and a red blush appeared on his cheeks. Pretty good, Jasmine thought with a faint smirk. She then moved on to Yamato. She saved Naruto for last, because from what she could tell from the fraction of his chest revealed, that roaming her hands on him would be very delightful. As she scanned Yamato, she didn't find much to write home about, but when she checked his frontal region. Oh my, so far he's definitely the best size out of all of them. Jasmine thought. Did she have to go there? Yamato thought with a completely red face. Naruto raised his eyebrow at this. Now for the best one. Jasmine thought with excitement. She started to body check Naruto. Oh my. Well, he certainly is very healthy. I wonder how many times a day he works on this. Jasmine thought with a faint smirk, but then when she got to the best part, she was surprised. Naruto turned red as he felt Jasmine's hands roam his front region. Jasmine blinked, revealing her eyes to be crystal light blue, as she felt Naruto's gift. Her hand continued to roam against it until she realized it was pressed against his right leg. Oh my, what a gift from above. Jasmine thought. She quickly did the other leg to avoid suspicion. Okay, done. They're all cleared. Jasmine thought with a smile as she stood up with her hands pressed together. Naruto groaned with his eyes shadowed. He started walking away. Where are you going, Naruto? Sai asked. To the hot springs, Naruto said, continuing to walk away to enter a corridor. Oh my Tilda, are you following the scent of the odors within the many towels with your nose? We've had some people with such a talent, few being in Izuka, who know where our hot spring is by using their keen sense of smell. Jasmine questioned. I can smell it, but no. I can sense the heat source. I caught the sensation some time ago. Naruto said. What a man. That's 2 gifts there. Perfect senses to go along with that perfect body. Jasmine said with a wink and kissed her index and middle fingers to then blow a kiss. Baka. Ajisai whacked her niece on the head with a paper fan. Ouchie. You're so mean, Aji-chan. Jasmine whined, rubbing her head. I'm so sorry for my niece's unethical behavior. Ajisai bowed to her guests apologetically. Oh, don't worry about it. We've come across people with similar personalities like this before. It's no problem, Kakashi said with a dismissive wave. Jasmine giggled, turning to them as she then blew the men a kiss, making Kakashi chuckle nervously while Yamato blushed red. Sasuke and Sai remained stoic, but Sasuke's eyes clearly showed some annoyance. Naruto scratched his head as he turned the corner, his eyes closed. I hope they sell some good sake here. Naruto thought. Kenge. Master. Welcome, Master. A girl spoke with a loud voice. Naruto stopped and opened his eyes to see a young girl, probably 12 from the looks of it. She was around Sakura's old height back in the Genin days, 4'8", with alabaster skin and had strawberry blonde hair with spiked down bangs over her forehead, and a short spiked up ponytail and had hoop side bangs similar to Cha-Cha's. She wore a pink kimono with white lining and wore Geta sandals. She also had a clipboard in her arm. The girl blushed as she stared up at Naruto. Holy cow Tilda, he's so tall, almost 6 feet, the girl thought with a blush. You work here, huh? Naruto asked. Yes, I am Kina Kokura. I am here to take you to a room of choosing. The young girl, now introduced as Kina, said. Naruto scratched his chin. One with a balcony, a nice queen-size bed, a stocked liquor cabinet, and a shower tub combo. You don't need to worry about television, I'm more in the mood of reading tonight. Naruto said. Okay, I have a great choice for you. Kina said, writing down Naruto's desired choices and room suggestions for him. So just one person, correct? Nope, I am of a party of 8. Naruto said with a small smile. 8. Kina questioned with a worried anime expression as sweat shot off her head in an anime fashion. She quickly scribbled down the info, only making chuckle. Don't worry about it, I just want a room all to myself. Naruto said with a smile. This your first day? Naruto asked. Yes, Kina said with a small frown, looking down at her clipboard. Well, you're doing a great job, Kina-chan. Naruto said with a bright smile as he bowed to her. Kina looked to Naruto with wide eyes, before smiling with a blush as she hugged her clipboard. Now you're flirting with girls years younger than you. That's pretty shameful. Sai teased with a fake smile as he walked over, only to be given a taste of Naruto's knuckles from the blonde's left fist. You had to have seen that coming. Naruto said with a smirk. Kina-chan, this is my buddy Sai. Naruto said, gesturing to the extremely pale teen, who wiped blood from his throbbing nose. No last name. I was never given one, because I was taken from my parents' arms. Sai said. Oh, that's very sad. Kina said with a sad expression. Geez man, ease up. She's still young. Naruto thought with anime half-lidded eyes with dot pupils. Sasuke walked over and stopped at the other side of Naruto. Kina perked her head up, noticing him. Oh, and this is Sasuke Uchiha. Another friend of mine. Naruto introduced Sasuke. Holy cow. What are the chances the first people I'd service would have a trio of hot guys? Kina thought with dazzling eyes as she hugged her clipboard closer to her chest. So who's your friend? Yamato asked as he and the others showed up. Oh, I am Kina Kokura. Allow me to service you. Kina quickly bowed to the others. I'll be your guide and assign you rooms. I already called one for myself. Naruto said. Only myself. Kind of selfish, don't you think? Kakashi questioned with a raised eyebrow. Maybe, but I just want to sleep alone tonight. Naruto said with a shrug. What are your desires for hospitality? Kina asked, preparing to write their requested conditions down. Excuse me, Sakura questioned. She wants to know what kind of rooms you'd like. What they have, what specific things there might be, yada, yada, yada. Naruto said with a wave as he moved past Kina. Where are you going? Kina asked, turning to Naruto. Heading to the hot spring. I sense the heat, Naruto said. Kina quickly ran over and got in front of Naruto with her arms out. I'm sorry sir, but it would be unprofessional if I let you off on your own, and it would be completely rude of me to both you and the others' guests if I do so. I can understand any type of aggravation, but I'm going to have to ask you to stay with the group. Kina said with a brave look on her face. Naruto stared down at her. His eyes blinked. Professional for a first-timer. Alright, fine, Naruto said with closed eyes. Kina smiled. And here I thought you usually like to be mean to girls. Sai joked with a smile. I can still be nice, especially to the opposite sex. Besides, she's doing a good job. Naruto said, making Kina's smile widen. Well, if we're still on the subject of living conditions, then I would like a room with a hot tub. Mitsu said with a smile. I want to share that room. Naho cheered with a smile and hand up. Sakura, you should bunk with them. Naruto said. Huh, Sakura looked to him in question. You're the only kunoichi here, so it would settle our minds at ease if you shared a room with them, Datbeo. Naruto said. Of course, Sakura said with a nod. Good idea. By the way, I'd like my own room as well please. Kakashi spoke with an eye smile and finger up. Yamato, Sai and Sasuke shall bunk together. Any requests of what your room should have? Kina asked. Just a nice quiet one. One that feels homey, Kakashi said. So I take it nice window with a view that the sun can shine nicely on and a nice queen-size bed with a lamp on the side, in case for reading of course. Television, as well. Yes, please. Sounds perfect, Kakashi said with a widened smile and eye smile. Why do I have to bunk with Sai and Sasuke? Yamato asked with a dull yet annoyed expression. Sai's behavior is a mental exercise alone just hanging out with him for like a few hours. Spending a night with him is something not even Sasuke can handle, so someone's got to restrain him from killing Zombie-kun. Naruto said with his eyes closed and a finger up. So I'm supposed to be a peacekeeper? Yamato questioned with annoyance. I still don't like that nickname. Sai said. Yamato sighed. Does he really think that little of me? Then again, Sai can get real annoying, real fast. Sasuke thought with closed eyes and arms crossed. Just give us a normal 3-bed room then. Yamato said. Television with that? Kina asked. Who wouldn't want television in their room? Naho asked with confusion at the thought. I wouldn't, at least not tonight. I'm just going to read. Naruto said. Besides, I'm used to no TV. Well if that's all, then allow me to show you through the inn. Kina said. So how are you related to Ajisai-san? Naruto asked as they all followed Kina. I'm her niece. My daddy is her brother. Right now it's just us here, along with Uncle Ito, cousins Geese and Jasmine, and Ji-chan and Ba-chan. Also my 3 older sisters. They're triplets. Kina said. Big family. I hope I have that kind of fortune when I get older. Naruto said. So where is your father? Well, my mom along with Uncle Ito's wife, Aunt Yasu, and Aunt Avarin went shopping for supplies, and my 2-chan and cousin Takumi, Aunt Ajisai's son, are out to sell crafts and some of those geckos at a nearby town. Gonna get a lot of money. Kina said with a small smile. Why'd you say that? Naruto asked with a soft smile. Once a year our family collects some of the geckos here and sells them, but only once a year. If we sell them here and there, then not only would our reserve of them run low, but also too many people would have them. Even if it's a handful, it's still too much, plus we try and only sell one to a person at a time, because if we gave two to one person, they might try and breed their own glimmering geckos to sell for themselves. Kina explained with a finger up. Smart. Your family sure knows how to run a business. Naruto said with a smile. But won't giving one to the same person the next year work against you? What if the one they possess still lives? Mitsu asked. Luckily that won't happen, at least probably not for a long time. The geckos need to be in the sunlight. They're like plants, they depend on it. Those big wigs like to keep them in boxes or zoos, but they don't give them the proper sunlight. We always keep the geckos outside. Sometimes they like to come inside, but they usually leave, especially when morning hits. What about in cold weather, when it gets too cold, especially in winter time? Naruto asked. That's actually a good question with an interesting, yet disturbing answer. You see, when things get too cold for the geckos, they roll up into a ball and hide in cramped places to keep their body temperatures secure from leaving their bodies, but when the temperature is freezing, they still curl into a ball, but their hearts and all organs stop working, putting them in a dead-like state, but when it gets to just the right temperature, their inner systems restart and they go back to being regular geckos again. Kina explained. Holy crap, that's cool. Naruto said with an amazed smile. That's totally gross. Sakura thought with a grossed-out frown and anime eyes. Kina guided them into a large yellow-walled room with a long wooden table going as far as 30 feet with red cloth napkins and white marble cups that had various colored bottoms. There were white with blue floral pattern stitched pillows that were used for seats lined up for guests to sit. There were also strings hanging from the ceiling hanging over the table. This is our sitting room. Our guests can come here, have a meal or drink if they don't wish to do so in their rooms, and even socialize if they desire. Kina said, gesturing to the room itself. Over the table are strings that are connected to bells. They're the waitresses, my sisters, will hear from our service room and come to take your orders. My ba-chan is the cook. Kind of a lot to handle for one woman, with this many places set for a large number of guests. Yamato said. It's not a problem for her. Believe me, I shouldn't say this, but my ba-chan was a kunoichi. She can make clones of herself, a whole lot of them, so she always is ready for anything. Kina said with a smile. Clones do get the job done easier. Naruto said with a smile. Not clones made from elements, correct? Kakashi asked. No, she calls her clones, Kage Bushin. Although I've never seen them made from shadows. Kina said. Kage Bushin are actually made from one's chakra that creates a clone in one's own image, inside and out, but it takes a person with large chakra reserves and stamina to create a whole number of them. After all, it splits one's chakra in half. Naruto explained. Still don't know why they're not called just Bushin. Kina said. Well, because those are the name of low-ranked normal clones that are just basically illusions that share your physical form. Sakura explained. Illusions, huh, as in not really there. So wouldn't it make sense to have them be called Kage Bushin instead? Kina questioned. Naruto laughed. I like this girl, she's cool, Naruto said with grin, making Kina blush. Oh, I should let you know, my G-chan likes to come here to drink, and when people are around he likes to talk to them, even tries to share a drink with them. He likes to gamble with them if they're up for it. Kina warned. Sounds like a fun guy. Naruto said with a smile. He's not a perv, is he? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh no, he's hopelessly devoted to my ba-chan. Kina said with a smile and hand over her heart. Anyway, I'll show you to your rooms. Oh also, we have provide special kimonos, yukatas and hakimas for guests if they desire them. Free to wear. They only cost Ryo if someone wants to buy one. Kina said as she guided the group to their rooms. You got any kimonos with flames on it? Naruto asked. A number in different colors, such as gold with blue flames, orange with black flames and black with red flames, and vice versa for them all. If we don't got one in your desire, then we'll make one faster than a hawk can fly. Kina said with a smile. So many choices, and so little time. Naruto said scratching his chin, thinking over with one he wants. After showing the group their rooms, they finally were introduced to the hot spring. Obviously there were the changing rooms that had towels for all sizes and even trunks for those who were self-conscious. Holy crap, these trunks are perfect for me, Naruto said, picking a pair of long orange trunks with black flames. They pretty much reach to almost the end of your knees. Kina said. Like I said, perfect. Naruto said. He then hung them back on. But I'll use my own. Naruto suddenly was surrounded by golden flames for a moment, then when vanished, revealed him to only be wearing trunks that were orange with black flames as well, and had a towel over his shoulder. No need to wear something when you got the same exact pair on your person. How did he do that? Kina wondered with shock and amazement. She then was put in a trance as she stared at Naruto's well-sculpted body, making her sigh dreamily with a red blush on her cheeks. Naruto extended his hand and looked to his towel to reveal it had a picture of a tall muscular guy with a black cap with gold ornaments on it and the back torn along with wearing a long black coat with gold chain hanging off the collar and had a muscular purple man with black gloves and black flowing hair. Golden flames suddenly appear in Naruto's other hand as another towel appeared in hand once the flames vanished. This one possessing a picture of a tan boxer with his gloves up in a block, covering half of his face. Naruto looked between the two towels. It doesn't really matter, you know. Yamato said. It does to me, Naruto said, still looking between the two. I think I'll go with the Makanouchi Ippo today, instead of Jotaro. Naruto said as the towel with the black-capped man and purple man vanished via golden flames. I feel like reading Hajime no Ippo tonight anyway. Naruto said with a smile as he hung the towel over his shoulder. Naruto walked over to the sliding wooden door and opened it to see the hot spring. The hot spring had a stony ring with one large hot spring in the center, but the rest of the place had short grass around. There was this large formation that looked like a mini mountain, but had various round hot springs on it, and at the top of the structure was a waterfall that poured down onto the top hot spring, which then led to various other hot waterfalls that poured into the other hot springs in a sort of domino effect. On the sides were golden statues of golden lions with rubies for eyes, one on each side, and there were also on the sides of those statues were rows of a tall wooden rectangular wall with shower heads poking out, shower faucets poking out below them and short stools in front of them. The walls of the hot spring were made of bamboo. Naruto whistled at the sight. Not bad, Naruto commented. This is the hot spring for the men. The door on the left leads to the women's. Kina said. Just use that door right there to enter the women's changing room. Kina said turning to Mitsu, Naho and Sakura. Arigato. Mitsu and Sakura said with smiles as they bowed along with Naho. The three headed over to the door. Here, Naruto extended his hand to Kina as golden flames appeared and once they vanished, in their place was 600,000 ryo. Consider it a thank you. Naruto said with a smile as Kina's eyes shined. Are you sure? Kina asked as she stared at the tip with awe. Yeah, go ahead. You earned it for being so professional and nice today. Naruto said with a smile. Kina smiled as she took the tip. Arigato, Naruto-sama, Kina said with a bow. Just Naruto is fine. I'm not one for such a formality like that. Naruto said with a modest smile and hand up. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll leave you all to your bath. Kina said with another bow before she turned and left. You're a big spender today. Kakashi said with an eye smile. Call me the generous type. I just feel like giving her a good tip. Plus it's not like I need a whole lot of money. I don't eat as much anymore and with living on my own, I don't need ingredients to feed a bunch of people. Then again liquor might be a different story. Naruto rubbed his chin. Bah, I could win money back from gambles anyway. Naruto said with a dismissive wave as he walked over to the center hot spring. Are you really going in there with your trunks on? Are you really that concerned about what's down there, dickless? Sai joked with a smile. You wanna see what's down there and feel shame, zombie-kun. Just ask and it'll be done. Naruto said with a stoic expression as he continued on. Please, no, Sasuke said with his arms still crossed. Naruto went ahead in while the other four undressed to get in the hot spring. Naruto put his foot in, but when he did, he raised an eyebrow. He completely submerged himself. Slowly Naruto formed a frown. This isn't hot enough, Naruto said in a monotone voice. Is that so? Kakashi asked. His entire head, minus his eyes, were covered by towels. He and Yamato stepped right in. No, it actually feels pretty good. Just the perfect temperature, Yamato said with a smile. Sasuke and Sai joined in as well. I don't see how you don't consider this not being hot enough. Sai said. Naruto had a stoic expression with his arms crossed. He put a hand in the water and brought some water up in hand. It leaked through his fingers as he stared at the liquid in hand. Not that warm at all. At least not to me. It's got to be because I'm Amaterasu's descendant. There's always a form of disadvantage when it comes to being a demigod. Naruto thought as he recrossed his arms. Are you saying it's not hot because of your Kekkei Genkai? Yamato asked. Sadly, Naruto said. How did you get this Kekkei Genkai anyway? Yamato asked. Takaru, Kengo and I went to an ancient place called the Labyrinth. It was during the summer training trip at Okinoshima. I found an ancient shrine there and when I made contact with it, my bloodline had finally awoken. Naruto said. What was the shrine of? Yamato asked. Amaterasu. Can't be anyone else, Naruto said with his eyes closed. Makes sense. Yet to think that something in another world would awaken an unknown bloodline, instead of our world. Yamato commented. Blame the moon for that, Naruto thought. He then opened his eyes and looked to his right. There next to him was a gecko on land. It was gold with orange stripes going horizontally down its sides, black spots on its feet, a black patch on the top of its head, and it had a wavy back. Naruto blinked his eyes as it stared up at him. Naruto reached over, placing his open palm next to the gecko. The lizard got onto his hand, and as Naruto brought it up closer, its back glowed, shining a light off its back with hints of sparkles. Everyone stared at the gecko with awe. Naruto placed it back onto land, allowing it to leave. Not bad, Naruto said with his arms crossed again and his eyes closed. It seems his Kekkei Genkai is so potent that anything sensitive to the sun's rays can react and feed off of his own energy just from skin contact. Naruto should be careful. Anyone would try and get that Kekkei Genkai, and even try to have it passed down. Kakashi thought. The masked sensei looked to the now orange sky as the sun was close to setting. I wonder if there is any other Kekkei Genkai that can match it. Some time passed. On the other side, Sakura, Mitsu and Naho were enjoying the water. Sakura and Mitsu had their eyes closed, enjoying the hot, soothing water. Naho was swimming around with the top of her head out, the water under her nose. She had a bored look on her face as she swam. She turned around and stared at the wall that separated the hot baths for the women from the one for the men. Naho's brows furrowed as she got annoyed. She was so bored. She'd probably have more fun with the guys. Especially Naruto. Naho blinked as she remembered what Jasmine said earlier. What a man. That's 2 gifts there. Perfect senses to go along with that perfect body. His body. Naho remembered the hard blush on Jasmine's face earlier. I wonder what made her blush so hard. Naho wondered. That's when her eyes squinted with a sense of mischievous intent. In the men's side, everyone was starting to get out. All except Naruto. Don't stay in too long, Naruto. Yamato said. All right, Naruto said with his back facing Yamato with his arms crossed. I honestly don't think we need to worry about him, Kakashi said as he and other entered the changing room and closed the door. Naruto turned his head a bit to the closed door. He sighed. About damn time, Naruto said. Moving his hands under the water, Naruto took off his trunks and put it on the side back on land. Naruto took in a deep inhale through his nose, then gave a grunt as the water suddenly started boiling intensively with much steam coming out of it. Naruto sighed with a wide smile. Much better. Too bad it sucks that I have to use my own energy to keep things up, Naruto said, smiling as he leaned back and rested his elbows on the stone floor. He opened his eyes and noticed that the water lost some of itself thanks to evaporation from the intense heat he was generating. Yar yar. Guess I got to ease up then, Naruto said as he lowered the temperature. The wall at the side suddenly had a hole drilled in with some chakra. Naho giggled with a grin as she saw Naruto. Naho-chan. What are you doing? Mitsu exclaimed with wide eyes. I just got curious, Naho said. You'll give our gender a bad name, Sakura complained. I see Naruto-kun there, and only him, Naho said, causing Sakura and Mitsu to blush red. Mitsu crossed her arms and held her head up high with her eyes closed. That's not princess-like. How could you even do such a thing? Mitsu said. Easy. I took the little training on chakra I was given and drilled a hole to see what's on the other side. Naho pulled back and gasped with a huge open-mouth smile. He's not wearing any trunks. Naho, stop it. Mitsu flinched with her face turning red. She heard someone leave the water. She turned her head to find Sakura drilling her finger inside the wall and look as well. Saw Sakura-san. Mitsu exclaimed the pinket's name in shock, but Sakura was too engrossed in the view of Naruto's muscular form with a red blush and blood coming down her nose. Come on Mitsune-chan. It's a real sight, Naho said with a wide pervert smile and blush. Mitsu turned away with an annoyed look. Naho then drilled another hole into the wall with her finger covered in chakra. Here, I made one for you. Just in case, Naho said with a cheeky smile, before returning to spy on Naruto with a grin. Mitsu groaned with annoyance looking to the side, but when she looked to the hole, she blushed. They had all seen Naruto's physique already, but something was making her heart flutter. Mitsu, unconscious of what her body was doing, came out of the water, walked right over and joined Sakura and Naho. She looked through the hole. She saw nothing. Then suddenly, Naruto risen up out of the water, causing Mitsu's eyes to bulge at the sight. Naruto's body was all wet and his hair was drenched, leaving it mopped down. He looked extremely sexy. The girls all blushed red with wide eyes as Naruto stood up with his back facing them, giving off a good view of his back muscles and his nice, tight round ass. Naruto turned his head a bit. You know, if you girls don't like it when men like me watch you, then you shouldn't do the same, Naruto said with a calm expression with a calm smile on his face, as the girls all flinched. Suddenly something shot out of the water behind Naruto. A completely pale woman with black hair, no eye sockets and Glasgow smile on the left of her face came out of the water, screaming, causing Sakura, Naho and Mitsu to scream in fear as they fell back onto the ground. The woman burst into a cloud of smoke as Naruto walked out of the water. Naruto laughed a bit as he wrapped his towel around his waist and grabbed his trunks. I can't beat you for what you did, but scaring you three was way better. Naruto said as he left, laughing at his little punishment for the females of the group. Sakura, Naho and Mitsu were on their backs with exhausted pale anime expression on their faces with a blue hue at their foreheads as they felt their hearts race. Everyone was now dressed in kimonos and yukatas, sitting at the sitting room. Kakashi dressed in a regular yukata that was black and a white shirt underneath, now reading his book. Yamato was dressed in a green kimono with tropical trees imprinted all over the kimono and a brown obi. Sasuke was dressed in a blue kimono with a black kimono shirt underneath, a white obi around the waist and on the back. The staff managed to sew the Uchiha emblem on the back in record time. Sai just wore a regular black yukata with a white obi, nothing special really. Sakura wore a pink yukata with cherry blossoms designed all over it and a white obi belt with pink floral pattern all over it. Naho wore a simple light green kimono with navy blue lining and white pants. Mitsu wore a long red kimono with golden sun outline design all over it, a gold obi belt and a black skirt around her waist. They really know how to deliver comfort. Yamato said. It's not bad, Kakashi said. The door to the sitting room opened and in came Naruto. Naruto was dressed in an orange yukata with black flames at the bottom of it and the end of the sleeves and black lining, a black obi with 8 orange sun rings design on it, and he had his pectorals revealed. How do I look? Naruto asked with a smirk and hand on his left hip. You're wearing orange again, Sasuke said. Thanks for stating the obvious, Naruto said, walking over and sitting in between Sasuke and Sai. I'm just surprised to see you wearing that old, kill me, color again, Sasuke said. Hey, I may wear dark colors nowadays, but that doesn't mean that I've stopped loving orange. It's still my favorite color no matter what, Naruto said with a smile, pointing his thumb to himself. Naho grabbed the string above her head and pulled on it a few times, causing the bell to ring. The door opened to reveal a beautiful brunette, her hair being long and silk-like with a long right side bang that extended down to her collarbone, where at the end it curved inward, and she had hazel eyes. She wore a yellow-green yukata with pale green lining, especially at the end of the sleeves, and a matching obi. I'm guessing you're one of Kina's elder sisters, Naruto spoke with arms crossed and eyes closed. The girl looked to him, only to blush to see him. Hi, I am Chikako Kokura. The young beauty now known as Chikako introduced herself with a bow. 86. Right in between Anaho Imouto and Dimitra-chan in the breast department. 60. Matching with Azuki-chan in waist, along with hips at an 88. Not bad, not bad, Naruto thought. He then groaned a bit, looking ahead with a bit of annoyance. Damn it, that's the second woman I measured here. Those freaking perverts finally got to me. Screw you Takaru, Kengo and Ero Senin. Especially the last one. Could I please get some mochi? Preferably ones made to look like bunnies, Naho said. Of course, Chikako said with a smile and bow. I'll have something as well, Naruto said with his arms crossed and eyes closed. What kind of liquor you sell here? Naruto asked. Oh, well, we have a wide selection. Sake, soshu, umeshu, snake wine, machioli, you name it, we just might have it, Chikako said. Naruto smirked. Give me one of each. Naruto took a shot of awamori down his throat. Naruto sighed with delight. Damn good, Naruto cheered with a grin. Arigato yo, Naruto said to Chikako and her two other sisters. They all had to come together to gather all the liquor Naruto desired and put it all around him. Do itashi mashite. You are welcome, the triplets said with a bow. Remember, if you need anything just call Chika, Chikako, and Chinatsu. Chika is a curvaceous woman with black pupil-less eyes, long black silk-like hair with two long locks of hair going down to her breasts where they curved inward like a loop, and a long bang coming off the right side of her hair that went over the half of the right side of her face, but curved enough to show her right eye. She wore a red velvet-colored kimono with white lining and white obi with a large bow tied at the front of it. Chinatsu is a navy blue-haired girl that stopped at the nape of her neck, with side bangs stopping at the sides of her collarbone, bangs over her forehead, and had lock of hair that had more volume at the right side of her head that was light blue. She also had black eyes. She wore a purple yukata with a midnight blue lining and obi. Naruto nodded. The three turned and left, but they each gave him a wink right before they left. Chika definitely rivals Sirius-san at a solid 93, a 54 at waist and 92 at hips. Pretty damn fine for a woman. Chinatsu has less breast action than the other women so far at 79, matching Minerva-san, but is good at the others with 58 at waist and 88 at hips. Beautiful women, Naruto thought with a small smile as he took a shot of Wangju. Yamato, Kakashi and Sakura stared at all the bottles surrounding Naruto with dull eyes and frowns. Don't get too wasted, Sakura said. 42, Naruto said. That's how much I can have until I feel a little tipsy. Naruto said as he poured some sake into a shot glass. That's impossible, Yamato said. Maybe for you, but my friends have counted. It's probably because of what I am. Since I'm a Jinchuriki, diseases were almost impossible to get. Thanks to my healing factor, alcohol poisoning and failing organs that haven't been punctured or mutilated are easily avoidable, and it's only gotten better since Kurama gave me his power. And now it's gone through stupid levels after awakening my legendary bloodline. I got nothing major to worry about here, Naruto declared with a big grin as he took a shot of sake. Stupid is right. What kind of stupid fate would let this moron to have all this power? Sasuke thought with annoyance. So if you were stabbed you wouldn't die? Naho asked, chewing on her mochi. Depends I guess. I'm not 100% sure about getting stabbed right through the brain stem, but other than that, I don't see any real damage that could do. Naruto said, before drinking more liquor. How do you know? Sai asked. I got shot in the head once. Naruto said with a shrug, shocking everyone. I am not even kidding. One bullet, right through the brain, still walking fine to kick some ass. Bullet? Sai asked. You've never seen a real one, have you? They are cylindrical projectiles with a point at the end and they're filled with powder that ignites after a spark, giving way to increase a high amount of force, strong enough to pierce through forward into a human's head. I managed to survive that, and that was back before I was this strong. I can only imagine the depths I can go now with a healing factor this good. I just might live up to 200. Naruto said with a thin mouth as he took another shot of alcohol. The others didn't know how to feel on this, yet this did allow for some curiosity. Naruto seems to be on a plane they can't even imagine. It makes them wonder, how far ahead is he and are there still people who are farther ahead than he is? A frightening thought indeed. Naruto poured more liquor into his saucer. A thought came to mind as he looked into the reflection of himself in the sake. I hope I don't live up to 200, or even 150. I got people who can't make it that far in life that I want to pass on with together. Naruto closed his eyes. Maybe this is a sense of peace for myself in a way, accepting death only when my others have reached that finish line. A creepy thought, yet kind of welcomed. Naruto thought with closed eyes as he took another shot. What kind of fights have you been in? Naho asked with amazement. Enough to freak out a cage. Naruto answered with his eyes closed. Still, I think Kusu would still be freaked out in the presence of the Shadaime. No one could really match him. Naruto thought. Ji-chan, don't go bothering the nice folk. Chika's voice was heard whining. I just want to say hi. Hell, I heard one of them is the new leader of Uzumaki's. I have to meet this person. An elderly yet vigorous voice was heard. Naruto looked to the door where the voice was behind with a stoic expression. Suddenly out popping from the door was a tall, large muscular old man with a long fuzzy beard and bald head with his eyes shadowed. He wore a black kimono with white lining and a white obi. Yosh, which one of you is the Uzumaki clan head? The old man asked in a deep voice and big grin. Everyone stared in shock, except Naruto, Sai and Sasuke. None of you have red hair, then again neither do most of my kids or their own tykes. The muscular old man said holding his chin in between his thumb and folded index finger. Naruto looked to the old man with wide eyes. Ji-chan. Kina suddenly popped out, smacking her grandfather in the back of the head with a horizon. The old man rubbed the back of his head as he turned to see his youngest grandchild. Don't go trying to intimidate our guests with that form of yours. Kina scolded her grandfather. I wasn't. I was just showing them my prowess. Well, either way people can still take it the wrong way. Now go back to normal so our guests can feel comfortable again. Chika exclaimed as she walked in with her other sisters behind her. Fine, fine. The old man and his muscles suddenly started to shrink, surprising the Konoha group. Yash tilde. I am Daisuke Kokura. The old man was now very short, hunched over and was lanky with his eyes closed. He was now 4'8", which was an inch taller than Naruto's original height when he was 12. The group from Konoha could not believe what they just saw. This was a technique that no one had ever witnessed or thought possible. Naruto stood up and walked over to the old man. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself to the elder man with a bow. Ah, so you're the head of the clan now, correct? Daisuke asked, returning a bow of his own. That's right, Naruto said with a smile as he and Daisuke stood up straight. No red hair I see. Daisuke said rubbing his chin. Yeah, I know. Honestly I felt straight red hair would make me more handsome. Naruto said with a smile as he rubbed his hair. You said that your children and grandkids are all Uzumaki as well. Naruto asked. That's right. My wife is an Uzumaki herself and still looks youthful and beautiful. Daisuke said with a large smile. Makes sense. I heard she was great at Kage Bushin, so the fact she is an Uzumaki explains it a lot. Naruto said a smile and his fists to his hips. I'm confused on all this. Are Uzumakis supposed to have red hair? Naho asked. Originally, Uzumakis are all known for their pure red hair, but ever since Uzushiogakure was taken down, only a handful of Uzumakis are out there, spread apart, so there aren't marriages through the clan anymore like in normal clans. The hair trait may be gone, but Uzumakis still retain the greatest bodies in the world. Naruto explained. Daisuke was now back in his very muscular form with a smug smile and flexing his biceps. Well, maybe there is some room for debate. Naruto said. Still, when it comes down to us, we surpass all clans with massive chakra reserves, longevity and incredible life forces. I think the traits lessen every time a new Uzumaki is born from a parent that does not share similar abilities like the Senju clan did with my clan. I'm still a little confused. What's long whatever mean and what do you mean incredible life forces? Naho asked. Longevity means to have a long lifespan. Sakura answered. And when I mean incredible life forces, I mean what I say. Uzumakis can survive and endure some real hell. Let me give you an example. Let's say someone uses a technique where they pierce lightning through the torso of a person. Now that would mean instant death for anyone, but for an Uzumaki, we can stay alive for like a minute to even a couple, despite having a hole through our bodies. Although I'm willing to admit I don't know the accurate length of time an Uzumaki can survive with a gaping hole through the middle of their chest. Naruto said. What? No way. That's crazy. Naho shouted with pure shock as everyone was both shocked and amazed at such a feat. He had to use that moment as an example. Sasuke thought, gritting his teeth, feeling annoyed and ashamed, still remembering their first great battle at the Valley of End. Whoa so cool. I knew my family kicked ass, but this is even cooler. Kina cheered with a huge proud smile. Kina, language, Chinatsu said, scolding her sister. I'm old enough to say my own words. Kina retorted. Oh hey the head of the Uzumakis. You're so knowledgeable, Chika said with a bright smile as she hopped over to Naruto, grasping his arm. And so strong too, Chika said with a flirty smile and blush as she rubbed Naruto's muscular arm. Trust me, muscles don't make a person strong. It's all about mentality and what you can do with your whole being and yourself. Naruto said. Well, he's very confident in himself. Chinatsu thought with a frown and arms crossed. Get off of him right now. He's not meant to have you literally throwing yourself at him and rubbing up against him. Sakura thought with an annoyed expression. You have to tell me more. Chika said with a bright smile. Sadly, I don't know much myself. I'm only 16 and sadly don't know every secret there is about my clan. Just a few here and there. Naruto said with his eyes closed. You're only 16? Chika asked with a shocked expression. She unconsciously squeezed his biceps. And you have these muscles? I don't believe it. Chika said. Naruto took advantage of Chika's daze and got out of her hold. Yo Daisuke-san, I heard you like to gamble. Ever played poker? Naruto asked with a grin and a hand on Daisuke's currently massive shoulder. Actually I do. Want to play? Daisuke offered with a grin. Sure, so long as I can make an offer. Since neither of us want to lose money, how about an alternative? Naruto suggested with a grin. Damn it, Daisuke shouted as he slammed his hand down onto the table. How can you be so lucky? A damn straight flush. Seriously. I am the opposite of Konoha's legendary sucker when it comes to gambling. Naruto said with a grin. Naruto-kun is so cool in so many ways. Naho said with shining eyes. How can someone be so lucky in a gamble? Mitsu thought with wide eyes. She looked to the others to see the rest of the Konoha nin staring with shock as well. It seems they are all very shocked by his luck as well. How does someone actually get lucky enough to beat four of a kind twice in a row? Yamato thought with pure disbelief. Naruto. Sugoi. Sakura thought with a blush. Well, here you go. Daisuke gave Naruto a new bottle of alcohol. Ah, rum. I always wanted to try it. Naruto said with a smile as he took the bottle and rubbed it against his cheek. Say Daisuke Dono, how about we take a break and share a drink, nay? Naruto suggested. Daisuke Dono, you don't have to be so formal with me. I may be the head of the family, but I'm not really a lord. That's more my wife. Although I'll gladly share a drink with you, Naruto Dono. Daisuke said with a grin and blush. Naruto Dono. Daisuke Dono, you're making me blush. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a grin as he and Daisuke then laughed. He's usually so serious with us, and yet with this man he only met not even half an hour ago he's all jovial as if they've been best friends for years. Kakashi thought, but then smiled. Naruto, you are still unpredictable sometimes. Kakashi thought as he opened up his book of Ika Ika Tactics. What's that book about? Naho asked, pointing to Kakashi's book. I know that title. That's the same series cousins Geese and Jasmine read. They're dirty books, Kina said, pointing to Kakashi's book. One's made by my grandfather figure, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto said with a soft smile, pouring cups of rum for both himself and Daisuke. And he's reading it in front of two kids. How gentlemanly. Chinatsu said sarcastically with a dull expression and arms crossed. Such dirty stuff. Chikako whispered. How can a cool-looking guy like that be so inconsiderate? Chika questioned pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi just had a down expression on his face. Hey, don't point at him like that, Nei-san. He's a guest here, so show some proper respect. Also, you three shouldn't judge since I remember you three checking out Gisoni-chan's copy. Kina scolded her sisters. It was a one-time thing. We never went back, the triplets exclaimed with embarrassed looks and blushes on their faces. Naruto laughed as he handed Daisuke a cup full of rum. I like that youngest granddaughter of yours, Daisuke Dono. She's tough with a good head on her shoulders. I respect that, Naruto said with a grin, making Kina smile proudly with a blush on her cheeks, while her three older sisters had their shoulders slumped with down expressions. Arigato Naruto Dono. She's gotten this way because my son raised her right thanks to having two great parents who knew how to teach him right. Daisuke said with a proud grin. You know, if you want, you can ask for her hand in marriage for when she becomes a legal adult. G-chan tilde. Not cool. Kina complained, flailing her arms. Calm down, I'm just kidding. Daisuke said with a grin and his cup raised. Although if you're looking for a wife, Naruto-sama, well tilde. Chika started leaning close to Naruto, but looked to the side with a red blush on her cheeks. How do you know he even wants you? Chikako questioned as she and Chinatsu looked to their sister with crossed arms and dull, yet judging expressions. Do I even need to spell it out? Chika said with a pout, turning to her sister as she grabbed her own breasts and made them bounce a bit, irritating her sisters. That doesn't sell it, Chikako shouted. Yes it does, Chika exclaimed. No it doesn't, Chinatsu said. Well either way I have more than that over you. My hair is also better. Obviously being the best managed. Chika said, flipping her hair. Is that what you think? Huh, come here. Chinatsu shouted with a pissed anime expression as she grabbed her sister's hair and pulled her away from Naruto. Let go, she beast, Chika shouted. Dits. Chinatsu shouted, before Chika bit her sister's arm. You both are so annoying it's unbearable. Guess that makes me the better one by default. Chikako said with a smug smirk and her arms crossed. Like hell. Chinatsu and Chika shouted as they jumped their sister, causing her to scream before they started fighting. Stop fighting tilde. We have guests, Kina exclaimed, flailing her arms. Naruto suddenly laughed. Yep, they are definitely Uzumakis. You can tell by their spirit. Naruto said with a grin. Ain't that the truth? Course they got my blood and spirit in there too. My fighting spirit, Daisuke exclaimed with a grin and his cup of rum up higher. Fighting spirit, Naruto thought with soft eyes and a soft smile. Naruto closed his eyes. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Naruto heard Minori's voice as he could have sworn he felt Minori's arm wrapped around his neck and the side of his face pressed against her breasts. He can only imagine the hot red yukata she would wear that shows off her assets. Naruto blushed at the thought, but couldn't help his smile widening. That's one of the most admirable qualities in a person, wouldn't you agree? Naruto said with his cup of rum up. Hell yeah, Daisuke exclaimed with a grin as he tapped glasses with Naruto. The two drank up, and once done sighed with a smile. So who's the person waiting by near the door? Naruto asked, turning his head to one of the sliding doors, surprising everyone. So you noticed her too, huh? Not bad, Daisuke said with a grin. Honey, come in and meet our guests. One of them is the new head of the Uzumaki clan, but be warned, he doesn't have the same Uzumaki hair color. Well, neither do many of our own. A woman's voice was heard as the door slid open. A beautiful woman walked right in. She wore a red yukata with pale pink lining that hugged her form, with a black sash belt around the waist, and pale pink flower patterns on the sleeves. The yukata showed off the cleavage of her preposterous bust. She had a heart-shaped face, with pink iris eyes and pure red hair that was tied up in a bun with a pair of hair sticks, a few strands of hair down her neck that became curled at the end, side bangs that framed the sides of her face and a long lock of hair coming out the right side of the border of her hair that went all the way down to her collarbone and it covered the right half of her right eye. She actually looked to be in her early 30s. Konbanwa. Good evening, the red-haired woman greeted with a gentle smile. Konbanwa. Ba-chan. Kina and the triplets spoke up. Ba-chan. Everyone, but Naruto and Kakashi thought with shock. Everyone, this is my wife. Daisuke spoke up with a bright smile. Kikyo Uzumaki. It is nice to meet you all. Kikyo introduced herself with a bow. No way, Sakura thought with pure shock. She's an elder Uzumaki. She looks so young. Yamato thought with wide eyes. How old are you? Naho asked. Naho-chan, that is very rude. You must greet her with respect. Mitsu scolded her cousin, causing her to flinch. It's quite alright. She's just a curious child. To answer your question, Uju-san, I am 78 years old. Kikyo said with a gentle, kind smile and eye smiles. Those of the Konoha party had their eyes bulge and jaws dropped. She's almost 80. No way. They all thought, except Naruto and Kakashi, who despite being very shocked, were silent, because they knew they should expect something like this from an Uzumaki. Amazing. She looks so youthful and beautiful, and yet someone as old and wrinkly as me is only 66. Daisuke said with a grin and red blush as he scratched the bridge of his nose. Majide, really, don't go saying stuff like that. It can get very embarrassing. Kikyo said with her eyes closed and a frown. Oh please, Amai Mochi, sweet Mochi, it just shows how great you are. Your beauty is unparalleled. Daisuke said with a grin and blush still on his cheeks. Just sounds like you want to show how lucky you are. Kikyo said, flipping her long lock of hair with her lips pursed out. That too, but I know I'm lucky to have you in my life. Daisuke said as his grin widened. You're a real charmer, but why do you have to be in that form of yours? It's the best part of me. Daisuke said with a proud smile and holding his bearded chin. It makes you look like you're compensating for something. Kina said. Kina. Sorry, Ba-chan, but China-ne-chan says it all the time. Kina said. Not in public though, Chinatsu exclaimed. Majide, you girls. Kikyo said with closed eyes and a frown as she sat down, Caesar style, next to Naruto. So you're the new head of the Uzumaki clan. It is nice to meet you, my lord. Kikyo said, smiling to Naruto and gave a small bow. How'd you guess it's me? How do you not know it's not the pink-haired beauty over there? Naruto said pointing to Sakura, causing her to flinch with a small gasp. He called me a beauty. Sakura thought with a red blush and her hand over her mouth. Kikyo couldn't help but smirk at the sight of Sakura. A charmer I see. Kikyo thought smirking as her eyes looked back to Naruto. Call it a gift. I can sense another fellow Uzumaki through not only my chakra, but also by just a certain wavelength. It's all in the blood. Kikyo said with a gentle smile. Sensing through the blood. Whoa, I wish I had that. Naruto said, genuinely amazed. It's just like the Joestar family. Able to sense a connection through life force and blood ties. So cool tilde. Naruto thought looking to his hands. Kikyo giggled. Something interesting in your hands there. Kikyo teased with a small smile and eye smiles. I'm just jealous of you. I can't sense my clan through a blood connection like you. That would have ruled. Naruto said with a pout, making Kikyo smile. You are very much a unique one. Normally us Uzumakis are described as determined, hotheads with powerful tempers that can outmatch their own abilities half the time. Kikyo said with a smile. Then you're just a few months late, because Dickless here was a complete fool some time ago. Sai said with a smile, but suddenly he earned a bump on his head that steamed. Sai, show some respect. No vulgar language in front of the ladies. Naruto said with his eyes closed as he had an annoyed expression. I didn't even see him move. Kikyo thought, surprised by what happened, but maintained a calm expression. Did he move? Kina asked with wide eyes. I don't know. Chika said with shock. I didn't see a thing. Chikako said breathlessly. Not even me. Chinatsu said with disbelief. So cool tilde. The four sisters thought in unison with wide sparkling eyes as they stared at Naruto, who now had a stoic expression and his arms crossed. Naruto suddenly stood up and bowed to both Kikyo and Daisuke. Gomenasai. I did not mean to be so rude. Naruto said, still bowing, not only shocking Kikyo, Daisuke and their grandkids, but also the rest of his friends. Never would those of Konoha would ever expect Naruto to be so formal, polite and respectful. Whoa, no need for that Uzumaki dono. It's quite alright. Daisuke said with an embarrassed grin and blush as he rubbed the back of his head. Majide, no need to be like that. It's kind of overwhelming getting an apology so formal from you, Uzumaki-sama. Kikyo said with an embarrassed smile and blush. Oh, I almost forgot. Pardon my rudeness, Kikyo-sama, I forgot to properly introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto officially introduced himself, giving another bow. He's being super polite. I never thought I'd see the day. Sakura thought with wide eyes and gaped mouth. Did those of the world of Maken actually straighten him out so well like this? Yamato thought with almost bulging eyes. What kind of head of a clan would be so overpolite to those of the branch family, and not even full-bloods, I might add? Chinatsu said as she stood up with her two other sisters off the ground. It's just, well, this is the first time I've met a number of my own blood relatives. I mean, I only met one and she's in prison for following a tem, who will remain unnamed, but was a missing nin for a time. Naruto said, making Sasuke look to the side with his frown deepening. Stupid Dobi. Sasuke thought with his arms crossed. Sakura, Naho and Mitsu noticed Sasuke's change of nature. Sakura and Mitsu know of Sasuke's past as a missing nin, with Mitsu knowing because of news traveling to her village, but Naho did not know a thing. Naho was usually kept in the shadows of things, because she comes from a royal family. Knowing about people like Sasuke, who were considered commoners despite being from a legendary clan himself, was unneeded. She never liked that personally. And I know of one other. A silent one, but still can get pretty damn emotional when push comes to shove. Naruto said. There's another Uzumaki out there that Naruto knows about. Yamato thought with surprise. Kakashi mused in his head as he looked to his student. Kushina-chan. So that is your mother. Kikyo said. You know of her? Naruto asked. She is the second daughter of the last head of the clan. Because she was not the firstborn, she became a branch family member. That is the reason why she was sent away to Konoha. Seeing as you are her son and know of her, can I ask, do you have the clan's promise inside of you? That's an odd way of mentioning Kurama, but I actually kind of like it. Naruto said as he sat back down in lotus position. Kurama. So that is the Kyuubi's name. Kikyo said with a smile. Did he tell you it on his own free will? Well, kind of. It's a long story, but he and I have a bond now. We are friends, but he still has a bad taste in his mouth when thinking about humanity. Naruto answered. It's understandable, I guess. I got to meet Mito-sama before she passed. She said he had pain in his heart. She was able to read emotions, and knew that the reason he held so much hatred was because he was never considered the living being he was meant to, but a weapon. Kikyo said with a sympathetic frown. I'm surprised you show a sign of sympathy for one of the tailed beasts no less. Yamato said. If you think about it, we shinobi are the same as they are. We are not seen as beings with emotions and desires like our clientele. We are seen as just tools, to either defend or murder, and even used in any way possible, even against our own will by others. We are respected for strength, but can even be feared by both oppressors and those we choose to protect. People who think highly of themselves, feel they can control us with no difficulty or consequences. We can even be considered less than human, but that is only because of our image, not our character. Is that not the same as a tailed beast? Kikyo explained. Everyone looked to her in shock. They never thought of it that way. The way she explained it, it did make sense. That does sound like how some people view shinobi, maybe even many, but they do not know of it. Sasuke just closed his eyes with his arms crossed. Biju and shinobi alike. To be honest, I can't deny what she says. If I had heard the truth from someone else instead of Naruto, I would have resorted to destruction of others. Still, I don't like being compared to them, especially the Kyuubi. Naruto had somber eyes and a sad smile. Is something wrong? Kikyo asked. It just reminds me of a pair of old acquaintances I knew on my first real mission. Naruto said with a sad smile. Kakashi and Sakura looked to Naruto with sad eyes. They knew he meant Zabuza and Haku. To be honest, I'm very lucky in a way, to be a Jinchuriki. Sure, it may have hurt to have been abused by the people of my own village, but at least it helps me understand how Kurama feels. I will never trade that experience for anything, even, perhaps, to have my family back again. Naruto said with sad eyes as he held his stomach. He shocked everyone. Why is that? Why would you feel that way? Kikyo asked. A man truly understands the best of everything, when he has seen the worst of what it can offer. It's not just because of Kurama, but also that I know what actual friendship, real peace and true love is like because of that experience. It may have hurt, but it helped make me the man that I am now. Naruto said with a smile. They say scars make the man, but it's the man itself that make the scars even more glorious. Scars show downfall, but they are some of the most beautiful things when you see the man that has embraced the stories behind them and decides to become even better and stronger than those misgivings. Daisuke said with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile wider at his beautiful words. Hell, just look at mine. Took a freaking cannonball to the stomach and I'm still alive. Stronger and better. Check it out. Daisuke exclaimed with a grin as he opened up his kimono to show a large, circular scar that had spread out scarred flesh sticking outwardly, looking like a sun in a way. Whoa, holy crap. That's amazing. Naruto exclaimed with pure amazement. Baka. Don't go showing that off to our guests. Majime ni. Seriously. Not everyone shares your viewpoint. Kikyo exclaimed, scolding her husband as she slapped his arm. Naruto suddenly laughed. Now I definitely see the Uzumaki side there. It's kind of easy to get us worked up, Datbeo. Naruto said with a grin. I really wish I could disagree with you, but I'm afraid that would make me a liar, so. Right. Kikyo said with an embarrassed smile, eye smiles and scratching the back of her head as she and Naruto laughed together. Now I see the resemblance. Sasuke thought with a frown. Oh, Ba-chan tilde. Kina spoke up with her hand up, earning her grandmother's attention. What do you mean the Uzumaki's promise earlier? What does it have to do with the Kyuubi? Oh, poor little Kina, so left out of the inner circle of things. Chika said with a smug smile and her hand up next to her face, Uho-san style, causing her little sister to have an annoyed dull expression on her face. Chika, show some modesty to your sister. Kikyo said with stern expression. Hi, Sumanai, Ba-chan, Chika said hanging her head with some shame and her hands together, but she sent an annoyed glare to her little sister who just had a smug grin on her face. To answer your question, Kina-chan, I'm afraid only we Uzumakis can contain the Kyuubi. Kikyo said, shocking everyone, but Team 7 and her family, minus Kina of course. I'm afraid seeing as that the Kyuubi, Gomen, Kurama, has massive chakra reserves that no normal being can withstand having sealed within themselves. Since the Uzumaki clan have great life force, longevity and massive reserves, only our clan is able to contain him. In fact, we are the only ones who can survive having a tailed beast extracted from us. However, we will still eventually die if not treated quickly. Kikyo explained. Whoa tilde. Kina and Naho said with shock. Naruto-kun. Who was the Jinchuriki before you? Mitsu asked, hoping it not to be who she felt it was. Naruto closed his eyes as he had a stoic expression on his face. My own mother. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto answered. Naruto opened his and looked to Kikyo who had a somber expression on her face. You already knew. Kikyo looked to her lap with sad eyes. I was one of the shinobi assigned to escort her to Konoha. Mito-sama's life was close to ending. She managed to make it past 130. Kikyo said remembering her experience as a kunoichi. 130. Everyone thought with pure shock and disbelief. How long will I live then? Naruto thought with pure fear. Izanami-sama take a few years off my life. Please. Naruto don't think like that. She will really do it. A female voice yelled within his mind. Amaterasu Ka-chan. Naruto thought with blinking eyes. I managed to stay in the room and heard that in order to withstand the hatred Kyuubi-kun possessed, you need love. Kikyo said with a soft smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Kyuubi-kun. Kurama exclaimed within Naruto's mind. Naruto. I'm guessing there were complications with the birthing process. Kikyo said. Her sentence sounded more like a statement than a question. Naruto gained sad eyes as he had a stoic frown. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Although it wasn't my father's fault. He had everything under control with the seal, but someone managed to take out the Anbu and used me as a hostage to separate him from my mother. Naruto explained. I see. I wish I was there to do something to stop him. Kikyo said looking to her lap with sadness. Ba-chan, is something wrong? Kina asked. I'm afraid what Naruto has told me is that the resealing process had been interfered. You see, when there is a Jinchuriki woman, there is a certain time when the seal weakens. It is during the time of conceiving. When giving birth all the woman's energy is used to bring the child into the world. However, because of that, the seal placed on the Jinchuriki that holds the tailed beast weakens drastically, allowing the Biju the ample opportunity to escape the seal. Kikyo explained, shocking everyone, except Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi. No way tilde. Did you know that? Chika asked her sisters. Not at all, Chikako said. I didn't even know, Shinatsu said with her hands on her hips. Ha, now look who's out of the loop. Kina gloated with a superior smirk, pointing to her elder sisters who now glared at her. Did they at least know who it was? Kikyo asked. Sadly no. All they know is that he is very powerful. Probably able to match the Yondaime in combat, at least for a short time. Naruto said with his eyes close. That doesn't mean I don't know. When I see Obito Uchiha I'm going to bop the hell out of him, then I'll destroy Zetsu himself with Golden Asura. He's essentially a soul you can touch, so Golden Asura is perfect to completely wreck him apart. Naruto thought. Damn Kit. And here I thought I was bloodthirsty. Kurama said, not sure whether to grin at Naruto's new sense of wrath or be unnerved at going so far as to obliterate a soul. Probably the latter, but then again, it is Zetsu. It was an Uchiha. Sasuke spoke up earning everyone's attention. Witnesses from Shinobi that night said that they noticed a Sharingan pattern in the Biju's eyes that night. Considering Madara Uchiha used his own Sharingan to take over the Kyuubi's mind years ago, it's considered a very plausible idea that it was someone of the Uchiha clan, but someone under the radar. Probably someone deceased. Sasuke said with his eyes closed and arms crossed, shocking everyone. Naruto and Sakura were actually just shocked that Sasuke would just admit that someone of his own clan had done the deed, even though it would get his clan name put in some hot water. I'm surprised you are so willing to admit such a thing. Aren't you worried about backlash coming to your clan's name? Kikyo asked. I plan to revive my clan someday, but in order to truly fix things, I need to take responsibility for actions my clan committed. I'm the last Uchiha, or at least last one documented, which means I am the head of the clan now, so whatever someone of my clan has done, I must also take responsibility for. I will not shy away from admitting the truth of something an Uchiha member did. Sasuke said with his arms crossed. HMPH. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Well, that's very honorable. I am sure the Uchiha clan is in good hands so long as you keep such an ideal. Kikyo said with a smile. Sasuke said with his eyes closed. Definitely a common Uchiha, Kikyo thought with a calm smile and eyes closed. So since you're an Uzumaki like us, does that mean you know how to make seals? Kina asked. Sadly no, the only thing I can do is break seals apart with a punch. Naruto said. No way, Kina shouted with shock and amazement as she and her sister stared at Naruto with wide anime eyes and gape mouths. Prove it, Kikyo said with a serious expression. She took a scroll out of nowhere, laid it on the table, bit her index finger and faster than all, even Naruto could see, she created a complex seal on the scroll. This is a seal made long before the creations of the villages. Made by Asura Otsutsuki, the younger son of the Raikudo Sennin. Naruto said with shock, once again shocking everyone. Nani? Kina and the triplets exclaimed. I see you're quite knowledgeable, knowing even the father of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Kikyo said with a smile. If you can really destroy seals, then please show me, Uzumaki Dono. Kikyo said with a smirk. Naruto blinked his eyes before smirking. You doubt the abilities of the great Uzumaki Naruto. Then I'll have to show you our clan really is in safe hands. Naruto said with a grin, holding his chin in his hand. But let me warn you, Naruto brought up his right arm. It's not my fist that can break seals. Naruto said with a cheeky smirk. A golden arm suddenly came out of Naruto's, shocking the Kokura family. Aura! Golden Asura yelled as he punched the seal, shattering it apart like glass before it disappeared from existence. Kikyo brought the scroll closer to see it was clean of her blood seal. Amazing, Kikyo said before looking to Golden Asura. What is he? He isn't part of the Kyuubi, is he? Kikyo asked. No, he's my spirit, an ethereal being that is made by my soul and mind working as one and tethered to my body. Naruto explained. So it was real, Kikyo said. Was? Naruto questioned. There was a child back in Uzushiogakure who boasted that he had broken apart a complicated seal that his ancestor placed on a treasure chest, that even cages had trouble with, but he said he had the help of his ghost friend. No one believed him. He had said, I'd show you if my mommy told me never to show him off, before leaving to enjoy his riches. Some people were at least curious, but we never saw a thing. Seeing this, Kikyo gestured to Golden Asura. Shows that it was no lie. Although I think that mother was smart to forbid him. Do you know how many people would have wanted that child, even to kill for him? Everyone. Spirits are pretty crazy powerful. I've only come across 5 people who've had them. Well, actually 6 now. Actually make that 7. I think I heard that a close ally of mine working as a government agent also has one. However, earning one is extremely rare for one who only has one of either energy pools. Naruto said. One of either? What do you mean? Are you talking about nature chakra? Daisuke asked. No, it doesn't matter now, Naruto said. So how strong is this guy? Kina asked leaning closer to Golden Asura, pointing to him. Strong enough to break a boulder into oblivion in about a second or less. Sasuke said, keeping his arms crossed. Whoa tilde. Kina and Naho stared with sparkling eyes and knuckles pressed against their chins. So does he have a special ability? Do all of them have unique ones? Kina asked leaning closer to Naruto. Yeah, they do. In fact my best friends Takaru and Kengo have spirits. Takaru's spirit can absorb all kinds of energy blasts and uses them as its own. Kengo's can go inside of any small space, no matter how insignificant. Even the wounds of people, then being able to attack them from the inside. How strong are these things? Sasuke and Sakura thought with shock. Who wouldn't be? The 2 biggest, idiotic perverts they've met, besides Jiraiya, have 2 of the strongest and deadliest beings, abilities they've ever heard of. Okay, cool tilde, but what can yours do that no others can't? Kina asked. Well apparently breaking seals is normal for spirits that belong to Uzumakis from what your Ba-chan explained, so that's not unique. Naruto said rubbing his chin with his index finger. Then can it do anything unique from others? Kina asked, now on her tiptoes. Naruto remained silent for a moment. He held for dramatic effect. He turned his head to her. He can punch out souls. Naruto explained. Everyone was silently staring at him. Kina's jaw dropped as she had wide anime eyes. No tilde way tilde, Kina exclaimed with shock and amazement. Show us. Chika, Chikako and Chinatsu exclaimed leaning closer to Naruto as well. No, who is he going to use it on? One of us or the others? Think. Kina shouted at her sisters, flailing her arms. Urusei. The triplets shouted at their younger sister. How many times have you done it? Daisuke asked. Just once. On someone who really pissed me off. Naruto said with a darkened expression and his fist tightened. That'll do it. What did he do to you? It's not what he did to me, but what he did to my friends, my Imouto and one of my girlfriends. Naruto said. I see. I'd be pissed too, Daisuke said as he and his wife looked down at the table with frowns on their faces. However, they realized something. One of your girlfriends? Daisuke and Kikyo questioned, causing Naruto to cover his mouths. Oh yes, he has 8 girlfriends back at a special place he's been in for a few months now. Sai said with a smile. Urasai, Naruto shouted. Majide, Majide, our new head of the clan is already working on repopulation. Kikyo asked with a cheeky, yet perverted smile, hand hovering over her mouth and a blush on her cheeks. It's not like I planned any of it. It just happened. It's impossible to choose just one when you can't picture your life without any of them. Naruto exclaimed with his hands up, shaking and cheeks red. Majide, Majide, true love, eyes and voice of a man who's smitten. Majime ni, Majime ni. Kikyo was getting a little too excited. Guess being a pervert also runs in the clan. Daisuke said with his arms crossed. Oi, I ain't a pervert. Naruto said with a pout with his head turned and his arms crossed. He also still had a blush on his cheeks. I'm just interested in our leaders' progress, is all. Kikyo said with a more composed expression, but still retained her blush. And as always quick to defend. You all really are family. Daisuke said with a grin. Seriously Tilda, cousins Geese and Jasmine, Uncle Ito, my elder sisters and even the head of the clan and Yuba-chan. Kina said with a pout and blush. Well, I will not fall onto the dark path. Kina exclaimed proudly with her fist up. Naruto couldn't help but laugh with a grin. You totally remind me of myself when I was young. Naruto said with a grin. You make it sound like you're an old man. Kina said with a pout, while Naruto continued to laugh. Say Naruto-kun dono, have you ever read any of those Ika Ika books? I heard you know the guy who makes them. Chika spoke up. Yeah, but they just bore me. Even when you get to those parts. Nothing really much to catch the eye. Naruto responded. Well, at least you have good taste. Chinatsu said. Naruto's comrades smiled at this. Naruto was getting along very well with people who were apparently his family. Seeing the smiles on all their faces, and the brightest one upon Naruto's, couldn't help but make their day. Well, most of them. Sasuke was happy for Naruto, but his mind was still in the gutter. A gutter where one desires power over much else. After some time and ordering dinner, everyone retreated to their assigned bedrooms. Naruto was lying on his bed rereading a volume of Hajime no Ippo. He was humming as he read with a smile. He read this volume before, but it had something that interested him that he had to look back on to see its execution or at least how it's explained. White Fang, Naruto said as he read his manga. An uppercut followed by an overhand almost simultaneously. Got to try that move. Hell, maybe I should learn the flicker jab. Although maybe I should learn some Hitman-style boxing from Hemingway when I see him again. Naruto suddenly frowned as his mind went back to remembering his old friends back at Tenbi. He put his manga down and looked all around the beautiful suite. Everyone would have loved this place. I know Kimi-chan and Cha-Cha-chan would have loved it and maybe take inspiration from it, and Azuki-chan would have just loved this place, feeling so close to living the rich lifestyle, and Minori-chan would have gone wild with the booze. Maybe she would have went wild on me after a few rounds. Naruto thought, chuckling as he gained a cheeky yet slightly perverted grin. There was then a knock on his door. It's open. Naruto spoke up. Naruto watched as the door opened and incoming in was Mitsu. Yo, Haim-sama, what's up? Naruto greeted her, swinging his legs off the edge of the bed, sitting on the edge now. I just came to apologize. Mitsu said. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. At the beginning of the trip I was very rude to you. I completely underestimated you, Mitsu said looking to the ground. Happens more often than you'd think. Naruto said with a dismissive wave. That still does not change anything. I am sorry for my rude actions, Naruto dono. Mitsu said with an apologetic bow. Oi, don't go calling me that. I'm not used to that, Dadbeo. I don't think I'll ever be. Naruto said scratching the back of his head. Mitsu gently smiled as she stood up straight. I kind of admire that modesty about you. Mitsu said with a small blush. Actually, I kind of admire a lot about you. You're so different from many people I met in my life. Mitsu said looking to the side, smiling bashfully and her fist to the bottom of her lip. Thanks, Naruto said as he then got up from bed and walked over to her. Apology accepted, Naruto said with a smile, placing a hand on Mitsu's shoulder, making the princess smile. The two stayed silent for a few moments. Nothing was said for what felt like the longest time. Feeling something needed to say, Mitsu spoke up. Well, I'll return to my quarters. Mitsu said before looking back to Naruto. Arigato, Uzumaki Naruto. Mitsu stepped forward, got on her tiptoes and kissed Naruto on the lips. Oyasumi Nasai, Mitsu said, eyes looking elsewhere as her cheeks were burning red. She hurried out and closed the door. Naruto blinked his eyes after she left. How do I keep doing this? Naruto questioned before turning and heading back into his bed. Mitsu rushed a bit down the hall and went into her shared room with Naho and Sakura. You're back, Naho exclaimed from her bed. I can see that, Mitsu said walking over to her own. I forgot to tell you we already had a bathroom in here before you left. Naho said. I figured, but I want to think to myself while traveling there. Mitsu sat atop her bed. What were you thinking about? Naho asked. Nothing that's really important to you, Mitsu said. Her back was turned to both Naho and Sakura. Mitsu gently touched her lips. You already are spoken for by a number of girls from what's been said earlier, but I at least wanted just one kiss. One to cherish and remember you by, Naruto-kun. Mitsu thought with closed eye and a smile. It was the middle of the night. Everyone was sleeping soundly. In Naruto's room, he was sleeping in his queen-size bed and grinned as he let out a perverted giggle. Naruto was lying on a very massive bed with a really wide smile and buck naked. He giggled as he felt a tongue lick his left ear. I missed you so much, Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha said with a seductive smile before licking Naruto's ear again. Like Naruto, she was also completely naked. Nay, Sumanai, Cha-Cha-chan. I hated being away from all of you girls for so long. Naruto said with a red blush. All his girlfriends moaned as they were all naked and lying on the bed with him. So you really missed us that much? Minori asked with a grin, lying on her side next to Naruto's right side with Aki smiling next to her. We missed you too, Kimi said with a smile as she lied atop of Naruto's lower body, her small breasts against his abs with a smirking Yan next to her own breasts lying on his abs as well. Furin gently grasped Naruto's left hand and brought up it as she wrapped her lips around the tip of his index finger. With all our hearts, Furin said with a blush. Naruto smiled with both genuine love and perverted lust. He then noticed someone stand atop of the bed with her arms over her breasts. Azuki-chan. Naruto spoke the redhead's name as she looked to the side with a blush and an embarrassed expression. Can I start first? Azuki asked, feeling more embarrassed with her cheeks reddening more. Naruto blinked his eyes and blushed, knowing what she meant. He smiled sincerely. Sure, Naruto said with a nod. Azuki had a small smile on her face. She started to lower herself. Naruto moaned as he felt Kimi and Yan grip his tool and balanced it under Azuki. Naruto's smile widened and his eyes were closed as his heart was beating fast with anticipation. Cha-Cha smiled seductively as she leaned in closer to Naruto's left ear. She licked it once more, before whispering. Naruto-kun, you need to wake up. Huh, Naruto opened his eyes and was now confused. You're in danger, Cha-Cha whispered. Wake up. She suddenly smacked Naruto's left cheek. Naruto's eyes opened wide as he saw a person in armor above him, descending down upon him with an okatana ready to pierce him. Naruto quickly managed to roll out of bed and avoid being stabbed through with the sword. Naruto rolled against the ground for a second, then got to his feet as he delivered a right back kick to another hidden armored shinobi in the abdomen, then sent an elbow behind himself, slamming into the face of another armored shinobi. Both armored shinobi were sent flying into the wall, slamming against it and falling to the floor, unconscious. Yar, Naruto said as he looked around himself to find his whole room filled with armored shinobi. I can't even sleep properly without a bunch of assholes bothering me. Naruto said with annoyance. He suddenly heard maniacal laughing. Sorry to bother your wet dream. A voice echoed throughout the room. Naruto's body tensed. His eyes widened as he brought his right arm up to block the side of his head. He felt impacts with his arm being pierced with several holes. Nani? Naruto screamed as he was sent flying to the side. A pair of armored shinobi hopped away in time to avoid getting nailed by Naruto's body, breaking through the wall. Naruto groaned as he sat up. He looked to his arm to find open wounds with blood coming out of them. Naruto narrowed his eyes. They suddenly widened as he felt something wrapped tight around his neck and start choking him. Not bad with that block, but if you couldn't see this coming, then this battle is already over. A voice spoke. Yaro tilde, Naruto said with gritting teeth, before coughing. Get him. The voice spoke. All the other armored shinobi ganged up on him. Naruto hunched over as the armored shinobi hopped onto him and started stabbing him. Naruto was earning wound all over his body, staining his yukata. He was groaning. Not with pain though, but annoyance. Once he knew all of them were atop of him, his iris shined gold. Aura! Naruto screamed as all the armored shinobi were suddenly struck by a strong force of golden fists. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura roared as he punched all the armored shinobi away with their armors breaking apart. They all went flying around and struck the walls, the floor and ceiling, unconscious before impact. Naruto grabbed whatever was around his neck. You're skilled. Guess I'll have to snap that neck of yours. The voice spoke. Naruto tightened the muscles around his neck, even sending chakra to them to strengthen them. Nani, how tough are you? The voice wondered with surprise. Naruto felt whatever was around his neck more and found out it was a tail and that whoever it was connected to was upon the ceiling. Naruto tightened his hold on the tail, then with an aura, he threw the person off the ceiling and slammed them into the ground. The voice grunted with pain. The invisible tail unwrapped around Naruto's neck and slipped out of his hold. Naruto rubbed his neck as he glared ahead. That's not a jutsu, is it? It's Maken, Naruto said with an annoyed expression and slightly gritted teeth. Oh tilde, so you know what these are called. The voice spoke. The bearer of the voice started becoming visible. There on the ground on all fours was a man in a unique white armored suit. It had a hunched back and chameleon-like attributes, hands and feet of a chameleon, a helmet in the shape of a chameleon's head and of course a long tail, but it had several red spikes protruding out of it along the back of it. A Maken body suit. Safe to say I never came across that. However, a friend of mine, Kagashiro, has something similar to that, so I know its weakness. Naruto said. I doubt it. Make peace with your god, cause Harukun's gonna kill you. The chameleon armored shinobi said before disappearing. Naruto brought up his arms into a boxer position. He tried sensing for the man's energy signature, but shockingly he found nothing. Nani ga, what the? How come I can't sense his energy signature? I should be able to sense him, but nothing. Naruto thought. Yee-haw, Haru's voice was heard from the left side. Naruto quickly turned, but he was struck in the abdomen causing several open wounds and blood to fly off. Nani? Naruto thought with wide eyes and gritting teeth as he coughed up blood. Chakra burst surrounding the invisible tail, carving into Naruto's abdomen more. Naruto gritted his teeth more as he sent chakra to his abs, causing golden fire to burst and cancel out Haru's chakra, but Naruto was still sent flying away. Naruto slammed into the wall with golden fire still on his abdomen and his teeth gritted. Damn it, I didn't sense any chakra until after the hit. Naruto sat against the wall panted with annoyance. He hopped high into the air and flipped, allowing his feet to touch the ceiling. Naruto sent a pulse of chakra from his body to find another chakra source, but still nothing. Nani ga faku? What the fuck? This is impossible. Unless. Suddenly Naruto's right leg was struck. Naruto gritted his teeth. Golden Asura foot appeared and stomped onto the invisible tail, crushing it into the ceiling. Nani? Haru screamed. Gotcha. Naruto shouted as Golden Asura appeared in front of him with his fists cocked back. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura shouted as he nailed Haru, sending him flying away and striking into the wall. Naruto hopped down to the floor, now on his left knee as he held his right leg. Haru appeared visible, groaning with pain as he was stuck in the wall. I can't sense your chakra signature. Nor any energy signature from you. It's thanks to the armor. Huh. Naruto said as his legs was healing. Right. Haru admitted as he pulled himself out of the wall and was still attached to it via his hands and feet. This armor safely conceals my chakra and this energy called element underneath its shell, keeping it from being sensed by sensory-type shinobi, but still able for me to use jutsu. It makes me the greatest stealth shinobi of all time. Not bad. But like I said, I know the weakness of your Maken. Naruto said. Nand Kuso. What the hell? I hate hearing you talk already. Time to die. Suddenly Haru's armor produced spikes out of everywhere, even more poking out everywhere from his armor's tail. Just one bare hug, or even a swipe of across your neck with my arm and you're dead. Instant shredding and even decapitation. Prepare for your final breath. No thank you, Naruto said bringing a finger up. I plan on either dying on my deathbed surrounded by my family or on my feet like a man in front of a truly powerful opponent who gave me a really tough battle, but only after I get my family. Family man, huh, that's nice. Too bad we had to meet. Haru said before he turned invisible. You're right, it is too bad, Naruto said. He closed his eyes. He steadied his breathing. The wind in the room picked up. He heard the sound of wood creaking all over. The sound increased more and more. After a minute they stopped. No sound was heard at all. Just silence. Naruto's eyes tightened more as he focused. His fists tightened more as his heart stilled. Naruto slid to the side as something slammed into the floor where he stood, breaking it apart and piercing it. Naruto raised his right fist up as his eyes opened. He sent a punch down towards the ground, only to nail something in midair, then crushed it into the ground, before wind exploded from his fist breaking the floor apart more. Naruto brought his fist back and stared down at the broken floor. In a second, Haru appeared with his helmet dented in, showing his head was crushed in by the fist and wind burst. Because I knew your weakness. Granted you were able to conceal your presence, but not the sound you make. Taijutsu users listen and feel for the change of wind direction when in a fight to predict their opponent's moves. All I needed to do was use my elemental affinity to connect to the wind and increase its flow and send chakra to my ears to hear more efficiently. Naruto said, staring down at the unconscious Haru. Naruto face-palmed. What the hell, man? I explained something needlessly again. What am I? An anime character? Technically yes. Kurama said. Shut up. Naruto responded as he kneeled down to Haru. Naruto looked him over. Not sure how he got this on, so I'll just handle it the effective way. Naruto summoned Golden Asura. In flurry of fast hands, Golden Asura tore the armor apart piece by piece before they vanished via golden flames. So that's what you look like, Naruto said. Haru was a lanky man, most likely in his early 20s, with shoulder-length brunette hair and bangs over his forehead, leaf green pupil-less eyes, and had a long scar over his left arm. He was also in his underwear. You don't even have enough shame to keep your clothes on under that armor. You're a bit of a creep, Naruto said. A pair of clones appeared beside the blonde. Tie them up, Naruto ordered as he headed for the door, earning nods from his clones before they got to work. Naruto opened the door of his room and walked out. Find Mitsu first, Naruto spoke to himself. He suddenly heard the sound of impact and screaming, making him turn to see armored shinobi flying out the corner at the end of the hall towards the other corner. A man standing at 7'4" walked around the corner. He had red shoulder length, slicked back hair under a country blue bandana and had a red beard connected to his sideburns and covering the under of his jaw and had some strands spiked out from his chin. He also has pink iris eyes. He wore a velvet red short-sleeve shirt with a golden stitched design around the collar and at the ends of the sleeves, blue overalls, and a pair of brown work gloves and geta sandals. He had a very thick mop in hand that looked to be doubled as a very massive and thick bow staff. The tall, large man turned to see Naruto. One of the guests, I believe. The man asked. Yeah, I'm guessing you're one of the Kokura family members, Naruto said. I'm Ito. I do maintenance around here. Now everything's gone to shit with these guys showing up, Ito said with annoyance. The rest of your family's endangered then? Naruto questioned. Naruto quickly brought his hands into a crossed hand signature, causing Ito's eyes to widen, recognizing the hand sign. Kage Bushin no. Hold it. You're the new head of the Uzumaki clan? Ito asked. Yeah, I am, Naruto said. Ito suddenly smiled. No need to worry then. Your fellow clansmen have things all handled, boss, Ito said with utter confidence and thumbs up, causing Naruto to blink his eyes. We may be under the radar, but... Downstairs in the lobby, a couple of armored shinobi fell to the floor with their torso armor sliced to pieces. How dare you come in here, without wiping your feet? Ajisai shouted with an angered expression as she was wielding dual-bladed hand fans. My, a room filled with strapping men should be a fantasy of mine, Jasmine said with her casual smile and arms semi-crossed with her left hand holding her left cheek. Suddenly her hair started to rise and was turning red from the scalp down to the ends of her locks. But coming to harm my family and our legacy makes you all so fucking ugly, Jasmine screamed with a look of anger and rage. Her hair suddenly shot towards several armored shinobi, piercing right through their armor and even wrapping around some, crushing them with such force that their armor was breaking apart. An armored shinobi gave a roar as he pounced at her from behind with a katana, but she effortlessly sent a back kick, nailing him up the jaw, sending him flying up. And weak too. Disgustingly weak, Jasmine shouted with rage, her teeth gritting hard. Hi-ya, Kina voiced as she slammed a massive kanabo that far surpassed her height, into a group of armored shinobi, sending them flying. Kina landed firmly on her feet with her massive kanabo rested upon her shoulders, possessing a serious expression. How dare you start a war while we're entertaining guests? Kina shouted with annoyance. Little brats should stay out of these kinds of fights, an armored shinobi said with anger as he prepared a kunai. He and other shinobi were ready to pounce, but suddenly various glowing pink petals scatter about and surrounded Kina. Appearing within the cloud of scattered petals was Chika. No one draws a kunai on my baby sister, Chika said with annoyance. I'm not a baby, Kina said with a pout. Chika went through the hand signs rat, boar, bird, tiger, then finished off with dragon being thrust forward as the glowing petals turned red and charging forward, surrounding all the shinobi in front of them. Not going to work. Our armor stops your ninjutsu, but the armored shinobi was interrupted by a slash through his neck. Then the same happened to the rest of his comrades, decapitating them, before the petals dissipated to reveal Chika with a stern expression and a sickle in hand. Bad last words, Chika said. A bit away, some shinobi dropped their weapons as they were wobbling side to side. In front of them was Chikako, who had a lavender stream of mist came from her body. Told you not to get near me in general, Chikako said as she took out a kusarigama, surrounded it in chakra, starting swinging it around, sending the sickle towards them and slicing their heads off. Chikako rushed forward and was slicing up all enemies dead. Chikako wrapped her chain around a shinobi's neck, then threw him away, where Chinatsu met with the enemy and sent a hard flying roundhouse kick with the heel breaking right through the armor of the shinobi and sending him flying through a wall. Once landing, Chinatsu started punching and kicking surrounding enemy shinobi, breaking their armor to pieces and sending them flying in massive pain or unconscious. She noticed a giant shinobi rush over to her at top speed, ending a punch. Chinatsu was forced to block it, but it had so much force behind it that she was sent flying towards a wall, breaking right through it. Oni-chan. Kina cried with fear and worry for her sister. TCH. The giant shinobi grinned as he cracked his knuckles, but then suddenly bright yellow-orange energy burst from the wall as a standing, raging figure stood on the other end of the hole through the wall, all dark with orange glowing eyes. Round 2. Chinatsu said. She burst through the hole and rammed into the giant shinobi, embedding her fist right through his solar plexus, caving deep past the skin and straight into the muscles, before bursting bright yellow-orange energy from her fist and going through the giant shinobi's body, sending him flying away and breaking through multiple walls. All shinobi stared at the many holes through the various walls with wide eyes, before looking to Chinatsu, who firmly stomped her feet into the floor, breaking them apart from her raw strength. Damn it, he made me actually try. Now I'm in the mood. Chinatsu cracked her fists as she had a cocky and excited smile upon her face. Guess I'll have to burn steam by using you guys. Chinatsu said in a very menacing, yet exhilarated tone. All the armored shinobi shivered in fear and prayed to any god to watch over them and keep them safe. Those prayers were left unanswered. No one should ever underestimate an Uzumaki. Ito exclaimed with a toothy grin. Naruto stared at him with wide eyes. He suddenly smiled. You guys really are my family. Uzumaki Dono, if you're off to save Mitsuheim, please hurry. I must take care of my castle. Ito said. Yosh. Naruto said with a smile and fist pump, before turning and hurrying off. And you don't need to call me Lord. We're family, Datbeo. Naruto called out with a grin. Ito smirked at Naruto's retreating form. Yep, he's one of us after all. Huntoni, really. Naruto turned the corner and increased his pace. Naruto, I have an idea in case things go south. Kurama said. Naruto ran down the corridor until he came across a bunch of armored shinobi huddled together in front of the entrance of a room. One of them was sent rocketing out, nailing two straight into a wall in the process. Naruto growled as he cracked his fists. However, he heard the sounds of rushing footsteps behind him. He turned to see a gigantic grizzly with red glowing eyes, barely fitting in the hallways rushing down the corridor. Holy shit, is that Mochi? Naruto thought with gritted teeth. He quickly hanged into a fly and hurried to attach to the ceiling. Mochi charged towards the armored shinobi and trampled them. Naruto turned back to his normal self and landed on the floor. How did he get so big? Is that some sort of jutsu he can use? Naruto wondered with wide eyes. He quickly made his way over to the exit to see Sakura inside beating the crap out of armored shinobi. He noticed her movements were more fluid-like, yet when her fist landed onto a shinobi their armor broke apart. Naruto grinned with satisfaction. Granted, she was banged up a bit with her yukata a bit shredded with the front torn a bit to reveal the sarashi around her chest. Looks like she's learned well from out-training sessions. Naruto thought with a toothy, proud grin. Sakura punched an armored shinobi away, then spun and delivered a sweep kick to another, followed by an axe kick that broke the floor apart. She then quickly vaulted over and landed atop her hands to balance on them, then delivered a dual split kick to the chins of two other armored shinobi. Then she rolled forward and delivered a rising uppercut to the solar plexus of another armored shinobi, sending them up into the air and straight through the ceiling, getting stuck. Sakura noticed another already over her with a katana, but she quickly sent a rising high roundhouse, embedding the heel of her foot against the temple, breaking through Hakuri, rendering the man unconscious before he was sent flying through the wall. Sakura got back into fighting position. An armored shinobi tried striking her with a dagger from behind, but Naruto punched him straight in the head, sending him flying through a wall. Naruto. Sakura cheered up seeing her teammate arrived, but then she noticed his yukata was a mess and he had traces of blood on his person. What happened to you? Don't worry about it. Keep doing what you're doing. You've gotten better. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura couldn't help but smile as well. Suddenly a large ram broke through the door to the bathroom and came at them. A summoning. Sakura shouted. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed the bomb tags all around the summoning. He quickly grabbed Sakura and covered her, being her human shield as the ram vanished and the tags exploded. The fire hit Naruto. Sakura closed her eyes as she held tightly onto Naruto as she felt the heat of the flames. Once it was all done, golden flames were revealed to still surround Naruto. An armored shinobi hopped out of the bathroom with his katana raised, ready to stab Naruto, and in addition, Sakura, through the torso. Aura. But Golden Asura slammed a heel kick to the shinobi's temple. Outcoming from the bathroom were four armored shinobi rushing towards the balcony of the room. Naruto looked to find one of them had Mitsu tied up with a white cloth over her mouth. Mitsu-chan. Naruto called out. Mitsu muffled something and was looking back to the wrecked bathroom. Naruto glanced over to see Naho was on the floor bleeding. Naruto's eyes widened with rage. He looked to find the shinobi who had Mitsu hop off the balcony. Naruto growled with rage. He roared as he thrust his hand forward, sending a golden fireball at an armored shinobi, striking him, causing him to scream as his armor melted. The shinobi fell off the balcony and onto the ground. He moaned with pain as he got on his hands and knees. He quickly rushed forward and fled with his comrades. Naruto released Sakura and ran over to Naho. Sakura looked to see Naho bleeding on the floor of the bathroom. Naruto knelt down and placed a hand on Naho. She was surrounded by golden flames for a few moments, before vanishing. Naho moaned as she got on her hands and knees. Naho, are you alright? Naruto asked. Naho started to shed tears. Her lip quivered. She grabbed onto Naruto and buried her face in his chest. Mitsune-chan. Naho cried with a sob. Naruto wrapped his arms around her. I promise. We'll get her back. Sakura looked at the two with sad eyes. She suddenly sensed danger, followed by the sound of a pain grunt. She turned her head to see an armored shinobi that had a large blade right through his chest. He fell to the floor face first, as behind where he stood, holding a broom, Naginata combo in hand, was a blonde with long hair that reached his mid-back and had pink eyes. He wore a red headband with a skull and crossbones on the front of it, a yellow short-sleeve shirt with a black outline design of a gecko on it, baggy pants with black overalls, black work boots with green laces, and a red glossy jacket wrapped around his waist. Sorry for the sudden shitty service, the blonde said with an apologetic bow. Meanwhile, outside, in front of the inn entrance, a group of armored shinobi waited. One pressed his finger to his ear. We got the princess. Let's move out, the armored shinobi said, but he noticed a shadow looming over him. He looked up onto to be pounced by a gray wolf wearing a little black hat on its head with a golden gecko on it bit into his neck. The armored shinobi screamed as the wolf dug its fangs into his neck with blood gushing out. What are you doing? To our home. Standing a bit away from the group were three women. One was a 5'10" woman with hazel eyes and shoulder-length hair that was slicked back, but had two curved bangs on the outer side of her hair that curved enough for the points to be at the sides of the mouth, but the most unique part about her hair was that it was royal blue, but the curved bangs were ink black. She wore a navy blue yukata-style blouse that revealed her voluptuous E-cup breasts, a midnight blue obi around her waist with a white cloth coming out the front and over her frontal region with the kanjis of the word virtuous, Zenryana, skin-tight black pants, high heels that looked to be made of steel, and armor on her forearms. She also possessed 3 katanas sheathed onto her back. Another woman was a 5'11" mocha-skinned woman with H-cup breasts, with platinum blonde pixie-cut hair and an eye patch over her left eye with the other eye being blood-red iris eye. She wore a black long-sleeve shirt that had a low V-neck, with a sleeveless white tank top underneath that managed to cover most of her cleavage, but still revealed some, long black pants, white silver steel-heeled boots that stopped at her knees, a pair of golden gauntlets with studs at the knuckles and all around the forearms. The final woman was 5 foot even with messy, spiky blonde hair that reached her tailbone and crystal light blue eyes. She wore a black bandana around her forehead that covered her eyebrows and shadowed her beautiful eyes. She wore a burnt brown long-sleeve shirt that was rolled up to her elbows as she had fishnet arm warmers around her forearm, black fingerless gloves, black baggy pants, a silver belt with a fang acting as a belt buckle wrapped around her waist, white bandage tape wrapped around her shins and ankles, and black shinobi sandals. She had canines in her teeth which were gritted with rage. You rats are so dead, the spiky blonde said with grinding gritting teeth. Leave now, unless you wish to die, one of the armored shinobi said, but suddenly he was punched right into the stomach, breaking apart his armor with the studs of the knuckles tearing right through his skin. That's our line, the mocha-skinned platinum blonde said as she pulled the fist of her gauntlet out of the now-dead armored shinobi's stomach. Isaumaru, the spiky-haired blonde called out, causing the wolf to bark and leap high into the air. The spiky blonde woman leapt into the air meeting the gray wolf just as she made a number of hand signs. Jinju Kanbi Henge. Sotaro. Human-beast combination transformation. Double-headed wolf, the spiky blonde-haired woman shouted as she and her gray wolf collided and transformed into a giant two-headed wolf. And Inuzuka, one of the armored shinobi shouted. He felt a presence behind himself. He turned his head to meet the royal blue, ink-black dual-haired woman who had her eyes closed. When she suddenly opened them, her eyes glowed gold, before blood came flying out of the armored shinobi. Once he fell to his back, it was revealed he was wounded by multiple wounds caused by a blade. However, when she brought up her hand, she sent a swipe that suddenly caused another armored shinobi to bleed with a new slash wound over his chest, breaking through his armor, and flying off his feet and onto his back, shocking his nearby comrades. Looks like you all hide behind these shells, relying on them too much to appreciate the tools towards victory. Even talking to you all while I initiate my slaughter fest would be pointless. The royal blue, ink-black-haired woman said with a frown. I don't even think I'll need my blades, she said with her eyes glowing gold, scaring all the shinobi. A roar was heard as the platinum blonde woman slammed her fist into the abdomen of an armored shinobi. With the momentum being so strong, she slammed the first shinobi into another, and that one into another, until the repeated process ended with 7 armored shinobi were slammed together like a kebab. Then force broke right through their bodies, shredding their clothes, but leaving no wounds. Can't say the same for their insides though. She pulled her fist back as the 7 armored, or at least were armored, fell to the ground, dead. If my babe is hurt became of you, then, screw it, I'll act like you left a scratch on her. The platinum blonde said with narrowed eyes. She suddenly vanished. Then an armored shinobi was slammed into the ground by a force so powerful that their left cheek was so far into his mouth that his face looked like rubber. Didn't make it look any better with his jaw shattered and teeth broken apart. That gives you all the death penalty. The platinum blonde said with menacing tone as her whole face was covered in shadows with her right eye glowing red. The armored shinobi were sweating bullets in the presence of these 3 terrifying women, and Wolf, which was currently fused with the spiky blonde one. They all shook, but gained brave faces as there roared battle cries with their weapons and jutsu ready, only for those battle cries to turn into screams of agony and terror as bones breaking and blood gushing echoed into the night. Within the hot springs, a group of armored shinobi were capturing the special golden geckos. Isn't this basically a suicide mission? I mean, they say never cross the Kokura family, especially when it comes to these lizards. One armored shinobi spoke up. We'll be fine. We have something they don't. A special armored shinobi said as he was wearing a special pair of massive jet gauntlets and boots that had tubes connecting them to a very bulky jet black armored torso, looking like some Spartan torso armor, but with golden carvings on it, along with the massive gauntlets and boots. You sure? I mean, one more word and it's frying time. The special armored shinobi said, shutting the first armored shinobi up. Why is it so stuffy now? Another armored shinobi said as he waved his hand in front of his face. The steam from the springs, it's increasing. An armored shinobi holding a golden gecko trying to free itself from his grasp, said. The steam increased more and more. It's surrounding us like a Karigaker no jutsu. An armored shinobi shouted, not noticing a hulking shadow with glowing white eyes behind him. Look out! The special armored shinobi shouted, but it was too late as the armored shinobi had a massive muscular arm wrapped around his neck and was then shattered from the pressure of its monstrous strength. The golden gecko was grateful seeing as it was now free and scurrying away. It is not right to take away a family's livelihood. The shadow figure said with his voice echoing as he released now dead armored shinobi. Everyone move out with the geckos in possession. The special armored shinobi ordered. That won't be possible. They all turned to see Kikyo closing the sliding door of the changing house and having a katana in hand. Get out of our way or die. An armored shinobi ordered. He and the rest of his comrades felt their spines turn to ice as they felt a massive amount of chilling killer intent. Nobody threatens my wife. The shadowy silhouette said with a deep voice that echoed. Darling, please, I can handle this. Kikyo said. HMPH. I don't envy you lot. The shadowy silhouette being Daisuke said. Lady, get out of the way or. The special armored shinobi stepped forward as the tubes on his armor glowed blue as then his muscles bulked up with the gauntlets and boots to glow as well and even produce steam out of them. Be the first enemy to suffer at the hands of my Maken. The special armored shinobi said as a cloud of steam surrounded him. Kikyo remained silent. She reached for the hair sticks tying her hair up and took them out, letting her hair be undone. Footin. Boil release. The special armored shinobi bent his legs and revved his right arm back as his gauntlets were producing immense steam. The steam was swirling around the right gauntlet in a tornado-like fashion. Heigashi Tatsumaki. Blistering tornado. The special armored shinobi was ready to throw his steam-covered fist forward, but he couldn't move a muscle, shocking him. Nani. You just noticed that you can't move. You couldn't see it, but the follicles of my hair traveled towards you and pierced your body. Kikyo said in a calm tone as her hair was floating and split into multiple tails. You cannot see them with your eyes, but they have pierced your skin and are now in control of your nervous system. You cannot move. Any of you. Nani. The special armored shinobi shouted. The rest started to react. My body. I can't move. What's happening? Help me. Daisuke had his arms crossed. It's over. A red aura surrounded Kikyo. I don't like attacking immobilized opponents, but you must do what you must to protect innocence. Besides, you all invaded my home, tried to harm my family and guests and now try to steal my family's legacy. Behind her formed the face of a red-faced demon with upward curved fangs, freaking the armored shinobi out. I don't think I'll have problems sleeping tonight. Her eyes shined red before she dashed forwards and got to work, causing all the armored shinobi to scream in fear, before agony took over with the sounds of cutting and gurgling followed. After a while, all the armored shinobi were defeated. The glimmering gecko inn was damaged from the fight, but could still be repaired. After a good sum of cash was put into the place's repair budget. Naruto had already suited up in his new casual clothes. He had made a clone to be with Naho, who was sitting on a damaged bed with a sad expression and her head hung. We're going to check out the damages. I'll be back for you in a few, okay? Naruto said to Naho. Naho remained silent. Naruto's eyes softened. He walked over to her, knelt down and placed his hands on her shoulders, making the young girl look up to him. You'll be okay here for a few, right? Naruto asked. Naho nodded in response. Good, Naruto said, gently placing a hand on her head, before standing up straight and heading out the door, where he met Sakura. The entirety of the Konoha shinobi got dressed in their original clothing and hurried down the stairs, making it into the lobby to see Ajisai cleaning up with Ito and Jasmine brushing her hair. There were still some bodies on the floor, but that was being taken care of. Are you almost done? Ito asked Jasmine. In a minute too, San. It's not easy cleaning blood from your hair. Jasmine said. Don't you use water release? I know where you are going with this and no, I don't know that blood cleaning jutsu. Jasmine said to her father. That's because you're lazy. Geese, Jasmine's brother, said as he walked in the lobby with more cleaning supplies. I dare you to say that again. Jasmine said with narrowed eyes. Go ahead, Geese. Everyone turned to see a 5-foot woman with messy, spiky blonde hair that reached her tailbone and crystal light blue eyes. You're right anyway. Ka-chan. Jasmine and Geese exclaimed, seeing their mother. Hey honey, nice mess you left at the front door. Ito said. Shut up. I'm not known for cleaning up messes. The blonde woman said to her husband as he Grey Wolf walked up next to her. Especially your own, Ito said as he resumed cleaning, causing his wife to growl. The 2 other women that were with her walked in as well. Darling, Ajisai exclaimed with joy as she ran over and hopped into the arms of the mocha-skinned platinum blonde woman and locked lips with her. Naruto's nose bled at the sight as then an image of Azuki and Cha-Cha locking lips entered his mind. Sakura looked to Naruto with half-lidded eyes and frowned to see him turn away from her to avoid being caught enjoying the sight. The 2 pulled back. Any idea why we had unfortunate guests? The platinum blonde asked. That would be our fault. Naruto spoke up, earning the attention of the 3 women. Were Konoha shinobi who were trying to escort Princess Mitsu Hanagaku back to her home to rid it of corruption, but shinobi from there came and got her. Naruto said. Oh Konoha shinobi. Well, you're paying for the damages since these guys came for you. The spiky blonde said with her hands on her hips. Yasu. Don't be rude, Ajisai said with annoyance. No, she's in the right. Besides, I planned on paying for the damages anyway. Especially since my clan lives here. I don't like the idea of leaving them like this thanks to me. Naruto said. Your clan? The royal blue with curved ink black bang woman asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, he is an Uzumaki, Ajisai answered with a smile. The 3 women looked to Naruto with questioning expression. He doesn't have red hair. The 3 women said. Well, neither do any of your kids. Ajisai exclaimed with annoyance. I get my hair from my dad. Naruto said with a smile, rubbing his hand through his golden locks. The Yondaime Hokage. Jasmine said with a smile as she continued to brush her hair. The 3 strong women flinched with looks of shock and slight fear. Naruto took a few sniffs as he recognized something. The Yondaime had a kid. The spiky-haired woman questioned with shock. Naruto looked to the Grey Wolf beside her. From the looks of it, the 2 were very close. Which could mean. Are you an Inuzuka? Naruto asked the spiky-haired woman, causing her to flinch with a look of shock and fear. What are you doing out here? None of your business. The spiky-haired woman shouted. Yasu. Ajisai shouted as she smacked the back of the spiky blonde, Yasu's, head. Sorry about my wife. Konoha is a sensitive subject for her. Ito said, rubbing the back of his head with a nervous smile. Missing Nin? Naruto asked, turning to Ito. No, just injured. I found and healed her up. Ito said with a serious expression. Naruto's eyes softened. Does that mean she was abandoned? Naruto thought. He heard Kakashi sigh with his eyes closed, a frown under his mask. I think Kaka-sensei thinks so too. Naruto thought. He turned his head back to Yasu, who flinched with wide eyes, but managed to keep a brave face on. Your secret is safe with me. Naruto said. TCH. Yasu turned her head with a pout, her eyes closed and arms crossed. Naruto smiled. He heard moaning, making him turn to see Kina trying to pull a deceased body away with a pair of plastic gloves on. Let me, Naruto said, walking over to the young girl. He knelt down, gently moved Gina away and pressed his finger against the tip of the deceased armored shinobi's nose, as then the whole body burst with golden flames and turned to ash, only for the ashes to get disintegrated as well in a matter of 2 to 3 seconds. Whoa, arigato, Kina said with an amazed look and smile. Kina turned towards the others, only to immediately notice the woman with royal blue hair and curved ink black bangs. Ka-chan. Kina cheered as she ran over to her mother with open arms. Kina's mother smiled as she opened her arms, allowing her child to jump in and share a tight embrace. So she's Kina and Triplet's mother. Naruto thought as he stood up. Naruto suddenly was struck by a spray of fragrance, causing him to cough up. Sumimasen tilde. Chika apologized with a gritting frown, closed eyes and nose pinched closed. Oh, Ka-chan. Chika perked up, noticing her mother, only to realize she was so surprised she released her hold on her nose, leading to her smelling the scent of blood. Nioi. Stinky, Chika exclaimed as she sprayed more. Hey, watch it, Naruto exclaimed as he covered his face and walked back away from her. What's with you? Chinatsu questioned to her sister with a dull look as she was carrying several corpses atop her back and her other sister Chikako was dragging 2 corpses in her hands. You've killed several times before, so why aren't you used to the stench of blood? Because everyone is different. You may be used to it, but not me. Chika shouted as she turned and sprayed her sisters, causing them to gag from the instant hit of fragrance. Stop it, Chikako shouted. Take that somewhere else, Chinatsu shouted. The triplets, and Kina's mother sighed at her daughter's behavior, while Kina giggled with a toothy grin. Stop fighting, their mother said. Ka-chan. Chinatsu and Chikako perked up noticing their mother. So what are your names? The royal blue, black ink-haired woman asked turning towards the Konoha shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke Uchiha. Sai. Just Sai. Yamato. Kakashi Hatake. My name is Miyoko. Kina and the triplets. Mother introduced herself. Avarin. The tall mocha-skinned platinum blonde introduced herself. Yasu. Yasu introduced herself, but still did not face the Konoha nin. If you need assistance, we can assist in your mission, Miyoko suggested. She does not speak for all of us, Yasu said with a glare. No thank you. This was our mission. We failed to protect Mitsu-sama, so it is our responsibility to rescue her ourselves. Besides, we are guests. We have no right to bring you into something that wasn't your problem to begin with. Kakashi said. Yamato nodded in agreement. Actually, it would be best if we had more help. Sai said. Not needed, Naruto and Sasuke said in unison with their arms crossed. I agree with Kakashi-sensei. I don't like the idea of dragging people we just met, who we were guests to, into a battle that had nothing to do with them in the first place. Especially when they are part of my clan. Naruto said. HMPH. Sasuke closed his eyes. If any more come along, that lessens the opportunities to practice my new abilities. Sasuke thought. Well, if your clan is really that important to you, then it would be proper to help with the mess you've caused. Yasu said with half-lidded eyes and a pout, only to get struck on the head by a broom courtesy of Ajisai. Of course, Naruto said with a bow. Uzumaki dono, no need for that, trust me. Ajisai said with a nervous smile. Let him. They all turned to see Daisuke and Kikyo, both covered in blood with smiles on their faces. If the leader of the Uzumaki clan wishes to assist in the cleanup, then allow him if he damn well pleases. Daisuke said with a grin. Geez, what kind of throwdown were you a part of, Dadbeo? Naruto asked with shock at the sight of the two covered in blood. Leader, Yasu exclaimed as she, Miyoko and Avarin had looks of shock on their faces. 2-chan, Ka-chan. Takes baths first, Ajisai exclaimed with horror at the sight of her parents covered in blood. Thankfully she knew it was not their own. 5 minutes. You and 30 clones cleaned this place in 5 minutes. Kina exclaimed as everyone was outside. Kind of easy when your chakra reserves are off the charts, Naruto said. Don't get too cocky, Yasu said with her arms crossed and head turned. Naruto looked to her. He whistled, catching Yasu's attention. Naruto zipped his lip and gave an okay hand sign along with a pair of eye smiles, causing the Inuzuka's eyes to widen before looking to the side with a bit of a bashful expression. Ito grinned as he patted his wife's back, causing her to flinch with pain and wide eyes. I'm sorry for all the damages. I should have guessed that these bastards would have no decency to respect someone else's property. Naruto said with an apologetic bow. Enemies, no matter who they are, will destroy anything to get what they want. If they are not on your side, beware of them. Don't go making rookie mistakes like that again, Avarin said. But don't be too cynical of people either. People who aren't on your side can surprise you, Ajisai added. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said with a smile. He suddenly summoned Golden Asura's left arm as 3 golden flames surround both of Naruto's and Golden Asura's hands. Here, I hope this will repair the damages, Naruto said as 3 large diamonds appeared in his and Golden Asura's hands, shocking everyone. Holy crap, look at the size of those things, Geese shouted with shock and amazement. They're gorgeous, Jasmine said with amazement and a huge smile as her eyes sparkled. We can't take these. They are so valuable, it's so unfair to you, Ajisai exclaimed with shock. Keep them. Consider it a family gift, Naruto said, handing them to Ajisai. Well, Ajisai was so enthralled with emotions that she couldn't respond properly. Avaran took one in hand. Nice and firm, Avaran said. Naruto, how many of those jewels do you have? Sakura whispered, leaning close to him. A few. Tenbi had a real mobster problem for a while. Naruto responded. Shouldn't you have returned them to the authorities? Kakashi whispered, leaning over to Naruto as well. Kind of a complicated matter there. The mobsters were Korean. Naruto whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi was just confused on why that mattered. Naruto, noticing, indulged more. It's a complicated political matter. He added before facing the staff, his extended family. Naruto started to blush as he looked to the side, rubbing the back of his neck. It was nice meeting you guys. The best you could do is look us in the eyes. Yasu said. I know. It's just kind of hard. I mean, I've been alone all my life and only just recently met another family member, so being in front of a big family of Uzumakis, it feels a bit odd. Not that there's anything bad about being odd. People always call me an oddball. You still are, Sai added, only to get a huge lump on his head and his face to meet the ground courtesy of one of Sakura's good, left hammer fist. And I'm proud of it, but it's really new and out of place to say goodbye to a big family, my family. Naruto said with his bottom lip out as his cheeks were burning red. He suddenly felt a hand on his head, making him look to see it with Kikyo. No need for that then. Just say, see you later. Kikyo said with a big smile. Naruto looked to her with wide eyes. Come by more often, Naruto-kun. Naruto suddenly hugged her, shocking Kikyo, but then she smiled and returned the hug. Once separated from the elder Uzumaki, Naruto was suddenly tackled into a hug by Chika, Chikako and Kina. Chinatsu just walked over and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Try and visit us as much as possible. Okay, Chika exclaimed. Yeah, we're family, so it as frequent as you can. Yahir, Chikako exclaimed. Geez, family can be so overbearing. I hope you're prepared for it. Chinatsu said with a cool smile. I'll miss you. Got it. Kina spoke with tears in her eyes. Naruto smiled deeply. So those are your quirks. We really are family, and I'm happy, Datbeo. Naruto said with a smile as he hugged them back. They all heard a scream, making them all turn to see two males. One was a fair-skinned brunette-haired man with bangs over his forehead and a slim muscular build, wearing a blue-green kimono shirt with bandages wrapped around his torso, black baggy pants that stopped a little below his knees, black shinobi sandals and a black bandana wrapped around his neck with the Uzumaki insignia printed on it. The other was a mocha-skinned teenage boy, most likely 15, with platinum blonde shaggy spiky hair, wearing a black vest with white lining, bandages wrapped around his torso and left forearm, black baggy pants that stopped below his knees, black shinobi boots that stopped below his knees, and he had a spiral tattoo on his left bicep. What the hell happened to RN? The mocha-skinned teen screamed as he shook with anxiety from the sight. New renovation, the brunette-haired man guessed. Not funny, uncle, the mocha-skinned teen shouted. Hi to-chan, cousin Takumi. Kin greeted her father and cousin. Yo, can I ask why my girls are hugging a well-built young man? We were just saying goodbye to Naruto Dono. Kin answered. He's an Uzumaki, Chika said with a smile. He's also the new head of our clan. Kikyo informed with a gentle smile. Oh, that's nice. The name's Hisoka. The triplets and Kina's father, Hisoka, introduced himself with a calm expression. Naruto introduced himself. That's Takumi. He's my sister's kid. Kind of. He looks more like a Avaran. Hisoka introduced his nephew as he patted the younger man's shoulder. I can introduce myself, uncle. Takumi said with slight annoyance. I'm sorry to cut the meeting short, but we better hurry. Kakashi said. Right, Naruto said as Kina and the triplets released him. He turned to all of them and said with one last smile. Madane, Kazoku. See you later, family. Naruto and the Konoha then vanished to resume their mission. Seriously though, what happened while uncle and I were gone? Takumi asked. Don't worry about it, Avaran said. I think I should Ka-chan. Takumi said with a frown. Brought the supplies. Just need them unsealed, Hisoka said as he showed his family scrolls with storage seals on them. It was dark. It was silent. The ground was cold. Princess Mitsu was sitting on her knees in Seiza position as rope was tied around her body and ankles and her eyes were covered with a blindfold. She had been in this room for some time now. She remained silent, remained calm. She didn't care how much time passed. It felt long, but she knew she wasn't here for that long. No matter how much time passed, she kept her mind in order by thinking of one thing, or more accurate, one person. Naruto. A little later the doors to the dark room opened. In came a man with a pair of chakra-armored shinobi by beside him. The man looked to be in his late 30s to early 40s. He had peach-colored skin, had slightly shaggy hair that was combed back, had a goatee and a mole at the bottom left side of the chin. He wore a blood-red high-collar kimono with gold lining at the sleeves and hem at the bottom. He wore black pants and iron-toed boots and samurai torso armor and armor on the arms. Princess. Welcome home. The man greeted Mitsu as he and his guards walked in with the doors closed behind them. Hachiro. Mitsu addressed the man in a cold tone. Have you forgotten etiquette while you were away? It is Lord Hachiro. The man known as Hachiro said with a firm tone. Not for long. Trust me, Mitsu said. Hachiro narrowed his eyes for a second. I came to offer you a deal. Hachiro said. Any deal you offer is meaningless. Mitsu retorted. Not this one. I am willing to offer you back your home, but only when the time comes. What do you mean? Mitsu asked. You are still very young. Your life would go to waste if you were just killed. So I am offering you a second chance. Come under my wing. Let me teach you how to properly rule this land. When my time comes, you will be the one to run this land. Hachiro explained. Except I'd rule it your way and not mine. Mitsu pointed out. I need someone to carry on my legacy. Hachiro said. And instead of focusing on creating a biological heir, you'd rather have your deceased rival's daughter carry it on. Mitsu's gained an angry frown as her brow furrowed. I'm no fool. You just want me to be your successor because my people would revolt if any attempt on my life is made. I die, you have no land. Perhaps true, but in the end you have no choice. Either you join me or this land dies. You wouldn't be so heartless to your people. Hachiro said with confidence. True, I'd never be heartless to them. That's why I choose a third option. Waiting. For what? Hachiro asked with a raised eyebrow. You will see. Your reckoning will arrive. This land will be ruled under a Hanagaku once more, the proper way. I just have to be patient. Mitsu said. HMPH. Hachiro narrowed his eyes before he turned and left the room with his two guards. After a moment, Mitsu bit her bottom lip. Naruto. I know you'll come save me. Save my land. The Konoha headed fast in a certain direction. Naruto took point, leading the group to their destination. Finally, after what felt so long, the group stopped as they saw a giant, tall metal barrier with a giant pair of doors far across from them and the trees they were standing on. Around the area were warriors and shinobi wearing chakra armor. Now that's a front door. Big enough for Kurama to knock on it without causing any real damage. Naruto commented. I doubt they'd welcome a giant nine-tailed demon fox in, even if he acted polite. Yamato said. Kurama's not a demon, but I hear where you're coming from. Naruto said with his hands behind his head. This isn't right, Kakashi said as he took out the map. The village should be miles off in the other direction. How can an entire village like this move from one place to another like this? Sakura questioned. A very powerful Shushin jutsu, no doubt. Yamato added. Yo, Sai, time to take a bird's eye view. Naruto said. Best for Sasuke or I to go with. The distance that would need to be retained to avoid suspicion will require someone with enhanced vision. Kakashi pointed out. No worries. I got that covered, Naruto said with a smirk as he jabbed his thumb into his chest. Moments later, up high in the sky, Sai and Naruto flew above the village on one of Sai's Choju Giga creatures, a large bird. Golden Asura, Naruto said as his spirit then manifested next to him. Naruto took out a pair of binoculars and allowed Golden Asura to use them. Thanks to his favorite manga series, and the fact that he can see what Golden Asura can, Naruto got the idea of using his spirit's heightened vision to scout the area below, with a little help from his own chakra scent to amplify his spirit's vision to zoom in closer if need be. Not bad. Looks like a traditional Japanese village. However, not bustling with activity, and it looks like I just found out why. Naruto said as Golden Asura zoomed in towards what looks to be a palace with a huge crowd of people, possibly the entire population, in front of it, and from the looks of things, they were not feeling friendly. In front of the crowd of pedestrians were shinobi and soldiers dressed in chakra armor, keeping them from the steps of the wide palace. Across from the palace doors was a large statue of a man with slightly shaggy slicked back hair and armor similar to a samurai. Looks like the villagers just found out about Mitsu-chan's capture. Naruto said. How are their reactions? Sai asked. Give me a sec. Looks like they're pissed. I think they're ready for a fight. Then most likely Mitsu is safe. If they have that much vigor, then their hopes aren't dashed yet. Sai said. Are there any guards patrolling the village? Here and there, but it looks like there are more around the palace. No doubt that means Mitsu is in there safe and sound. Naruto said. Mostly likely, but I wouldn't hold my breath on her being safe and sound. You never truly know until you witness the state they're in with your own eyes. Sai said. If something does happen to them, I will bring that entire palace down towards the ground. Naruto said with a threatening tone. Then let us hope it does not come to that. Sai said. Are there any archers guarding the palace? Yeah, a good number of them. There are also some really big guys several times our sizes in the village helping whoever took this land for themselves. We pretty much got our work cut out for us. Naruto answered. I'm sure it'll be no problem for someone like you. However, perhaps we'll go with a more shinobi-like approach here. Sai said with one of his fake smiles. Good old-fashioned shinobi tactics, Been a long time, if you don't count my cunning, sneaky tactics during head-to-head battles. Naruto said with a smirk, but then his head perked up. Wait, hold on, some samurai-looking guy just walked out of the palace. Naruto said. As Golden Asura focused on the man, Naruto's eyes widened. I think he's got a Maken. The man below had long dark silver hair tied in a ponytail and he had coal black eyes. He wore a black kimono with gray lining, had bandages wrapped around his neck, wore a silver necklace with a black tourmaline stone attached to it, a pair of red samurai gauntlets, and hidden under his kimono was a pair of black pants with a pair samurai sandals and red greaves. Wrapped to his hip is a katana. Its scabbard was silver with golden feather emblems embedded along it, while the katana's handle was silver and cylindrical with a long black cloth tied around the top part of it. The guard was rectangular with 4 holes within it, but what caught Naruto Golden Asura's eye was what was in between the guard and scabbard was a long hexagonal prism piece that had several holes scattered around it. Golden Asura's vision focused on the man's face to see his lips moving. I think he's warning the crowd to leave. Naruto said. And they are not having it. Naruto said as Golden Asura watched the crowd get rowdy. He then noticed the long-haired man unsheath his katana to reveal a bit of its blade. The man twisted the handle, causing blue flames to stream out of the holes within the prism piece. Suddenly faster than the average citizens could process, he cut up the first row of people in the crowd with their new wounds bursting with blue fire for a moment before vanishing. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this. Went down just as expected. Hopefully the crowd gets the message. Sai said. Looks like it. They're still pissed, but are scattering and helping the wounded out. Not sure how though. Those flames aren't normal. Element helped with that. It won't be easy to extinguish. Naruto explained. Best to head back now. Sai said. Hold on. Just give me a few more seconds. Naruto said. After a while, Naruto noticed something in the crowd. Several people just ducked under some alleys and other discreet places. Could mean one thing. A secret revolution, most likely. Sai said. And when there is a secret revolution, there is a way to go in and out of a populated area discreetly. Naruto said. After regrouping and giving the layout to the rest of the team, Kakashi summoned Pakun, his nin dog, to help sniff out for any scents around the walls of the village that could lead to an underground hideout or pathway. I got something, Pakun said, alerting the team. Pakun lead the group towards a bit of an open area with trees surrounding it. There are several different scents that gathered here. Naruto noticed a scar on a tree. Then he noticed another. After noticing several scars on separate scars, he started to walk away, catching everyone's attention. He noticed that at the right angle the scars on the trees make a symbol of what looks to be a thick nail with a mallet slammed atop of it. After taking a quick picture with his phone, Naruto's eyes traced down the symbol to see the spike pointing down towards a certain part of the ground. Walking over, Naruto knelt down and placed his hand against the ground. Oi, Kakashi-sensei, refresh my memory. You know a lot Earth-style jutsu, don't you? Naruto asked, looking up to his team leader. Kakashi nodded as he walked over to the spot Naruto was at and reflected the same position as his student. Using his chakra to sense the ground was hollow, Kakashi stood right up and went through several hand seals. Once Naruto was a good distance away, Kakashi finished his seals and performed a jutsu. Doden. Hakatsu Sa Reta Himitsu Jutsu. Earth Release. Unearthed Secrets Technique, Kakashi exclaimed as then the ground beneath his hands opened up to reveal a flight of stairs that leads into a system of caverns. Nice work, sensei. Naruto complimented Kakashi with a smile. I'll take point. Clearly. Send the man who was hard to kill in first. Yamato commented. That's the plan, Naruto said with smirk as he went down the stairs before the others. Beneath the ground was a hidden base filled with people. They had equipment, weapons, basically everything what would need for what looks to be plans for a revolution. Striking now is the best option. A young man with red with yellow spiky hair shouted. Agreed, but we need a plan. A man with a goatee and chanmage, no doubt a samurai especially with a katana strapped to his belt. Well, where is Indigo? The red and yellow-haired young man asked. He said he was scouting the area of the palace. A blonde-haired young man with the left side of his face covered by his blonde hair which was shoulder length, said as he sat on a box. So does that mean? Yeah, he plans on invading it to save the princess very soon. The blonde said. Can soon be today. Everyone flinched and turned to see a blonde with leather apparel walking out of a tunnel. Who are you? The red and yellow-haired man said as he and the rest readied weapons. Someone who wants to finish the mission he was assigned. Naruto said as the rest of his friends arrived. Walking down another tunnel was a man and a woman. The man had combed back spiky blue hair, a honey golden right eye with a bandage wrapped around his left and stubble across his lower jaw. He wore a long-sleeve Maya blue shirt and pants with an obi wrapped around his waist and shinobi sandals, and he had forearm guards, shoulder guards, greaves and armor wrapped around his torso. He had a pair of katana tied to his obi. The woman had long magenta hair, a pair of jade green eyes and a scar down the left of her bottom jaw that went down the side of her neck and collarbone. She wore a magenta kimono with red-violet lining and obi sash around her waist, and there was an emerald floral designed at the left bottom of the kimono. She had a katana with a magenta with emerald floral designed scabbard tied to her obi. So how will we do it? The magenta-haired woman asked the blue-haired man. We made a promise to Osamu Dono to protect his daughter. There has to be a way to infiltrate the stronghold. Hachiro made sure to renovate the palace so the secret entrances that only we knew about are barricaded. It'll take time for our scouts to find any openings in the palace's defenses. The blue-haired man said. Time is not what we have. Lord knows what that bastard plans on doing her. The magenta-haired woman said with an angered expression. The two then stopped and sensed a presence up ahead. One that was particularly powerful. They grasped the hilts of their katanas and rushed forward, ready to fight. When they made it to the end of the corridor into their base, that's where they found the rest of their allies on their knees, panting and perspiring with looks of shock and fear as their faces were drenched in sweat. There in the center were people with Konoha Hitai Atesh on, with the most peculiar looking being the blonde one dressed more like he was ready for a trip to the club or a rumble. However, what put them uneasy was the leather-clad shinobi's posture. The blonde-haired person had his hands in his pockets and was calm with a stoic look. Not looking like he'd rather be anywhere but here. Instead he looked as if he had nothing to fear. Who are you? The blue-haired man asked. Just the shinobi assigned to help. Naruto answered. So you're the ones who let the Mitsu get captured. The magenta-haired woman said with narrowed eyes. It's not their fault. Naho called out as she made herself known. Naho-sama. The blue-haired man spoke as he and the woman were shocked to see her here. It was because I got hurt that Mitsu was taken. Naho said. They critically injured Naho as a distraction so they could escape with Mitsu. Sakura explained. So we were right. You were with the Konoha nins this whole time. The blue-haired man said. So does that mean you all knew about the ambush? The magenta woman asked. Ambush? Yamato questioned. There were a group of bandits that ambushed the guards that were supposed to pick her up. They left no survivors. The woman explained. Looks like you made a good call, Naruto. Sai said looking to the blonde. Sorry about scaring your resistance. I take it you're the leader. Naruto said looking to the blue-haired man. Yes. They call me Indigo. This woman here is Magenta. The man introduced himself. Let me guess. Codename determined by color. You must have worked closely with the previous leader of this land. Naruto said. You're pretty smart. Indigo said. I just read a lot books that had something like this before. Naruto said. What did you do to our men? Magenta asked. I just sent a pulse of chakra their way. Naruto answered. There was so much. I couldn't believe it. The red with yellow spiky-haired man said with shock as he and the rest started to get back on their feet. We came to lend a hand in retrieving Mitsu-sama. Kakashi said. That's easier said than done. My men scouted the area before she was captured. The palace was changed so any weaknesses we knew in the defenses were changed. The secret passages were changed and the guard routes constantly changed so we can't get a proper layout. It's difficult to know how they're patrolling it today. Indigo said. Are there any guards who would know patrolling the village today? Kakashi asked. There is one. He's assigned to patrol the village today and collect payment from the village's working establishments. Today it's from the restaurants. He's always traveling with 6 guards. If he doesn't respond with a code through an earcom every 10 minutes, then more guards will arrive to investigate. Magenta answered. It's near impossible to get to him and interrogate him. At least without jutsu, but even then it's difficult. The blonde with the left half of his face covered said. Naruto rubbed his chin as he thought over a strategy on how to achieve this goal. He suddenly flicked 2 tiny scroll from his hand, causing a pair of clones to appear. Clones? Indigo questioned. I don't think that'll help much. The blonde resistance fighter said. The pair of clones move a distance from their progenitor. One just stopped across the area and the other hopped into the air and was now attached to the ceiling. Golden Asura. Naruto spoke as his spirit appeared, shocking the resistance before him. Naruto rubbed his chin as he commanded Golden Asura to use the cross-hand sign that he normally used to create clones, but nothing came from it. Makes sense since the Kage Bushin is created from the spiritual energy of chakra to form into a physical state. That would be impossible for a spirit since it is solely spiritual, and despite their physical strikes, they are still composed of and used from spiritual energy. What's he doing? Indigo asked. Naruto decided to move on with another test. With a though and concentration on both his mentality and spiritual affinity, he ordered Golden Asura to appear beside the clone far across from him, and it was a success, surprising everybody. Naruto nodded to his clone, earning a nod back as the clone did what Naruto did, causing Golden Asura to vanish in a flash of gold and appear beside the clone hanging from the ceiling. The clone above whistled, catching everyone's attention, making them notice that Golden Asura appeared beside the clone, before flashing away again to appear beside the original Naruto. Naruto smirked as his pair of clones dispersed into clouds of smoke. Forming an idea, Datbeo. Naruto said with a smirk. Within the village, 7 guards were traveling down the streets. 6 of the guards dressed in samurai armor traveled in a hexagonal formation, while a much taller guard with a shinobi mask and wearing chakra armor were traveling down the streets. The middle guard was looking down a list that had names of restaurants on them, with certain names had a check mark next to them while others were crossed out. Halfway done, boys. The central guard said. What are the chances that this will have to be another establishment that we'll be forced to wreck? One of the guards said. Hard to say, but perhaps there is hope for you if that's what you're desiring. The center guard said. We're about to come across it. One of the guards said. Suddenly they were hit with water balloons filled with blue and gold paint. What the hell? A guard shouted. They all turned to see a bunch of kids laughing at them with more paint balloons in their hands. You little shits. You're dead. Forget them. We have a job to do. Then we'll teach them a lesson. The center guard said, but he was suddenly struck in the face by a blue paint balloon. My eyes. The center guard screamed as the kid who threw the balloon gave him a raspberry. That's it. They're dead. The center guard shouted as he wiped away the paint from his eyes to reveal they displayed anger and were red from pain. The guards gave chase upon the children who ducked into an alley. Some of the kids scattered, which led to the guards splitting up to get the culprits. After some time and what sounded like conflict and people getting beaten in several places, the guards reunited and dusted their clothes. The center guard looked to his list again. He then heard a beep in his earcom. Pressing his finger onto the device, he then said. The hawk sails the skies on wings of gold. Roger. A voice responded. Let's keep going, the center guard said as they continued on. After finishing their rounds, the guards made it back to the palace. They climbed up the stairs and passed the large statue of Hachiro. When they made it to the gates, the center shinobi gave the password, allowing them to walk in. The inside of the palace had soldiers patrolling around the area. I'll go meet with Hachiro. The rest of you go on patrol, the center guard said, earning bows from the other guards. The main guard traveled up the stairs towards the next few floors. After a while, he made it to a large door where a pair of guards were. He then knocked on the door. Enter. Hachiro's voice was heard on the other end. The main guard opened the doors and walked through with the other pair of guards closing the door behind him. Hachiro was sitting at a table with the dark silver-haired samurai standing beside him, acting as his bodyguard. Atsushi. How were the rounds? Hachiro, looking to the guard. So. Atsushi said as he walked over, sat down Caesar style and placed the list on the table. The restaurant workers are having a hard time making ends meet and paying their rent. Not hard to understand given we're not getting tourists like we used to. Plus the higher tax rate. Some sacrifices need to be made. Hachiro said. I understand, but the more we push this, the more support the revolutionists are getting from the people. How will we handle that? Using force won't solve things for long. Atsushi said. Shows what you know. I have allies in much high places. People who are strong enough to even conquer an entire shinobi village and even match Biju. Hachiro said. Are there really people that strong? Atsushi asked. Months ago I wouldn't have thought such a thing would exist as well, but I saw one of them. It was frightening, yet incredible. With one call I can bring them here to keep people in line. Hachiro said. Still doesn't solve the money issue with the people. What the hell? Atsushi thought. So are you planning on calling them to rid this village of its resistance group? Atsushi asked. The thought has been teetering on my mind. The shinobi we have here are powerful thanks to their supplied chakra armor. No one can contend with them. Not even this resistance. But what of the men who had been defeated by this blonde super shinobi they keep raving about? He was in charge of the princess. He will come to retrieve her. Are you sure they can handle him? Atsushi asked. I have no doubts, Hachiro said. But we've never seen him in action. Atsushi added. True, but I'm sure he can handle him, Hachiro said with a serious expression. Atsushi asked, but then suddenly an explosion was heard as the palace shook. What the hell was that? Atsushi shouted as they all turned towards the door. They all heard the sounds of a ringing bell all throughout the palace. The revolutionists. They're here, Hachiro exclaimed as he stood up from the floor. Atsushi suddenly leapt from the ground and landed next to Hachiro with a wakizashi in his left hand. Hachiro Dono, we'll get you out of here, Atsushi said as he gently grasped Hachiro's shoulder with his right. Silver can handle that. I need you to go retrieve Hanagaku-sama. Hachiro ordered Atsushi. Hi, Hachiro Dono. Atsushi said with a nod before he headed for the door. He cracked it open and looked both ways, before giving the, okay, sign with his hand and then headed out. Kind of odd how the attack started right after he arrived. Silver said. I suppose, but I'm still in control of the situation. Hachiro said as his right hand suddenly glowed a bit with symbols from a seal. Mitsu heard the commotion going on. Explosions, a minor earthquake and now sounds of conflict. Hopefully this was it. They might be here to save her. Hachiro Dono put me in charge to retrieve the princess. You two stay out here and make sure those wretches don't get past this door. She heard a deep male voice said, followed by a dual, hi, before the door opened. Once it closed, Mitsu had put on a brave expression. She heard steps making their way over to her. The blindfold on her was taken off, making her look to see a masked guard. With a little bit of fire in her soul, she tried to bit the man in front of her, but he placed his hand on her forehead. Yar yar da. A guy comes here to save you and this is the thanks he gets, Datbeo. The masked guard asked in a familiar voice, causing Mitsu to gasp. Naruto-kun. Mitsu stared at him with wide eyes. The masked guard was then covered in a puff of smoke and once it dispersed, there in his place with a grinning Naruto. Sorry it took so long, but your handsome hero is here. Naruto said, still grinning with his thumb pressed against his chest. Mitsu started to cry before she felt her bind snap off, no doubt thanks to Naruto and his quick movements, then she hugged him and let her tears stain his jacket. Naruto smiled as he wrapped his arms around Mitsu. The two stood up with Naruto holding Mitsu close with his right arm and then aimed his left at the wall in front of them as he then unleashed a large blasts of fire, destroying it. The two guards quickly entered the room, only to be given a 1-2 blow to each of their faces, courtesy of Golden Asura, sending them flying. Naruto picked Mitsu up bridal style and leapt out of the large hole. Outside the resistance group and the Konoha shinobi were fighting against the soldiers at the palace while several groups of them were guiding citizens out of village. The blonde shinobi with his bang covering the left half of his face parried a sword strike and kicked his opponent away. He noticed Naruto leaping out of the palace and start leaping from rooftop to rooftop. The princess is saved, he called out, catching everyone's attention. Fall back. Indigo called out as all the resistance fighter quickly retreated from battle. Walking out of the palace were Hachiro and Silver. Both stopped next to the statue of Hachiro, watching the resistance fighters run off. That explains why there were more fighting out here than inside, Silver said. HMPH. Still nothing to worry about, Hachiro said as he raised his right hand as it glowed gold with seals covering his entire arm. I can't believe we succeeded. Feels too easy, the red with yellow spiky hair said. When they were near the gates of the village where the rest of the resistance fighters and villagers were, Naruto suddenly landed in front of them, alerting them. Naruto was crouched over for a moment before standing up and turning with a glare. Oh oi, where is Hanagaku Harem? The blonde fighter asked. Naruto. Sakura spoke up with worry. Yar yar, this is a turn of events, Naruto said with a serious expression. They all turned to see a shocked Mitsu right next to Hachiro. Nani? Members of the resistance exclaimed with shock. How? Mitsu wondered to himself. Silver suddenly brought the blade of his katana up to her neck. A gift from a new ally, Hachiro said as he raised his right hand up as it glowed gold for all the people to see. This arm possesses a seal. A very special seal, the Hiraishin, Hachiro called out, shocking everyone. Nani? Two-chan's jutsu, Naruto thought with shock evident on his face. A new ally of mine who is far powerful than any of you has gifted me with the power shared by the Nadaime and Yondaime Hokage. No way, the red-yellow spiky-haired resistance fighter said with shock. Who could have done that? The Chanmage resistance fighter questioned. Who indeed? Kakashi thought with a wide eye. This is how I moved this village myself. I already tagged Mitsu with it, which is why she is right beside me at this moment, but I can also summon reinforcements at will. With a wave of my hand, I can summon a whole army, as such. Hachiro waved his hand forward as the seal glowed brighter as then a whole battalion of chakra-armored shinobi were in front of the palace army. A more noticeable one was a giant of a man holding a large, spiked ball in his hands. Be grateful that what I summoned was light. Naruto's teeth grit as he was now pissed off. Father, your jutsu, used like this. I can't let this be. As your son, I will make sure your jutsu will never be used for evil. Naruto thought as he let out a growl. So long as you are part of my village, you will live under me, you will live by my word. Hachiro said. Your word, Mitsu started as her eyes were shadowed. Your word, is nothing compared to mine. What was that? Hachiro questioned with a firm and annoyed tone as he eyes looked to Mitsu. Mitsu gritted her teeth as she let out a tear from her left eyes. Everyone, leave, Mitsu called out, surprising everyone. I am still your princess, so my word is the law. Leave. I declare you all free from your chains. Don't let this one great village be your prison. Mitsu cried out, shocking everyone. Princess. Indigo spoke with shock. I don't want to live to see my people as slaves. I don't wish to die knowing my people are suffering. So please, leave without me. You are all free. Mitsu yelled at the top of her lungs as her eyes flooded with tears. Enough. Hachiro yelled as he then slapped Mitsu to the floor, causing everyone to look with shock and gasp. Naruto's eyes were greatly wide as he saw everything in slow motion. Something inside of him snapped. Princess. The red-yellow resistance fighter cried out as he and the others were ready to charge. Stop. Indigo shouted. You heard her orders. We must leave. Indigo. How could you say that? The blonde resistance fighter said with shock. She's granting us our freedom. This might be our only chance to get everyone out of his reach. I promise, we will come back for her. Indigo said, but then he noticed Naruto walking past him. The blonde had a stoic expression and his eyes were shadowed. Oi, hold on. I said we'll come back for her. Indigo said as he reached his hand over to touch Naruto. Don't touch me. Naruto said, surprising Indigo. I don't know what'll happen if you try and stop me. Naruto said, turning his head a bit as a golden gleam came from his shadowed eyes. Indigo was frozen with shock and fear as he felt the pressure coming off of Naruto. Naruto continued onward. Indigo, what are you doing? We shouldn't let him go ahead on his own. Magenta said. Indigo gulped. I don't think we have anything to worry about. Indigo said, surprising his second in command. Naruto continued on to cross the village to get to the palace, all at a calm pace with his eyes shadowed. So I'm going to guess and say that this is the super shinobi I've been hearing about. Hachiro said as he then raised his right hand up. I've actually been saving something special for you. Hachiro's right arm glowed gold. The center of the village was suddenly overshadowed by something large. Everyone looked up only to look in horror as several giant boulders were above and coming down on Naruto, who remained calm and continuing to walk calmly. Holy shit! The red-yellow spiky-haired fighter shouted with shock. Naruto! Mitsu called out with shock and fear, right before the boulders slammed atop of the blonde. Everyone stared with shock and horror. Mitsu stared with wide, shaken eyes filled with horror. Naruto. HMPH, was that really it? Hachiro questioned. Insert music here. Iwo Torimoto's movie version. After a moment of silence, a boulder showed a crack, catching Hachiro and Silver's attention. Suddenly the rest of the boulders started to show fissures all around themselves, surprising everyone. The boulders were surrounded in fissures, before they suddenly broke apart into millions of pieces, leaving a cloud of dust. Everyone stared in shock. A pair of golden gleams were seen from within the dirt cloud by the palace army before it was blown away into oblivion by a powerful invisible force, revealing Naruto, who was unscathed, shocking everyone. Nani? An armored shinobi exclaimed with shock. That's not possible, another armored shinobi exclaimed. I will never abandon someone precious to me, Naruto said with a firm tone, yet still possessed a stoic expression and eyes shadowed. Bakemono, monster. He's a monster, a palace guard shouted. HMPH. Give me a break, the giant armored shinobi said before he sprinted forward at Naruto. Die. He swung the spiked ball in hand upward, but he hit nothing. Huh. He blinked his eyes in surprise. He turned around to find Naruto behind him, continuing to walk forward. Bastard. He shouted as he rushed at him and tried hitting him with the spiked ball, but he vanished before getting struck again. What the hell? The giant armored shinobi shouted. He turned to see Naruto continuing to walk and ready to pass him. Stay still, asshole, he screamed as he raised the spiked ball over his head and sent it downward to slam into the blonde. Naruto simply thrust his left fist upward, breaking right through the spiked ball, shattering it into pieces, before his fist slammed into the face of the giant man, sending him rocketing straight into the sky. Everyone looked with gaped mouths and wide, shocked eyes. Holy shit, dude, the red-yellow spiky-haired fighter exclaimed with pure shock and awe. Suyoi. The Chanmage fighter said with equal shock and awe. Incredible, Silver said with wide eyes. Beside him, Hachiro stared with his mouth agape and eyes wide with shock and fear. Bakana, Hachiro said with fear. Naruto-kun, Mitsu said breathlessly with amazement. Kill him, Hachiro shouted. The armored shinobi roared as they all charged at Naruto, who just continued to walk calmly. The armored shinobi were about to make contact, but right as they got close to Naruto, one of them was sent flying by an invisible force, followed by the rest of the front line, who all had their armor broken into with fist prints embedded into their skin. As Naruto walked forward, more and more armored shinobi were being beaten away by an invisible force with fist prints indented into their bodies. Sugoi, an old civilian called out. That guy is so super strong. A child called out. All the villagers and resistance fighter were staring with shock and awe, amazed by Naruto's raw power. How is this possible? Konoha really has a shinobi this powerful? Magenta questioned with disbelief as she felt amazement and a twinge of fear from the display of power ahead of her. Hachiro was actually shaking in place. He could not believe the strength one man had. No wonder his men were defeated so easily. He wasn't looking at a man, he was looking at a god. Or at least the closest thing to one. Mitsu continued to stare with wide, amazed eyes. Her heart was beating at a rapid pace out of excitement, and even arousal. Naruto continued to walk forward at a calm pace while he struck the opposition before him with punches faster than any human eye in the eye could see. After a few moments, the armored shinobi army were finished and now were scattered around the area, even indented into buildings, while Naruto continued to walk toward the palace at a calm pace. The palace guards were shaking with fear with their expressions showing it. When Naruto was in front of them, they all roared and were ready to charge, but after a few steps, they saw Naruto lift his left fist up, causing them to skid in place with fear. Naruto just stayed calm with his eyes shadowed. He suddenly swung a left hook as then the entire army was hit by the force behind it and sent flying as a large cloud of dust caused by the force as well was left in their pace. Hachiro's jaw dropped as he saw his entire army was sent flying far away from the village. No way, the red yellow-haired fighter shouted with shock and his hands cupping his cheeks. With power like that, how did Mitsu-sama get captured in the first place? The blonde fighter questioned. I think Naruto let it happen. Sai said, shocking everyone. Nani? The red, yellow and blonde fighter exclaimed. I think Naruto was in control of the situation. He has a natural gut feeling when it comes to things. I doubt he knew the village was teleported to another area, but he must have had a feeling this was more helpful for everyone. I don't think Mitsu was in any real danger. If anything, I think he somehow had the entire situation under his control. Sai explained. But, how? The blonde fighter questioned with pure shock. I think perhaps that, right behind those three, said pointing forward, behind Hachiro, Mitsu and Silver. Back at the palace, Hachiro stared in fear down at Naruto. So the time has come. Silver said. What? Hachiro looked to his bodyguard. Yo. The three turned to see another Naruto. So what did I miss? Naruto. Mitsu was surprised. Nani? How? Hachiro exclaimed. Kage Bushin. The clone Naruto said before looking past them to see his pissed off creator. Whoa, you must have really pissed him off. The clone said. Were you here the whole time? Mitsu asked. Tagged one of the shinobi her with a ball of fire that contained my chakra. The boss infused a clone scroll into the fireball and I popped up when it was safe. I kept tabs on you. Was in the room with you to make sure no one hurt you. When the boss finally showed up, I took advantage of the situation like he asked me through our link and did some investigating. The things I learned, pretty surprising, but I had a feeling that was the idea, Dadbao. Clone Naruto explained with a calm smile. So you were here the whole time, watching over me. Naruto-kun, arigato. Mitsu cheered with a bright smile and tears of joy. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I'd rather not be in the way of the boss's path of destruction. You'll be fine, Mitsu. His anger's just directed at these guys. Yane. Clone Naruto said before dispersing. Naruto made it to the steps of the palace and placed his right foot upon the first step. I see. So I was right, Naruto said before he continued up the steps. Yaro, bastard, I'll get the bastard once I'm finished here. Naruto said as he continued up the steps. Silver, do something, Hachiro ordered. Of course, Silver said. He suddenly stabbed Hachiro in the stomach, shocking everyone. Nani? Hachiro questioned. I was hoping this would come soon, but this was sooner than I expected. Silver said. You're betraying me, Hachiro questioned. I stayed as an oath, Lord Hanagaku. Truth be told, I was hoping they would strike the palace after Mitsuhaime was captured. I would fake my death after the failed attempt and get her to safety. I'm actually happy I don't have to put in the effort. Silver said. Bastard. Hachiro growled with rage as he brought his right hand up, but Silver leapt back, but when he did, Hachiro's right hand was slammed into the ground. Nani? It feels like a foot slammed onto my hand. Hachiro shouted. Oi. Naruto spoke as he was suddenly before Hachiro, shocking him with fear. Naruto turned his head to Silver. You, take my hand. Naruto said, extending his hand to Silver. Silver looked to Naruto with confusion. If you're really a good guy, take my hand, and not with your sword I mean. Naruto said. Silver decided to obey and gripped Naruto's hand. After a few moments, Naruto let out a breath from his mouth. Yar. You are telling the truth. You're one damn fine actor. Hurting those citizens, but not killing them shows proof of your motives. Naruto said before releasing Silver's hand. Now where was I? Naruto looked down to Hachiro. Who are you? Hachiro asked, in fear of Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Originally meant to be Naruto Namikaze. I am the son of the man whose jutsu you bastardized into use for unforgivable purposes. Naruto said, shocking Hachiro and Silver. The fourth Hokage had a son. Silver thought with shock. Sayonara. Shibo no Shihai shock goodbye, wannabe ruler. Naruto said as he lifted his left leg and sent a roundhouse kick, but instead of striking Hachiro, he struck his statue. Once Naruto pulled his leg back, he walked over to Mitsu and picked her up bridal style. Sorry for the wait, Naruto said to her. No worries, Mitsu said with a loving smile and sparkling eyes. Naruto turned and headed down the steps with Silver walking beside him and the carried Mitsu. Hachiro growled as he glared at Naruto and Silver's retreating forms. Upstaged by a weak-hearted princess, betrayed by a loyal fool, and utterly humiliated by the brat of a dead man, you three, Hachiro started to raise his damaged right hand up as it started to glow gold. I will not forgive you for this. Ome wa mo shindiru, you're already dead. Naruto said, continuing to look ahead. Nani? Hachiro questioned. He suddenly heard cracks, causing him to look to his left to see his statue starting to crack from where Naruto kicked it. Fissures started to appear all around the statue and after a few moments, it broke apart into chunks of pieces that rained down upon him. Hachiro let out one final scream before being crushed by a huge piece of the statue. Everyone stared in shock with huge eyes and dropped jaws. Mitsu stared back at the mess with wide eyes. She then looked to Naruto, seeing the light of the sun shine off of him, almost giving him an actual glow around his body. Her eyes softened and then she smiled at him. Arigato. Mitsu thanked her savior, followed by every one of her citizens cheering with joy. Just like that, we won. The blonde fighter questioned with shock. Looks like it, the Chanmage warrior said, trying to keep his cool. Man, I don't know how to feel about this. We put in effort for this, but everything was solved by just one guy. I guess all I can say is, Sugoi. The red-yellow-haired fighter said with a grin. Every villager along with the resistance and Konoha nin met Naruto, Silver and Midas halfway. Arigato, Uzumaki Naruto. Indigo thanked the blonde teenager. No problem. Sorry if I caused too much of a mess. That guy really knew how to piss me off faster than I could recite the Japanese national anthem. Naruto said as he gently placed Mitsu back onto her feet. What? The blonde fighter questioned. Nothing. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Magenta suddenly brought her katana out and aimed the tip of her blade to Silver's neck. Why, out of all of them, did you not send this traitor flying? Magenta asked. Guy stuck around as an inside man in case Mitsu-chan was captured. Planned to fake his death and rescue her if push came to shove. Naruto said. You can't be serious, Magenta said. It is the truth. I swore my allegiance to Hinagaku Dono. Silver said. Then what was that oath you made to Hachiro? He told me to swear my loyalty to the one true ruler of this land. I did just that, Silver said with his arms crossed. Guess you had to be there, Naruto said to himself as he scratched the back of his head again. Anyway, he didn't lie about his plan. I should know. How? Indigo asked. I read his soul, Naruto answered, shocking everyone. Wait, what? The blonde fighter questioned with shock. Is that how you were able to know everything about the guards we captured? Down to even their tics. You connected with their soul? Magenta questioned with a shocked expression. Pretty much, Naruto said with a shrug. Wait, so does that mean if you wanted to, you could pull out a person's soul from out of their bodies if you wanted to? The blonde fighter asked. Naruto remained silent as he turned his gaze away from the crowd. Everyone, even Naruto's friends, gained anime expressions of shock and fear. This guy is seriously terrifying. Thank Kami he's not an enemy. The resistance and Silver thought with a new sense of fear of the blonde shinobi and relief that they weren't on the side against him. Mitsu looked to Naruto with no fear whatsoever. He may have been a bit alarming at first given that he yelled at her, but over the course of this adventure he's proven himself to not just be extremely capable, but also so kind that there really wasn't anything for her to fear when it came to him, except any form of harm that actually did hurt him or worse. She had grown a soft spot for the blonde. She is happy to call him her friend, even though she felt the need for more. Naruto, thank you for saving my people and our home. Mitsu thanked her blonde savior. No problem. Just glad everything's better now, Naruto said, smiling down at Mitsu, causing her to blush with an appreciative yet bashful smile. Oh, but I wanted to ask you something first, Mitsu-chan. A safe distance from the village, far beneath the earth's surface was a giant pool of magma. Mitsu guided Naruto, Kakashi and Indigo, who was there for Mitsu's sake since you never know what could come around when you least expect it, to the giant pit of lava, only to notice something. That's odd. Either I'm crazy, or the lava has been drained a good portion. Mitsu said. Odd indeed. Our scouts have reported Hachiro coming by around 8 at night to this area, but all he did was go in, then came out. None of his men, but Silver came with him. To lose this much lava would mean that they'd have to use it every morning, noon and night for iron work. None of it adds up. Indigo said. Actually, while I was saving Mitsu-chan, I had a clone look into things from the personal records that weren't being properly protected. Apparently, Hachiro would come here to use the Hiraishin to summon the partner he's been boasting about that granted him with the Yondaime's ability. Naruto answered. Who in the world would be that? Indigo asked. I have a feeling I know. Naruto said with narrowed eyes. After helping a bit with construction and asking Silver some questions, the Konoha nin were ready to head out. Mitsu, along with Indigo, Magenta and several of the now ex-resistance fighters, were there to see them off. Thank you again. All of you. I asked for an army to help save my land, but obviously I got better than that. I'll never forget what you've done for our home. Mitsu said with a smile. Anytime Hanagaku-sama, Sakura said with a smile. By the way, where is, suddenly a Naruto clone and Naho appeared beside the original Naruto. Naho-chan. Mitsu greeted the young noble with a smile. Mitsu-ne-chan. Naho cheered as she rushed over and hugged her cousin. I'm so sorry about getting hurt. If S wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten captured. Naho cried as she looked up at Mitsu with tears flooding out of her eyes. I keep telling her that she didn't have to feel so bad, but she wouldn't hear it unless it came from you. Clone Naruto said. Poor Naho. There's no need to apologize. I'm just happy that Naruto saved you like I hoped he would. Mitsu said looking down to Naho with a soft smile. But you wouldn't have gotten captured if I was stronger. Naho said as she looked down with a sad expression. I want to know how to fight and be strong. So that will never happen again. Ne-chan, I want to stay here and get strong. Naho announced, surprising everybody. Naho. I think that might be a good idea. Original Naruto said, making everyone look to him. She would be safe. She would be in the care of a relative of the daimyo. Plus there are a bunch of warriors here who can train her in various ways, like that silver guy with his Maken. Naruto said. Maken. Indigo questioned. Naho. Do you truly want this? Mitsu asked, looking down at the young noble girl. Yes. I want to stay here with you and grow strong. Believe it. Naho exclaimed with pure confidence and conviction. HN. Believe it. An interesting saying. Magenta said with a smile. I remembered Naruto once saying it when I first met him. Naho said, causing Naruto to flinch. That was back when I was a young punk, Datbeo. Naruto said, looking to the side with red flushed cheeks, while his friends chuckled at his behavior. If this is what you want Naho, then I'll allow it, but don't go thinking just because we're cousins I'll have you slacking off. While our village's own warriors, especially the Niji, Rainbow, Cell Samurai, will assist in your physical training, I'll be making sure your brain isn't slacking off. I'll be teaching you not just regular studies, but also political matters, understand? Mitsu said to her younger cousin. Yeah, arigato. Naho exclaimed with a smile and happy teary eyes. The Niji no Samurai unit will gladly assist not just our princess, but any of those who share her blood. Indigo said with his fist pressed against his chest and bowing with Magenta and his subordinates doing the same. Rainbow Samurai. I actually like that name. Naruto said with a smile. Well, we better head off. We were happy to help in any way Princess Mitsu-sama. Kakashi said as he and the rest of his unit bowed to Mitsu and the others. Mitsu smiled and gave a small bow to them. Abayo. Naruto said with a smile as he and the others turned away. Naruto. Mitsu spoke up, causing the blonde to turn as Mitsu walked over, got on her tiptoes and kissed Naruto on the cheek, surprising everyone, with Sakura having her jaw dropped with anime-shocked eyes. Visit as often as you can, okay? Mitsu said with a smile and blush. Sure, Mitsu-chan. I'll do my best, Naruto said with a pink tint on his cheeks as he rubbed the cheek she kissed. Let's go, Sakura said as she grabbed Naruto's ear and started pulling him away, mainly because he allowed her to. Yane. Thank you all for your help, Mitsu said, still smiling as she waved at the group. Yane. Naho called out, waving goodbye as well. With one last smile from Naruto, the Kono nin left, traveling by leaping off branch to branch. This will be one hell of a report to give to the Hokage, Yamato said to Kakashi. You're telling me, Kakashi responded. After a while of traveling, the group made it to the large river they had crossed the first night. The sun looked like it was readying to set. We'll camp nearby for the night, Kakashi said. Too bad we can't just cross and sleep back at that village we saved on the way here, Sakura complained. We'd have to cross in large leaps, Yamato said. Large leaps, Naruto rubbed his chin as a thought came to his head. Yo, what if I came up with a faster way for us to cross this river tonight and get back to Konoha quick in the morning? Naruto asked. The rest of his team looked to one another with curiosity. What do you suggest? Kakashi asked. At the outskirts of Konoha, Anbu were scouting for anything odd from their vantage points. One Anbu who was wearing a falcon mask was using his binocular, which helped him notice something in the distance. Sir, I see something. The falcon-masked Anbu said as another Anbu with a chameleon mask appeared beside him. What is it? The chameleon-masked Anbu asked. You're not going to believe this. The falcon-masked Anbu said as he handed his superior the binoculars. What is that? The chameleon-masked Anbu was speechless with fear as he saw in the distance none other than the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Kurama was rushing through the forest with Naruto and the others on his back. Once we make it to the border where the Anbu are usually posted, the rest of us will go out on foot. Kakashi called out as he and the others were hanging onto Kurama by gripping his fur tightly, while Naruto simply sat atop the Biju's head calmly in a lotus position. Thanks again, Kurama, Naruto said with a smile. Whatever. Reduced to being a taxi. How shameful, Kurama said with annoyance. Oi, how about I make it up to you with a banquet, Datbeo? Naruto said with a grin. Once making it close to where the Anbu were posted, Kurama vanished, allowing Team 7 to leap off and land where their comrades were, who surrounded them with their weapons ready. Sorry for freaking you all out, Kakashi said with a sweat drop and an embarrassed eye smile. Thank the Dobi for that, Sasuke said with his arms crossed. Kurama didn't mind, entirely. Besides, better to get here the fastest way possible. We really need to discuss what we found out with Tsunade Ba-chan, stat. Naruto said as he patted off imaginary dust from his leather jacket. The Yonbi hybrid, Tsunade questioned with shock as she was hearing the report from Team 7 with Shizune by her side. Are you sure about this? Tsunade asked. From the personal logs that Hachiro kept, which he most likely planned to release someday in the future for some sort of book to tell his amazing tales, he described that a giant of a man with Yoden abilities that he can use without hand seals came to him and gave him my father's jutsu along with chakra armor and Maken, in exchange for access to Hagenegakur's lava pools. To drain that much in such a short time, and from the description of the man he wrote about, I couldn't think of anyone else who could be the culprit. Naruto explained. Tsunade's brow furrowed with annoyance. We might need some outside help for this, Tsunade said. Can't get more outside than them, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Truth be told, Minori had suggested that I should form an alliance with them. Although doing so would raise many questions, Tsunade said. That I'll leave to you, Ba-chan, Naruto said. Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment in thought. You all did great. Although deviating from the plan, you accomplished it expertly nonetheless. I'm sure the daimyo will be happy to know both his nieces are together and rebuilding a village to its former glory. I'm sure it'll become better than that, Naruto said. And you're sure that allowing this silver fellow to hold onto his weapon is the appropriate choice? Tsunade asked Naruto. I have a knack for reading people. Now in more ways than one. I know he'll defend the village the best he can, and with the looming threat such as him, now in the shinobi world, I feel like they need silver with his weapon. They need a trump card, especially after we took out the bastard's business partner. Naruto said. Well, I'll put my trust in you. Like always, Tsunade said. All of you are dismissed. Except for you, Kakashi. There is more I'd like to discuss, Tsunade said. Excellent. I need to visit someone anyway, Naruto said as he took out a Tengoku no Mon ripple from within his jacket and aimed it to the side, causing a portal to open up. I'll see you all in a bit. I need to discuss something important with an old friend, Naruto said before he walked right through the portal. He must be very happy to pop in to say hi to them again, Sai said with a mock smile. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto walked out of the portal and made it to the front gates of Tenbi. He gained a warm smile as all the memories flooded back. So many good ones. Naruto closed his eyes as he sensed everyone's energy. He noticed the energy of all the members of Maken Ki and something seemed off. For one, most of them were positioned around the same area, near the girls' locker room. He sensed Takaru running towards the building where the locker room was, while Kengo was off in a certain area on the floor. Naruto quickly made his way to Kengo, which he arrived in a few moments. He landed on the ground where Kengo was, hunched over, with a dirty hentai manga in front of him. Yar, still a sick bastard, Naruto said to himself. Kengo noticed a shadow over him, before he had the bottom of a shoe slammed atop his head. Wake up, you perv, Naruto shouted. Kengo looked up with shock to see none other than the missing third of his famous posse. Naruto, Kengo exclaimed with shock. Kengo quickly zipped his pants, sat up and hid the manga behind his back. What are you doing here? Kengo asked with surprise. I came to talk with Jen about something important, but it looks like that'll have to wait. What the hell is going on here? Oh, Well, you see, there's been this case where some guy somehow has been knocking out students and teachers, stealing their bras and even taking perverted pictures of them and pinning them all over the school. He's been doing it from cup size. Right now he's aiming for H cups. Kengo explained. H cups? Naruto questioned with narrowed eyes. The only ones I know with H cups are. Kengo chuckled nervously as Naruto did not look happy at all. Takaru was running up the stairs with a look of pure anger. Bastard. I knew I shouldn't have let Haruko do this. What's worse is that Cha-Cha-senpai is up there too and Naruto doesn't even know what the hell is happening. If he was here, Takaru growled with rage. I won't let him have his way with Haruko. I'll take him down before he tries anything with Cha-Cha-senpai for you, Naruto. Takaru made it to the top and burst right through the door. Haru-chan. Cha-Cha-senpai. Takaru called out only to see the two women in their underwear, Cha-Cha in gray and black leopard patterned underwear and Haruko in pink frilly underwear with red bows, both taking the other's bra off while in a daze. Blood splashed out of Takaru's nose as he then turned away from the two Maken key maidens while covering his nose. What the hell is going on? Don't get in the way. The culprit said. Takaru turned to see a male student his age with brown eyes, a bowl haircut with locks of hair framing the sides of his face, a wide nose and had full wide lips. You're the culprit? Takaru asked with gritted teeth and an enraged expression, but once the culprit snapped his fingers, a strange little lion creature with a slick back hairstyle and trench coat appeared and zipped around Takaru in a flash of hot pink light, tying Takaru up in rope. Takaru fell to the floor, growling and glaring at the culprit with rage. Why are you doing this? Answer me. Takaru demanded answers as the culprit locked the door Takaru had come through. I'll answer your question with another question. Do you need a reason to take perverted pictures of women and steal their bras? The culprit said, turning to Takaru with a smug smirk. Nani? Takaru exclaimed, getting even more pissed. I am asking you if there needs to be a reason for following your instincts. The culprit clarified as the hypnotized Cha-Cha and Haruko sat against the locker room way with their bras starting to slowly fall off. You're a man too, right? Have you never thought of doing the same as I have? You mean basically screwing with a girl's mind with something illegal just to get in her pants? I'm a pervert, but I'm not a sexual harasser. Takaru shouted, angering the culprit. TCH. You're just scum that is tied down by self-restraint and common sense. Just watch there helplessly. The culprit said as he walked by Takaru and headed towards Cha-Cha and Haruko. My life, as a man. The culprit jumped towards the pair of maidens with perverted delight. Takaru's eyes shined green as he easily broke out of his binds and with speed faster than the average eye could see he appeared behind the culprit and put him in a headlock, but suddenly he felt a new force strike as he felt impact strike the culprit. Takaru looked to find the culprit had his face punched in by a golden fist from a growling golden ethereal being. The culprit was too much in shock from what happened to register the pain he is in. That's Golden Asura. Takaru said with pure shock. But then that means. Takaru turned his head towards the door to find none other than his blonde best friend. Naruto. Takaru cheered with a smile. The culprit's eyes bulged with fear. He managed to turn his head to see the blonde standing at the doorway with a stoic expression and eyes were shadowed. Kengo. Naruto spoke his other friend's name. Don't worry, I already have things covered. Kengo said as he was facing the lockers where his spirit, shaded love, placed Haruko and Cha-Cha against them, getting them away from the incoming hell that was about to erupt. You two can handle the rest. No need for me to jump in considering my girlfriend wasn't dragged into the attempted NTR bullshit. Kengo said, turning to his best friends with a stoic expression and revealing he had a blindfold over his eyes to avoid seeing Cha-Cha and Haruko's amazing breasts. NTR. Wait. Those two are their girlfriends. The culprit thought with shock and a new immense feeling of fear. Once Golden Asura vanished, Takaru lifted the culprit over his head and slammed him down into the ground. What do you mean your life as a man? This country is a lawful one. There are basic rules people have to follow. Finding cracks between those rules and finding pleasure, that's not the actions of a healthy perverted kid. In other words, that's the path of a pervert. The worst kind. Takaru shouted down at the culprit, who tried crawling away, only to find Naruto blocking his path, making the bowl-cut deviant scream. Life as a man is not about forcing others to see your way. Same with forcing their actions for your own benefit. A man who only cares about their own desires and doesn't respect people to make up their own choices, having to force them to change instead of convincing them through your own efforts and what's in your heart through your own uncompromising words and actions, that is the life of a pathetic child who only acts big. Which is what you'll forever be. Naruto said as a pair of red gleams shined from the shadows covering his eyes. The culprit screamed with fear as he crawled away from the two, trying to get out of the room, but the doors suddenly shut by an invisible force. He quickly got to his feet and grabbed the handle, only to pull his hand back and scream in pain as his hand was burnt. Apparently, the handle was superheated by something hot. No doubt from Golden Asura being the unseen force. The culprit felt killer intent and rage, making him turn around only to scream again to see an aura of red and green surrounding Naruto and Takaru, respectively. Your perverted ways are twisted. Takaru said with a stern, authority-filled tone with a mirror expression to boot. We'll fix that. With our fists. Naruto said in a terrifyingly calm tone, eyes still shadowed as he brought his left fist up as it burst with golden fire. Yurushite Kudasai, forgive me. I promise I won't ever do something so depraved ever again. The culprit begged as he fell upon his knees, praying to the two, but they were silent with their eyes shadowed by the locks of their hair. I'll own up to my mistakes. I'll come clean to Principal Minori-sama. I'll repay those innocent women I have sinned against. I'll give their bras back. I'll destroy all the pictures of Taken. I'll beg forgiveness over an open fire. I'll do anything to make amends. The culprit begged with actual tears in his eyes. You mean it? You'll stop being a dastardly pervert. You'll follow the laws of what a healthy perverted man should strive by. Takaru questioned. Yes, I promise. The culprit screamed. A moment of silence passed. So, will you forgive me? The culprit asked. Sure, Naruto said, causing the culprit to sigh in relief. But only after we've made sure you are an honest man. What? The culprit questioned with confusion and fear. An honest man must learn humility. Naruto said. The only real way for a man to learn it is through consequences. The proper consequences. When a man has done wrong, he must be made right with a strong form of consequence. Takaru added. The only way you'll truly learn and actually take the proper steps to redemption is to feel the repercussions brought about by your injustice. Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles as a golden aura surrounded him, causing the culprit to squeal in fear. So, grit those teeth. 'Cause here comes the wrath and justice born from hearts ablaze. Naruto and Takaru screamed at the top of their lungs as their eyes glowed gold and green, respectively, with their fists doing the same, and even their spirits appeared, mirroring their actions. Aura. The two unleashed their battle cry as their fists flew straight towards the culprit, nailing him in the face with a dual punch, and once their spirit's fist struck the following nanosecond, their energies exploded. Blasts of gold and green exploded from the building, causing any students nearby to scream and get sent away from the shockwave of power. The members of Maken, who were stationed to be near the locker room, were forced to hold their ground from the eruption of dual power. What power? Yuruchi shouted. Part of that is Oyama, but that other one, there's no mistaking it. Harem exclaimed. Naruto. They all thought. Even Principal Minori, along with Aki and Gen, who were in her office with her, stared at the plume of gold and green energy. Well, look who came to pay us a visit. Minori said with a smile, while Gen and Akaya stared with shocked, wide eyes. After a moment, the two separate colored energies dispersed, leaving a completely destroyed locker room that was completely exposed to the rest of the world. The culprit fell to the floor with his face caved in with lumps and bruises all over. I've learned my lesson. The culprit managed to say as he felt the incredible power from the four fists of fury, along with the pain they delivered. The rest of the club looked on with shock and amazement. Was that too far? Azuki wondered. No, that was well deserved, Harem said with a smile and arms crossed. Haruko. Takaru rushed over to his girlfriend's side and held her in his arms. Damn it, man, Naruto said as he calmly walked over to Cha-Cha, knelt down and held her in his arms, as well. Naruto-kun. Kimi spoke her boyfriend's name with her heart fluttering and her eyes shining. Haruko, please, get a hold of yourself. Takaru said as he shook Haruko a bit, causing her to stir. Haruko opened her eyes to see her boyfriend looking down at her. Take-chan. Haruko's cheeks flushed red as Takaru smiled down at her with relief. The culprit. Don't worry, we caught him. Takaru answered. I see. That's wonderful, Haruko said with a smile. Oh, and look who came just in time to help out. Takaru said, gesturing over to the blonde holding Cha-Cha. Naruto. Haruko smiled brightly seeing her brother. Haruko. I'm sorry, I was late in saving you. Takaru said with a somber expression. He didn't get to touch them. As far as I'm concerned, we succeeded. Naruto said. Naruto's right. It was a little scary, but I believed that everyone, that you would come, take-chan. Haruko said smiling to Takaru, making him smile down at her. Haruko. Takaru leaned down and locked his lips with Haruko. Haruko was surprised by Takaru's sudden action, but then she closed her eyes and lost herself in the kiss. TCH. Well, someone's gotten bolder since I left. Naruto said with a smile. You can thank Yuka-chan and I for that. Kengo said with a smile and arms crossed. I will admit, I like this behavior better than the whole peeping personality. Harem said with a smirk, while Inaho cried anime tears, wishing she was the one kissing Takaru-sama right now. Yo. They all looked up to see Fu flying down with Yuka and Furin holding onto her hands, carrying them to the destroyed locker room. That was one hell of a display. Fu said as she, Yuka and Furin joined the others. That's when they noticed Naruto. Naruto. I knew it was you. Fu cheered with a big smile on her face, happy to see her fellow shinobi. Naruto. Furin smiled brightly with her cheeks red. Although it's only been nearly a week, she had never been happier to see the only man she ever truly loved. Tilda. Naruto-kun. Cha-cha moaned, catching her blonde boyfriend's attention. I'm so hungry. Please feed me, Cha-cha said with a smile. I will if you just wake up, Datbeo. Naruto said. Cha-cha started to stir. Her eyes opened up a bit to see the color yellow. The sun, Cha-cha questioned before her vision cleared, allowing her to see the full clear image of her boyfriend. Naruto-kun. Cha-cha cheered with a big smile on her face as she then hugged Naruto and brought him closer, causing his face to be smooshed right into her breast. Just like old times. Glad to see you too, Cha-cha-chan. Naruto said as his voice was muffled from having his face smooshed against his girlfriend's chest. I love you, Datbeo. Cha-cha said with a big toothy grin, showing more emphasis on her love by saying Naruto's catchphrase. That did make Naruto's heart flutter. Good, they're both up. So, can I take this damn thing off? Kengo asked, gesturing to his blindfold. Why is Yusui blindfolded? Haruko asked. Remember, he made a promise that he would never gaze upon a woman's naked form that isn't Yuka-senpai or one printed on a page. Naruto answered. A woman's? Haruko looked down to herself to find that her chest was completely exposed. Haruko screeched with embarrassment as she covered her breasts with her left arm and slapped Takaru away from her with her right hand. Ow, what did I do? Takaru questioned, rubbing his stinging cheek. Why am I like this? Haruko exclaimed. Wasn't that explained? The culprit hypnotized you and tried to get you and Cha-cha-senpai to strip one another. Kengo explained. Haruko stood up from the ground. Haruko. Takaru looked to Haruko with concern. Forced into such a despicable situation, exposed in public, with Take-chan seeing me like this, Haruko said as she started to shake. In front of Take-chan, Haruko suddenly summoned Murakumo into her hands. Take-chan. Whoa. Haruko. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to see. All I did was try to save you. Takaru said with a hand up in defense as he was shaking in fear of his girlfriend. Baka. Haruko screamed as she turned and pounced. Takaru screamed and brought his arms up to guard himself. The sound of metal hitting something was heard. Takaru was surprised to feel nothing. He brought his arms down to see Haruko had actually tried to assault the culprit, still beaten on the ground, but Golden Asura was there in between them, blocking Haruko's Maken with its fist. Naruto, call off Golden Asura so I can make that pervert pay. Haruko ordered. Sorry Haruko Ne-chan, but knowing you he might not make it. Especially after what Takaru and I did to this guy. Naruto said. Then heal him so I can beat him to a pulp myself. Haruko screamed with rage. Haruko. Takaru spoke up, earning his girlfriend's attention. He extended Haruko's bra back to her all the while having his head turned away, surprising her. I think you'd want this back. Takaru said, still retaining a blush despite not looking in her direction. Oh. Haruko's cheeks became pink, surprised and flattered by her boyfriend's act of chivalry. With Haruko's mind off of vengeance at the moment, Golden Asura disappeared just as she took the bra from his hand and re-clipped it back on. She looked to Takaru with a smile, seeing him still looking away with a blush and rubbing the back of his head. Arigato, Take-chan, Haruko said as she then leaned in, grabbed Takaru's chin and brought him over to kiss him on the cheek she had struck earlier. Takaru looked to the ground bashfully with a smile as his cheeks reddened. Haruko could help but smile wider with a pair of eye smiles. She found Takaru's sudden shyness very cute. As Haruko covered now, what about Cha-cha? Kengo asked. I'm covered, Cha-cha said with a smile. Good, Kengo said as he then lifted his blindfold off of his eyes, only to see Cha-cha's breasts were still exposed with Naruto's face pressed between them. Damn it, you said you were covered. Kengo shouted as he covered his eyes again with blood shooting out of his nose. I am, Cha-cha said, still blissfully smiling. Naruto's face doesn't count, and it's barely doing any good there. Kengo shouted. Oh, it's good here for me, Cha-cha said as she tightened her embrace, causing Naruto's face to go deeper within her mounds. How about we take this perverted fool away now? Himegami suggested as she slammed her foot against the head of the culprit. If he's still awake then no need for him to see any of this. Why not melt his eyes out? You always threatened to do that to me and Takaru. Kengo suggested. Not a bad suggestion, Himegami said as she brought her fingers up as they coursed with electricity. As much as I would like for someone as wretched as this student to earn such a punishment, we ourselves have principles to keep. One of them being self-discipline. We are here to bring about justice, not brutalize the culprits. Furin said. Haruko sighed. That is true. That is our job, and we must show restraint, no matter how much they deserve it. Haruko said, giving another glare at the downed culprit. Fu walked over to Cha-Cha and extended to her the gray and black leopard print bra that was on the ground a moment ago back to her. Here you go, Nei-chan. Fu said. No thanks. I got something better than that to cover my girls. Cha-Cha said, still smiling bright, but faster than she could blink. Her bra was securely back to covering her chest, while Naruto was standing up straight with his hands in his pockets. Boo tilde. No fair, Naruto-kun. I expected no room for fun from Azuki, but not from you. Cha-Cha whined with a pout. So why are you back here, Naruto-kun? Fu asked, smiling at the blonde. He said something about paying Jen a visit. Kengo said with his arms crossed. I had something important to discuss with him. Just my luck to see you guys had something else important to deal with. Naruto said. Thank goodness you arrived, Naruto-kun. I thought I was going to be manhandled by a perv. Cha-Cha said as she stood up. She then grabbed Naruto's hand and placed it atop of her breast. You're the only one I want to manhandle me. Cha-Cha said with a sultry smile as she batted her eyes at her boyfriend, who was shocked, blushing up a storm and had blood coming out his nostrils. This feeling, it's been so long. Naruto thought as he felt his pants start to tighten. Nei-chan, you're being embarrassing again. Fu said with an embarrassed frown. I got this, Azuki said as she walked over, grabbed Cha-Cha's ponytail and pulled her away from their boyfriend. Ow, Azuki-chan tilde, not so rough. Cha-Cha complained. Man, Nei-chan is so embarrassing sometimes. Fu said with a pout, but then she turned and smiled at Naruto. But she is right. Thank goodness you arrived. I'm not doubting Takaru's skills at all, but it does put us all at ease to know you're around, Naruto. Yeah, I'm so happy to see you, Ni-san. Anaho cheered. Thanks to you and Takaru-sama, Haruko-ne and Cha-Cha Senpai were spared. Not to mention Principal Minori and Aki-sensei. Nani? Naruto asked. After Haruko-ne and Cha-Cha Senpai, next would have been Principal Minori since she has an I cup, then Aki-sensei since she has a K cup. Anaho explained with cat-like smile. Sadly, she was oblivious to the fact that her brother can be easily angered when he hears his precious people targeted like this. Especially when 3 of those precious people are his lovers. The entire floor shook and suddenly gained fissures in the blink of an eye. Everyone almost stumbled over and were in shock by the sudden event. Naruto's eyes were shadowed with a menacing aura surrounding him. My Cha-Cha-chan, my Minori-chan, and my Aki-chan, all targets. Naruto asked, scaring everyone. Haruko-ne-chan. Sumanai, you were right. I shouldn't have stopped you. Naruto said as he started taking steps towards the defeated culprit. Naruto-kun. Kimi spoke her boyfriend's name with worry and concern. Korosu. Kono o Koroshimasu. Kill. I'll kill you. Naruto said in a calm, yet dark tone. Oh boy. Azuki said with a worried frown. Hold on, Naruto. He's already defeated, man. Takaru said as he got in front of Naruto but was pushed away. Whoa, hold it, man. Kengo spoke up as he lifted up his blindfold and stood in front of Naruto. I get how you feel. Someone planning to get down and dirty with your woman is rage fuel and can disgust a man, but you have to calm down. Kengo said, only to be pushed away as well. Naruto continued towards the culprit, but then both sides of his face was punched in. Knock it off. Takaru and Kengo shouted as they were the ones who punch him, but Naruto suddenly grabbed their arms, lifted them up and slammed them together followed by dropping them. Naruto tried to take another step, but Takaru and Kengo's spirits, sentinel and shaded love, kicked Naruto in the chest, causing the blonde to skid back. Naruto growled with gritted teeth. Sorry dude, but you need to cool down. Takaru said as he and Yusui stood back up. Agreed. Takaru, Kengo, the both of you deal with Naruto. Furin ordered. Nani? The 2 perverted students exclaimed as they turned to their club president with shock. You 2 are used to going hand to hand with Naruto and you both have spirits which will help when dealing with Golden Asura, and from the looks of things Naruto summoning him is going to be inevitable. Furin said. There are no 2 more perfect for the job. Yuka said with a smile and clapping her hands together. Just keep him busy while we take care of the culprit. Nothing cools Naruto-kun down like a battle and you're just the people to deliver a good old rough housing. Not that I don't mind the compliment Yuka-chan, but. Please tilde, Yusui-kun tilde. Yuka put on a pout with puppy dog eyes. Hi. Anything for my Yuka-chan. Kengo exclaimed with a new determined expression as he ripped off his blindfold. Dude, is this false bravado or did you actually regrow your balls like that? Takaru questioned with shock at Kengo's sudden burst of confidence. Be careful, Takaru-sama. Anaho said as they all were getting ready to head out. Just make sure not to take too many lumps, okay take-chan. Haruko said as she grabbed an outfit that she wore before her and Cha-Cha were ambushed. Good luck surviving, you two. You're gonna need it. Heimgami said. Fu, you take the culprit. What? Oh man, Tilda. Why do I have to be the one to touch the pervert? Fu whined, but she obeyed her senpai and grabbed the culprit by the collar. Ew Tilda. Pervert cooties Tilda. Fu whined some more. Once he's cooled down, come by the club room, alright. Furin said. You really think we'll still be able walk after this? Takaru shouted with an exaggerated anime expression. Korasu Tilda. Naruto said, freaking out Takaru and Kengo. Good luck guys. Fu called out as she and the rest of the girls left Takaru and Kengo to keep the blonde demigod busy. Takaru and Kengo watched the girls leave and gulped with fear. They turned their heads back to Naruto, who was slowly walking towards them with a golden aura surrounding him, with golden Asura appearing behind him. Takaru and Kengo frowned as their own spirits appeared behind them. The two looked to one another and sighed, with their spirits mirroring their actions. Yar yar da zi. After that whole mess was cleared up, Furin walked into Minori's office, where the principal was sitting behind her desk, and sitting on one of the couches were Gen and Aki. Yo, I'm guessing the problem has been resolved thanks to our lovable blonde fool popping in for the day. Minori said with a smirk. Of course, you would have seen the blast and identify it. Furin said as she walked over to Minori's desk with the case report in hand. Oh, by the way, Gen-sensei. Gen perked up his head. Naruto actually came to see you. Furin answered as she laid her report upon Minori's desk. To see me? Gen questioned with surprise. To see General. What the hell? Minori shouted with a pissed anime expression as she slammed her fist hard onto her desk. Must be something very important. Aki said. More important than visiting me. Who the hell does that blonde think he is? Minori complained with a frown as she leaned back into her seat, laid her cheek against her fist. Principal, you do realize that Naruto is a registered Konoha shinobi once again. He can't just pop in whenever to visit like he used to. No matter how much we want him to. Furin said with a frown. Like a village can stop him from visiting me. I give him the great honor and pleasure of being Minori Rokuju's lover, and he doesn't find the time to visit his beloved. How cruel. Minori complained with a pout. Yar yar. They all turned to see Naruto at the door, looking to the side with a pout as he picking his right ear. You'd think someone you love wouldn't doubt you like that. You wound me deep, Minori-chan. Naruto said, pouting with his bottom lip out. Naruto. Me. No Tilda, of course not. Minori said with as she put on an innocent grin and gave a dismissive wave. But you just said. That was General, Minori said, interrupting the man she was now blaming. Speaking of which, I heard that you came here to discuss something important with him. Minori tried changing the subject, still trying to act innocent. Yeah, I did, Naruto said as he started walking forward. I'll let myself out, Furin said as she turned and headed for the door, but just as she was about to pass by Naruto, her blonde boyfriend wrapped his arm around her waist and brought her close. When she looked up to him, he gently grasped her chin and locked his lips with her own, surprising her. Furin moaned and closed her eyes, letting herself being lost in the kiss. She wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as they deepened it more. By Kami, she missed this. She missed him. She missed being with him. As much as she wanted this to last forever, they had to pull away. I'll see you in a bit, Furin-chan. Naruto said with a smile before releasing his hold on her. Hi. Furin said as she quickly faced the door and headed towards it. Once she exited out the room, she made her way down the hall, but halfway down she pressed her back against the wall and let out a big exhale of shock and awe. She pressed her hand over her chest as her cheeks had a red tint to them. She tried to calm herself as her heart felt like it was beating 1,000,000 times a second. It has been too long, Furin said breathlessly as she still felt her lips tingle from the pleasure of kissing her man a few moments ago. Back inside Minori's office, Naruto walked up to the principal's desk. So, what is it that you need Gen for? Minori asked. I just came back from a mission and things just got complicated, Naruto said with a serious yet stoic expression. Naruto brought a hand up with it open and facing the top of the desk as then golden flames appeared for a moment before vanishing to reveal the Naginata Maken, Gauntlet Maken and Chameleon Armor Maken. What are these? Minori asked. Wait, that energy. Gen stood up from the couch and walked over to the desk. He placed his hand on one of them and gasped in shock with wide eyes. Are these Maken? Ones that work with chakra? Naruto answered, shocking the 3 faculty members. Nani? Minori exclaimed with pure shock as she jolted out of her chair. I don't believe it. No one can replicate a Maken unless they have black element. Gen said with a troubled frown. Any clues on who the progenitor was? He asked the blonde shinobi. Not 100% guarantee, but I do know it was the Yonbi hybrid who handed these out to the enemy shinobi. I'm not sure if he's the black element possessor, but it leads a lead. I was hoping you could take a look at them. See how they work. I'll try. Don't expect a guarantee of fast results since this is new territory we're talking about. Gen said as he grabbed the naginata first, then went for the gauntlets, but Naruto placed a hand on them, catching Gen's attention. Not these though. I only wanted to show them. I actually plan on giving it to a friend that I think can really make good use out of this one. Naruto said as he took the pair of gauntlets. That's fine so long as the other two are for me to examine. Gen said, earning a nod from Naruto. Gen then took the chameleon armor. Man, whoever made these were good. The material is so light. No wonder a shinobi was able to use this. Gen said as he then headed straight for the door. I'll keep you guys posted on anything interesting I find with these. Take your time, Minori said waving General off. Good seeing you again, Naruto. Gen said to the blonde with a smile. Same to you, Gen-sensei. Naruto said with a smile and wave. Once General left the room, Minori earned a smirk. Say Aki, don't you have some medical papers to organize or have to get your equipment in order? Minori asked with a smile. Aki blinked her eyes before turning her head with a pout, seeing Minori's game. No, everything is in order. Nice try though, Aki said with a calm tone. Minori groaned with a pout, while Naruto blinked his eyes with a raised eyebrow. Fine, just lock the door then, Minori said, slightly frowning with her right cheek pressed against her fist. Aki smiled as she stood and headed for the door. Naruto looked to her with his eyebrow still raised as she locked the doors leading to Minori's office. He then heard the sound of a zipper making him turn to see Minori leaning back against the front of her desk as she undid her tracksuit's zipper with a seductive smirk on the principal's face. So, Naruto-kun, have you been missing us? Especially your favorite principal, Minori asked, with a seductive smirk. Well of course I have. Why wouldn't I have missed my friends and of course the most hot-blooded and sexy woman I know? Naruto said looking to the side with a nervous grin and rubbing the back of his head. He then felt eye-cup globes pressed against his chest. Tilda. Is that so Tilda? How much did you miss me? Minori teasingly asked as she pressed her finger against Naruto's chest and traced the tip of it against his chest in a circular motion. Well if I have to be honest, I dream about you a lot. Naruto said as his whole face turned red, but then he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders and another large pair of squishy, yet firm globes pressed against his back. Me as well, Naruto-kun? Aki asked with her own seductive smile. Well of course, Aki-chan. Naruto said as he had wide anime eyes and his whole face was steaming. Oh, I bet you missed us a lot. Minori said with a toothy grin as she pressed herself deeper against Naruto with her finger tracing down his rock-hard chest to his perfect abs. We missed you a lot as well. Perhaps we should show you how much we missed our favorite baka. Wouldn't you agree, Aki? Oh yes, very much so. Aki agreed with a purr as she started taking off Naruto's jacket while Minori unbuckled his pants. Oh boy, here we go, Dadbeo. Inside the security committee room, all members were present with the only two males of the club, that weren't the blonde knucklehead, were sitting on seats being bandaged up and cared for. Takaru by Haruko and Anaho, and Kengo by Yuka. Poor boys. They had lumps, bruises, bloody noses and black eyes. All from keeping their best friend from wailing on a degenerate. I still say we should have let Naruto beat the crap out of that guy. Kengo said with a frown as Yuka was bandaging his head. Yusui, he would have killed that guy. Takaru said as Anaho helped put a sling on for his right arm and Haruko was cleaning his head wounds with alcohol and cotton. No, he wouldn't have. I'm sure Naruto would have healed him. And beat his ass more, of course. Haimgami said with her arms crossed. Just like Higashikata Josuke, Cha-Cha said with a smile. Still better than the two of us having to feel his rage. Kengo said with a frown. Why didn't he just heal you too? Yuruchi asked. He was going to heal us completely, but he had important business to attend to, so we told him just to heal us a little. Just enough for us to walk on our own 2 feet. Takaru answered. You looked worse than this. Yuruchi asked with shock. Bastard screwed up my face. If it wasn't for his healing abilities, I'd be less handsome for Yuka-chan. Kengo said with annoyance. Well now that would have been terrible. I'll make sure to have a proper discussion with him for this. Hopefully before he leaves. Yuka said with her sweet smile. Gods have mercy on him then. Takaru mumbled. By the way, when Kimi and I went back to assist in the reconstruction of the girls' locker room, we found this. Haimgami said as she showed a hentai magazine, shocking the entire room, while Kimi's whole face turned red as she was the one to come across it first. Explain. Kodama demanded with her eyes turning slit. Don't look at me. I know a smoking gun when I see it. Takaru said with a hand raised up as Haruko and Yuruchi looked to him suspiciously. Everyone looked to Kengo, who flinched. What? Still better than what that creep was doing. Yusui said with a shrug. For a man who was meant to be extremely faithful that it borders on the line of scary, you still can't help yourself when it comes to this garbage. Haimgami said as she burned away the magazine with her flames. Aw man. Kengo said with a sad expression and hanging his head. Don't worry, I'll buy you another one later. Yuka said with a smile, making her boyfriend smile as well. Seriously, Yuka? Kodama questioned with a frown. Do you really expect me to be so cruel? Human beings cannot help themselves at times, especially when it comes to sexual interest. Just look at Cha-Cha when it comes to Naruto. Yep, that's true, Cha-Cha said with a toothy grin and hands behind her head, causing Azuki to groan with a calm face palm. Yusui has honored his promise to never gaze upon another naked woman's form whenever the situation is in his control, but to deny him a form of comfort and relief, especially when it comes to his needs and identity as a man, is unjustly. If they are on the printed page of a form of literature and not an actual person or a photo of someone he knows or knows of, then it is fine. I would never want to deny my Yusui-kun any part of himself, even if it is his less than reputable side. Yuka explained, still smiling. And besides, I rather like that side of him. Yuka said, smiling bright as she gently hugged Kengo's head. That's why you are my one and only, my beloved. Kengo said with a big smile and smitten eyes. How disturbing. Those two really are meant for each other. Haimgami thought with a frowning, dull anime expression and sweat drop. The door to the clubroom opened to reveal Furin. Hey Furin-san, you see Naruto on your way? Takaru asked, causing Furin to blush at her recent memory. Why yes. Furin answered with a nod. Did he kiss you along the way? Uruchi asked, causing Furin's cheeks to heat up more. I don't see how that's any of your business, but, yes. As to be expected from a boyfriend. Kodama said with her arms crossed. So, what did Naruto stop by for? Uruchi asked. Not sure. I left after I gave my report. Furin said. Has to be something big. Azuki said. She along with a couple others noticed General walking by with some strange armor and a naginata in his grasp. Gen-sensei, what's with all that? Are they Maken? Azuki asked. Yeah, Naruto brought these from his world. Gen answered, shocking the clubroom. Nani? That's from the shinobi world. Haruko questioned as she and everyone else looked to him with shock. Gen nodded in response. However, these things work with chakra instead of element. So that's why he stopped by. Uruchi exclaimed as everyone's eyes were wide. Someone actually created Maken for shinobi. That's crazy. Also cool though, Cha-Cha said. I have to go and examine these. I'll see you kids later. Gen said. Wait, is Naruto-kun still here? Kimi asked. I'm pretty sure he is. Right now, he's in Minori's office with her and Aki. Gen said before walking away. And like that, he's back at it. Not even here an hour and he's back to doing the dirty deed. Kengo said with a frown. Then again, what do we expect? Takaru responded, but then he grunted in pain as Haruko tightened his sling a bit to give him slight pain, surprising Anaho who was originally doing the sling. Oops, sorry about that, Haruko said with an innocent smile. They're not wrong, you know, but we can't forget that Minori's no doubt the instigator. Haimgami said with a stoic expression, causing Haruko to sigh. Yeah, that's true. I think I should blame her more for this than Naruto. Haruko said. Plus, Aki-sensei. Hate to say it, but whenever Naruto's involved, she's not as innocent as we're used to. Kengo said. Could we please not talk about this? Azuki asked with a frown. She, along with Kimi and Cha-Cha, were somewhat miffed that their principal and nurse were spending quality time with their shared boyfriend. Azuki was currently frowning with her eyes closed and brow furrowed with a tick mark on her forehead, right eyebrow twitching, and arms crossed, while Kimi and Cha-Cha had anime tears. The former was just looking down with a pout and the former was outwardly bawling as she let out cries of sadness. How unfair. I had him in my arms earlier, but the principal and Aki-sensei are the ones enjoying his company. What about me? What about his Cha-Cha-chan? Cha-Cha cried. I'll get the principal and Aki-sensei back for this. Kimi said with a miffed expression while keeping her pout. Azuki and Cha-Cha looked to their roommate with surprise at her claim. Lemon scene. Naruto was currently sitting on Minori's seat, buck naked with a big smile and blush on his face. This is the life, Naruto said with his dopey smile as Minori and Aki, who also were naked, were on their knees pressing their breasts together with Naruto's member in the middle, giving him a double French fuck, aka tit fuck. Minori-chan and Aki-chan giving me lovin' like this. There's no better way I can think of to end this day. Oh, I think we can think of a better way, Naru-kun. Minori said with a grin before her and Aki started licking Naruto's member, and once they made it to the head, they put their mouths together on it, making out while his member's head was in between their mouths and gliding tongues. Naruto's nose bled as he felt such amazing pleasure. After a few moments, Minori and Aki pulled their mouths back from each other's and Naruto's tip. Naruto-kun, Even though we love making you happy like this, it has been so long. Do you think we can skip to the main course? Aki asked with a blush, a pleading smile. No, Naruto said, surprising the two. I haven't repaid the favor. Naruto added as a clone appeared and grabbed Aki. Naruto stood up and grabbed Minori as he and his clone laid the two busty beautiful onto the desk and dived into their majesties, making them cry with pleasure. Oh Naruto-kun tilde. Aki cheered with a large, happy, pleasure-filled smile. Tilde, you know how to treat us women. Oh tilde. Minori said with a bit of a purr and cat-like smile as she pressed her hand atop of Naruto's head, pushing him further into her valley. Naruto managed to pull his head back a bit to speak. I live to make my Heims happy. I want nothing more than your happiness. The one thing I would want more than that is your happiness being with me. Naruto said before he went back to going down on Minori. Oh Naruto-kun tilde, nothing would make me happier than to live my life with you. Aki cried with joy and love. The idea of being with you, feeling like this forever, I just can't help but pray to every deity that it will be my destiny. Minori with a huge grin as she fell in love with the idea of spending the rest of her existence with Naruto. Both Naruto and his clone stopped pleasing them with their tongues and started pleasing them with their poles. With a pair of strong thrusts, the two blondes entered the principal and nurse, making them cry with pure pleasure. That's all I dream of too. Be with me. Love me forever like I love you both now and forever. Be my wives. Naruto cried, but his last words shocked Minori and Aki out of their pleasure. Naruto and his clones stopped thrusting as their faces turned red and eyes widened anime style. Nani? What did you say, Naruto-kun? Aki asked with wide eyes, a surprised smile and blush. Did you basically just propose to us? Minori asked with the same expression as Aki. Well, what I mean is, I know not now, because of our positions, but, I kind of hope for a future where, we all start a family together. Obviously with the other girls too and, yar. How embarrassing. I just confessed my dreams for the future out of the blue. Damn pleasure. Why did you have to feel so good? Naruto said as he looked to the side as his whole face was red. Aki and Minori blushed red at Naruto's confession. To think, he felt this way. And they loved it. Minori and Aki suddenly wrapped their arms around Naruto and his clone, respectively, with the blue net of the two squealing with joy. Naruto-kun. I've never been so happy in my life. I love you. Aki cheered with a big bright smile on her face. Baka, you sure got some guts, you know that. To think you'd ask I, the great Minori Rokuju, to be your wife. I love it. You're everything I ever wanted. The man of my dreams is a reality and I am so happy. Minori cheered with a huge face-splitting grin. Really? You mean? Yes Naruto-kun. Yes. It's what I want to be. Aki cheered with tears of joy. When we're good and ready I'll take up your name. You'll be mine and I'll be yours. I'll be your clan's matriarch and we'll make an heir together. Minori cheered with a grin and a bit teary-eyed. Really? Naruto asked with shocked. Of course. Aki cheered. What I say goes. No backing out now, fox boy. Minori said with a grin. Naruto's eyes widened. Suddenly a fire lit within his very soul, causing him and his clone to go into overdrive as they resumed their thrusts. The Jinchuriki and his clone pounded the two beauties hard, causing them to give surprised sound and yelps and their breasts to bounce with each strong thrust. Minori-chan. Aki-chan. Arigato. Futari tomo ishidaruyo. Watashi wa ima moen ni anata o ishiitaimasu. Thank you. I love you both. I love you both now and forever. Naruto cried with pride and joy as he and his clone drilled into the two strong and fast. Minori and Aki were giving out hiccup noises and their tongues sticking out as Naruto and his clone pounded hard into them. Sugoi. Naruto-kun is amazing. I want to be his wife forever. Aki thought with pleasure and joy. No regrets. I have no regrets regarding today. If I die today, no. I will not die today. I will not die until old age. I will stay alive to marry him. I will stay alive to have his children. I will stay alive to see our children have families. And I will stay alive so we can keep doing each other for a long, long time. Minori thought with pure ecstasy and happiness. Sugoi. Iku. Naruto exclaimed as he and his clone came inside of both Minori and Aki, making them cry with pleasure. Sugoi. Naruto-kun tilde. Aki said with her tongue still stuck out as she held Naruto in a tight embrace. You're so amazing, my love tilde. Minori said with her tongue stuck out as well and arms wrapped strong around Naruto. Naruto gulped. Minori-chan. Aki-chan. I hope you don't think what I'm going to ask is out of line, but, do you think, during the next round, you two could kiss each other? Naruto asked with his face all red, shocking Aki and Minori. Well, Aki was blushing red at the thought. Yeah, sure, Minori said with a shrug. Minori. Aki looked to her friend with pure shock. We're divulging in technically a threesome with a guy who can make clones of himself. After all the pleasure he's giving us, might as well try it out. Minori said before she suddenly developed a cheeky grin. Besides, he just asked us to be his wives in the future, and after everything our darling future husband has done for us, it's only proper that the role of a wife is to return such favors with kindness, don't you think? Minori said with grinning and giving Aki a wink. Aki blushed red at the idea of kissing Minori, but she agreed with what she said. Besides, Naruto is a very nice guy, who treats his women very, very nicely. Just a simple kissing session between her and her best friend isn't that much compared to all the kind gestures and insatiable pleasures that the blonde has given them. Naruto and his clone moved over to the sides of Minori's desk and allowed the two beautiful women to position themselves. Now both Minori and Aki were on their sides, facing the door and had one legs raised up with their respective Naruto holding their legs. Aki was still a bit embarrassed, but thanks to Minori's natural impulsive and take-charge nature, the red-haired woman grasped Aki's chin and locked lips with the blue net, shocking Aki, Naruto and his clone, all having wide eyes at the sight. Minori moaned as she slid her tongue into Aki's mouth, making her squeak in surprise, but after a moment, she closed her eyes and got into the kiss. Naruto and his clone's eyes widened as they watched the principal and nurse make out in front of them. Su. Shuge na tilde. Naruto cried as he and his clone's hearts burst with fire as they suddenly started pounding hard into the two women, causing them to give squeaks, squeals and moans of surprising and pleasure. Aki-sensei. Minori-sensei. Anata wa ryoho tomo sabarashidezu. Anata wa sabarashi josedesu. Futari tomo ishidaruyo. You're both amazing. You're amazing women. I love you both. Naruto cried with excitement, ecstasy and love as he and his clone thrust into them hard. I can't believe this minor act turned Naruto on so intensely. He may be acting very dirty, but in a way he's still so innocent. It's so cute. Naruto-kun, you're so adorable. Aki thought with her cheeks all red. He's such a kid, but he's such a man. He's a real man, but he gets off on such a childish thing. I love that about him. Naruto, you adorable baka. Minori thought with amusement and love as her cheeks were light red. Naruto panted as he and his clone picked up speed in their hips. I can't believe how lucky I am. Not only am I making love to Aki-chan and Minori-chan, but they actually kissed each other when I asked. I can't believe it. Aki-sensei. Minori-sensei. Arigato. I'm so happy to have you both in my life as my lovers. Naruto thought as his cheeks reddened. He and his clone were groaning as they picked up speed, making Aki and Minori give off more surprised and pleasure-filled sounds as their breasts were now smacking into one another's. This is the best. I'm so happy I have you two as my loves. Naruto exclaimed as he picked up the pace more and both he and his clone tightly gripped one of Minori and Aki's breasts and fondled them, making the two moan with pleasure and delight. Naruto licked Minori's leg while his clone fingered Aki. Naruto followed his clone's lead after his tongue glided up Minori's leg and against her feet. Minori and Aki made noises of surprise and pleasure as they felt themselves getting fingered while being pounded. Their hearts raced with ecstasy and endurance. They felt the adrenaline pumping through their veins as Naruto and his clone pumped their large pulls into them. Their cheeks burned red as they started releasing moans and groans of pleasure as their love juices poured out of their soft spots. Naruto and his clone gritted their teeth and furrowed their brows as they felt immense joy and satisfaction from sticking it into the principal and nurse. His heart raced with joy and adrenaline. He felt like he was on the best of highs. Naruto and his doppelganger couldn't take it anymore. Naruto let out a groan while his clone growled. Minori-chan. Aki-chan. IKU. Naruto screamed as he and his clone came into both of Minori and Aki. Aki and Minori let out loud moans as their mouths were still connected to one another. Their cheeks red as they felt Naruto and his clone fill them up. Their bodies shook with pleasure as they felt Naruto and his clone ejaculate more into them with their own love juices drenching their members. Naruto and his clone panted with their tongues out a bit. Naruto grabbed Minori's leg and licked her foot while his clone slowly licked up Aki's raised leg. Minori and Aki let out another moan from the sensation of being licked before they separated their mouths from one another. The principal and nurse panted with their bodies drenched in sweat and their cheeks still red. Hot damn, Minori said as she panted. Shug, Aki said as she panted as well. An idea suddenly popped into Aki's head, making her look away with her fist over her lips and cheeks burning red. Man, that was amazing, Dadbeo. Naruto said as he panted, more out of habit and joy than fatigue. His clone dispersed after the deed was done. Naruto-kun. Aki spoke, earning Naruto's attention. I know it might be selfish to ask, but, can we do my fantasy next? Aki asked, looking to the side away from Naruto and Minori as his cheeks were burning red. Naruto and Minori blinked their eyes, wondering what was up. What did Aki want now? Sure. What is it? Naruto asked. Well, for a while now, A long while, I've been having this fantasy, this dream, that Aki gulped as she pulled her fist away to reveal an embarrassed frown. I. Aki closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. I want you to clone a whole group of yourself with all of you having your way with me at the same time. Aki cried out in the heat of the moment. Minori's jaw dropped at the claim while Naruto's entire face turned red and his eyes became shadowed by his golden locks. Whoa, Aki, I am impressed, Minori said with shock and amazement. It's just, I've had this fantasy for so long and I even dream about it more often than I'd like to admit, and every time I wake up, I'm disappointed that it was never real. I just want it to be real for a change. Aki admitted with her whole face glowing red. She then squealed in surprise and covered her eyes. I can't believe I just admitted it aloud. Man, Aki, I never knew you were such a pervert. A newfound respect for you, Minori said with a grin. Minori, it's not like that, Aki shouted as she waved her hands in front of her in defense. I mean, I had some desires myself, but damn. Didn't think you'd have those thoughts so many times in such little time. I'm seeing a whole new you, Minori teased with a grin. Stop that, I told you it's not like that, Aki shouted with annoyance. Naruto gulped as he brought his fingers into a cross sign. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as suddenly 21 clones appeared around them, surprising Minori and Aki. I live to serve my Heims, Naruto shouted with determination while his face was still red. Yosh, Naruto's clones shouted in agreement with their fists thrust into the air. Nah, Naruto-kun, Aki said with a surprised expression and smile as her whole face was still red. Best dream ever, Minori said as her cheeks were entirely red. A clone grasped Aki, wrapping his arms around Aki's waist and took her off the desk. Aki-chan, we promise to fulfill your dream. We are yours to command, dear Heim. The clone that held her in his arms said. Nah, Naruto-kun, Aki said with surprise as her whole face was burning red. The clone kissed Aki upon the lips, making her moan with pleasure and joy. Okay, here's how it's going to go. Aki, you take this half and I'll take this half of strapping men. Minori cheered with a grin as hopped off the side of the desk and made her way to the front of it, sitting on it with her legs spread open for her half of the Narutos. Okay boys tilde, show me what you got. Show your darling principal what men you are and give me a very tilde good time. Minori purred with a seductive smile as she used her fingers to spread open her lower lips for the Narutos, who cheered with joy and excitement at making love to Minori. Yosh, me first. A Naruto cheered as he hurried over, grabbed Minori's legs and thrust his pole into her, making the principal cry with ecstasy and her breasts bouncing upon immediate thrust. Oi, no fair. You took my turn, a Naruto argued. What do you mean you turn? Another Naruto shouted at the other one. You guys snooze, you lose. The Naruto thrusting into Minori cheered with a grin and a laugh. Oh baby, now this is a true fantasy come true. Being manhandled by multiple men who are mad that they didn't get their turn first. Best part is, they're all Naruto. Minori thought with a purely happy grin as she felt herself being thrust into fast and hard by the Naruto making love to her. Aki was taken to the other group of Narutos with the one having her in his arms still making out with her. Oi, don't be greedy. We want some too, a Naruto said with annoyance. Aki stopped kissing the Naruto hold her before she was placed back upon her feet. She noticed a Naruto lying down on his back with his member sticking up high for her. Aki's eyes widened with her cheeks all red and lips quivering. Her eyes stared at the member with hunger. Her heart raced as she licked her lips with near uncontainable excitement. She couldn't hold herself back any longer. Aki made her way over and lowered herself down onto the member. She rubbed her clit against the tip, making the lying Naruto moan with a big dopey smile and eye closed from the feeling of pleasure. Aki allowed the tip inside her majesty a bit, but she stopped there and wiggled her hips a bit to feel more of the feeling of the tip moving inside her. Naruto-kun, please, thrust up. I want you to not hold back. Feel impatient. Please, do not restrain here. Naruto suddenly thrust up hard, making Aki cry out in surprise and instant pleasure. Self. Aki cried out as the Naruto below her grabbed her legs and kept her in place as he thrust up into her a couple of times before thrusting Aki downward, causing her to smash into him, making the brunette cry out in immense pleasure. Sugoi. That's it. Thrust it into me. Make me your bitch. Aki cried out. Whoa, I never knew Aki-sensei could be so intense when it came to this. A Naruto said. Or, perhaps more accurately, when it comes to us. Another Naruto said. Well, she said feel impatient and not hold back, so, a Naruto walked over, got on his knees behind Aki, grasped her rear cheeks, making her squeak in surprise, then he thrust his member hard into her rosebud, making Aki cry out in pleasure. I won't restrain myself when making love to your rear end, Aki-chan sensei. The Naruto said as he continued to thrust hard into Aki's rear hole. Arigato. Aki cheered with her cheeks burning red and eyes rolling to the near top. Aki's breasts jiggled as she felt both Naruto's thrust into both her holes. She couldn't believe this was really happening. Her dream. Her new reality. Her future with this man. If this was all actually a dream, nobody wake her up. Please. Let her live in true bliss for the rest of eternity. Oi, Aki-sensei. A Naruto spoke, earning her attention as she saw one holding his dick in front of her face. You don't mind, do you? The Naruto asked with a knowing smirk. Aki's cheeks were red as she had a happy smile on her face before opening her mouth wide. The Naruto grabbed Aki's head and thrust her head forward, slamming his pole straight Aki's mouth, making her moan in surprise, slight pain and pleasure. Naruto thrust at a strong pace while pulling Aki's head back and forth. Sugoi. Your mouth. Aki-sensei. It's so good, Naruto exclaimed, but then suddenly his eyes widened as he flinched, feeling Aki using her tongue to lick the tip of his shaft, gliding her tongue against opening of his member. Oh man. Hot damn. I think I'm going to lose my mind if you keep doing that. Naruto cried, making Aki's cheeks blush redder, happy to hear that she was giving Naruto so much pleasure. Aki-sensei, you sure know how give a man a good time, eh? The Naruto thrusting into her rear said with a smile as he started fondling her breasts. Oi, I want to do that. The Naruto thrusting into Aki's womanhood with annoyance. You snooze you lose. The Naruto thrusting behind Aki said with a dull expression. Oi, I can't fondle her ass cheeks properly. What about those? You really think I can do that better than you? The Naruto below argued. Alright, how about we fondle one breast and one cheek each? The Naruto behind suggested. Deal. The Naruto below said with a grin as now he fondled Aki's right breast and her left butt cheek while the Naruto thrusting into Aki's red massaged her left breast and right rear cheek. Aki tried letting out a giggle, but obviously it was difficult as she had another Naruto's manhood thrusting into her mouth. She just found it cute that two clones of Naruto, or possibly one of them being the original, were arguing over giving her pleasure. It made her feel so special. So love. Oi, I want some pleasure too, Datbeo. A Naruto said with a pout. Aki-sensei, please, use your hands on us. Another Naruto said as he and the other Naruto grabbed Aki's hands and placed them on their members. If that's what my strong future husband desires, then so be it. Aki thought with a smile as she gripped both Naruto's members and started stroking them, making them moan. Oh, Aki-sensei-chan tilde, your hands are so soft. One of the Narutos getting a hand job said with a big pleased smile and blushing red. Should have figured such a lovely woman would have such lovely hands, Datbeo. The other Naruto getting a hand job said with a pleasure-filled smile and equally red cheeks. Oi, what about us? We want to give Aki-sensei the sweet loving she deserves too, Datbeo. One of the other 5 Narutos waiting around the other 5 and Aki spoke out. Wait your turn. The Naruto thrusting into Aki's rear said. Come on man, at least let us touch her skin or something. One of the 5 waiting Narutos said with a frown. I wanna give Aki-sensei a nice massage, Datbeo. Another Naruto complained with a pout and his arms crossed. I said wait your damn turn. If we all crowd around Aki-sensei like that then there'll be no room for pleasure for anyone. The Naruto from behind argued. Man, if only Aki-sensei knew the Kage Bushin no Jutsu. One of the clones not making love to Aki said. I know, right, that would be so great. She would have double the pleasure, Datbeo. And the rest of us wouldn't be standing here dying of neglect. Another clone whined. Yar days, you guys are getting on my nerves. The Naruto thrusting behind said with a stoic yet annoyed expression. Screw you. One of the 5 not having relations exclaimed. Aki couldn't help, but let out a muffled giggle as she found the whole scene so adorable yet so enticing as she also wished she had room for more. If she could create doppelgangers like her Naruto-kun could, she would have so many ideas, so many different viewpoints, and all so much fun. While Aki was having so much fun with her pleasure, Minori was having fun with her very own. Minori moaned as the Naruto that got to her first thrusted into her at a strong yet calm pace. The Naruto moaned with a big smile and head raised high. Sugoi tilde. Such a great taste of pleasure tilde. The Naruto said with bliss, but then he was suddenly punched in the back of the head by another Naruto. Hurry it up, will ya? The Naruto that punched the one having sex shouted. What the hell? I'm having sex with Minori here. The Naruto making love to Minori shouted with a pissed anime expression. Yeah, and that's the problem. You're taking too slow. I want to make love to the hottest woman in school too, Datbeo. The Naruto that punched him said with annoyance. Yeah, give us a turn, damn it. Another shouted, thrusting his fist into the air. You'll get your turn when I'm done. And I'll be done when I'm good and ready, Datbeo. The Naruto thrusting into Minori said with annoyance, while Minori herself was giggling at the scene. I call next. One of the Naruto called out with a hand raised. Hell number. I'm next. I said it before. Another one shouted at the previous one, as both now had annoyed expression. That wasn't you. It was me. Another argued. Liar. The others not giving it to Minori shouted. Boys, Tilda, I appreciated the amount of love and desire that you all have for little ol' me, but there's no need for you all to fight over me. Minori said with a coy smile, her arms over her breasts and a wink. We can't help but fight over you. They all shouted in unison, surprising Minori. We love you, Princess Minori. One of the Narutos exclaimed. She's not princess. She's a queen. A queen, damn it, another shouted. It's so unfair that I can't show her any love right now. I want to show what my heart sings for her. Another Naruto said as he cried anime tears. You're worth the arguments. You're worth fighting over. Another exclaimed. You're the legendary natural calamity and queen of Tenbi. The great Minori Rokuju. Greatest lover in the world. All the Narutos screamed in unison. Minori stared at all of them with a look of pure shock. Her eyes were wide as they started to water. She suddenly grinned before letting out an ecstatic squeal as she sat up and hugged the Naruto, making love to her. You guys made my millennium. Minori cried out with pure joy. She kissed the one making love to her before laying back on the table. Hey, you, big boy, come over here and give your queen a kiss. Minori said with a seductive smile and waving her finger for the Naruto that punched the other one to come over. The Naruto that punched the first one rushed over and planted a long, deep and loving kiss on Minori's lips. Their tongues glided against one another's as they moaned with ecstasy. Once they separated, Minori gave a purr. Now stand up and stick that rock-hard iron pole into my mouth. I want to taste it all, Tilda. Minori said, ending with a moan. Hi, Minori-sensei. The Naruto said as his cheeks were burning red and nose leaked blood. Tilda. Minori-sensei Tilda. Just Minori-sensei Tilda. Minori teased as she turned her head away with a smug smirk and half-lidded eyes, bringing her hand up to her ear so she could hear him better. Queen Minori-sensei-chan. I do as I am told from my queen and future bride. The Naruto corrected himself, calling Minori his queen and bride with a strong sense of pride. That's what I expected, my future king. Minori said with a seductive smirk. King. The Naruto questioned as he and the other Narutos looked to her with shock. Of course. What good is a queen if she does not have a king? Minori teased with a seductive pure. King. Me. All the Narutos thought as the word king rang in their heads. The king to Queen Minori. Yosha. They all screamed as they moved forward. The Naruto before put his member into Minori's mouth, making her moan with delight as she tasted his manhood. Oh Tilda, Shug Tilda. The Naruto cried out as he started thrusting into Minori's mouth. Queen Minori, I must taste you. One of the Narutos exclaimed as he dived in and put his mouth onto Minori's left breast, sucking on her nipple while massaging her other breast. Show Tilda G would Tilda. The Naruto said in a muffled voice. Queen Minori, please, grace me with the feel of your hand. One of the Naruto said as he grabbed Minori's left hand and wrapped it around him member, where she started stroking it while adding some of her thermal energy to it. Oh Tilda, Shug Tilda. All hail the queen of sex. The Naruto proclaimed proudly, which was a nice ring to Minori's ears. I want the other hand. Please. Another Naruto called out as he hurried over to the other side of the desk, grabbed Minori's right hand and wrapped it around his joystick, allowing Minori to give him a thermal heated hand job. Oh, sugoi. Queen Minori's hands hold so much power. I'm putty. My body is at her full control. The Naruto said as drool leaked down the side of his big, dopey smile. Oi. Move over. I need to cover her other breast, Datbeo. Another Naruto exclaimed as he moved around the clone getting the right hand job. I cannot allow Queen Minori to feel neglected or cold. The clone said as he grabbed Minori's right breast and then dived in, sucking on it with her nipple in his mouth. The other four Naruto were knelt over, massage Minori's legs with a pair licking up and down her legs while another pair were licking her feet. Queen Minori, my highness, even the sensation of your soft yet firm skin against my tongue just gets me so high with pleasure. Every inch of you is something to be treasured. One of the Narutos said as he licked his tongue up and down Minori's leg. All others who pass you over for someone else is a fool. They have no idea who they're missing out on, but I don't care. I'm glad they didn't pay you any mind, because now we're together and I can be the one to give you love. All my endless love for you, that will last for eternity. Only from me and me alone. I want to be the one to love you forever. No one else. Another Naruto said as he licked Minori's feet and sucked on Minori's toes. Queen Minori Tilda, please never leave me. I love you with all my heart. Please be kind and don't break it. My heart is yours and it's so fragile. Please give it the utmost care and it will never die out. Another Naruto who was licking her leg said. Queen Minori, you're the best. Please let me be your only lover. I love you. Never break my heart, my one and only queen. The other Naruto licking her feet said as his cheeks were pink. Queen Minori, We love you. They all called out in unison before resuming their pleasurable duties, causing Minori to let out a delight-filled muffled squeal and giggle. This is it. This is the life. Oh my god. I don't want anyone else. Naruto tilde, be my lover forever. Be my king. I'll hold your fragile heart and keep it safe in my arms. Please do the same. I want you to hold mine and give my fragile heart love, my love tilde. Never stop love me, my king tilde. I should a tilde. Minori thought as his cheeks were burning red. Oh man. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to burst. The Naruto making love to Minori's womanhood exclaimed. Me too. She's too damn good at this. The Naruto getting a blowjob exclaimed. She isn't good at this. She's incredible. The Naruto getting the left hand Joe exclaimed. She's perfect tilde. The one on the right getting his own hand job exclaimed. This is the life. This my ultimate fantasy. Minori thought as she put things into overdrive. Meanwhile, the Narutos giving pleasure to Aki weren't faring any better. Oh man. This is it. Aki sensei-chan. I'm going to fill you up. The Naruto thrusting into Aki's rear exclaimed. Me too. Here it comes. This is the best. The Naruto below Aki, thrusting into her womanhood, called out with his tongue out. Aki sensei, prepare yourself. I'm going to let all my love out and pour it inside of you tilde. The Naruto getting a blowjob from Aki howled in ecstasy. Yes, please. Give it all to me. Let me taste your seed. Pour it all over my skin. Fill up all my holes. Get me pregnant with your child, my one true love. Aki thought with pure pleasure, but suddenly her eyes widened in shock at her last thought. Did I just think that? Do I really want Naruto-kun to impregnate me right now? Aki thought with shock, but then that all turned to pleasure as the Naruto started thrusting faster. Whatever. If it happens, it happens. If not, then it will happen someday. Naruto Uzumaki. I love you. Make me your wife. Aki thought with pure ecstasy. IKU. All the Naruto making love to Minori and Aki screamed out as they shot their fluids into them. Minori and Aki let out muffled screams of pleasure as they felt themselves being filled up, having fluids rain on them and having their breasts spill out milk. They shook and moaned as they felt so much pleasure in this moment. Shug tilde. The two thought as they felt fatigued, but suddenly they felt more energy spike in them as the Narutos that filled them up pulled away. Man, that was amazing. The Naruto who made love to Aki's rear said with a huge satisfied smile and blush as he sat on the floor. I bet it was. I think Aki-sensei is tired now. One of the 5 Narutos who didn't get to make love to Aki said with a pout and arms crossed. Nanti Saketa tilde. What a rip, another one of them complained, but then suddenly Aki leapt at that clone with her arms wrapped around his neck. Aki-sensei-chan. Motto. Thrust into me. Spill all your seed on me tilde. Aki exclaimed with a huge open mouth smile as she had her tongue out. Holy crap. Aki-sensei, you're acting like those girls from those hentais. The Naruto in Aki's arms said in surprise, before he was pushed down to the floor by Aki. I am nothing like those girl. Aki exclaimed as she sat on Naruto's member and started straddling his hips, fucking him. I only want you. Those girls in those dirty materials get off from any kind of dick from any kind of man. It doesn't matter to them so long as they have sex. I am not like that. Sex means nothing to me if it doesn't come from you, Naruto-kun. I only want you to ever make love to me. From now until our deaths and then to even to the afterlife. For the rest of eternity, I want it to be you who makes love to me. My Naruto-kun. Aki exclaimed with a huge perverted smile and tongue sticking all the way out as she rode on Naruto's member. Whoa, Aki-sensei. I didn't know how passionate you are. One of the Narutos said as they all stared at her with wide shocked and allured eyes. All of you, please, stroke your gifts and rain all you have on me tilde. Aki begged as she opened her mouth up wider, still unleashing a grin with her tongue out while a pair of rock on hand signs framed the sides of her face. Why Yosh? One Naruto exclaimed as he and the other 4 grabbed their members. Of course, Aki-sensei. Anything for you, another said as they all started stroking their dicks over Aki's face. Aki mentally giggled. I sound so dirty. How could I? Aki thought to herself with some shame, but that was quickly replaced with delight. Oh well, I'm having fun and making love to my one true love. I'll feel shameful about my words and actions later. Aki thought with a blush and eyes closed, still retaining her smile and keeping her mouth open for her Narutos. Meanwhile, Minori let out a powerful roar as she shot up and brought both herself and the Naruto that had made love to her womanhood onto the ground. Oi, big boys, no one's made love to this hole. It's so lonely tilde. Someone fill it up so it doesn't feel neglected anymore tilde. Minori said as she opened up her rear some more to reveal her rosebud. Hi, Queen Minori. One of the clones that had licked her feet hurried over, knelt down and thrust his member into Minori's rear, making her give out a pleasure-filled cry with her tongue completely out. That's perfect. Now the rest of you, fuck my mouth, harass my hands and stroke yourselves while you watch you precious queen get fucked by all of you. Minori called out. Hi, Queen Minori. We live to please. All the Narutos said as they hurried over, with one that sucked her breast sticking his pole into her mouth, two that licked her legs letting her give them hand jobs, and the rest started stroking their privates as they watched Minori get fucked in all her holes. This is the life, Tilda. I've always wanted this to happen to me, Tilda. But back then I didn't know you actually existed. Now that you are here, I only want this experience to be you. To hell with society. To hell with its rules and opinions. Let's fuck for eternity, my Naruto-kun. My one true love, Minori thought with a blush as she gave it her all, while the clones did the same in kind. Motto, rain it down on me. Aki cried right before all the remaining Naruto released their fluids on and into her, making her give out a cry of joy and ecstasy. The Narutos doing Minori let out their fluids as well into her. Aki-sensei. This is the best. A Naruto shouted as he was on top of Aki, thrusting hard and fast into her, making her breasts jiggle as her eyes were wide and her tongue was flailing out. There's no better lay than Queen Minori, Dadbeo. A Naruto shouted as he thrusting into Minori's womanhood from behind while she held onto the armrest of the couch as her eyes were wide and tongue was flailing out. Sugoi. Amazing. A Naruto shouted as he thrusted into Aki's rear, while another was thrusting into her mouth. Aki-sensei, don't stop. You are the best. The Naruto thrusting into Aki's mouth shouted. Oh man, I'm losing my mind, Dadbeo. A Naruto thrusting into Minori, who was lying on the couch on her side, from behind her and into her womanhood. It's Queen Minori. What the hell did you expect was going to happen? Another Naruto who was thrusting into Minori said. Queen Minori is the best, Tilda. Another Naruto licking Minori's feet said. Oh man, I'm going to burst. A Naruto thrusting into Aki's rear shouted out as Aki gave an audible wail of pleasure. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to let it all out. A Naruto thrusting into Minori's womanhood while twisting her nipples said as Minori was letting out audible whimpers and saying, IKU, as she felt electricity throughout her whole body. Oh man, this is it. A different Naruto thrusting into Aki's womanhood from behind said. Wait, do this. Another Naruto thrusting into Minori's womanhood from behind said as then he and the other clone brought both Minori and Aki together, pressing them against one another with their breasts squishing against the others and their tongues out as their expressions were of pure ecstasy and their minds dwindling from the amount of pleasure they were feeling. Here we go. Aki-sensei. Queen Minori. Take all our love. The Naruto thrusting into Aki shouted. It's all for you. Don't waste it. The Naruto thrusting into Minori shouted. Minori and Aki were saying, IKU, over and over again as the two Naruto thrust strongly into them, growling as they were nearing their limit. The two Narutos then unleashed a pair of loud animalistic roars right before they bit their canine into Minori and Aki's neck and ejaculated hard into them. Minori and Aki let out screams of pleasure with their tongues all the way out and their eyes rolling to the back of their heads. Minori and Aki let out please moans as they now were lying on their fronts on the desk, as two Narutos massaged their backs. Naruto Tilda, you spoil us too much. Minori said with an open mouth grin and red blush. Oi, we're just giving you what you deserve. A pair of gorgeous himes like you deserve enjoyment like this. The Naruto massaging Minori's back said with a wide smile. I agree, Dadbeo. The Naruto massaging Aki's back said with a smile of his own. Aki Tilda, we hit the jackpot. Minori said to her friend with a smile and red blush on her cheeks. Hi Tilda. Aki agreed with her own smile and red blush. Oi, you two ready for one last round? The two turned to see another Naruto who had some rope in his hands. There's one last thing that I want to try out. If you two are up to it. Naruto said with a smile. What do you think, Aki? Minori asked with a smirk. Let's go all in, Dadbeo Tilda. Aki said with a bright smile. The two clones dispersed leaving only Naruto, holding the rope, who grinned with a blush. Aki and Minori were now tied tightly together, their breasted pressed against the other, along with their womanhood. They moaned from the sensation of tightness and their sensitive spots pressing against one another's. Their majesties were wet and leaking from the sensation. Naruto grabbed their hips as he positioned the tip of his member between their pressed majesties. Koko ni ikamasu. Here I go. Naruto called out as he thrust his member forward, sliding right between Minori and Aki's vaginas, making them cry out in ecstasy. Naruto thrusted back and forth as he felt the principal and nurse's sacred spots rub against his tool every time he thrust in. Their opening felt Naruto's member slide against them while feeling one another when he thrust back. Their lips kissed the shaft of Naruto's member and kissed one another, feeling pleasure from making contact over and over again with their partners. Naruto panted out of enjoyment. His cheeks turning red as he felt the wet, nerve-tantalizing sensation of thrusting his shaft in between the openings of his two lovers. Minori and Aki were letting out moans and whimpers of pleasure. Their hiccuping cries of ecstasy echoed throughout the office as they felt their sensitive areas scream out with excitement. Their hearts raced beneath their chests that were pressed against one another and bounced in unison. The two felt the other's hot breath with their tongues out and occasionally sliding against one another. They were already feeling the after effects of the gangbang they were happily a part of, which still rocked their bodies with a shuddering sensation coursing throughout their bodies. The heat of the other's breath, the warm vaginal openings pressing tenderly against one another and sensation of their massive racks squishing against one another, feeling their nipples poking against their globes, and of course the large, glorious gift from above belonging to the man of their fantasies digging in and out between their sexes made them feel the sensation of being over the edge. They were close to over the edge. Naruto, this is amazing. I could come any minute. Minori cried with a pleasure-filled open-mouth grin with her tongue stuck out. Me as well, Naruto-kun. I am ready to accept your cum. Gift me with your love juices. Pour it in. Aki cried out with her mind consumed by ecstasy as she had her own open-mouth grin and her tongue was stuck out as well. Well then, time to put things into overdrive, Datbayo. Naruto exclaimed with a grin as he sent her hot golden chakra and elemental energy into his shaft, causing it to glow and release an unrelenting yet extraordinarily welcoming warmth that made the two women cry out loud with immense pleasure. They both let out audible noises of pleasure of all kind. Hiccups, cries, moans, screams. The pleasure was driving them further to the edge that they felt the fear of never coming back, but the acceptance of doing so and of course the burning love they held for the blonde young man. Naruto-kun. I feel on fire. Glorious heat is enveloping my body with burning love. I love it. Give me your seed, Naruto-sama. Let me have your child. Aki cried with tears rolling down her joy-filled eyes and her tongue flailing out. I can't take it anymore. Pour it in. Pour it all in. I command you, my king. Pour your love into me. Give me your royal jelly. Gift me with the nectar that is used to bring about your heirs. Gift me the honor to bear your child. Minori screamed with tears rolling down her eyes as well as he tongue flailed out as constantly licked Aki's. Naruto developed a large animalistic grin as his teeth grew into canines, his hair became more unruly, his whisker marks darkened, becoming more defined and his eyes turned blood red with his pupils being slit. Sugoi tilde. Minori-chan. Aki-chan. You two are mine. I love you both with all my heart. I will gift you with my seed. Take it and raise my children with me. My two Heims. My two queens. My two goddess. Let us start a family together. All of us. Naruto shouted. He then started to build up a growl within his throat. His muscles tightened as a golden aura surrounding him and the floor under his feet cracked, producing fissures. He increased his thrusts, causing his hips to blur and Minori and Aki to jiggle uncontrollably while letting out pleasure-filled screams. The sun shined in through the window, engulfing them in light. Naruto's eyes shined gold like the sun itself. He couldn't hold it back. This was it. IKU tilde. Naruto screamed out, which instantly became a booming roar that spread out throughout the whole campus, causing everyone to flinch and even scream in fear, while Minori and Aki screamed the loudest screams they ever did into the heavens, filled with pure ecstasy and bliss. They went over the edge. It was a deep drop. They were calm throughout it all, yet their hearts continued to pound, and they loved it. Lemon scene over. Woof. 0_0. Naruto pulled out and fell on his rear. He panted out of habit, yet he also felt a bit of fatigue. A sensation like that, it's been a while. Though he still had energy to burn, Naruto was indeed satisfied. Wiping away a sweat from his forehead, he stood back up and looked to Minori and Aki. The two could barely make a sound. Their bodies flinching some. Their eyes almost gone through the back of their heads. Their tongues sprawled out with saliva leaking from them and from the sides of their mouths. Their sexes leaks a gargantuan amount of fluid. From the looks on their faces, it was safe to conclude that they were satisfied. Oh, I think I went a bit overboard there. Naruto said with an embarrassed blush as he rubbed the back of his head. Aki and Minori didn't respond to him. They were too consumed by the after effects of their experience to properly do anything. Or do anything for that matter. Are you two still alive? Naruto asked with growing concern. Unknown to the three, back in the shinobi world, Jiraiya had stopped by when he heard Naruto came back from his mission. The news he heard from Tsunade about chakra-based Maken and this Yonbi hybrid worried him, but his spirits were a bit lifted when he heard that Naruto went to Maken world to discuss some important issues with Minori and the others. He figured with Naruto missing them so much, especially his lovely ladies, that something might happen, and boy was he right. Right now, Jiraiya was on the floor with a flood of blood pouring from his nose and down the side of his face, staining the grass of the field he was in. A pen held in his hand which shook from overexcitement. He had seen the greatest show he has and might ever see in his entire life. But you never know. Jiraiya slowly sat back up. He panted as blood dripped from his nose. He felt a strong tightness in his pants thanks to the show he had seen. He wiped away the blood from his nose. He looked over to see his clone who was putting in chakra into the crystal and it wasn't faring so well itself. It managed to stay sitting, but it was frozen in place with its head raised up high with eyes bulged and completely white, mouth wide open to the point where a snake would be jealous, and blood pours down from the nose, staining the upper lip and most of the chin. Jiraiya gripped the fabric over the left side of his chest, where his chest resided under. His heart beating a million times a second. He tried easing his breathing as he still felt his form still shaken up from the experience. After some time, and some effort-filled Zen breathing, he managed to calm down just enough to finally say something. Subarashi. Jiraiya cried out with an overexcited nature and fire burning brightly in his soul. He exuberated an enthusiastic energy that could be felt to all nearby, if there were any nearby. That was incredible. Naruto, my boy, you make your godfather so proud. Jiraiya exclaimed with tears of pride and joy. I may have missed your first time with the lovely Aki-chan, but I was lucky to see the time you made hot, sweet love to her in a red-lighted room and with her in such an alluring outfit. Sweet Kami. Jiraiya felt weak to his knees as he had a dopey pervert expression and more blood pouring out his nose. To think the lovely Aki-chan would have come up with that, and the words she used both then and now. I think deep inside she's really a super pervert like myself. Probably more than I, Jiraiya the gallant, whenever she thinks of you as the man to make love to her. Jiraiya said before unleashing a perverted giggle. He then noticed his clone brought its head back to its erect position, unleashing a large gasp, then panted as it felt its herd pound. Did we get it? The clone asked. Hold on. Where's my notebook? Jiraiya looked around and found his notebook, which had some blood splatters on the page. He quickly grabbed it and wrote down all the inspiration he felt. This whole scene, it was glorious. Extraordinary even. I'd dare even say it was perfect. Jiraiya cheered with a huge perverted grin. The things they said. I'm so proud of Naruto, but I hope he didn't actually knock them up. He's too young for that. Clone Jiraiya said. You're telling me, but I'm sure the brat can handle fatherhood if it happens. Jiraiya said. Nonetheless, thanks to our loving godchild we got everything. Everything we need for the next installment, baby. Ika imprisonment. Jiraiya cheered with a huge toothy grin as he stood up on his feet and raised his notebook up high. Yosh. This'll be the best Ika yet. Clone Jiraiya cheered with a huge grin as well. It's a good thing I was unconscious after it was done, or else he might have noticed our energy signature like he did so many times before. Clone Jiraiya said as he stared at the clear crystal ball. Yeah, the last thing I need is for him to kick my ass. Truly terrifying nowadays. Jiraiya said with a calm smile as he put his notebook away. Nonetheless, if he did find out, I would have no regrets. Naruto was sitting naked on one of the office's couches with Minori and Aki, untied, in his arms, surrounded by golden energy. The two beautifully naked women were breathing easily with their heads resting comfortably on Naruto's shoulders. They were having a small nap, which goes without question after the experience they had gone through. Naruto was honestly surprised of himself. He couldn't believe the things he said and how he acted so intensely. That reminded him of something. Hey, Kurama. No, you didn't get them pregnant. I made sure of that. Kurama informed, making Naruto with relief. Thank goodness. I don't want to burden them with motherhood. They're still pretty young. Naruto thought with a calm smile. They're 9 years older than you. I think they'd be prepared to bear your kits. Kurama said with a smirk and chuckling, making Naruto blush red. Have to say, Kit, I am very surprised with you and also very impressed. Who knew you had it in you? You acted like a true alpha, going at it with those two like real primal beasts. Yakamashi. Naruto mentally shouted, causing Kurama to laugh in response. Minori and Aki groaned, alerting Naruto as they started to wake up. They opened their eyes to see the man that they love holding them in his arms. Thank Amaterasu-sama that you two are alright. Naruto said with a loving, caring smile. Did you fuck us so hard that our hearts almost stopped? Minori questioned, still feeling tired. Why yeah, sorry about that. I get so intense sometimes. I remember that I accidentally stopped Cha-Cha-chan's heart the first time we did it, Datbeo. Naruto said, looking to the side with a frown and embarrassed blush. Minori and Aki blinked their eyes in shock at what Naruto just said. Damn Tilda, a gift from above you are. That was spectacular. Minori exclaimed with a huge grin as she lightly punched Naruto's rock-hard chest. Subarashi, Naruto-kun, you are so amazing, Aki said with a happy, yet tired tone and smile, rubbing her hand on Naruto's chest. Arigato, Naruto said with an embarrassed blush. I can't believe I actually landed a man who could give me such pleasure. Being on that knife's edge. Tilda, by Kami, that was unimaginable. Tilda, Minori said with a satisfied smile as she rested her head into Naruto's shoulder and neck while rubbing his chest in appreciation and love. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I said all those dirty things. I don't know what got into me. Aki said with a shameful frown. He's what got into you. Aki, with pleasure like that I would be shocked if you didn't say all those pervert things. I'm proud of you, Minori said with a grin. Minori. Aki exclaimed her friend's name in embarrassment as her whole face turned red. Don't worry, Aki-sensei. You don't need to apologize to me for that. I enjoyed making love to you and Minori-chan. I just hope it was amazing for you as well, Naruto said with a loving and understanding smile. It was. Far beyond it. Thank you so much for making my fantasy come true, Naruto-kun. Aki said with a joyous smile, then kissed Naruto on the lips. Agreed, Minori said with a grin before kissing Naruto on the lips as well. Oh, and by the way, behind closed doors you will refer to me as Queen Minori from now on, Minori stated. Hi, Naruto agreed with a smile and nod. Suddenly the door to office was slammed open with the committer being none other than Akaya. Minori, I heard the roar of a monster. What has happened? Akaya exclaimed with worry and concern, but then he froze in place as he saw Minori, along with Aki and Naruto naked on the couch. Nani? Akaya questioned with horror. Wow, delightful. Minerva, who was behind Akaya along with the rest of Venus, exclaimed with awe and way too much excitement, while her teammates, minus Demetra, were in shock. Aura. Golden Asura appeared, slamming its fist into Akaya's face, sending him flying out the office, before shutting the door on them. Told you to just let it go, Kengo said as apparently he along with Takaru were forced to follow. What the hell? Where's the tact? Don't they have principles? Minori I can understand along with that brat, but Aki as well. Goddammit. This school is not the same as I remember it to be. Akaya shouted, holding his bleeding nose. Oh, you mean back when a group of guys beat the hell out of an innocent schoolgirl? Yeah, I bet that stuff was much better than a manga character getting lucky with our principal and school nurse. Kengo said sarcastically with a dull expression making Akaya groan. It smelled awful in there, Yan said with a stoic expression and arms crossed. That, my dear Yan, is the smell of passion, Minerva said with a big wide smile. I'm sure any room you shared alone with Naruto-kun smelled just the same, Minerva teased, making Yan look away with her cheeks red. So that roar we heard earlier, was it? Syria was too in shock by both the idea and the sight Team Venus saw to finish her sentence. That was Naruto-kun, wasn't it? Minerva asked with a knowing smirk. He can be a rather intense partner, Yan said with her eyes closed and still looking away as she had a hand on one of her red blushing cheeks. And no way, Syria exclaimed with a shocked expression as Minerva squealed in awe and excitement. Incredible. To roar with such passion. So much love had to have been shared in that room, Minerva said with delight as she held her cheeks and moved side to side. The door then was slammed open by Minori's foot. She looked to the group with an annoyed frown and fists on her hips. Okay, what do you dorks want? Minori asked, very annoyed by their sudden intrusion a few moments ago. We came to deliver a report from Tengoku no Mon and came to check on the progress of the students, Yan answered. More importantly, what the hell made you think it was appropriate to do what you did on school grounds? Akaya shouted as he got to his feet. Jealous, Minori questioned as she picked her right ear. Hell no, Akaya shouted. Knew he played for the other team, Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. I don't want to hear anything out of you. Seriously, Naruto, what were you thinking? Akaya shouted, pointing at Naruto. Hey, I wasn't the one who started it. I just came to drop off some stuff, Naruto said. What did you bring? Akaya asked. Maken, Naruto answered, shocking Team Venus. From the world of shinobi, Demetra questioned. Yeah, do me a favor and report this to the higher-ups. There is a new Biju hybrid, the Yonbi, who found a way to create Maken that utilizes chakra. I have delivered it to Tenbi and handed it to the Maken blacksmith, Gen Tagayashi. How these Maken came to be is still unknown, however it is possible that they were created by Black Element. Whether it is from the Yonbi hybrid or a third party, is still unanswered, but I will take further investigation on my end as a shinobi of Konoha. Assistance in the matter would be greatly appreciated, Naruto informed. Understood, Akaya said with a serious expression. Thank you, Naruto nodded. Well, I better head back before Ba-chan throws a fit. It was great to see you all again, Naruto said with a smile as he started heading out. You're leaving already? Yan asked. His expression remained stoic, but she was inwardly disappointed that Naruto's visit was so brief. Yeah, day in the life of a soldier. You can't always have the luxury of doing what you want all the time, Datbeo, Naruto said as he walked up to Yan. He gently grasped her chin and locked lips with her. Yan's eyes widened a bit in surprise before she closed them and enjoyed the kiss. After a moment, Naruto pulled back before walking up to Demetra and kissing her on the cheek, surprising her as well. Naruto was about to walk away, but Minori grabbed him by the jacket and smacked her lips against his. She put her tongue inside Naruto's mouth, tasting every inch with Naruto returning to the gesture in kind. Once they separated, Naruto then kissed Aki, making the brunette moan from having the blonde's lips locked. You want to go and kiss all the girls you know? They're all still waiting in the club room. Kengo said with his arms crossed. I might just go do that. Knowing Azuki-chan, she'll kick my ass if I leave without saying goodbye. Same with Furin-chan, Naruto said with a grin as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto bye, passing in between Kengo and Takaru, giving them a pair of fist bumps as he passed them by. See you guys later. I'll try to drop by any chance I get, Dadbeo. Naruto said with a smile, waving goodbye to his friends. Maken that works for those who use chakra, Sounds like things are going to get more complicated for both of our worlds. Akaya said with a small frown. We'll worry about that later. Anyway, where are your reports? Minori faced Akaya. I'm not delivering them inside that room. I can barely inch closer into the doorway without vomiting. Akaya said with a frown. Naruto walked down the halls with his hands in his pockets. He looked around with a nostalgic smile. His mind flooded with memories of his experience within the school's walls and even outside. The friends he's made, the good times he's had with them, especially the ones who became his girlfriends. Oh, the many dates he's had and the many nights of passion he's shared with them. He still owed one to Demetra. A date, of course. Although, he'd be a liar to say he wouldn't hope their relationship would progress to the point of being lovers like that. As much as Naruto hated being compared to a pervert, he has to admit, he does have his share of desires when it comes to his women, especially in the act of lovemaking. Although if there were one category of memories that were more exciting for him than lovemaking, and trust me, there aren't many, it would be the fights he's been in. All the battles he's had both within and outside of Tenbi's walls were some of the best experiences he's ever had. Admittedly, the situations that led to the fights weren't always favorable, but going up against powerful opponents, like the Biju hybrids to currently his greatest rival, Wabisuke Hayato, just put a grin on his face. They were some of the most exciting parts of his life here at Tenbi. Naruto stopped and looked out the window towards the courtyard to see people interacting. He smiled, hoping he could walk through that courtyard as a student again. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. How many days left? 24. Yeah, 24 more days. It's feeling like an eternity, Dadbeo. Naruto said with a bit of tiredness in his voice as he continued on. He made his way to the door that led into the security committee's club room. Naruto noticed the sign on the door written in kanji. Maken key. Naruto couldn't help but smile. He reached his hand out to grab the door handle, but the door swung open as a pair of arms grabbed Naruto and pulled him in. Naruto blinked his eyes as his face was smooshed into Cha-Cha's enormous breasts once more. Naruto-kun tilde, make love to me tilde. Cha-Cha begged with a pout. Cha-Cha. Azuki shouted her friend's name as she pulled her ponytail. Oh, come on tilde. All this time away and only the principal and Nurse Aki were able to enjoy his company. It's so unfair. Cha-Cha whined with a deeper pout. Guess it was that obvious what happened. Naruto thought with half-lidded eyes. Naruto managed to pull back from Cha-Cha's hold, with some help from Azuki. Hey everyone. Naruto greeted the club. Let me guess, you came to say goodbye. Himegami said. Well, I'd rather put it as see you later, Dadbeo. Naruto said, scratching his cheek with his finger. Already? Cha-Cha questioned with teary eyes, filled with disappointment and sadness. Yeah, I mean. Is Tsunade-sama expecting you back ASAP? Yuka asked. All she said was I was dismissed. Naruto answered. Then you can stick around for a little while. Yuka said with a smile. Yeah, I guess I could. Naruto smiled. But I think I can only spare an hour. I think Ba-chan would be pissed if I stayed for longer than that. Or at least, she'd think others would start to worry if I wasn't back in the village again for until late at night. Make it 2. Kimi ordered with a serious expression. Naruto blinked his eyes as Kimi marched her way over towards him. She suddenly hugged him, surprising him. Just 2. Please. Kimi practically begged as she looked up to Naruto with her eyes shimmering with hope. Naruto stared down at Kimi for a moment, before smiling. Okay. 2 hours it is, Naruto said as he hugged Kimi back. Not like Ba-chan can do anything about that. I don't think she has a one of those ripple things anyway. Kimi smiled as she rubbed her head against Naruto's abdomen. Yay. Cha-Cha cheered as Azuki released her ponytail, allowing her to hug the two and lift them off of the ground. Let's have a feast, Cha-Cha declared. I'm cooking, Naruto announced. Obviously. Kengo and Himegami stayed with a pair of smirks. Hey, Naruto, since you're here, you mind healing Kengo and I all the way? Takaru asked. Oh, yeah, sorry about the thrashing. Naruto apologized as Cha-Cha let him and Kimi down. So, you are sticking around a while. They all looked to see Akaya with Team Venus, along with Minori and Aki. Told ya, Minori said to Akaya with a smirk. You are far too sentimental. Yan said with a smirk and her arms crossed, making Naruto chuckle with a grin. Well, get to cooking handsome, because I sure am starving. Minori said as she walked into the club room with her hands on her hip and grinning face held high. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Cha-Cha said with a pout as she, Kimi and Azuki were glaring at their principal, who simply walked past them without a care in the world. Naruto. Akaya spoke, earning the blonde's attention. Seeing as you are here, I'd like to share something with you that I learned from Tengoku no Mon that might help with your training. Huh, really? Naruto was now a bit more excited. Yes. Did you know that a way to increase the strength of your element is to connect it to the environment and even manipulate it to create new land? Akaya rhetorically asked as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, knowing he had no idea. Seriously? Naruto asked with shock. Yes. You can create mountains, hot springs, plant life, even force evolution by transforming pond scum into fish, all through your own element alone. Although it does take a lot of concentration. Akaya explained. All that from element, huh? Naruto said, mainly to himself, as he rubbed his chin. Element earned its name because of how well it connects to nature. Akaya clarified. Like Senjutsu. Naruto thought as he became more motivated. I got some work to do when I get back. Naruto. Make food. Your queen demands it. Minori ordered, pointing at the blonde. You're his what? Furin, Azuki and Haruko shouted, making Minori and Aki flinch, more from the latter. Yar. Naruto thought with an embarrassed blush.